The Titoites, Enver Hoxha, 1982 Part 1. Published by Mark Tumau. Credit to David J. Romagnolo. Rising Above Old Animosities by way of introduction. A brief historical survey. The decision of the Albanian communists to establish connections with the CPY, the monarchs of Serbia and princes of Montenegro, the main culprits for the bitter relations between the Albanian and Serbian, Montenegrin and other peoples in the past. Footnote: one of the gravest injustices of this century in Europe. In 1913 Albania was cut in half arbitrarily. The Great Serb Genocide in the Albanian regions in Yugoslavia in the period between the two wars. Why did the Albanian communists enter into relations with the CPY at the time of the National Liberation War? The decision of the Albanian communists in the summer of 1941 to establish internationalist relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia showed the maturity which the communist movement in Albania had achieved at that time. The worthiest representatives of the communist groups had begun the fight against the fascist occupiers as early as 1939, just as they were boldly and resolutely overcoming the feuds and divisions amongst themselves, and heading with conviction towards the founding of the Communist Party of Albania. With similar courage and maturity they were surmounting the old animosities, feuds and the deep gulf which had been created over centuries in the relations of our country with its Yugoslav neighbors. It is an indisputably recognized fact, accepted by all, that to describe the relations between our two countries before 1941 as embittered is putting it mildly. Over their whole range, they consist of dramas and tragedies of the gravest kind, packed with aggressions, murders and plunderings, reeking with bloody crimes which were committed openly in "modern" Europe over the territories and fate of a small, but brave and invincible people, the Albanian people. This whole grievous legacy which had been built up over decades had been created through no fault of the people's, and the Albanian people in particular have never, on any occasion, been to blame for it. The blame for this rests on the anti-Albanian policy of the monarchs of Serbia and princes of Montenegro who wanted to gobble up Albania, on the policy of violence, expansion and genocide which they, aided and abetted, openly or secretly, by the great powers of that time, had pursued towards the Albanian people and the Albanian territories. Without going any further back in history, everybody knows about the fresh great tragedy which began to be played to the detriment of the Albanian people, especially in the second half of the last century. When it became clear that the "sick man of the Bosphorus" was on his deathbed, both the hopes and possibilities that the Albanian people would win the independence which they had been seeking by force of arms for centuries, and their struggle and efforts to bring this day as close as possible, quickly mounted. But precisely when the day was approaching for Albania to throw off the yoke of Ottoman rule, new ferocious enemies, with aims identical with those of the Ottomans, thought that the time had come for them to get little Albania into their clutches. The monarchs of Italy, Austro-Hungary, Greece, Serbia, Montenegro and Bulgaria rushed to grab whatever they could from what they called "the periphery of the Ottoman Empire." This was an extremely grave and painful "reward" which the neighbors gave the brave and dauntless Albanian people, who had poured out torrents of blood in raising a strong wall against the further advance of the Ottoman hordes towards Europe. This was the deepest ingratitude towards that nation which, whether in the battles of the neighboring peoples for defense against the Ottoman onslaughts or in their movements and uprisings for liberation, had not spared its own finest sons who gave their lives precisely as if they were defending the freedom of their own people. In particular, the Serbian and Montenegrin hordes, incited by the reactionary cliques of that time, assailed the Albanian territories, killing, plundering and destroying whatever they found in front of them. The chronicles of that time are filled with the most blood-curdling events. Under fire from many enemies, who fought sometimes each on their own account, sometimes in agreement to divide the prey jointly, the Albanian people responded to the new situation with endless wars. However, the ratio of forces was such that, after shedding torrents of blood, the Albanian population was forced, with unallayable grief, to relinquish whole pieces of its homeland on the borders with Serbia and Montenegro. Besides the thousands who were killed and burned out, tens of thousands of Albanians were expelled from their lands and driven towards the south, or left to roam about Europe and Asia as refugees. Statistics show that at the end of the last century, as a result of the occupation of the outermost regions of Kosovo by Serbia, Montenegro and Austro-Hungary, about 300,000 Albanians who had been violently expelled had settled in the internal regions of the vilayets of Kosovo and Shkodra alone. Naturally, this unprecedented genocide and developing danger which threatened the whole of Albania was bound to arouse the greatest hatred and bring the whole country to its feet to resist both the Ottoman Turk and the Shkodra, a scourge worse than the Ottoman, as the people described the Serbian occupiers at that period. The Albanian League of Prizren of great fame was founded and carried out its unforgettable historic activity precisely at this grave period, setting as its objective both the struggle for freedom and independence and the struggle in defense of the integrity of the national territory, in defense of the legitimate rights of a people threatened with extermination. The Albanian patriots and people left nothing undone to prevent the menace which came from the north. They were ready to turn over the page of all the past, and there was never any lack of messages seeking friendship and good neighborly relations with the fraternal Serbian, Montenegrin, Macedonian and other peoples. But the fact is that there was no limit to the greed of the chauvinists, monarchs and princes of the neighboring countries, and as a result, the threat to Albania from the north became more and more serious. Behind them stood the blackest European reaction. Through the policy which it pursued, Serbia became, in the mind of the freedom-loving Albanian, the symbol of his sworn enemy. Gallons of blood were shed by both sides and thousands of Serbs, Montenegrins and others left their bones in our mountain passes and on our plains. Obviously, the flower of friendship could not sprout through these pools of blood, but the thorn of hatred and hostility would flourish and grow. However, the Albanians did not shed their blood on the soil of Serbia and Montenegro. The Albanians did not descend with fire and steel upon the neighboring countries and peoples. The opposite occurred. The Albanians defended their own lands, wives and children, their homes and possessions. This situation continued until 1912, when the great victory, the independence of Albania, was quickly followed by one of the greatest injustices of this century in Europe. Albania was cut in half. Kosovo and other Albanian regions were violently annexed to Yugoslavia. Naturally, if you cut the body of a country and a people in half, and artificially attach one half to another creation, such an act cannot serve as a "bridge to conciliation", "friendship", and "fraternity". If this were not enough, however, even after 1912 to 1913 the anti-Albanian policy of the Karađorđevićes and all the unscrupulous Great Serb reaction was intensified in all forms and directions. The policy of extermination, discrimination and denationalization of the Albanian population which had been placed under Serbian occupation was followed by secret plans for the annexation of other parts of Albania. The secret Treaty of London of 1915, which 2 years later the great Lenin published to the world and denounced, is further evidence of the notorious, unrelenting anti-Albanian policy, not only of the reactionary great powers of that time, but also of the then Yugoslav state, a creation of imperialism. The public denunciation of this predatory treaty did not make the face of great Serb chauvinism blush or go pale. A little later Yugoslavia once again sanctioned de jure its "rights" to the occupied Albanian territories and set out with greater zest on the course of the denationalization of the Albanian population which it had placed under occupation. At the same time it tried to find new ways to realize its old dream of gobbling up the whole of Albania. It was precisely the Serbian monarchs who came to the aid of Zog, who had fled from Albania in June 1924. It was they who kept him, found him mercenaries, supplied him with forces and weapons and created all the conditions for the future despot to carry out the counter-revolution in Albania in December 1924. In return, Zog initially gave the Serbs other pieces of Albanian territory, such as Vrmash and Shenom, and, assuredly, in time would have given them the whole of Albania, if the great gamble of the great powers had not thrown the puppet king finally into the lap of fascist Italy and set the country on the course of Italian fascist colonization. But even after this, there is a whole bitter history of open and disguised acts carried out by the reactionary governments of Yugoslavia, dominated by Serbia, in the direction of the Albanian state. When the reactionary Serbian governments saw that others had gained control of the court of Zog, they set in motion their secret agency within our country and among the reactionary Albanian immigrants in Yugoslavia and made all kinds of efforts to create an explosive situation within the Albanian kingdom. Later, under the cloak of an "uprising" against the Zogite tyranny, the Serb secret agents would turn for aid to the same Serbian circles that had brought Zog to power a few years earlier. These chauvinist circles, always ready to stage an invasion as trained whole regiments and kept them in readiness around the borders of Albania. The vanguard of these mercenary regiments consisted of hardened criminals, Yugoslav and non-Yugoslav, who, decked out in authentic Albanian national costumes, would be the first to pour over the borders at the appropriate moment. But the fact is that, despite all of their stage props, these plans remained only on paper. This occurred not only because fascist Italy and international reaction, which backed it for its own interests, would not and did not allow the Albanian apple to assuage the appetite of the great Serbs, but also because the Serbian secret agency and propaganda in Albania was able to find a favorable terrain only among a few degenerate elements without any influence, but never among broad strata and, even less, among the people. On account of the atrocities committed, Serbia had long become synonymous with evil in the mind of the Albanian. The denationalizing policy which the great Serbs pursued towards Kosovo and towards the Albanian population in Montenegro and Macedonia deepened the hatred and made any sign of reconciliation more impossible. From 1913 on, The chauvinist regime of the Great Serb bourgeoisie employed the most inhuman political, economic, ideological and military methods and means to denationalize the annexed Albanian territories and populate them with Slavs. During the years 1913 to 1927 in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia, by means of the so-called denationalization through physical elimination, more than 200,000 Albanians were killed, tens of thousands of others were imprisoned and whole Albanian villages wiped out. Fascism, which was rising in Europe at that time, was finding a worthy forerunner and fellow traveler in the Great Serbs. Stojadinovic of Serbia, together with Mussolini, prepared the plan for the division of Albania. However, the barbarous mass extermination, accompanied with other equally barbarous means, such as denationalization through the agrarian reform for colonization, denationalization through expulsion, etc., etc., were not yielding the results desired by the Great Serbs. Unfortunately for the Great Serbs, the Albanian national sentiments in Kosovo and other regions were not wiped out, either with gunpowder or with fire, but on the contrary, the number of the Albanian population on its own territories increased in relation to the Serbian and Montenegrin element in these territories. Insatiable in their cruelty and infuriated by the motto of the Albanians, "We may die but we'll not give up our country," the Great Serbs set in motion the "science" of extermination, the ideology and means of the pogrom. Precisely to this phase belonged the inhuman deeds of notorious Great Serbs of the type of Vaso Kubrilovic, Atanas Ijerusevic and other such monsters of the so-called Serbian Cultural Club in Belgrade, the vicious creation of the reactionary Serbian bourgeoisie in the years 1937 to 1939, and, regrettably, as we were to learn much later, the forerunner of institutions with the same platform in the Yugoslavia of the years from 1945 on. This is not the place, nor is it the purpose of my notes, to dwell at length on the programs and theories of extermination of these neo-Malthusians, whom the Tito regime was later to preserve and raise to the highest ranks of the scientific institutions of "socialist" Yugoslavia. I want to point out only that, on the basis of what they themselves wrote, further incalculable damage was inflicted on the Albanian population, and the hatreds and animosities which for decades had divided the Albanian people, on the one hand, from the Serb, Montenegrin and other peoples, on the other hand, became even more profound. The truth is that at the time we knew nothing about these "scientific works" and "platforms" worked out and approved, and heard nothing about the authors of them. But with grief we saw and heard about the results of their practical application. Militating in the ranks of our communist groups at the time were a number of comrades from Kosovo. They were either the sons of displaced families or individuals who had managed to leave Kosovo secretly and had come to Mother Albania to escape persecution by the Great Serbs, to continue their schooling or to find work. Our picture of the relations between our peoples in general and about the situation in Kosovo in particular was made more complete with the blood-curdling stories and facts which these comrades told us. This was the situation in 1941, when the resistance of our people to the fascist occupiers was continuing all over the country and we were faced with the urgent necessity of founding the Communist Party of Albania. As can be imagined, to seek relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia in such a situation was by no means easy and simple. To us communists, however, the problem was clear. In principle, we could never link communism with chauvinism, nor the Communist Party of Yugoslavia with the reactionary and chauvinist policy of the Yugoslav government towards Albania. The fact is that Vasil Shando, Ken Mustafa and I after a series of hesitations, Koso Tashko, too, who became the initiators for the establishment of relations with the CPY, knew little or nothing about the life, activity and situation in that party. We had heard that it had been formed after the October Socialist Revolution, that in the first 10 to 15 years of its existence it had gone through a series of ups and downs, feuds and factions, that various of its cadres had been criticized at different times by the Comintern for stands in lines that were anti-Marxist, Trotskyite, nationalist, and so on, that it had been reorganized in recent years, and was said to have placed itself on a correct line. We knew none of its leaders. Indeed, we had not heard who they were or what they were called, but the fact that the Communist Party of Yugoslavia was a member of the Comintern, the fact that it had expressed itself in favor of open struggle against the fascist danger and, after April 1941, when the Yugoslav monarchy capitulated, the fact that it had launched the slogan of raising all the peoples of Yugoslavia around itself in the fight against the Nazi fascist occupation, impelled us to link ourselves with it, as a sister party, which was fighting for that great cause, which was our cause, too. As communists, we thought and believed that, since the Communist Party of Yugoslavia had risen in struggle for a new Yugoslavia, It would finally free itself from and destroy all that legacy from the old Yugoslavia, that is, its chauvinism and its long-standing savage and unscrupulous policies against the Albanians. For these reasons, we considered the establishment of relations with the CPY a correct and mature act on our part. That is what we thought, and we were quite right. As I said, however, this was our view, the communists' view. Would the people understand this idea and aim of ours? Would they follow us in the steps which we were going to take? A whole burden of opinion built up over scores and scores of years had to be overcome, and as I mentioned above, this was not an opinion created simply by words or statements, but by torrents of blood, by villages and towns destroyed, by boys and girls cut off in the flower of their youth, by mothers left desolate, by Albanians whose deep-rooted, freedom-loving and patriotic spirit had been profoundly antagonized. Now we were going to tell them, we, the Albanian communists, are going to create close fraternal links with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, with that party in the ranks of which militate Serbs, Montenegrins, Macedonians, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnians, etc. From what has been said above, it is understandable why the Albanian has regarded the Serb with diffidence. But we were determined to take this step because we considered to be the right thing to do. Even if some of our people would not understand us at first, they would soon be convinced and understand us. We regarded the links with the CPY as something natural, as links between communists, between brothers of common ideals. We would exchange experience and assist one another in the sacred fight for the freedom and independence of our countries, and between us, on the basis of Marxism-Leninism, we could settle justly all the ugly things which history had left in the relations between our peoples. The peoples are essentially freedom-loving. Our people, in particular, have never harassed the others and have respected the heroes and peoples who have fought against invaders. Now the peoples of Yugoslavia were at war against the same enemy, the foreign Nazi fascists and the internal reactionaries. Therefore, we were convinced that our splendid people would understand and support us. Thus, with this act which we undertook to carry out, we were taking the first step not only to eliminate any eventual obstacle to the mobilization of the peoples of the respective countries in the fight for freedom, but also to make real, great progress toward settling historical injustices and overcoming the legacy of hostilities created in the past. We undertook to explain to the Albanian people, to talk to the people openly about our ideas, and we did so. Our people, our marvelous people, whose eyes have never been blinded by the diseased principles of chauvinism, understood us. We believed, indeed we were convinced, that the Yugoslav comrades thought and judged matters in the same way. Therefore, we decided to establish links with them. Time would prove to what extent they were truly Marxist-Leninists, whether they would put into practice what they declared unreservedly in their statements. In the step which we took by deciding to establish contact with the CPY at those moments, we were faced, among others, with the very great difficulty which was very hard to deal with. What was bombastically proclaimed as "the liberation of Albanian territories from the Serbian yoke," the formation of Greater Albanian, had been realized under the jackboot of fascism and in the interests of fascism. It cannot be concealed that this demagogy confused many people in Kosovo and also deceived some in Albania who called themselves nationalists. Naturally, we were not going to be and were not taken in by this trick of fascism. Therefore, we told the people clearly and precisely, we must not be deceived by the "liberation" and propaganda of this occupier which poses as a "liberator" but which in fact has enslaved the whole of Albania. We can never expect Nazi fascism, the most ferocious enemy of the freedom and independence of the peoples, to solve our problems, big or small, can never expect any benefits from fascism which has placed us in the most hideous bondage, which is maiming and killing the finest sons and daughters of the people, the plague which has set itself the aim of destroying mankind. Irreconcilable struggle against it, everywhere, at every moment. This is our immediate duty. All these things and others of the same type we discussed during those days of summer 1941, when we decided to enter into internationalist relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. We were convinced that in this way we were making the proper contribution to the great cause of the war against fascism and for the accomplishment, along with the liberation war, of the social revolution, the revolution which would solve everything. This is how we considered the matter, and this is what we decided to do, in this way performing an act worthy of genuine, mature communists, communists with clear minds and pure hearts. Ahead of us lay practice, life, the war. What would they prove to us? The truth is that the start of our relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia was a happy and promising start. As I shall relate in detail later, this had to do with all that period when the internationalist communist Mladen Popović was amongst us, especially with the period before the emissaries of Tito began to come to Albania. Beginning from March 1943, however, when Tito's first emissary Blazo Ivanović uttered the first absurd anti-Marxist claim against our party, and over the next 5 or 6 years, step by step we were to enter into conflict with Tito's men, were to clash with them and oppose them, and they were to oppose us. These were 5 or 6 years of the process of getting to know each other, a process of stern, extremely difficult and complicated struggle, a struggle against traps and plots hatched up by the Yugoslav leadership in order to subjugate us and turn us into their obedient tools. All the documents and facts prove that the leaders of the CPY, headed by Tito, had made plans to subjugate the Communist Party of Albania, to put it under their direct leadership, and consequently make our National Liberation War an appendage of their war. They had thought and planned to have their men placed everywhere by the time Albania was liberated, so they could act with Albania in every direction, politically, economically, militarily, organizationally and in the international plane, as they wished. Naturally, all this activity was hidden under the cloak of the common aims of the National Liberation War against the occupiers, under the leadership of 2 communist parties which had linked themselves like flesh to bone with the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Party and Stalin. The Yugoslavs were so conceited and had created such a megalomaniacal idea of themselves and their war, making them underrate our war, that they had reached the point of thinking that without them there would be no Communist Party and no National Liberation War in Albania. As a result of this conceit, the Yugoslav leadership minimized our war and took no interest in really informing itself about and studying our objective conditions, social and economic situations, the class struggle, the basis of the occupiers, or the glorious revolutionary past of the Albanian people. It avoided such analysis also because of the age-old anti-Albanian sentiments and aims of the Serbs and of Pan-Slav expansionism in general. The Yugoslav leadership maintained the same stand also towards the Albanians of Kosovo, whom not only it did not help to take part fully in the war against the occupier, but on the contrary sabotaged their war, always terrorized, killed and tortured them. All those whom Tito and the leadership of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia sent to us, allegedly to assist us and exchange experience, came with plans prepared in advance, with directives which they dictated to us and we were supposed to apply, came as masters of the revolution and national liberation war to their apprentices beginning from Blazo Jovanovic, Vukmanovic Tempo, Dusan Mugosa, Velimir Stojnik, Nijaz Dizdarovic down to those who came after liberation, Josip Djurja, Savo Zlatic, Sergei Krejcir, General Kuperson, and others. Their megalomania and arrogance knew no bounds. We were in opposition to and quarreled with all these people over many issues of principle, from the first contacts we had with them. Obviously, for our part, this was done over problems of the work and in a comradely way, because we considered many of their ideas and assessments, whether in connection with the situation in the army, the organization of the party, or the policy of the party, the front, and so on, to be incorrect and out of place for us. For their part they hated us and, as emerged clearly from their activity, they studied amongst us the elements most suitable to serve them for the accomplishment of their aims. Hence, the Yugoslav leadership had been at work for a long time and had decided to purge from the ranks of our leadership anyone who opposed their plans so that the way would be open to them, especially following the second plenum of the CC of the CPA in Berat, in November 1944. And throughout the whole period from liberation on, their anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian struggle and attempts became more open and more ferocious. It is difficult for those who have not lived especially through the period up to 1948 to understand and form an accurate image of that extremely complicated struggle which we had to wage in those years against the Titoites. We had to uncover the subversive struggle which those who posed and advertised themselves as friends were waging against us, to expose the savage sworn enemies, not only of our party and people, but also of Marxism-Leninism, of the theory and practice of the revolution. We had just set out on a new course of the construction of the socialist society and, understandably, experience was lacking in this direction. From ignorance mistakes could easily be made, and grasping at this, our "friends" deliberately, for ulterior motives, strove with all their might to confuse us, to put us on a fatally wrong course by offering us their "aid" and "experience". We were to cope with this evil, and we did cope with it, but only at the cost of great toil, effort and sacrifice. This was our first clash with modern revisionism. But here, too, we lacked experience. The fact that we had these enemies right inside the house as you might say, made the struggle even more complicated. We had been gravely betrayed in the trust that we had placed in them, in our communist honesty, and in the proletarian sincerity that we had shown towards them. Indeed, the Titoite spiderweb had been spun even within our own ranks. What Tito and his henchmen were unable to achieve from outside was made up for by their agents who had long been prepared by Dusan Mugosa, Vukmanovic Tempo and Velimir Stojnik, and had gone on the offensive within the ranks of our top leadership, inside our political bureau. Thus, we had to uncover, define accurately and defeat the Titoite plotting conditions not just of the lack of unity in our leadership, but of a fierce struggle which was launched from outside and from inside the sound body of our party. However, we waged this struggle, too, and crowned it with success. Fortunately for the future of the party, the homeland and socialism in Albania, Precisely at the moment when it seemed that the Titowite plot had gained control of everything, it was exposed and crushed. The relations between us and the Communist Party in the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia had reached the point of open hostility. Stalin's letters sent to the CP of Yugoslavia threw light on the anti-Marxist revisionist line and activity of the Tito clique. Many things which Tito and company had done or were doing against our party and country, now became quite clear to us. The strivings, efforts, mistakes and successes of that struggle would be turned, as they were, into a great school to raise the political and ideological level of our communists and people, into a colossal experience which was to serve us, as it did, in the new battles which would be imposed on us in the future, right down to the present day, destroying even the last cards which the Yugoslav agency kept up its sleeve for better or worse days that might present themselves in the future. The way in which our party waged this great and stern struggle to detect and attack Titoite revisionism is a whole history in itself. The whole dialectical process, from the first contacts up to the moment when we broke off all contacts or relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia once and for all, has been analyzed and summed up in many main documents and materials of our party, which belong to that time and the whole of the subsequent period. I personally, as a direct participant in this struggle from its first moments, have gone back over that period again and again. The lessons which we have drawn from that period of clashes and struggle over principles in the ideological, political, economic, organizational and military planes are inexhaustible and will remain permanently valid. The past always serves the present and the future. That is why we are going back over the 6 to 7 year period when behind the outstanding leader Tito we discovered the inveterate renegade Tito, when behind the internationalism of Tito and his henchmen we discovered nationalism and chauvinism, when behind their friendship we discovered the bonds of a new enslavement, when behind their communism we discovered the revision of Marxism-Leninism in theory and practice. Subsequently we developed and carried the struggle which we had begun long before against the Yugoslav revisionists further and further forward, and we were not nonplussed and did not retreat either in the 50s, when Khrushchev and company took the road of betrayal and embraced Tito, or in the 70s, when Mao Zedong fell on his knees before the old renegade of Belgrade. We did not retreat and were not nonplussed, in 1981, either, following the events in Kosovo caused by the savage Great Serb chauvinist oppression, when in order to cope with the situation in Yugoslavia and among world opinion, Tito's successors hatched up the most monstrous plot to disturb the situation in Albania and to overthrow the sound leadership of our party, just as the Titoites had wanted to do in Berat, on the eve of the liberation of the country, in November 1944. For about 40 years the Yugoslav revisionists have been wrong and have failed in their open plans and secret plots against Albania, and still they refuse to accept that the citadel of the party in socialist Albania cannot be taken either from outside, with armies, pressures and provocations of any kind, or from inside, through their agents of any caliber whom they have trained and held in reserve for more than 40 years, or have borrowed from the CIA, the KGB, the intelligence service, or any other agency. Our party has waged and will always wage the ideological struggle against the Yugoslav revisionists consistently, because it is thoroughly acquainted with their real features as anti-Marxists, chauvinists, and inveterate agents of imperialism. The whole history of relations between our party and the Yugoslav leadership has been and still is a history of unrelenting plots by the Titoite clique for the subjugation of our party, for the liquidation of the independence of our country. A history of the heroic resistance of the Party of Labor of Albania and our people to the diabolical plans of this clique and its endless threats and blackmail. These notes of mine are dedicated precisely to this history, especially to its first period. July 1982. Chapter 1. From the first contacts to the first doubts and frictions. Tito's first letter, a letter of advice that came too late. The truth on the Titoite claim that allegedly the CPA is created by the CPY Svetozar Vukmanovic Tempo in Albania. I have a great idea in my head. It includes Yugoslavia, Albania, Bulgaria and Greece. Fierce quarrel with Tempo in the summer of 1943. Kozizak's Tempo's first recruit. Tito seeks to preserve the domains of the old Yugoslavia. The question of Istria and the question of Kosovo. The Bujan Conference in December 1943. Dusan Mugosa crisscrosses Albania and begins recruiting agents for the Yugoslavs. Our first contacts with the Yugoslav communists indicated a promising beginning. In the autumn of 1941 the Montenegrin internationalist communist, Miladin Popovic, was among us. He had been elected secretary of the newly created Provincial Committee of the CPY for Kosovo and in the summer of 1941, after an action in Mitrovica, had been arrested by the fascists and sent to an internment camp in Albania. Those were the moments when we, the representatives of the three main communist groups in Albania, of Karsa, Shkodra and the Youth had reached agreement, in principle, on founding the CP of Albania, and one of the first joint actions which we undertook in that period to strengthen the links between the groups was that to free Miladin Popovic from the clutches of the fascists. As I have described in detail in the book of memoirs, "When the party was born," the action was carried out successfully, and from our first acquaintance with Mladen on, we saw in him a developed communist, with a vigorous militant spirit, a true friend of our party and people, ready to sacrifice even his life for the advancement of our cause. Mladen Popovich lacked experience of a top-level leader, but he lacked neither the determination to learn, nor the readiness to express his opinion with tact and maturity, without any sign of megalomania or tendency to interfere and impose himself upon us. When we became acquainted with these and other qualities of Mladen, of course, our respect for him increased, and this automatically increased our respect for the Communist Party of Yugoslavia as well. True, until the end of 1942 we had not known or had any kind of direct or indirect contact with any of the leaders of the CPY, but as I said, knowing Mladen, sometimes we said to one another, what developed and experienced cadres there must be in this party when it has a communist like Mladen Popovich militating in its ranks. Also with us at this period was Dusan Mugosa, whom we got to know a little and about whom our first impressions were favorable. It was indisputable that Dusan could not be compared with Mladen either for his experience or for his maturity and ability, and even less for any qualities as an organizer or leader. However, no one could blame Dusan for this. He seemed a resolute, active type and liked to go out to the rank and life of the party in the different regions of the country. As soon as he heard that one of our comrades of the Provisional Central Committee was to go to some region, Dusan would ask to go with him "in order to get to know the people at the base and wag my tongue a bit," as he put it. At that time we saw nothing amiss in this eagerness, but, on the contrary, we're pleased to fulfill his desire. Sometimes the comrades reported to us that in the place he visited he had a mania to be in the limelight, to speak in place and out of place even when he shouldn't have opened his mouth at all. In Vlora he confused the National Liberation Councils with the Soviets. But these things did not arouse our suspicions. He knows no better, but he doesn't mean any harm, we thought, proceeding from the good impression we had of him, and tactfully tried to correct what he damaged with his haste, rashness and sectarianism. As I said, however, he stayed with us very little, so our main worry was to keep him from falling into the hands of the enemy through carelessness rather than to consider whether or not there was anything else hidden behind his often surprising actions. In brief, up till the end of 1942 we had the best of impressions and opinions, both about the two Yugoslav comrades that we had amongst us, especially Mladen, and about the CP of Yugoslavia. Precisely at these moments the news reached us that an emissary of the CC of the CP of Yugoslavia had entered Albania and would soon reach us. His name we did not know. We had been told only that he was a cadre who came directly from the main staff of the Yugoslav leadership and was bringing important information for our party. This news pleased us, because, as I will relate later, we had been waiting for 7 to 8 months for an answer, if not through an emissary, at least in any other possible way, to the request we had made through the Yugoslav leadership to the Comintern for recognition of our new Communist Party. We took all measures to ensure our guest a trip with the least possible danger, and in the last days of December 1942 the emissary of the CC of the CPY arrived fit and well in Labanat of Elbasan. He was Blazo Jovanovic. The coming of this delegate to Albania marked the first official contact of the leadership of our party and of Mladen Popovich personally with the leadership of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. Regrettably, this first contact also marked the beginning of frictions and clashes between our two parties. Then, who was Tito's first emissary Blazo Jovanovic, and what did he bring us? The truth about an absurd claim. At the first consultative meeting of activists of the CPA held in April 1942 we had decided to inform the Comintern about the founding of the Communist Party of Albania, about the first results in the organization and strengthening of its ranks and its life, and about the general lines of its militant program. On this occasion we presented to the leadership of the Comintern our application for admission of the CPA as a member of the Communist International and the idea that we would organize the first national conference of the CPA in the near future. We considered that the best way to communicate these decisions and proposals to the Comintern was through the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia, and we charged the comrades Vasil Shando and Dusan Mugosa with the task of carrying them to the Yugoslav leadership. At the same time we expressed the desire that, if possible, the CC of the CPY should send us a delegate to take part as a guest in the first national conference of our party. When we informed Dusan Mugosa of the mission with which we had charged him he was walking on air. I thought that what pleased him most was the fact that he was being given the opportunity to meet the main leaders of his party and to boast to them about the extremely difficult and dangerous journey and the important mission with which we had charged him. As for Vasil Shanto, the true master of successful secret actions, he accepted his task with his usual quiet seriousness and set about preparations for the journey. Thus, we sent the comrades to Yugoslavia in May of that year, and to our surprise Vasil Shando was back in July. Have you carried out your task so quickly? I asked him. Only the first part of it. He told us quietly. I was only able to carry out the custom of our highlands, I took Duki safe and sound to the point where we made contact with a detachment of Yugoslav partisans in Montenegro, and then he told me, "You go back. I am going to carry out the mission alone." Unquote. Although Vasil was a type with very good self-control, generous, and who held nothing back, I noticed a tinge of dissatisfaction in the way he replied to us. Quote, "It's very good that you've come back," unquote, I said, slapping him on the back, quote, "because here we have so much work." Unquote. Quote, "That's all very well, Comrade Taras." He replied, quote, "But I think that when our Central Committee sent me it had in mind that its important proposal should be taken to the right place by an Albanian communist." Unquote. I, too, felt that Vasil was right, but, nevertheless, I did not regard Dusan's behavior as any grave offense. I thought that his mania to gain the limelight, to undertake quote onerous unquote, quote special unquote missions, after all, in the concrete case he was simply a courier, to focus the attention of those whom he would meet on himself alone, etc., were what made him tell Vasil Shando to quote go back unquote. Later I was to be convinced that in this instance, on his strange journeys quote around the country unquote in Albania and in his long quote disappearance unquote for 5 to 6 months after his arrival at Tito's staff, sinister aims and actions, carefully thought out and planned by himself and by those who had sent him to us on a mission, were concealed. However, these were things that we were to learn about and appreciate properly later. It was still the beginning, the time when we had not yet had any opportunity to enter into direct relations and contacts with the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia. And so, after months of waiting, the first delegate of the Yugoslav leadership, Blazo Jovanovic, arrived, and true enough, he brought us really important and joyous tidings, the recognition of our party by the Comintern and the directives of the Executive Committee of the International on our National Liberation War. He also brought a letter from Tito for the CC of our party and his authorization as representative of the CC of the CPY at the first National Conference of the CPA, as well as, if I am not mistaken, 1 or 2 pamphlets and, of course, Dusan Mugosa, too. We received the guest with all the honors possible in the difficult conditions of illegality, and moreover, of a poor thatched cottage at Shma. We told him in a comradely way about the state of our work in general, and he told us about the situation of the party in the war in Yugoslavia, especially about the difficult situation in Montenegro. Naturally, on this occasion we thanked him wholeheartedly for undertaking the wearisome and difficult journey to reach us in order to carry out this internationalist duty. In conversation he seemed attentive and reasonable, and with the exception of one minor friction we had in the first days, everything proceeded smoothly. The friction had to do with what Tito had written and the advice he gave us in his letter. Quote, "Comrade Tito's letter," unquote, said Blazo 2 or 3 days after his arrival, quote, "contains instructions and advice which are necessary and important for you. I am aware of what they are and we can discuss them." Unquote. Quote, "Yes," unquote, I replied, quote, "we have read the letter and carefully studied the advice of Comrade Tito and we thank him for this. However, Comrade Blazo, you will be staying here till we hold the conference of our party. During this time you will see for yourself and become acquainted better with the state of the work here, and I assure you that you will be left unclear about nothing." Unquote. Quote, "Very good," unquote, persisted Blazo, quote, "but we are talking about the instructions and advice from Comrade Tito. Do you agree with them or not?" Unquote, he asked in a tone as if talking to cadres subordinate to him. He was a commissar or commander of a partisan unit in Montenegro. I had no desire to spoil the friendly atmosphere, so I passed over the bad effects of his question with a laugh, and replied quietly, quote, "Not only now that our party is still young, but in the future, too, we will always listen carefully and considerately to the comradely opinions and the advice of friends." Indubitably, this is true of Comrade Tito's letter, too. But, Comrade Blazo, we understand the circumstances and conditions in which this letter was written. As you yourself are aware, it was written at the end of September, brought to us in December, and refers to problems which were relevant to our party before April 1942. At the same time, it refers to those problems which we ourselves raised at the first consultative meeting of the activists of the party in April, about which we informed your party through Dusan. Unquote. Quote, "Then, according to you, Comrade Tito has merely repeated what you have already raised." Unquote, said Blazo, piqued. Quote, "That's not what I said. In the materials we sent to the Comintern, we related how matters stood with us. Judging on this basis, Tito gives us certain advice. We thank him for his concern and interest." Unquote. Quote, "Is it only for this you value the letter?" Unquote, asked Blazo, in the same tone. Quote, "Please, don't misunderstand us." Unquote, I said. Quote, "Now it is January 1943, and obviously we have not been marking time since April 1942. On the contrary, we have tried to solve correctly, not only the problems of that period, but also those which have arisen since. And now, comparing our actions with the directives of the Comintern which you have just brought us, we can only rejoice when we see that we have truly acted as we should have done." Unquote. Continuing the talk, I dwelt concretely on what Tito had written in his letter, explained the development of events, and the truth is that Blasio listened to us and was convinced about what we told him. That closed the matter, and for years on end Tito's "first letter" was never mentioned again. Perhaps, it would not have been worth mentioning this letter here, either, but the fact that later the Yugoslav propaganda built it up and published it as a "message which saved the situation" as an "outstanding contribution by Tito in favor of the Albanian Party and the Albanian National Liberation War", etc., etc., impels me to dwell a little on this so-called outstanding document once again. I must say that the best assessment that can be put on Tito's first letter is that it amounted to "a letter of advice that came too late". Concretely, in December 1942, when the letter reached us, Tito "advised" our party to purge its ranks of the groupist and factionalist elements who had managed to penetrate its ranks and to settle accounts with them. As everyone knows, at the consultative meeting of the party in April and later at the special conference of the party in June 1942, when quite likely Tito did not know that the CPA had been formed, we had carried that task right through to the end. Try to establish links with the representatives of different urban groups and trends and together with them form the National Liberation Front, was Tito's further advice. However, both in December 1942, when Tito's letter reached us, and on September 22, 1942, when he sat down and wrote it, his "advice" could only make us smile. We had launched the slogan about the unity of the people on April 7, 1939, and the people and the youth had been raised in demonstrations and protests. In November 1941 the newly formed party had issued its first appeal for the unity of the people in the anti-fascist war, and after it, had issued precise directives, and important successes had been achieved in this direction. It is a known historical fact, also, that on September 16, 1942 we had organized the Conference of Pisa, where the political and organizational foundation of the National Liberation Front and the future of the people's state power were laid, had elected the anti-fascist National Liberation Council, and the organization of the front was growing bigger and stronger from day to day. Naturally, we did not blame Tito for this lack of knowledge of our situation, but neither were we to be blamed for not awaiting his advice and then carrying out the work. On the contrary, if we had simply waited for "guidance" from abroad, this would have been an unpardonable sin. However, while the "instruction" on the question of the front and, identical with it, that on the question of National Liberation Councils made us smile, something which followed made us, comrades of the leadership, laugh, and were laden along with us. In September 1942 Tito, writing from Glumac, instructed us, "You must expose the Trotskyite Zai Fundo before the members of the CPA and inform its members that he is an open enemy of the International and the party." This was a case of trying to teach your grandmother to suck eggs. We had exposed Fundo as a Trotskyite as early as in 1939, when he arrived back in Albania, and since that time we had finally settled accounts with him. Probably Tito hasn't known about this and he has written in this way from lack of information, we thought at first. But then we remembered, we had sent Tito the resolution of the founding meeting of the party in which Zai Fundo was described openly and clearly as a "declared class enemy". In this letter Tito told us that he had read the resolution. How could this be? Had he not read that paragraph? Or since he had to write something, had he written the first thing that came to mind? Very surprising. However, we were to be even more astonished over the Tito Fundo problem in September 1944. Our forces of the National Liberation Army, which were fighting for the liberation of northern Albania, captured Zai Fundo and a gang of bandits headed by Gani Chrysiu and a British officer. We gave the order that Fundo should receive the sentence he deserved. Quite unexpectedly that same Tito and his henchmen who, in 1942 gave us advice which came too late that we should settle accounts with Fundo, now came out in his defense and even demanded that we handed him over to them. How we acted on this occasion I have described elsewhere, including the book "The Anglo-American Threat to Albanian", so there's no need to dwell on it. Here we are considering the letter of 1942. It was like this from beginning to end, a letter of advice that came too late. Right at the end, however, almost in passing, as an "afterthought", Tito made this request, "The resolution which you will compile at the conference should be as short as possible." Likewise, send us the biographies of the new members of the Central Committee, together with their names, because we have to send them to the Comintern." This request made an impression on us. We asked one another whether the Comintern could really need the biographies of the members of the Central Committee of the CPA, but since we did not know how to explain this, we found the reason Tito knows about such things. Perhaps he has instructions to this effect. This, then, is all there was to Tito's letter, which the Yugoslav propaganda builds up as an important contribution to our parties pursuing a correct line. This they present as an argument in support of their claim that the growth of the CPA was allegedly due to them. But their blindness and irrestrainable chauvinist instincts lead them to self-exposure. Had they been more cool-headed, even simply in regard to their hostile claim, they would never have mentioned this letter. It is incontestable evidence of the fact that, at least until the end of 1942, when the letter reached us, the Communist Party of Albania had not had any assistance, any instruction or any directive from the CC of the CPY. At the same time, it shows that even the quote advice unquote and quote instructions unquote at the end of 1942 arrived in Albania too late to affect the issues and, consequently, were no longer of any value. But let us return to the beginning of 1943, to the days when we had Blazo Jovanovic amongst us, and examine his quote contribution unquote to our work. After he transmitted to us what they had told him to say, the fact is that he displayed discretion and quote sat on the sidelines unquote, you might say, waiting to carry out the last task for which he had been sent, to bring greetings on behalf of the CC of the CPY to the first national conference of our party. He saw for himself that we were engaged in the war and in work day and night, saw the trips that we made back and forth between Elbasan and Tirana, with our heads at stake, the meetings and contacts that we organized, and the fact is he never showed any sign of dissatisfaction. Naturally, there were occasions when he, too, became involved in the talks we held on one problem or the other. When we asked him something about one of the problems we were going to deal with in the reports to the conference, and he expressed his opinion frankly. The things he said were not particularly brilliant, and I was soon convinced that, about the problems of organization, in particular, and the leadership and life of the party as a whole, he did not know much. Perhaps the fact that he had been engaged mainly in military problems explains this. However, during the whole period up to the conference, Blazo never exceeded his authority, did not try to impose anything on us, just as he had nothing to contribute when we asked him. In brief, he spent 2 to 3 months with us in normal relations, often without making his presence felt at all, but nevertheless in a friendly atmosphere. And this same Blazo Jovanovic gets up at the first national conference, amongst the delegates from all parts of Albania, and, quite unexpectedly, drops a gem, quote, 2 Yugoslav communists created the Communist Party of Albania, unquote. He was referring to Mladen Popovic and Dusan Mugosa. Mladen Popovic did not allow the very serious impression that this crazy statement made to last long. As soon as Blazo finished speaking, Mladen Popovic stood up and addressed both him and us, quote, no one should ever imagine, unquote, stressed Mladen amongst other things, quote, that we 2 members of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia created the Communist Party of Albania. No, the truth is that you yourselves, the Albanian communists, created the Communist Party of Albania, and if there has to be any mention of my role, or the role of anyone else from outside, that is nothing but what in the relations between sister parties is called internationalist fraternal aid and support. You would have created your Communist Party in any case, as you did, even if we had not been here. Unquote. 1. At this firm declaration Blazo Jovanovic went pale and pursed his lips, but he never opened his mouth, either at that moment or during the few days he stayed after we ended the conference. Despite our surprise and the very bad impression which he aroused with his allegation, we ourselves did not give importance to such a statement, which seemed to us, as the communists we were and in the way we conceived matters, merely a chance aberration. Therefore we did not see any sense in delving any further into how and why such a statement slipped from Blazo's mouth. By this time we knew both his capacity and his nature, and we thought that this absurdity could be regarded simply as one of those preposterous things and theses he put forward from time to time. Nevertheless, a series of doubts arose in our minds. Blazo had spent more than 2 months amongst us, we had talked with him time and again, and as I said, we had had one friction with him. How did it come about that this gaffe did not escape him during these 2 months or so, but precisely at the first conference of the party? Had it been simply an expression or quote idea and unquote that had unquote suddenly unquote occurred to him, then it would have been more natural for it to have arisen in a chance conversation or argument. Whereas he said it precisely, not when he was speaking or arguing in his own name, but when he was delivering a greeting on behalf of the CC of the CP of Yugoslavia. Then, was it just a slip, or was Blazo instructed to let it drop, as though by accident, in the main forum of our party? However, these were only doubts which arose in our minds those days, and we had no other reason or fact which would make us think that the allegation was not Blazo's own. In the letter which I mentioned, Tito did not make even the remotest allusion in this direction, while Blazo himself, after Mladen's immediate reply, closed his mouth tight, and we left it at that in the belief that it was simply an aberration of the delegate. Matters were to develop, and the day would come when we would be convinced that both the bad impression and our doubts of March 1943 aroused by Blazo Jovanovic's allegation were not without foundation. Thus, the day would come when Tito and his henchmen, in the course of all sorts of savage accusations and slanders against us, would openly publicize one of their most absurd and unscrupulous claims, the claim that they, the Yugoslavs, had allegedly formed the Communist Party of Albania. From the moment when this claim was first made openly down to this day we have rejected this fabrication of the Titoites, not only with indignation, as such a crazy claim deserves, but also with calm arguments we have explained the whys and wherefores of things, and in particular, we have uncovered and denounced the sinister megalomaniacal and hegemonic aims lurking behind it. All the documents of our party which refer to this claim are proof of this. I personally, in a series of speeches, reports, articles and in my notes, have dealt extensively with the truth about it. However, since our relations with the Titoites are the main subject of these notes and reminiscences, I consider it reasonable to dwell once again on the truth about this claim. The fact that this claim has served the Titoites as the basis, as the central pillar upon which all their anti-Albanian activity and propaganda has been built up, makes this even more necessary. In the first place, the Titoites' claim that they allegedly created the Communist Party of Albania cannot stand from the viewpoint of theory, of principle. In this respect it is a blatant violation of the law of development of communist parties in general, and the principles on which they are born, created and strengthened in particular. We know that Marxism-Leninism always regards the internal cause, the internal factor, as the main determining factor in the birth and evolution of every phenomenon. The process of the birth and formation of a communist party can never be an exception to this law. Hence, the process of the founding of our Communist Party cannot be an exception to it, either. Had the internal factor, the Albanian factor, not existed, had the internal conditions not existed and been ripe for it, a Communist Party could not have been created here, either with 2 or 10 Yugoslav communists, or even if the whole Yugoslav leadership had come to Albania. Hence, the CPA was not created because of the whim or demand of a certain Tito from Yugoslavia, but it was created because the Albanian people, the Albanian communist movement, which had been striving for this result for more than a decade, demanded its birth as something indispensable. The historical moment through which the country was passing, the past, the present and the future of Albania itself demanded it. Another fact which testifies to this, when Tito and company were allegedly so "strong" and "capable" that they could create a communist party in Albania from outside, why did they not do this, let us say, in 1935, 1937, 1939, or in 1940? Was it only in 1941 that they "discovered" that on the borders of Yugoslavia there was Albania, which was waiting for the "creator" Tito to say, "Let there be the party," just as, according to the Bible, the world waited for the "great creator" to say, "Let there be light." If there is anything further to be said on this aspect of the problem, then it is no fault of ours that there is only room for irony. The absurdity of such "creators" deserves nothing else. In the concrete case, the Titoites' claim collapses not only from the theoretical viewpoint. The very practice of the founding of the Communist Party of Albania is another argument which is a slap in the face for them. It is truly ridiculous that on the one hand, the Titoite build up the gigantic claim that they created the Communist Party of Albania, while, on the other hand, in proof of this, they bring out a Lilliputian argument the fact that the Yugoslav communist, Miladin Popovic, and, as his interpreter and associate, Dusan Mugosa attended and took part in the founding meeting of our party. Our party has never concealed or denied the presence of these 2 comrades at the founding meeting and subsequently, just as it has never hidden or denied anything else about their stay and work in Albania. It is Tito and company who have deliberately hidden and denied the most important aspects of this problem. Concretely, first, the Yugoslav leadership has always passed over in silence the fundamental fact that Miladin Popovic was not sent to Albania either by Tito, or by the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia. He emerged from the ranks of Montenegrins Albanians and had gone underground in Kosovo. In the summer of 1941 he was arrested by the Italian fascists and sent to Albania, to the internment camp at Pekin. We carried out an operation to release him from internment, and this occurred precisely at those moments when we, the representatives of the 3 main communist groups, had reached agreement to hold a meeting to found the Communist Party of Albania. As I have described in detail in the book of memoirs "When the Party was Born," at that period we had taken the initiative to make contact with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and expressed the desire that it should send us a comrade to attend and to assist us in the great event we had before us. Since it chanced that we liberated Miladin Popovic and he was in Albania, we asked him to stay for a time as a "third" neutral party amongst us. After we reached agreement with him, we also sought authorization from the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia. About the end of October 1941 Dusan Mugosa brought its authorization and, after this, Miladin Popovic linked himself more closely with us in our work, and in this context also took part in the founding meeting. Second, not only was Miladin Popovic not sent to us from Tito's staff, but he took part in our founding meeting without having any orientation, directive, instruction, etc. from the Yugoslav leadership about any "special role" in this event. It was we ourselves, the Albanian communists, participants in the meeting, who guided and ran its proceedings from start to finish as Marxism-Leninism taught us. There we had no "orientations" or "instructions" of any kind from outside, either from the Yugoslav Party, or even from the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, or any other party. Up till now at least, even the anti-Albanian propaganda of the Titoites has never fabricated any "document" to "prove" the opposite. Then, how could a communist party have been created by a member of another party, moreover, when he had not been directly delegated by this party and had no directions or instructions from it? Only the logic of Titoites can unravel this. Third, as I mentioned above, and as he proved throughout his entire stay in Albania, Mladen himself never assumed "merits" which did not and could not belong to him. On the contrary, with indignation and determination he rejected any illusion or cunning flattery which Tito's delegates tried to make in order to attribute to him a role which, not even a whole party, let alone one person, could perform from outside. In short, only those who could and whose duty it was, the Albanian Communists, founded the Communist Party of Albania. The Yugoslavs' claim on this problem, then, is nothing but the assumption of undeserved merits. However, the permanent persistence of the Belgrade revisionists to assume a role which does not belong to them should not be seen simply as their mania to boast, to win fame, to use this as another shiny medal on their chest covered with decorations for "great heroic deeds." No, as a whole history has proved, they assumed the role of the "creators" of the CPA with the aim that their "creature" should behave towards them like an infant to its parent, be educated and raised in their spirit and, hence, become a blind and obedient tool in the service of the "mother party", the CP of Yugoslavia. The whole history of the relations of the CPA with the CPY, especially beginning from the summer of 1943 up to the beginning of 1948 and later, is a history of the struggle against the aims, attempts and plots of the CPY and the Yugoslav state to subjugate and enslave our party and the new Albanian People's State, a history of the heroic resistance of the leadership of our party and state, not only to avoid subjugation, but also to attack the betrayal openly, ceaselessly and without any hesitation. This we shall examine later. Here it is in order to point out that, just as the Yugoslav pretension about who created the CPA is absurd and without any foundation, their other pretension, that our party is allegedly indebted to the CP of Yugoslavia for its growth, strengthening and line during the years of the National Liberation War, is equally absurd and without foundation. This pretension, too, they base on the role of their emissaries in Albania. As I have stated, up till the end of 1942 neither the leadership of the CPA, Mladen, nor anyone else amongst us had had any kind of contact, had received any kind of letter or material from the CPY. In fact, we hadn't even any information about what the comrades of the sister party were doing, and how matters stood with them. With this I do not want to imply in any way that we were annoyed because for a year or so they showed no signs of life and gave us no kind of help. No, we could imagine the difficult conditions in which they had to fight, and it was our heartfelt desire and wish that things would go as well as possible with them for the good of the fraternal Yugoslav peoples, for the good of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, and for the good of the liberation war of the world anti-fascist coalition. Naturally, I do not want to imply, either, that we did not feel the need for an exchange of experience with comrades of the same ideal, especially in the conditions when our party was young, the comrades without any experience, and the conditions in which we fought extremely difficult. But to do nothing and to pretend that you have done everything, as is the concrete case with the leadership of the CPY, this we have not accepted and never will accept. To convince people about their "contribution", Tito's spokesmen were also to talk about the role of Blazo Jovanovic, especially at the first national conference of the CPA. This is a claim which should not even be mentioned by people with pure hearts and sounded judgment. With the exception of what he said about the creation of the CPA, Blazo Jovanovic made no other "contribution", even for those who had sent him, let alone for us. We Albanian communists, now organized in the ranks of a party with more than a year's experience in the fire of the war, had undertaken the work for the preparation and holding of the first conference of the party, and we carried it through to the end, as we did with everything else. I have described in detail the work that we did for this conference, therefore it is unnecessary to repeat what is already known. I want only to add something, later, especially in the grave situation which Tito's men created before and during the Berat plenum, in November 1944, amongst other things they accused me, as well as others, of a "grave" mistake which we had allegedly permitted at the first national conference, the procedure followed in the election of the Central Committee of the party. And what was this "mistake" that was exaggerated so much that Tito's emissary Velimir Stojnic shook his finger at us so hard as soon as he arrived in Albania, at the end of August 1944, that we wondered what terrible thing we had done. The truth is that the way in which we acted over the elections at the first national conference of the CPA was not any great mistake, especially in the conditions of that time, and the main thing is that we had no ulterior motive in the procedure we followed. The candidates were proposed to the delegates not by name, but, for reasons of security, by description of their characteristics. They went like this: a comrade is proposed who has these or those qualities, has these or those good points or weaknesses, has this past, has inclinations to this sector, has weaknesses in this direction, etc. The delegates approved those who seemed to them the best, even if we assume that this procedure may have been wrong. After all, this was an internal matter for our party and was imposed on us by the conditions of deep illegality. The important thing was the fact that we proceeded from the principle that each communist is a leader, and we sincerely believed that mentioning not names, but qualities, was more democratic and with less possibility of subjective judgment. This, we reasoned, was the best way, and this is what we did. At the same time, we admit that we did not have the necessary experience of the procedure of elections to such high forums. It never occurred to us, or to Milade, that we were acting wrongly. The only person among us who had experience in this matter was Blazo Jovanovic, but he told us nothing. However, time was to make clear that Tito and his emissaries would seize on this "mistake", not because the violation of the "rules of procedure" on our part was painful to them. The main reason lay elsewhere. By acting in this way, keeping the names secret in the elections, Tito's demand that we should send him the names and surnames and biographies of the members of our Central Committee could not be fulfilled in the way he wanted. Precisely on this point we had unwittingly trodden on Tito's toes, and, when he sent Stojnik to Albania later, he did not forget to instruct him to rap our knuckles over the "mistake" of March 1943. Matters reached such a point that when Nako Spru, Kozizaks, Sejfler Malsheva and others associated themselves with Stojnik, this "procedural mistake" completely overshadowed the indisputable success of the conference itself. As is known, the organization of the conference was in order and the delegates were elected according to all the norms of democratic procedure. Despite the difficult circumstances, the spirit of the reports and the contributions to the discussion were more than healthy. Each delegate had the right to speak, to ask questions, to interject, to discuss, to criticize and to propose. However, Tito's accusation over "the election procedure" belonged to another period about which I will speak in detail later. Here I want only to emphasize the truth that, including the first national conference of the CPA, that is, up until the end of March 1943, the aid of the CC of the CPY for our party was totally non-existent. Of course, we would never have mentioned such a thing of Tito and his henchmen, if, for their part, they had not loudly trumpeted claims to the contrary. Tito's "roving ambassador" spins the threads of the web over the Balkans. We had just successfully concluded the proceedings of the First National Conference and were engaged in carrying out the great tasks that the conference placed before us. The delegates had gone back to the regions, the cities, and battalions. Likewise, after they had received the necessary instructions and directions, most of the comrades elected to the Central Committee and the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the party had gone to the base to give the work there their direct guidance. Precisely during one of these days, when I was working on a material, it seems to me I was making the final corrections to the text of the resolution of the conference. Suddenly and in totally unknown circumstances, a Yugoslav popped up in Labanat of Ubasan. I say "popped up", not so much for the fact that until that moment we did not know who this person was, where he came from, where he was going in those difficult times or why, but more especially because of the endless problems, the tangles, the accusations and traps which he created for us from the moment we met him and for years on end subsequently. An anti-Albanian and anti-Marxist of the first water, a frenzied great Serb chauvinist, brutal and a power seeker. This is how he would seem to us when he turned up 3 or 4 months after our first meeting, again in the difficult autumn of that year, and again in 1945 and 1947. This political gangster, in calling him this I am not exaggerating at all, who in the spring and summer of 1943 was suddenly to push his way into the leadership of the party and sow the seeds of disruption and diversion, just as "suddenly" after liberation was to find the way to push himself into and dictate to the supreme organs of our army. Years were to go by, matters were to take the course they did, and when we had completely forgotten him, just as unexpectedly as in March of 1943, he was to turn up again on another black night, this time thousands of kilometers from Albania, in Moscow. One night, well after midnight, the telephone was to ring insistently and the voice of Anasis Mikoyan informed me that Svetozar Vukmanovic Tempo 1, the man of March 1943, was seeking a meeting with me. Very soon I was to be convinced that his frowning self-important attitude at the moment of introduction had not arisen from the fact that I kept him waiting for some time. As I said, I was working on a material. No, this was his permanent nature. On my way back from Macedonia and the Greek zones en route for Montenegro and Kosovo, I heard you were here. Let's see what these Albanians are doing, I thought, and decided to pay you a short visit. He said solemnly and waited apparently for me to express my thanks. I merely remained silent in order to let him know that he ought to correct the expression. these Albanians, But this made no impression on him. He told us, in confidence, that he was the main delegate of the CPY and the General Staff of the Yugoslav NLA for Macedonia, and went on, since Macedonia, on account of its past and present history, is the key problem of the Balkans, I am more or less obliged to involve myself with all these territories where Bulgaria, Greece, Macedonia, Albania and Serbia converge. The times are difficult and the problems are extremely difficult, but we can't help that, we'll come out on top. He ended his introduction with that same tone with which he had started and began to look around to see what effect the knowledge of all this heavy burden that history had placed on the shoulders of this 30-year-old, had made on us. Conceited and haughty, this was the first impression that struck my mind there and then about the man of the Balkans. However, he had come as a guest and perhaps fatigue in the struggle against difficulties had worn him out and he had lost control of himself for a moment. So, to soften the atmosphere, I began to speak. I thanked him for the chance visit he was paying us, told him that it was a joy for us when we met communists from sister parties and, regardless of the functions they performed in their own parties, we considered the exchange of opinions with them mutual aid, and better acquaintance with one another, very important. I don't want to detain you long because you have a long way to go, I told him and added, but there is one thing you should bear in mind, if you have occasion to pass through Albania again, don't take unnecessary risks, as you have done this time. We would not like to hear that the fascists had captured a communist from a sister party somewhere in Albania, especially in the case of a comrade with all those responsibilities you mentioned to us. Surrender to us, I said laughing, and our comrades, who are everywhere, will take you wherever you have to go, It was plain that this pleased him. He thanked me for the offer of assistance and immediately added, I am always traveling from one place to another. I hadn't planned this meeting, but some knowledge of the situation in your country would be of great help to me in my work. We can also exchange opinions about the situation in Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Greece. I have come from there and I believe that their problems are not without interest for you. Do you agree? We had no reason to oppose a free exchange of opinions. Moreover, after my words, it seemed that he toned down his bragging somewhat. I started by giving him a brief picture of the life and activity of our party from the time of its founding, told him something about the work with the Front, with the National Liberation Councils, as well as about the cities, battalions and other partisan units. I dwelt a little more extensively on the proceedings of the First National Conference of the party and its very important decisions, especially about the new, higher phase which our war had entered, about the organization and strengthening of our National Liberation Army, about the creation of the General Staff of the Army in the near future, etc. Not without purpose, I spoke to him in a very quiet and sincere way, bearing in mind to point out the successes achieved and the struggle waged for them, as well as the shortcomings and weaknesses observed and our critical stand towards them. I acted in this way in order to pave the way for our guest and let him understand that this is the spirit in which we talked to comrades and that we expected the same comradely spirit from them. But all this remained only a pious wish. From the exposé which the Comrade General Secretary gave us, began Tempo as if he were speaking at some meeting between parties. I see that you have made progress. I am pleased about this. I have some comments, I think Ramadan Sitaka was translating, about your work up to date, but first, I want to give you a picture of the situation in Macedonia and of how the Bulgarian and Greek communists understand the character of the war. From all the things he prattled about in this first conversation, as well as on 2 or 3 other occasions during the summer of that year, he wanted to present himself, not simply as an expert on Balkan problems, but as a great politician of the Balkans, as a person who was in a position, there and then, to reach conclusions and take stands of decisive importance both from the tone in which he spoke and from the cut and dried manner in which he issued his phrases, as though they were the last word he gave the impression that you were facing a man who held all the strings of the Balkans in his hands and that the present and future of the countries of this region depended on him alone. We were very unfavorably impressed by this person's open lack of respect towards the leaders of the 2 sister parties of Bulgaria and Greece, as well as by his use, from beginning to end, of the term stereotyped and stereotypism. We were soon to learn what he was getting at. The Bulgarian comrades, he told us among other things, do not act according to the existing situation, but imitate the experience of the past, learned from books in a stereotyped way. They are waiting for strikes and demonstrations to break out in the cities, as in Russia in 1917, and then they will begin the next phase, the armed insurrection. This means to put an end to the war against the occupiers before it has even begun. And the Greeks are doing the same thing. They have concentrated on the cities alone and expect to seize power later through parliamentary discussions. These things are asinine. He exclaimed without the slightest embarrassment. We were soon to get used to this vocabulary which this Serbo-Montenegrin had on the tip of his tongue. Everybody knows, Unquote, he continued, quote, that a person with any brains ought to see a bit further than the end of his own nose, but not in a stereotyped way, not failing to see or underrating what, you might say, is right under his nose. I am referring, unquote, he said, all arrogance, quote, to the experience of our party and our general staff. We are in the mountains. We are waging the great war without waiting for the Bulgarians and the Greeks' strikes and demonstrations. This is the example that should be followed, especially in the Balkans, unquote, he said, quote, and we are not going to keep it from anybody, unquote. He paused for a moment and then he turned to me, quote, so, I am pleased that you, too, have begun the war in the mountains, the partisan war. This is a good sign, but you must speed things up. You are still in the stage of citas and guerrilla units. Forget about the guerrilla units in the cities, fill the mountains with partisans because, I tell you, if the struggle is concentrated in the cities alone, then you fall into stereotypism, blindly copy the experience of others. Whatever the revolution, it is the experience of. Unquote. This communist braggart was flying very high. Was it his custom to speak with such brutal arrogance, or did he consider us, quote, juniors, unquote, and think that he could say whatever came into his head to us? I could not permit him to go on like this, in that tone and with those words. I interrupted him, quote, we do not know the sister parties of Bulgaria and Greece at first hand, and we have not had the occasion and possibility to know their current situation in detail. For this reason I do not consider it in order, unquote, I continued, quote, for us even to speak about them and their line here. However, since you have had your say, I have to tell you my opinion, unquote. Quote, I raised this only as an example with no intention of discussing them, unquote. Tempo tried to excuse himself. Quote, this is simply a free conversation, unquote. Quote, and I shall speak freely, too, unquote, I said and continued, quote, for them as two communist parties, members of the Comintern, we have always nurtured the same feelings and opinions as for your party and for any other communist party. For such leaders as Comrade Dimitrov in particular, we have always had the best of opinion. I tell you this because the way you speak about the leadership of the Bulgarian Communist Party simply astonishes us, unquote. Quote, we, too, have respect for Comrade Dimitrov, unquote, put in Tempo. Quote, but in the concrete instance even he is for pursuing a stereotyped line, unquote, on the question of the war against the occupiers. Perhaps this comes about because he works in Moscow in the Comintern and is acquainted with no other experience than that of earlier revolutions and the war of the Red Army. Precisely here stereotypism. Unquote. Quote, you make much use of the term stereotype, and from what I can see, with this you imply, first of all, the experience of the October Revolution. Or am I mistaken? Unquote, I said bluntly. Quote, in some ways I mean that, too, but let us understand. Unquote. Quote, excuse me, unquote, I interrupted, quote, but for us the October Revolution and all its experience is something sacred. Perhaps we have not gone into matters quite as deeply as you, unquote, I said, not without irony, quote, but one thing we know very well, the revolution, especially the October Revolution, is a great thing, a name, a world phenomenon which, above all, means the radical overturning of society. It does not include only strikes and demonstrations, as you said, but above all, it contains in itself the final struggle with such authoritarian means as rifles, artillery and machine guns. Hence, for us, the revolution is a struggle which is developed gradually and uninterruptedly through all its forms, methods and means, from the most elementary to the general armed insurrection. Unquote. Quote, we don't deny these things, unquote, he interjected, quote, but you are going into theory. I was talking about the present war, unquote. Quote, that's what I am speaking about, too, unquote, I said, quote, and by no means simply in the field of theory. I want to tell you that in our whole line we base ourselves on and learn from the irreplaceable experience of the October Revolution above all, of course, while trying to acquaint ourselves with it as thoroughly as possible and to adopt it in conformity with the time, circumstances and conditions of the situation today, unquote. I noticed that he was waiting impatiently for me to finish. He was drumming irritably and impatiently on his boots with a twig of wild cherry. Quote, this is a complete misunderstanding, unquote, he said. Quote, I was referring to something else. But let us leave these things. The problem is that, unquote. Quote, and I also have something to say in connection with what you said about the Bulgarian comrades, especially about Comrade Dimitrov, unquote, I persisted. Quote, I repeat that we have had no direct contact with them and have no concrete knowledge of the state of affairs with them. However, I think that you are wrong when you say that Comrade Dimitrov is against the immediate development and breadth of the armed struggle against the Nazi-fascist occupation. Unquote. Quote, I spoke about what I saw and heard, unquote, Tempo interjected. Quote, a few months ago, unquote, I objected. Quote, we received the directives of the Comintern about the line of our party in the National Liberation War. I am certain that in defining the instructions and directives that the Comintern issues, Comrade Dimitrov has his say and a major place. Unquote. Quote, indisputably. Unquote, said Tempo. Quote, he is engaged directly with the Comintern. Unquote. Quote, how then? Unquote, I asked, quote, are we to understand what you said, when, in the directives which are sent to us, we are not told wait in the cities, busy yourselves only with strikes, but are told develop and deepen the war, mobilize all the forces in the armed struggle against the fascist occupiers. Unquote. Tempo's face went red. However, he still persisted in his opinion, while stressing that he did not know the directives that had come to us, but knew, quote, the concrete reality and the line of the Bulgarian comrades, unquote. I did not allow him to say any more about the others, and he himself drew in his horns, while repeating that he did not open up that theme in order, quote, to speak ill of third parties, unquote, but simply for a, quote, consultation between comrades, unquote. The time came for him to issue, quote, some comments, unquote, about our work. From the first, quote, comments, unquote, I saw that he was not so uninformed about our situation as he had pretended to be at first. After saying a few things perfunctorily and, quote, sweetening us up, unquote, with some talk about our successes, he found it order to list his, quote, comments, unquote. Quote, first, unquote, he said, quote, sectarian tendencies and stands have been displayed by the party over collaboration with and approaches to strata and groups of individuals with influence among the people. Second, the liberation character of the war should be linked more closely with the problem of the elimination of the old regime, hence, with the creation of national liberation councils. Third, the partisan cities and units should not be considered cities of the party. Fourth, unquote, quote, we should denounce the Trotskyite Zai-Fundo as an enemy of the party, unquote, interjected there and then. Tempo was shocked and dumbfounded by my interjection, but quickly tried to recover himself. Quote, yes, unquote, he said, quote, I was going to speak about him, too. Unquote, quote, Comrade Tempo, unquote. I said quietly, quote, these things that you are mentioning to us, we have read 2 or 3 months ago in the letter which Comrade Tito sent us, and we have discussed them at length with Blazo. It seems that you, too, have been well informed about them. We can only be pleased about this general interest of yours in our problems. Unquote. Quote, why, don't you want us to be interested? Unquote, he asked irritably. Quote, have you no need for aid? Or do you consider our comments out of order? Unquote. Quote, very briefly I told him what we had discussed and what we thought about those things which Tito wrote, and, in order to take him down a peg or two, I told him bluntly, unquote, in principle those comments might have some basis, but we received them too late. They reached us when those things no longer existed as problems for us. It is of even less value to talk about them now. Unquote. Quote, perhaps, unquote, said Tempo. Quote, but when you were speaking at first about the line of the party, you continuously mentioned the term our partisan units, or our cities. You are speaking as General Secretary of the party, are you not? Unquote. Quote, I certainly am. Unquote. Quote, then it turns out that you, too, consider the cities and battalions as units of the party. Precisely, this is a mistake of a sectarian character. They are the armed forces of the people, not simply of the party. Unquote. Quote, let us not play with words. Unquote, I interrupted him. Quote, when we say our units and cities, we always have in mind the people and the party. Of course, they are armed forces of the people, because the people, the peasants, the workers and the youth, are filling their ranks. But, unquote, I continued, quote, we do not in any way consider it a mistake. In fact, we cannot even distinguish the mistake, you see, when we link the cities and other partisan units closely with the party. Our Communist Party is the sole creator, the irreplaceable organizer and leader of them. We inherited nothing from the old army of the ex-king, not even a squad of soldiers, let alone larger units. Thus, all the forces which have gone to the mountains are the fruit of the correct line of our party which has created them, and in this direction we are not wrong when we call the partisan units ours. Now we have other major tasks ahead of us. We are going to organize big fighting units, starting from brigades, and are about to set up the general staff of our National Liberation Army. We can never conceive these formations and organs apart from the party, apart from its role as founder and leader. Unquote. This person with whom I was talking had a strange habit. Whenever he felt himself in a tight spot, he would say, quote, all right, unquote, and immediately hop off arrogantly to some other subject. This is what happened in all the talks we held with him. Quote, I don't deny the role of the party, but it is a mistake to speak like that, because it appears as if the units are comprised only of communists. Unquote, he put in. Quote, that's absurd. Unquote, I said. Quote, there are many fighters in our cities and battalions and their ranks are increasing ceaselessly. How can it be thought they are all communists? No, Comrade Tempo, this could not happen. The communists are the vanguard, the forefront of the fighters. They are their, quote, outstanding leaders, but not the whole effective of fighters. Unquote. Quote, then it turns out, at least, that your staffs are comprised only of communists. This, too, is a criticism we have for you. Since it is a people's army, non-communist elements ought to be included in the staffs, and this work should not be left in the hands of communists only. Unquote. Quote, there's no basis for this criticism, either. Unquote, I retorted. Indeed, I can tell you that most of the leading bodies of our military units are not comprised of communists, but honest patriots, fighters who want the freedom and independence of the homeland and who have consciously embraced the line of our Communist Party. Naturally, in all this work we stress as the main thing the fact that the Central Staff, the leading staff which determines the line, which leads the front, the work of the National Liberation Councils and the entire war, is the party. This we do not deny. On the contrary, we consider it the fundamental factor in the main victory we have achieved. Unquote. Soon I was to be convinced that it was not the way in which we operated in the front, the work with the nationalists, or the role of communists and elements not organized in the party, in the staffs, that Tempo was worrying about. He repeated the things we had read in Tito's letter apparently to show us that he knew how to make concrete criticism. But after our objections he did not enter into debate. He had something else at the back of his mind. Big staffs must be created without fail, he said, continuing the talk, because we can't do without them. You, Comrade Enver, said that the leading, central staff is the party. I agree, but the party is the party while the staff is the staff. The latter has its own functions and role, especially in the direction of following up and coordination of the fighting actions. You have remained at the stage of staffs of citas and battalions. You have delayed too long. Where are your brigade staffs? Where is your general staff? We're listening to you, Comrade Tempo. I broke in abruptly. But, please remember where you are speaking and why you are speaking. I told you in a comradely way about the development of the war and of our partisan formations up to the First National Conference. Likewise, I told you about the concrete tasks which the conference set in the direction of the creation of bigger fighting formations, and in this context, also about the formation of the general staff of our army in the near future. But where are they? He interrupted again with an impatience which I could not understand. In the mountains. I said, raising my voice. In the villages and cities of Albania, everywhere that a whole people, with their party at the head, are being organized, mobilized and are fighting. Don't you concern yourself, Comrade Tempo, about whether our affairs are going properly. Everything will be done as it should, at the proper time, and not just as I, you, or anybody else fancies. I understand, Comrade Enver. He suddenly softened his tone. But look how matters stand. For some time I've been turning over a great idea in my head. It includes Yugoslavia, Albania, Bulgaria, and Greece. Since it includes the whole of the Balkans it really is a big idea. I jibed gently. Yes, the whole of the Balkans. He repeated without hiding his satisfaction and continued. I have an idea in my head about a big staff, a staff above the staffs, as you might say, a universal organization. Do you understand? I'm listening. I replied to avoid saying I could not agree with what he was telling me. This staff, he continued, will be an inter-Balkan staff, or let us call it a Balkan staff for short, and I think it should be comprised of representatives of the general staffs of all the Balkan countries. It would be charged with important functions, I felt this was not the time for sarcasm, or for taking what he said lightly. Therefore, I pulled myself together to listen with all the attention that his idea deserved. Apparently he noticed the sudden change in my attitude and he immediately lowered the euphoric tone of what he was saying. Let us be quite clear, he said, that I mentioned these things to you only because I chanced to pass through these parts. I'm still turning over the idea in my head, you might say, as a draft idea. I've exchanged some opinions with a comrade of the Greek party and with one of the Bulgarian party, but I mentioned it to them, too, just like this, in passing. I only wanted to set them thinking. The idea still needs time to mature. I have to elaborate it, then we shall put it forward in the proper way. But, he continued, to round off this talk which we have had, I still insist on what I said earlier. You must create your staffs, especially the general staff, as soon as possible. This has great importance. Assuming for a moment that we reach agreement with the Bulgarian and Greek comrades that we should concretize the idea of the Balkan staff, assuming that you agree, too, how are you to take part in it when you still do not have your general staff? This is what I was getting at, he said and looked up at me to see my reaction. The main thing is that we must have the leading staff, the party, I told him. With it at the head, the commands and staffs of units of a higher level will be created at the proper moment, in conformity with the needs and the rates of the development of the war. As to the exact moment when they will be created, this, I think, you are not asking to know, and I have no reason to tell you. It is a matter for the Central Committee of our party and the General Council of the National Liberation Front. It seems to me you have misunderstood me. Interrupted Tempo, who had been listening to me with his eyes on the ground. I told you all this in relation to the idea I have in my head. This is what's on my mind. To tell the truth, Unquote, I replied, quote, such an idea has never crossed our minds, so I cannot take any stand about it, either on behalf of the CC of the party, or even on my own behalf. Moreover, as you said, you yourself have not elaborated it, hence it is just a rough idea turning over in your mind. Later, perhaps, you will concretize it better, and possibly consult with the comrades of your party and sister parties. Unquote. Quote, certainly, certainly. Unquote, said Tempo. Quote, but no longer just in passing. Unquote, I said, half jokingly, and continued, quote, if this problem is put before us we shall discuss it and give our opinion. As for your concern, that perhaps you and the others might join in that staff and we be left out since we still have no general staff of the army, set your mind at rest. In any case, unquote, I added still half jokingly, quote, I don't believe that participation or non-participation of our staff would spoil your idea. Unquote. Quote, oh, no. It is a matter of a Balkan unity, a fraternal unity of this sort between our peoples and countries. Unquote. Quote, we will never hinder anything which serves the common fight against the Nazi-fascist occupiers. Unquote. I told him, quote, but let us close this question. You yourself said that it is still too early to discuss it. We have more urgent problems to solve. Unquote. Quote, agreed. We shall see each other again. Unquote, said Tempo, who stood up and shouldered his knapsack. He seemed gloomier than when he arrived. Apparently he had thought that all he would hear from us would be quote, so be it. Unquote. The truth is, however, that in this first meeting we behaved with him in a very comradely way, indeed more so than was necessary, were patient and kindly towards him and what he said. He went away just as suddenly as he came. It seems to me that he turned up again at our staff a little later and again disappeared towards Macedonia and Greece, only to return one or two other times about the end of July and the beginning of August of that year. I have never been clear about how many times Tempo came and went in the period between March and August 1943. Perhaps this is because on these trips he raised only one problem, one issue, the quote Balkan staff. Unquote. During one of these appearances and disappearances, at the end of June, as far as I remember, he said to me, quote, what about allowing Comrade Kozizaks to come to Thessaly with me? We can hold the meeting about the staff with the Greek comrades and free up his legs a bit after his long stay in jail. Unquote. We had no reason to refuse him. They went, were away for a week or two, and returned to Albania. Apparently it was a union of souls, because a few days later, when Tempo quote was obliged unquote to make another of his trips to Greece about the unquote staff unquote, he asked to take Kozizaks with him again. Quote, you are recruiting Kozi to the Balkan cause. Unquote, said Mladen jokingly. Quote, we started this job. Unquote, replied Tempo. Quote, let us continue it. Unquote. They returned at the end of July or the beginning of August. At that period we were at Kukaka of Karsa district. This was the last meeting I had with Tempo during the years of the National Liberation War. At the same time, it was the meeting in which we had to have bitter arguments with him and hear the gravest accusations which he made about the line of our party. This meeting marked the beginning of the open, organized interference and pressure of the CPY against us. Interference and pressure which still seemed to be exerted by the delegates on their own responsibility, but which in fact, and as was proved later, were exerted on the basis of orders and guided, not by the delegates' own heads, but by the head of the Yugoslav leadership, Tito and company. However, I shall speak about this later. The fate of the idea that Tempo was quote turning over in his head unquote, the fate of the quote Balkan staff unquote, still has to be cleared up. After he quote concretized his idea unquote, by roving up and down all over the Balkans, the truth is that he moved a great deal, willingly and unquestioningly undertook any activity, however dangerous, seemed determined about the things he said, as stubborn as a mule, fearless, in brief, a kind of Dusan Mugosa, but with more capacity and much more capable in the performance of his mission. Hence, after he quote concretized unquote it, he came to Albania all importance, together with another comrade, quote a representative of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Greece. Unquote, he introduced this comrade to us and told us a name or a pseudonym which I have never been able to remember. We met the two new arrivals and, in order to create the quote atmosphere unquote for Tempo, I asked jokingly, quote, well, what about the Balkans? Unquote. Quote, simmering, unquote, said Tempo, and it was plain that he was feeling pleased with himself. Quote, simmering and steaming? Unquote. Quote, watch out it doesn't blow up. Unquote, I replied. Stern, arrogant and domineering as he was, Tempo rarely permitted a free conversation. With him, everything, even greetings of welcome, assumed the color of official formulas. When he was speaking about or expounding on an idea he gave the impression that he was dictating a document. So it was this time, too. Quote, the idea presented some time ago about the Balkan staff has now matured. Unquote, he started his speech. Quote, and at this meeting I think that we, the representatives of three parties, even in the absence of our Bulgarian brother, should take the first main step towards the practical concretization of the staff. We have reached agreement with the Bulgarian comrades and they will certainly take part in the next meeting. Now, as I see it, this matter, Unquote. I saw that he was aiming very high. Moreover, now he was putting before us as an accomplished fact something to which we had not given the slightest importance. Therefore, I put in cautiously, quote, Comrade Tempo, you have had a long, tiring journey. You should rest a little and then we, too, will find time to listen to your idea. Unquote. Quote, no, unquote, he objected immediately. Quote, it is not a matter of listening only to me. This is an important meeting over a very cardinal problem. Unquote. Quote, how, then, can we meet like this, all of a sudden, on a problem which we, too, consider very important? Unquote. I asked him. Quote, you know the rules of organization of ... Unquote. Quote, what rules? Unquote. He said with his notorious arrogance. Quote, this is wartime and matters won't wait while we follow procedures. Unquote. Quote, I'm sorry that you present the problem in this way. Unquote. I said. Quote, if it were a question of procedure, then I should not be present at this talk. But let us overlook that. The problem you raise is extremely important and I cannot permit myself to sit at a meeting with the representatives of two sister parties without being clear about the purpose of the discussion, without having the opinion and guidance of my comrades, at least of the comrades of the political bureau on the matter. Unquote. We went on for a long time opposing one another until, finally, we reached agreement that everything should be considered as a preliminary consultation and exchange of ideas, in simple comradely form, without the slightest official obligation, and the things which we would discuss would not, in any way, assume the value of official attitudes. After this the comrade of the CP of Greece, who had not opened his mouth up to that time, seemed to wake up. As we heard later, he was a person who had met Tempo in the journeys he made, quote, through the Balkans, unquote. But in regard to the problem we were dealing with, he not only had no authorization from the CC of the CPG, but his leadership did not even know that he had involved himself in this problem. Who can tell how Tempo had managed to convince him and drag him into this adventurous undertaking? Indeed, as we heard later, this so-called representative of the CC of the CPG was not even an ordinary cadre of the CP of Greece. We never learned whether Tempo had been deceived, or had brought him along to impose his idea on us, quote, in the name of two parties, unquote. However, this is not important. Hence, we began our comradely, quote, consultation, unquote, which wasted many valuable hours over something which was to end up as it began, and, quote, idea turning over, unquote, in the head and in the aims of one person who roamed through the Balkans with sinister plans. I am not going to dwell at length on the nature and character of what Tempo called the, quote, Balkan staff, unquote, or on what we said and how we said it in the consultation we held. But since there has been talk from time to time about this question, and especially about the sinister purposes that Tito and company hid behind it, and since, from what I have heard, Tempo has recently made a dirty attempt to involve the name of our party and my name in this problem, I must clear up some matters. As I said, right from the outset, we characterized the meeting which we had with Tempo and the, quote, comrade, unquote, from the CP of Greece simply as a preliminary consultation among comrades and nothing more. Likewise, we reached agreement that the ideas expressed in this consultation should first be enriched with the ideas which the comrades of the Bulgarian Communist Party might have, and only after this should they be presented to the leaders of the four sister parties, not as conclusions or directives, but simply as ideas for each to analyze for itself in an independent way. We also agreed that the results of the analyses of each party should be made known to the four sister parties, and, if all approved this idea, only then could the representatives of the four parties meet together to deal with the problem officially and take a decision. As it turned out from the development of events, however, the, quote, analysis, unquote, of this problem in the leadership of our party never took place. Why? First of all, during the presentation which Tempo made of his, quote, idea, unquote, it was not difficult to distinguish a series of unclear points about which he was unable to reply to my questions and interjections, or had been instructed to glide over. However, these were absolutely essential issues. For example, we had no objection to working, through a joint organ if need be, to assist the fighting activities which were being carried on by the partisan armies of each country, for the exchange of experience and information, for the publicizing of one another's successes, for the organization of joint actions, especially, in the border zones, for the planning of simultaneous attacks against the enemy by each country on different occasions which presented interest, etc., etc. But Tempo, who had, quote, mulled, unquote, this idea over at great length, went far beyond this, quote, no, unquote, he said. Quote, this ought to be a staff with greater and wider competences. It should be an inter-Balkan staff which will have the right to decide the major activities of all the armies of the Balkans. Unquote. Precisely on this point we could not be either clear or in agreement. A staff to which the partisan armies of the four countries would be subordinate. Was this correct? Moreover, was such a thing possible, especially in the extremely difficult conditions of that period? In this case, what would be the functions of the general staffs of each country? How would the coordination of actions be carried out? Who would lead this, quote, super staff, unquote? If each staff of the separate countries was led by the central committee of the party of the respective country, which party would lead the Balkan staff? Would that mean creating a staff of parties too? Or would we have to go along with Tempo's idea that the party is the party, the staff is the staff and, consequently, deny and reject the leading role of the party over the staffs and commands? I cannot say that at those early moments we understood that behind the idea of this staff lurked the megalomaniacal hegemonic ambitions of the leadership of the CPY to rule the Balkans. This we were to realize later. But right at those moments, apart from the grave doubts which arose in our minds about the character of the staff a number of Tempo's expressions also left a bad impression with us. He boasted about the marvelous experience of the general staff of the Yugoslav NLA, about its proven ability to undertake and carry out large-scale battles successfully, the readiness of this staff to make the necessary contribution to the realization of the new idea and etc., etc. He went so far as to call the experience of the Yugoslav NLA unrivaled a model of mountain warfare the only successful form of the war in the conditions of the Balkans etc., etc. All these things gave rise to our suspicions that behind the idea of the joint staff he saw the possibilities of making this staff subordinate to the Yugoslav staff, and hence, putting the armies of the Balkan countries under the dependence of Yugoslavia. However, we could not extend this suspicion any further than Tempo personally. At that period it could not even cross our minds that it was the leadership of a whole party which had chauvinist and hegemonic tendencies. What's more, Tempo declared and insisted that the idea was his alone Precisely these doubts which arose in our minds were the main reason that we never gave the question of the Balkan staff serious consideration. Meanwhile we waited to see what stand the other sister parties would take on it and what the opinion of the CC of the CPY itself would be. However, in the autumn of 1943 Tempo disappeared and his abortive plan along with him. The idea of the Balkan staff was never mentioned again, and much later we were to learn that the other parties, too, had quite rightly rejected it. So, that is how this history began and ended in the summer of 1943, and as I said, after it had been completely forgotten, all that remained of it in my mind was the arrogant figure of the man of the abortive staff Tempo. When he spoke and dictated in cut and dried phrases about what havoc his dream staff would wreak in the Balkans, it seemed as if the god of war himself had come down and arrived as our guest at Kukaka, except that the god we had in front of us did not launch thunderbolts and flame from his mouth and knapsack, but only orders and directives. The custom of keeping notes, as accurate as possible, about the problems that were worrying me, about different events, about talks and consultations I have had since my youth, but I developed it further, especially during the years of the war, even though the conditions were difficult. In this meeting, too, I remember that I jotted down, there and then, the main ideas which were expressed, having in mind that we might need them if we ever had to analyze the problem in the leadership of the party. However, when Tempo was making ready to set out again through the Balkans he approached me and said, Comrade Enver, I saw that during the talks you kept full notes. Unfortunately, I did not do this, because mostly I was speaking. Now I have to talk with the Bulgarian and other comrades. Would you mind giving me your notes to use in the meetings which I am to hold? I don't mind at all, I said. But, first, they are written in Albanian, and second, they are more a summary of the ideas which were expressed here rather than complete minutes. So much the better, because they won't tire the translators, he said, and I noticed that his face was beaming. Later I thought that these notes of mine would have been forgotten like the idea of Tito and Tempo itself. But I was wrong. Tempo kept them in the archives, in order to bring them out one day to add to the Yugoslav Book of 1001 Slanders a new slander. Enver Hoxha allegedly agreed with Tempo's idea. See, here is a document in his handwriting. However, from the Serbo-Jesuit Tempo nothing but accusations, slanders and a series of similar immoral actions could be expected. As I said earlier, from the first moment we met him, the impression we formed of this person was not good, and 4 or 5 months later, at the end of July and the beginning of August 1943, we were to quarrel very fiercely with him. He came back to Kukaka again, just as haughty and arrogant as before, but this time, he no longer threw the question of the Balkan staff on the table. He came, all fury and indignation, on another mission, to launch a heavy attack on the line pursued by our party. He was together with Kozizaks in whom, on the 2 trips which they had made to Greece at that time, he had found a soulmate and they had become fast friends. His introduction was already a formula which we knew by heart. On my way back from Greece and since my route ran this way, I came to see you once more before I go to Kosovo, Macedonia, and Bulgaria. Comrade Zox urged me to come, too. Come on, he said, otherwise the comrades will be put out. Comrade Tempo routed the Greek leadership, putting Kozizaks there and then. Quote, what a debate, what a stern criticism. He really straightened them up. I invited him so he could tell you about it at length. Unquote. Quote, why did you hold up the comrade on his long journey? Unquote, Mladen asked Kozizox. Quote, you could have informed us about it if you considered it necessary. Unquote. Quote, oh, I can never put things the way Comrade Tempo does. Unquote, protested Kozi innocently. Quote, he did all the talking. Unquote. Meanwhile, as if he did not notice what Mladen was hinting at, Tempo licked his lips, placed his briefcase on his knees and embarked on one of his usual outbursts. After pouring out a series of criticisms about the line of the CP of Greece, unfortunately he had grounds for criticism, because the major mistakes of principle of the CP of Greece were evident and recognized also by us at that period. The rest of his spleen he vented on us. Quote, why do I tell you these things? Unquote, he asked at one moment like a pedantic teacher, giving us a quote superior unquote look. Quote, I tell you, unquote, he continued, quote, because I have criticisms of you and your line. 2. Your stand towards the Bali Kombëtar is incorrect. It is wrong. Unquote. Quote, how? In what direction? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, to put it bluntly. Unquote, he said, putting on a very stern mien. Quote, it has been and is an impermissible opportunist stand. Unquote. Quote, the criticism you make is extremely grave. It is an accusation. Unquote, I replied to Tempo angrily. Quote, what is the basis for what you say? Unquote. Quote, your softness and tolerance towards the Bali Kombëtar from the first moments it appeared on the scene. Unquote, said Tempo, in his usual style. Quote, it took you by surprise and subsequently you have not known what stand to take. Instead of declaring war on it, you offered the negotiating table. Unquote. Mladen Popovich began to fiddle irritably with his mustache with movements in which it could be seen that his indifference towards the new arrival was outdone by his displeasure at his words. Nakospru, with his eyes on the floor and his hands never still, was crumbling a chip of wood. Sejfla adopted the stance of the authoritative quote professor unquote, while Kozizox stood in front of quote the Balkan authority unquote like a pupil in an examination. Quote, Comrade Tempo, unquote, I said, quote, we have respect for the CPY and for you as a cadre of that party, but you must understand that we can never agree with what you have just said. Nevertheless, we don't blame you greatly for this, because you have not had the opportunity or possibility to acquaint yourself better with the development of events in our country. You alleged that we were taken by surprise by the emergence of the Bali Kombëtar on the scene. I don't know where you got this idea and perhaps this is not the place to discuss it, but so that you can go on your way with an easy mind. There are a few things I want to tell you, not just at the end of 1942 when the first signs of the emergence of the Bali Kombëtar appeared, but even before the founding of our party, and, especially, since November 1941, we have made extensive analyses and all-round efforts to win not only the masses of the people, but also other patriotic nationalist elements, no matter how vacillating, unclear, and so on, to the line of the party. Many of these people understood us and have joined us in the war, others hesitated and others again, despite all our efforts, opposed us and tried to hinder us. We continued our work with the last category, but fascism and open reaction also worked with them in the opposite direction. It became clear that they were not going to come over to us and it also became clear that they were going to organize themselves, or fascism would organize them, to build them up as a counter to our line, to the National Liberation Front and the National Liberation War. How then, were we taken by surprise? Just how they were going to organize themselves concretely and what name they would give their grouping is another matter. This we could not guess, but I don't believe that you would call this taking us by surprise. Unquote. Quote, let us leave this aspect, unquote, interrupted Tempo, quote, and look into the matter a little more deeply. Are not your soft attitude towards the Bali Kombëtar and your efforts to reach an agreement with it opportunism? Unquote. Quote, no. Unquote, I replied immediately, quote, they cannot be called opportunism. The fact is that we have never at any moment reached a compromise with the Bali Kombëtar and there has been no opportunist and conciliatory action with it on our part. On the contrary, right from the outset we have been clear why this organization was created, have expressed this in the party and among the people and have had no illusions. But you should bear in mind the platform of our conference of Pisa. I don't know whether you have been informed about it, unquote, I asked him. Quote, I've heard about it, unquote, he said coldly. Quote, at Pisa. Unquote, I said, quote, in September 1942 our party organized a conference at which the political and organizational foundations of the National Liberation Front were laid. The Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council was created and very important decisions were defined and adopted. To make things more clear to you, unquote, I stressed, quote, at Pisa in September 1942 we did those same things which your party was to do at Bihać about 2 months later, at the end of November 1942. Unquote. Tempo snorted indignantly. The comparison which I used, not without purpose, did not please him one bit. But he said nothing, because there was nothing he could say. Quote, at this conference, unquote, I continued, quote, we correctly put forward the platform of the political and organizational unity of the whole people in a single front, laying down one fundamental condition for this unity: war against the occupier, irrespective of its true aims. The Bali Kombëtar, which was created later as reaction against the National Liberation Front, for purposes of demagogy and deception, came out with slogans of the war, independence, ethnic Albania, etc. Naturally, some people were deceived by these slogans. The heads of the Bali Kombëtar also formed a few citas and are trying to form others. Of course, they have not carried out any action against the Italians and will not do so, but their demagogy has not failed to have some effect. This being so, if we had risen against them with the rifle right from the start, this would have had grave and unpleasant consequences. I'm not talking about the possibility of losing 10 or 20 of the heads of the Bali Kombëtar. As far as we are concerned, they were gone from the beginning. They have never been and never will be with us. But our concern is with that part of the population that is deceived, as well as with a number of elements of the middle strata who associated themselves with the slogans of the Bali Kombëtar and whom we must win over at all costs. Had we taken the axe to the Bali Kombëtar from the start, we would have created erroneous views among these people and antagonized them. How then can you call this stand wrong? Unquote. Quote, but how can you accept this course of events? Unquote, put in Tempo. Quote, you want to merge the two sides? This I don't understand. I cannot call this anything but what I called it at the start: opportunism. Unquote. Quote, what merging are you talking about? Unquote, I retorted. Quote, such a thing has not occurred and never will occur. Although we have tried to convince the various nationalist forces and groups to hurl themselves into the fight, this does not mean that the party wants to merge, not even with the front, let alone with them. It is the party that leads the front, and, whether or not the Bali Kombëtar enters the ranks of the front, our party will never agree to share its leading role with anyone. Unquote. Quote, maybe, unquote, said Tempo. Quote, but I stick by what I said: you should have opposed the Bali Kombëtar with all means right from the beginning. You have treated it very gently. Tempers were rising, but I kept my aplomb. Quote, not at all. Unquote, I told him. Quote, if we were to do as you advise, we would fall into the trap of the Bali Kombëtar and those who created it. Hence, we would land ourselves into the lap of the policy of fascism, which has done everything in its power to hinder the war by trying to divide the people, to stir up animosities amongst the ranks of the peasantry, the intelligentsia, the youth, and so on. It wants to involve us in a fratricidal war. We had to avert this, and we have done so. Our tactic has been this: all right, we take into consideration the existence of your organization, but what is the platform which you follow? The war? If you say yes, then come along and let us fight on a single front, in the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Front, which is the organization that includes the whole fighting people, all the currents and organizations which are for immediate uncompromising war against the occupiers. The touchstone is the war against the occupiers, in immediate, uninterrupted, organized war. This, Comrade Tempo, unquote, I continued, quote, has been and still is our weapon to expose the Bali Kombëtar and to defeat the policy of its leaders. This is and will remain the touchstone for everybody. And this line has had and still has great effect. The chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar are left isolated. The people who cannot endure fascism are understanding us more and more, and they will continue to do so. When those who have been deceived see that the chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar are keeping them inactive, that the only war they are waging is against chickens, they abandon these chiefs and unite with us. This, then, is our line, and I don't believe it is a bad line and wrong. Unquote. Quote, perhaps you don't. Unquote, said Tempo in a tight corner. Quote, but I still stick to what I said. On this course you will either merge with the Bali Kombëtar or you will remain a mere handful of people, and the Bali Kombëtar will face you with the alternative: either join us or we fight you. Unquote. Quote, as for the possibility of our remaining a mere handful of people, you need have no doubts in that direction, and I find it regrettable that the idea even occurred to you. As for the Bali Kombëtar threatening us with the rifle, you should know that we have our artillery ready. Unquote. Quote, then, let us leave it to time to prove. Unquote, said Tempo like an oracle of woe. Quote, certainly. Unquote, I replied. Quote, and you may be sure that time will prove the correctness of what we have done. Unquote. Quote, or of what I say. Unquote, added Tempo, looking mean, and he slapped his stick against his boots. Quote, will. Unquote, I said. Quote, but I believe that in your heart you, as a communist, don't want what you said to be proved right. Is that not so? Unquote. Quote, of course. Unquote, he muttered. Our talk was almost at an end. Both sides had become heated and our mutual annoyance was quite plain. However, I could not allow him to get away with this. Quote, there is something else which has made an impression on me. Unquote, I said quietly. During these last 4 or 5 months we have met by chance a number of times. At first you made a criticism of us for a sectarian line towards precisely those elements towards whom you are now accusing us of opportunism. We have told you that neither the one nor the other criticism seems in order to us. However, since we are talking about two opposite accusations over the same thing, I believe that now you must withdraw one of them. Which do you think you will withdraw, the criticism over sectarianism or that over opportunism?" Unquote. "You are being sarcastic," unquote, he exclaimed. "And this is impermissible in the relations between comrades." But I reply to you without sarcasm, I stick to them both. Unquote. "I was not being sarcastic at all," unquote, I replied. "I am speaking of two opposite assessments of the same line, of the same problem and from the same person. This won't do at all." Unquote. "From the dialectical viewpoint I think that the Yugoslav comrade is right," unquote, put in the professor, unquote, said Flermelsheva in a querulous voice. It was not more than 2 months since he had returned from emigration and we had welcomed him warmly and co-opted him as a candidate member of the Central Committee of the party. I shall have something to say later about his past and his deeds, unquote. Therefore, here I shall dwell only on this instance. "Something which is sectarian at one moment," unquote, continued the professor, unquote, "can turn into something opportunist later and vice versa. I am speaking in the theoretical sense, because, of course, I still have not gone into matters in practice." Unquote. Said Flermelsheva was soon to go into matters in practice, unquote, too, but this would come to light later. The thing that worried me at this period was the question to which I still was unable to give an accurate answer. Why this incorrect and megalomaniacal stand by these emissaries, unquote, of the CPY? Why these criticisms, unquote, and accusations which suddenly and arbitrarily turned into one another? Such questions were to worry me even more just a very little while later when, after the Bali Kombëtar had filled the cup and thrown itself openly into the arms of fascism, we began the open fight against it. This same Tempo and, later, his comrades who in July and August 1943 accused us of being opportunists, unquote, in September and October of the same year were to accuse us of being sectarians, unquote. How then were we to explain such diametrically opposite stands? More and more I was beginning to suspect that the emissaries of the CPY were coming to us with the mania to find, unquote, mistakes at all costs, to find them even where there were none, or if this were impossible, to fabricate them. Let everything be turned upside down, let white be called black, just so long as we were caught out, unquote, in a mistake and a great fuss was made about it. But why are they acting like this? I asked myself. Don't they understand the truth? Don't they know our real situation? Can those who inform them be telling them things the wrong way round? Or can it be that since they come from afar they want to appear as if they come from on high, unquote, from the center, unquote, from the Olympus, unquote, of Marxism-Leninism? I thought that all these things had their influence, but in particular, their main need to take the limelight, to show off, to present themselves as people of great knowledge, was the main reason that impelled Tito's men to make absurd accusations against us, one after the other, without any basis. On these occasions, obviously, we stuck to our guns and neither altered nor infringed the line which we followed simply to please the delegates sent to us. If we had acted otherwise it would have been all over for us. They took notes and filled in their reports, clung tightly to their briefcases, and we knew that their reports were going to Tito's staff. Very well, then, let them write what and how they liked. For Tito and the leadership of the CPY we had respect and could not doubt their intention. After all, we knew that, in the final analysis, it was neither Tito nor anyone else abroad who would judge us for better or worse. We were responsible to our party and our people. If we acted wrongly, we would render full account for this to them alone. The course of the struggle for victory, on which we were resolutely leading the people, would be the best and most indisputable way of clearing up everything. This is how we rationalized our doubts about why the Yugoslav emissaries talked rubbish about us, and, obviously, we continued on our course, convinced that there was no truth in their accusations, either about opportunism, unquote, or about sectarianism, unquote. Time proved completely that there was only one thing wrong with this judgment of ours. At first we considered that the blame lay on the emissaries only, but not on those who sent them, Tito and company. Time also confirmed that we were completely right when we said that they made their accusations for sinister, non-communist motives, although these motives were much more seriously hostile than we thought at first. However, if we were revolted with them at first, because we were convinced that they were bullying us for nothing, later we were to learn shocking things. Later we were to learn that precisely at the time when we were talking with the wavering patriots and nationalists, trying to win them over to the course of the war, and for this we were opportunists, unquote, sick. These stern fighters against opportunism, unquote, Tito and company, had not only entered into negotiations and concluded agreements with the representatives of the Royal Yugoslav government in exile, but they were talking. even with the German Nazis, with the greatest criminals of all mankind, in order to reach accord and agreement with them. In Albania it was a miserable Ali Kelsira who made contact with the fascist General Dalmitso and reached with him a ceasefire agreement 1. And an agreement to fight against us. And as soon as we learned of this filthy act, we rang the alarm bells and exposed this dishonest bait for his collaboration with the chiefs of fascism. How that act of Tito and company came about it is not up to me to explain. That is the business of the Yugoslavs themselves and, as is known, in the internal struggle which has never ceased there, the moment comes and they themselves bring out one another's dirty linen. This is what happened recently with a series of documents which confirm the statements published long ago about Tito's negotiations with the German occupiers. At the time when we had good relations with the CPY, we listened with respect when they spoke about the fierce and bloody battles of May and June 1943 fought in the Sujska Valley. We had heard about the extraordinary heroism which the Yugoslav partisan brigades had displayed there, had heard about the unrivaled acts of the resistance and bravery of Serbian, Montenegrin, Croat, Slovenian and other partisans, commanders and commissars. It was said that Tito had commanded the forces in person and, indeed, had been wounded during those days. Later, however, we learned that all that blood which was shed at Sujska, the thousands of brave partisans who gave their lives in that battle did so as a result of an act of treachery of Tito personally. His personal delegates, the ill-famed Milo Vangelos, Koka Popovic, and Vladimir Velebit, three of the main cadres of the Yugoslav General Staff, each carrying a white flag, according to the conditions of the German command, went to talks with the heads of the German army, signed an agreement with them on a ceasefire and returned to Tito carrying the pledge of Nazism. The strategist Tito thought that the time had come to settle accounts with his internal opponents, with the Setnisi and Eustace, and directed the cadres of the staff that they should not fear an eventual Nazi attack. Vigilance declined and the Eustace were considered the main enemy. While Tito's staff was living with the euphoria of victory and the partisan brigades were training for a parade, Tito was anticipating the parade for his assumption of the throne. The Nazi staff secretly assembled its own divisions and completely encircled the main troops of the Yugoslav NLA in a narrow valley. So great was the euphoria Tito had aroused in the staffs that even when reports came that the Germans were increasing their concentrations, Tito's men jeered at this information and at those who brought it. Right at these moments the tragedy erupted. The fresh German troops with air and artillery support wrought havoc. 6,000 valiant Serbian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, Croat and Slovenian men and women paid for Tito's treachery with their life's blood. The author of this terrible history, Tito, as he related himself, was saved by a hair's breadth. By a dog, by his personal dog which protected the body of the commander-in-chief and was cut to ribbons. Tito remained alive also to continue the great plot which he concocted to the detriment of our party and people. But, as I said, at that time we did not know and could not imagine that a leader, such as we imagined Tito to be, could do such a thing. For the things which we did know and which did not seem right to us, we laid the blame on the Yugoslav emissaries, such as Blazo Jovanovic at first, Tempo in the spring and summer of 1943 and in a series of other cases. But let us continue with Tempo. After the fierce quarrel on political issues which we had at Kukaka, we had, what you might call, a ludicrous incident with Tempo's wife Milica, who at that time traveled around with him as his secretary. Before he left, the Balkan brain wanted to take the only radio transmitter we had. Naturally, we could not give it to him. However, when Tempo was persisting in his request in a reasonably comradely way, Milica intervened and, in a somewhat authoritarian tone, tried to convince us that we had no need for it, while it was very important for Tempo. I lost my temper and I said in an ill-mannered way, "You keep out of this. It's nothing to do with you. You are behaving like Geraldina." 1. She was offended and began to cry. I begged her pardon. Tempo tried to soothe her and told her, Denver said it only as a joke. So this incident came to a close. Tempo left Kukaka totally dissatisfied. Neither the approving interjections of his friend Kozizox, nor the approving responses and the theoretical sense of Sejfler Malsheva could calm him. These two were the only ones among our comrades who, to this or that degree, displayed support for Tempo's accusations. We shall see later what this would lead to. After this conflict, up till the liberation of Albania, I never again set eyes on Svetozar Vukmanovic. Each of us had the worst possible opinion of the other. The fact is that he did not come, or was not allowed to come, either by chance or officially to our staff. However, Tempo was not to give up the Albanian issue in the context of the Balkan mission which he had undertaken. After this, since it was impossible to do battle with us directly, he carried on his anti-Albanian work from a distance and indirectly, with letters full of slanders and accusations, while roving around our border zones, quarreling with our cadres and partisans in these zones. Endless problems, difficulties and obstacles he was to create for us, traps and plots he was to lay and to concoct against us. But in the struggle to defeat them we were to become better acquainted with the truth about Tempo's mission and about those who had charged him with this mission. Ominous signs over an old problem. Regardless of the first frictions and bad impressions which we formed about the two emissaries of the Yugoslav leadership in the first part of 1943 up to August of that year, this in no way brought about a cooling of our former feelings and friendly stand towards the CPY and its leadership. We always believed that we had no reason to confuse the leadership of the party, and even less, the party itself, with one or two of its cadres who suffered from the complexes of megalomania and arrogance, despotism and the mania to dictate. Precisely because we judged matters in this way, in each step we took we tried to rise above the frictions and discontent which were created. We considered our actions very carefully and, with complete communist sincerity, struggled to strengthen our fraternal friendship and solidarity with the just struggle of the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. In our propaganda, in the meetings and other activities we conducted in the party or among the masses we spoke openly about our friendship with the peoples of the Soviet Union, with other fraternal peoples, and in this context with the peoples of Yugoslavia, too. We used all our possibilities to propagate the successes of their war, considering them as our own successes. This was a very good thing that we did, but it should not be thought that everything in this direction was done easily and without difficulties. The fascist propaganda and that of the traitor governments of the Mustafa Merlikas and company issued an unrestrained torrent of anti-Slav filth, highlighted and publicized the old feuds and squabbles in the relations between our peoples, and shed crocodile tears over the blood and sufferings inflicted on the inhabitants of the Albanian regions of the north in the past by the Great Serbs genocide. All this could not fail to have some effect. The maneuvers of reaction with the so-called fascist "liberation" of Kosovo and the unification of Kosovo and some other Albanian regions with the trunk of the motherland occupied by the Nazi fascists, gave this propaganda even greater advantages. Another circumstance very damaging to us was created in the first months after the founding of the party. In the spring of 1942 one of the main bases of the printing equipment of the CC of the party in Tirana fell into the hands of fascism and, together with our names, the names of Mladen Popovic and Dusan Mugosa were discovered by the SIM. The venal publications of fascism and its collaborationists began to vomit poison against us, describing us as "sold out" to Moscow and to the Serbs. In those publications Mladen and Dusan were promoted to no more or less than the chiefs of our communist party, and we were accused of waging the war in order to attach Albania to Serbia. Later the Bali Kombëtar was pumped full of this filthy propaganda and later still. Dreadful to imagine. Just like the Italian fascists, like Periani, and the Albanian fascists, like Merlika and Ali Kelsira, Tito and his henchmen, too, were to employ the same terms, the same denigrating names, against our party in connection with the role of Mladen and Dusan. I mentioned all those things to show that it was not an easy job, but, on the contrary, a very difficult and courageous work which our party undertook in the beginning to create and strengthen internationalist friendship with the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. We set about this work, taking all this into account, and we never hesitated for fear that the people might not understand us, that the masses might be alienated from us, and we might lose our influence and leading role in the front and in the war. The people understand you if you know how to tell them the truth and, above all, if you remain loyal to that truth to the end. The fact is that the wise advice of our party found support among the Albanian people. During the war years, from our side, strong foundations were laid for closer and more fraternal relations between our peoples and parties in the future. At this period, the problem of those Albanian territories which had been violently annexed to Yugoslavia before and after the First World War, and which in 1941, for its own purposes, Nazi fascism had reunited with the body of the motherland, presented a much more delicate and complicated matter. We, as Albanians and as communists, with full consciousness, had always called what occurred in 1913 in regard with the partitioning of our homeland a great historical injustice. Likewise, as communists and as Albanians, with full right we did not consider what the Nazi fascists did in 1941 in connection with the Albanian national question a true solution, but considered it a trick and a great fraud. Kosovo and the other Albanian territories were united with the body of the homeland, not to put right an injustice of the past, but for a series of ulterior motives. Through this unification, first of all, the old ambitions and desires of fascist Italy to enslave the widest possible territories in the Balkans were satisfied. Second, by presenting themselves as liberators, Through this "unification" the hierarchs of fascism aimed to keep the Albanian population, especially that of the north, out of the National Liberation War. A special aim of this "solution" was to neutralize and win over to the side of fascism that section of nationalists and other patriotic elements who, in the cafes of Europe and the drinking dens of the time of Zog, swore black and blue that they were burning with fury and could hardly wait to see the homeland united. Now fascism said to them, "There you are, bend the knee to and serve fascism which has dropped your unification into your lap like a ripe apple." Hence, this "unification" in the fascist way was placed at the disposal of various Albanian Quisling governments, which were open tools of fascism, and all the rest of Albanian reaction to wear as a cloak of "patriotism" over their shoulders in the propaganda which they had to put out to deceive the people and, especially, against our Communist Party, which appealed to all, young and old, to rise in the general fight for freedom. At the same time, through this "unification" by military force, fascism and Nazism left all the paths open for the old squabbles and feuds between the neighboring peoples of the Balkans to continue at all times. This came about not only because of the fact that this "unification" was piecemeal, arbitrary and with plenty of hotbeds deliberately left for future quarrels and clashes, but also because of the other fact that this "unification" under the auspices of fascism had no basis or guarantee for the future whatsoever. It could very easily be altered in any way that interested the fascist occupiers and according to the situations that presented themselves. Under fascist occupation, the borders between states and countries had absolutely no value or meaning. All were under terror. The bloodbath of the Hitlerite and Mussolini empires threatened all. Many other factors and causes could be listed to explain what was that "unification" which the Nazi fascists carried out in Albania in 1941, and this, in the context of the history of that time, remains one of the tasks of our historians. I mentioned a few of them merely to emphasize why we Albanian communists never fell for the unrestrained propaganda which was put out at that period about this painful problem of our history. In the party and among the people we said openly that our national question as a whole, hence that of Kosovo and the other Albanian territories attached to old Yugoslavia, too, could never be solved by Nazi fascism. It could never be expected that those hordes, which had invaded and were burning and devastating the whole of Albania, would "liberate" and "recognize" a part of it. Don't be deceived by the demagogic maneuvers of the members of traitor governments and the chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar, either, who scream and shout about "Greater Albanian" and about "ethnic Albanian." We told the people, those who at all times have been ready to put the whole of Albania up for auction to the highest bidder, can never be defenders of the Albanian cause. Their "patriotism" is a fraud. Those who are going to solve the problems of our country and our nation are not and can never be the servants of fascists. We issued calls to the people, "Only unrelenting war against the fascists and their collaborators will lead to the solution of our national problem, an integral part of which is the putting right of historical injustices." For this, we told them, "Our Communist Party is fighting and the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, likewise, is leading the peoples of its own country on this same course." The people understood us and without hesitation threw themselves into the decisive struggle with confidence in the course on which we were leading them. In regard to the population of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia, however, the problem presented greater difficulties. Suddenly the people there found themselves faced with the "solution" of their most cardinal problem. The Serbian yoke was thrown off. They were united with the trunk from which they had been cut. An administration staffed by Albanians was set up. People came and went from Tirana to Pristina and vice versa. Albanian schools were opened. Albanian books and newspapers were published, etc., etc. This was a kind of "liberation", except that it was "liberation" from an old yoke and falling under a new yoke, that of fascism. Precisely in these conditions the problem that presented itself here was the mobilization of the Albanian population of these zones in the fight against an occupier which presented itself to this population as a "liberator". Only another, much more powerful, very advanced, reliable and hopeful alternative would make the people of Kosovo rise and struggle against the "liberator" occupier immediately and with all their might. Only our communist parties could ensure this alternative. There were two ways open to achieve this essential thing. First, the Communist Party of Albania, taking no account at all of the fascist "solution", should extend its activities to the people of Kosovo and appeal to them openly, rise and fight under the leadership of the Communist Party of Albania against the new occupier, Nazi fascism. Mobilize yourselves in the ranks of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Front of Albania, form cities, battalions and brigades under the command of the General Staff of the Albanian National Liberation Army, and thus wage the final fight, and its crowning with success will bring liberation from the yoke of the new or any other occupier. Second, the people of Kosovo would be raised in struggle under the leadership of the CP of Yugoslavia, in common unity with the peoples of Yugoslavia, under the command of the General Staff of the Yugoslav NLA. The immediate aim of both these courses was the same, to drive out the Nazi fascist occupiers through the armed struggle, and as a result, as the fruit of this struggle, our national problem would be solved justly, once and for all, in accordance with the aspirations and dreams of the people, and after this, all the other problems would be solved. It is indisputable that the first course presented many and very great advantages for the mobilization of the people of Kosovo and other Albanian regions in the war. This, without doubt, would also have great advantages and provide much greater possibilities for the propaganda and the whole struggle of our party in all the other parts of the homeland. At the same time, the mobilization in the war of the Kosovo masses, proven in battle as the bravest of the brave, would also be a contribution to the war of the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Balkans. However, as is known, the second course was followed. The Communist Party of Yugoslavia demanded that the population of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions of Yugoslavia should be mobilized in the fight under its leadership, and immediately after the war this population would decide its own future on the basis of the Leninist principle of the right of self-determination. This demand we considered reasonable and fair. We did not consider it in that way simply because the CPY demanded it. The CPY could demand many things from us, as it did, but right from the start we agreed only to those demands which our Marxist logic told us were right. This is what happened in this case, too. The argument that if the people of Kosovo are raised under the leadership of the CPA, Serbian or Montenegrin reaction will not understand this, and it will create problems for the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, had no influence on our stand. There was anti-communist reaction opposed to the National Liberation War not only in Yugoslavia, but also in Albania. Hence, difficulties would be evident for the two parties. Indeed, they would be greater in our country, because on the question of Kosovo Albanian reaction had the card of the truth in its hands. Hence, more profound reasons and causes impelled us to adopt the solution on which we agreed. We knew that the Communist Party of Yugoslavia was a party built in a country of many nations and peoples who, in the bitter past of the Yugoslav state, had never had any kind of unity within the Yugoslav kingdom. On the contrary, as a result of the savagely oppressive chauvinist Great Serb policy towards other peoples and nations within the former kingdom, the feelings of division, old and new jealousies and animosities, had become more profound. Likewise, the efforts of the bourgeoisie in reaction of each part to break away, to secede, or to establish its hegemony over the other parts, had been more than evident in all periods and had played their own role. The main thing was that after the Nazi-fascist occupation of April 1941, the Yugoslav kingdom had ceased to exist. Macedonia was divided between Bulgaria and Italy. Nazi Germany took Serbia, a part of Slovenia and other parts for itself. Montenegro, Kosovo, Dalmatia, the Croatian coast and the southern part of Slovenia went to Italy. The so-called independent Croat state, a creation of Nazism, included, apart from Croatia, territories cut off from other countries of the former Yugoslav kingdom, and so on. An amalgamated state, artificially stuck together, such as the Yugoslav kingdom had been, could not have any other future apart from artificial separations, stickings together, and patchings up of all kinds. But these were no moments for discussing whether or not the unity which the Yugoslav kingdom had created, ought to be preserved. This would be and had to be a problem of the future. The cardinal problem now was to ensure the unity of all these peoples in the general and decisive war for liberation. This the Communist Party could and must do. But since the Communist Party of Yugoslavia had been built and operated on a federal basis, even though the former Yugoslavia had now been destroyed, the party had to preserve the former structure on which it had been built and functioned. Nothing else could be done. Otherwise, it would have to be disintegrated, broken up and reorganized on the basis of the former states which comprised the former Yugoslav kingdom, or it would have to cease to exist entirely. This danger was imminent. As is known, after April 1941, for a certain period the organization of the Party of Macedonia, part of the CPY, broke off all contacts with the CC of the CPY and linked up with the CC of the Communist Party of Bulgaria. In plain language, this meant that in that part of the former Yugoslavia the CPY ceased to exist. If we were to do the same thing with the organizations of the party, however small, of Kosovo and other Albanian territories, then the CPY would cease to exist also in Kosovo and the other regions of the former Yugoslav kingdom, which were attached to Albania. Carrying this further, the same thing could occur, if the CP of Italy might demand it, in regard to those parts that were united with Italy, the CP of Hungary in regard to those parts which were united with Hungary, and so on. Thus, it follows that a good part of the CPY would be disintegrated and enter into the composition of those communist parties which operated in the countries with which bits of the former Yugoslav kingdom were or united. The remainder would either be lost or be reorganized in separate communist parties in Serbia and Croatia. At those moments, these would have been risky maneuvers without any positive results. Moreover, not only could such reorganizations never be carried out, but the times, the conditions and the possibilities did not even permit discussion of them. Hence, in favor of the immediate cardinal problem of the moment, the organization of the general war against the Nazi-fascist occupiers, the former status of the CPY had to be accepted and it had to be assisted to preserve this status. Otherwise, it would not be just the CPY which would suffer. Above all, the struggle of the peoples of Yugoslavia would suffer. The people would remain without a leadership or, in the absence of the leadership of the Communist Party, reaction, Draza Mihailovic and company, the Anglo-American allies, etc., would mobilize them in the fight. This is precisely how the Executive Committee of the Comintern must have judged the matter when it decided that the organization of the Party of Macedonia should break off the links created after April 1941 with the CP of Bulgaria and enter into relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, of which it had long been a part. We, too, had proceeded from such a judgment right from the outset in regard to the stand we took as to who should organize and directly lead the struggle of the people of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions annexed in the past to Yugoslavia. But, I stress, even though we accepted to make this concession to the CPY for the period of the war, we never permitted the slightest infringement of the Leninist-Stalinist principle on the national question, and in particular, the basic principle of the right of self-determination up to secession. This principle, which the CPY declared would be applied in accordance with the free will of all the nations and nationalities of the former Yugoslav kingdom, would apply even more to the people of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions once annexed to it. This because the question of these regions and the Albanian population which lived in them was quite different from the question of Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia, Montenegro, etc. Whereas for each of the latter, the question involved peoples and countries of the same nation which constituted a separate entity inside or outside the former Yugoslavia. For Kosovo and the other Albanian regions the problem was radically different. They were part of a people and a nation that had been attached, not only artificially but, more importantly, quite arbitrarily to Yugoslavia. Albania was their trunk. They were part of this trunk. Under Yugoslavia they did not constitute a separate nation, a separate unity, as was the case of some others. Precisely for this reason, even if the population of these Albanian regions had risen in struggle at those moments under the leadership of the Communist Party which operated in the motherland, neither the CPY, nor the unity of the other peoples of the former Yugoslav kingdom in the war would have suffered any serious harm. But, as I said, we agreed to make a concession to the CPY with the aim of avoiding any cause of unnecessary arguments and discussions which would have been harmful at those moments. We made this concession, so that this question could not be used even as a pretext by others, whether elements with nationalist tendencies within the CPY, there were plenty of them, or elements from the communist parties of neighboring countries. This was not the time to explain to them where the peculiarity of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions lay. It was not the time for such debates and discussions. If they were necessary, they could be left for later. The main thing now was to arouse the peoples in the general war against the fascist occupation. Later, when the conditions and possibilities had been created, when our communist parties were in power, then yes, everything would be decided justly and would be settled finally, according to the will of the peoples themselves. That is how we judged and that is how we acted. I believe that we judged and acted correctly, like mature communists, broad-minded in the treatment of delicate problems, like communists who saw the cause of their own party and country in the context of the general cause, who even at the most difficult moments were able to regard the advancement of the struggle in their own country as closely linked with the great interest of the advancement of the struggle for national and social liberation in the other countries. Undoubtedly, when we decided to adopt this stand, we took into account all the difficulties and the many problems which would be created for us, especially by reaction. But it should not be thought that even within our party everything was understood and approved immediately and by everyone. There were comrades who could not easily understand why the people of Kosovo should not be mobilized in the war under our leadership at this moment, and there were others, especially discontented elements with a load of old prejudices inherited from the days of groups and megalomania, who exerted pressure on us and intervened openly to change our stand. In the book When the Party Was Born I have written how Koso Tashko threatened us with a letter he wanted to send to the Comintern, in which he raised a series of problems in opposition to the line which the party followed. One of these problems was that of our stand towards Kosovo and other Albanian inhabited regions in Yugoslavia. "What is this?" said Koso. "Is Kosovo to be dependent on the CC of the CPY, that is Albanian territory inhabited by Albanians, and now that the Albanians have their own communist party, there is no reason why they should be divided, some under the leadership of our party and some under that of the Yugoslav party. The main thing is that the people, both here and there, should be aroused to fight. The main thing is that our two parties are communist parties and are fighting for a great common cause," I told him. As for the people of Kosovo being mobilized under the leadership of the CPY, this has to do only for the period of the war and is done in the interests of the war. I don't understand it, I protest, objected Tashko. In the letter of which I have told you, I shall write to the Comintern about this problem, too. He threatened in the end. Go ahead, I told him, write about this, too. He did write, but, as I have related elsewhere, later he repented his action and withdrew the letter and, moreover, at the first national conference he made a self-criticism of the views he had expressed in it. We continued on our course with the communist confidence that the crowning of the war of our peoples with success and the existence of our communist parties would be the greatest guarantee that, immediately after the war, the problem of Kosovo and the other Albanian territories attached to the former Yugoslavia would be settled finally, once and for all. On many occasions the CC of the CPY itself had declared that it would remain loyal to the Leninist-Stalinist theory on the national question, the right of nations to self-determination up to secession. These things were proclaimed and declared about whole nations which comprised separate states in that former kingdom, and as such these statements had even greater value for the just solution of the problem of that part of Albania which had been artificially and unjustly attached to Yugoslavia. Since every nation, as a whole, would be permitted to freely choose its own future, the part of a nation violently attached to an alien body would be even more entitled to this. When I speak in this way, I have in mind the question not of 10 or even 100 villages of a national minority, but the question of territories to the extent of half the entire territories of the homeland. The question not of 500 or 500 inhabitants of a national minority, but the question of a population which was no less in number than the remainder of the Albanian population. Thus, we believed that the Yugoslav communists understood these things in the same way and we took into account all the difficulties and obstacles which would arise for us. Hence, let Kosovo be transformed from an old bone of contention into a territory for the affirmation of the friendship between peoples and their fraternization in the war, a territory to prove that the communist parties are able to provide wise solutions for all the problems left over from history. We passed our test successfully. It was the turn of the Yugoslav comrades to prove in practice their dedication and loyalty to the declarations of principle which they made. Meanwhile, we stepped up even further our work and aid in the direction of developing the war in Kosovo and the other Albanian territories. It is known that since 1940 and, especially 1941, no small number of communists of Kosovo origin had been sent from our communist groups to work and fight there. They sent us 2 people, we sent them 42. We had no pretensions that these people should maintain their connections with us. After Kosovo and some other regions were attached to the trunk of the homeland, hundreds of officials, teachers, etc., were sent to these zones by the Albanian collaborationist governments to set up the Albanian administration there, to open schools in the Albanian language, etc. Taking advantage of this legal opportunity, we made every effort to and did send amongst these people the maximum number of sympathizers and patriotic elements, instructing them to make every effort to make the issues clear to the population of Kosovo and to assist them to rise in the fight for freedom. During 1942 we stepped up our aid and efforts to give an impulse to the awakening of the Albanian population of these regions and to arouse them to fight. In view of the great difficulties which existed, although our party was young and with a relatively small number of members, still we decided to send a number of other comrades of our party who originated from Kosovo, Dibra, etc., to these zones. Both through them and through propaganda material, we appealed to the population of these zones to rid themselves of any illusion about the alleged liberation which fascism brought them and to mobilize themselves in the fight, shoulder to shoulder with the other peoples of Yugoslavia, under the leadership of the CPY, in order to throw off the yoke of fascism, which was the main enemy that we had in our homes. Similar calls to and efforts with the people of Kosovo and the other regions had been made by the CPY which had sought and had been set the task of mobilizing and leading the people of these zones into war. The fact is, however, that the results expected were not forthcoming. Without doubt, all the maneuvers of Nazi fascism with its so-called liberation of these zones, internal reaction, and the backwardness which these zones had inherited from the past, exerted their influence to bring about this hesitation. We had taken account of all these things. But there were others which must not be overlooked. A profound influence on the failure of this population to activate itself properly in the war was exerted by the unjust, imprecise and unclear line pursued towards this population by the Communist Party of Yugoslavia itself. That party issued many statements about its stand on the national question, but in none of them did it make a clear-cut pronouncement on the future of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions after the war. This could not fail to disturb and confuse the Albanian population of these zones which had been subjected to the most inhuman suffering and extermination, both before the First World War and after the creation of the Yugoslav kingdom. Information reached us from the most varied sources that the Albanian population in its own territories in Yugoslavia had no faith in the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, in its word and in the way in which it was acting in Kosovo and elsewhere. We considered it a proper act that in Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, a region which the Serbs called Metohija, a provincial committee of the CPY for these zones had been set up, a committee which maintained direct links with the CC of the CPY, directly or indirectly. This implied that the leadership of the CPY was not treating Kosovo as in the state of Serbia, but in the same way as the other parts, Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia, etc. However, while the creation of the provincial committee at such a rank was a positive step, there was almost nothing Albanian in its composition and functioning, although the overwhelming majority of the population of Kosovo consisted of Albanians. Both in the committee and in the other organs which were set up, the Serbian or Montenegrin element predominated, at a time when the Serbian and Montenegrin population in Kosovo comprised a small minority. Not only were the Albanians' patriotic sentiments and love for their homeland, not to mention their desire for union with the motherland, completely disregarded, but they were even branded "great Albanian sentiments." Of course, these and other factors could not fail to exert a negative influence, both on the development and growth of the organization of the Party for Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, and on the extension of the participation of the Albanian population in the war. At the same time, the bands of Setnisi continued to wreak havoc on the Albanian villages and towns of these zones. The hesitation and cooling of the population there, their fear of the uncertain future, the feverish propaganda of reaction, the weaknesses and shortcomings in the organization and work of the provincial committee of the CPY for Kosovo Metohija, etc. were convincing the leading cadres of the CPY more and more each day that their role in these zones had no weight at all. Earlier I mentioned the meetings and quarrels with Vukmanovic Tempo in the spring and summer of 1943. The question of arousing the population of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions to fight was another of Tempo's major preoccupations. As for everything else, he vented his spleen on me, speaking in offensive terms about the Albanians becoming a reserve of the enemy, but I did not spare him my opinions. Convince the people of Kosovo that the war we are waging will lead to the solution of their problem in the way they want. Give them assurances and guarantees about this. Show them with concrete examples in your practical activity that you are leading them towards this solution. I told him, and you will see that the Kosovars will become the vanguard of the anti-fascist fighters. It has never been the custom of the Albanian people to unite with the enemy. How can we convince them? He asked. They all have their minds only on Greater Albanian. That they have their minds on Albania. I replied. This is no more than natural. And don't attempt to change their minds, because you will never succeed. For them the national question is vital, and this is precisely the point that should be grasped. When they are sure that the fight is for the just solution of the national question, then they will certainly rise in the fight against the present enemy of Albania, Yugoslavia and all mankind, fascism. Second, I continued, and I fixed my eyes on him. We communists, in particular, must be extremely careful in the use of terms. In my opinion, it is quite out of place for you to employ the expression Greater Albania. Why? He asked. What's wrong with it? All the evils that those who have created this term, the reactionaries of every kind, Albanian, Serbian, fascist, Nazi or any other, include in it. Only they use this term in their own interests. I replied. Please, you are offending me gravely. He protested. I don't understand you. Then, I most sincerely regret. I replied. That you, the most expert of us here on the problems of the Balkans, should say that you do not understand why this is wrong. At all times and regardless of who has used them, Comrade Tempo, the slogans and concepts Greater Albania or Lesser Albania have been anti-Albanian slogans and contrary to the objective historical truth. There has never been a Greater Albania or a Lesser Albania, and there can be no talk about it. There has been and is only one Albania, which, regardless of the manipulations of reaction of all times, hence, regardless of whether it has been cut up, partitioned or attacked, still remains one, as a nation and country inhabited by people of the one blood, of the one language, of the one culture, of the one history, of the one psychological formation and national formation in general, by the Albanians. Agreed, agreed. He said, bristling with indignation. But I have heard this expression from you yourselves in conversations or seen it in your materials. Then, I must tell you that you should read our materials and listen to us more carefully. We have never raised the question of Greater Albania or Lesser Albania and never will do so. For us there can be no discussion of this matter. On the contrary, in our talks and materials we attack and unmask the reactionaries of every kind who, through these anti-historical and anti-Albanian fabrications, try to put on the disguise of patriotism and present themselves to the people as burning for the national cause. With the slogan Greater Albania they want to alienate our people from the party and sabotage the national liberation war, both here and in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions. In short, Comrade Tempo, I concluded, We use the term Greater Albania only on these occasions and in this sense, and will never permit it to be thought that since we attack the bearers of the pseudo-slogan Greater Albania we are allegedly in favor of some Lesser Albania. As I told you, we are neither for Greater nor for Lesser Albania. We are for the Albania which, both as a territory and as a nation, is one and one alone. Unquote. I understand, unquote, he said, but the Balkan region is very complicated, very tangled. I don't believe there is anyone who could clearly define the borders of the countries in this region in a way to satisfy and close the mouths of everybody. Unquote. That is true, unquote, I replied, but in the case of Albania we are not talking about a hillside, a stream bed or 1 or 5 villages of disputable ownership. Here we are talking about whole plains, mountain ranges, cities and zones which have been arbitrarily cut off from their own trunk and attached to an alien trunk. In this case no problem arises about the use of a knife or a scalpel lest some foreign vein be severed. Here we are talking about extensive and indisputably Albanian territories. Unquote. I cannot pretend that I know these problems well, unquote, said the Balkan expert. Unquote. I know only that the national question in the Balkans is extremely complex and we have to operate in all this complexity. My concern is the current war. The problem of raising Kosovo in the war worries me greatly. Unquote. For us, too, this is one of the most serious preoccupations, unquote, I told him. But you can be sure that if you explain and re-explain to the Kosovars that they will decide their own future in the way they want themselves, all Kosovo will rise in the war. You yourselves demanded that you should organize and lead the people there. Otherwise, had they been put in contact with us, these problems would not have existed. Unquote. Tempo could hardly contain himself while I was speaking like this, but there was one thing that impressed me most. On this problem he did not oppose me strongly, he seemed to have hesitations and vacillations. In principle he conceded openly that I was right and I was truly astonished when, some time later, he agreed that the only way to arouse Kosovo in the war was to put its partisan forces under the command of the General Staff of the Albanian National Liberation Army. This occurred during that long conversation when he put before us the platform of the idea which he was mulling over in his head about the Balkan staff. As I said, at that meeting each of us expressed his own ideas quite freely, without any commitment to an official stand, and so, when we came round to the question of Kosovo and I expressed my opinion, Tempo said to me, you are right. The partisan forces of Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau should be under the command of your general staff. This is the only way in which they can be raised to fight. Unquote. We have never had any doubts about that, unquote, I said. He was silent for a moment and then added, in any case, this is just an idea, a proposal which can be settled only within the framework of the Balkan staff. However, without consulting Comrade Tito, I can't take any concrete action about it. Unquote. These last two conditions added even more to my suspicion that everything this Yugoslav said to us concealed sinister aims. He agreed personally that the partisan forces of Kosovo should be placed under the leadership of our staff, a thing which they had never mentioned previously, but only in the conditions of the existence of the Balkan staff. In plain words, this would mean, let Kosovo be aroused under the command of your staff, but your staff itself will be under the command of another big staff, the Balkan staff, which undoubtedly would have to be led by the new strategist of national liberation wars, Josip Broz Tito! The thought flashed through my mind, can the purpose of this staff be to subordinate all our countries and the whole of the Balkans to its military and political command? How right I was in my suspicions was proved a few months later. The idea of the Balkan staff faded right out and immediately they changed their tune about the question of Kosovo. In no way can the partisan forces of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia be placed under the command of the Albanian staff. Tito's men informed us. However, there was no need or place for illusions and further debates. We had agreed to this solution from the outset and, if a new idea was expressed for a time, this was done in favor of the development of the war in those regions. Tempo himself, who for a moment pretended that he understood the correct way to enliven the movement in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions, was very soon to come out on the stage openly as a great Serb and anti-Albanian nationalist. Angered by the profound doubt which we expressed over Tito's idea of the Balkan staff and even more by the fierce argument in connection with opportunism he intensified his attacks and accusations against our party and its cadres. Now, however, he attacked us at long range from across the border, where he roamed about continually as Tito's ambassador in the Balkans and as the guard dog of the erstwhile domains of the former Yugoslav kingdom. About the middle of September I received a letter of his, full of poison and spite about our partisan command and the forces which were operating in the region of Dibra, whom he accused of being great Albanians and chauvinists and even went so far as to order us to take stern measures immediately, Otherwise, he threatened, quote, things might reach the point of armed clashes, unquote. What great sins had our comrades and partisans committed to arouse all this fury, unquote, Ambassador, unquote, Tempo. In September 1943, the units of our National Liberation Army, which were operating in the region of Dibra under the command of Comrade Hagzielshi, liberated the city of Dibra with a powerful, lightning attack and, in cooperation with the Macedonian partisan detachments, fought heroically for the liberation of Kursava, Titova, Gostivar and Radostusha from the Italians and for the defense of these liberated zones from the German Nazis, the Bulgarian fascists and their collaborators. In all these zones, our party and the staff of the National Liberation Army of the Dibra region had long enjoyed great authority and prestige among the local population, and, now that the cities and villages of the zone had been liberated by our forces, our authority and prestige were even further enhanced. This did not occur with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and the Yugoslav staff, and, in this situation, we considered it reasonable that our comrades should act without losing time. On the basis of our instructions, they worked to establish the anti-fascist democratic state power in Dibra, immediately set about the organization of the National Liberation Council, assisted in the formation of the local command, in reviving the organization of the party, etc. Besides Albanians, representatives of the Macedonian minority took part in the council and the command. We acted in this way because we considered this to be fraternal internationalist collaboration between two sister parties and fraternal peoples. Had we not given these instructions, or were our comrades to act as Tempo wanted, then the victories achieved in the Dibra region would fall into the hands of reaction and, moreover, great problems would be created, both for us and the CPY, among the people. As I said, the CPY was entirely without influence or authority in Dibra, and without the aid and fight of our forces it would not have been able to do anything. This was precisely what displeased Vukmanovic Tempo, who had gnawing fear that Dibra would be separated from Yugoslavia. From end to end his letter stank of unrestrained chauvinism and megalomania. After pouring out all his wrath on our comrades and partisans, in a brutal, despotic tone he informed us that he had given the order that all the communists and partisans who were from the Albanian territories formerly annexed to Yugoslavia should place themselves at the disposal of the Macedonian staff. Hagzielshi and his forces must withdraw from Dibra and could re-enter that zone only if and when it pleased Tempo. The National Liberation Council, newly formed in Dibra by our comrades, must break off its links with us and place itself at the disposal of Vukmanovic, etc., etc. And as if this were not enough, at the end he accused us, the leadership of the CPA, of quote failing to perform our duties, unquote, ordered unquote us to take measures against Hagzielshi, and then his lordship dared to close his letter with this formula of quote politeness unquote a la Tempo, quote you are obliged to do this as quickly as possible, unquote. I was by now well acquainted with the brutal nature and uncouth character of Tempo, and I was not greatly astonished at the tone in which he had written to us. However, in regard to the problems which he raised and the orders which he issued, I had grave doubts that these could be the products of his head and character alone. However, I had no firm argument to carry my idea further. At the same time, I did not consider it in order at all to reply in the same tone. This was not the time to deepen the differences amongst us communists, but the time to intensify the war against the occupier. For this reason I immediately wrote a letter to Comrade Hagzielshi in which I instructed him to exercise the greatest care and not permit any mistake in the relations with the Yugoslav comrades or over the problem of the Macedonian minority in Dibra. 1. Amongst other things, I instructed him, quote, you should carry out extensive work for the fraternization of Albanians and Macedonians in the war, because this is in the interests of our fraternal parties and peoples. In the concrete conditions, however, unquote, I continued, quote, we do not consider in any way right Tempo's order for the withdrawal of the detachments of the NLA from Dibra, simply for the reason that this city lies within the borders of the old Yugoslav state. If we act as Tempo demands in his letter and give up Dibra, not only will the Macedonians not be able to master the situation, but reaction will deal heavy blows both to them and to us and, indeed, will fight mercilessly and even harder against us. For this reason, unquote, I instructed him, quote, we must set up our national liberation state power, give the Macedonians the rights of a minority, try to ensure that they, too, take part in the National Liberation Council, and in this way try to convince the people and win their trust. Only when our positions are strong, and when the positions of the Yugoslav comrades have been strengthened in Kosovo, Macedonia and elsewhere, will our forces be able to withdraw, confident that reaction is not going to usurp the victories achieved. In regard to the eventual future of these zones, unquote, I added in the letter, quote, that will be decided after the liberation of our countries according to the established principle, unquote. Those same days I sent Tempo a letter 1, in which, restraining my justified anger, I explained our correct view calmly and in a spirit of understanding. This correct stand of the CC of the CPA infuriated Tempo even more. Bursting with all his old Slav chauvinism, he wrote again to the CC of the CPA. This new letter too was an unrestrained outburst of chauvinism from start to finish. As his opening statement he said that quote, the main enemy unquote, in Macedonia and Kosovo was not the German occupier, but quote, Great Albanian reaction unquote. And according to him quote, the main task unquote, was the quote, routing unquote, of this reaction. According to Tempo, our partisan forces which had liberated those regions were hindering the accomplishment of this task. And he went so far as to declare that the stand of our partisan forces was essentially in accord with the stand of reaction. After once again demanding that the order he had issued for the withdrawal of all Albanian partisans from Dibra and the dispersal of the National Liberation Council of the city set up with the aid of the CPA should be carried out, he said. Quote, better to have our Yugoslav council which will carry out the Yugoslav line, even if it does not have authority, than to have a council which has authority but which does not stick to the Yugoslav line. Unquote. While reading this letter aloud to some comrades of our leadership, I saw that Mladen Popovic, who was there with us, could hardly sit still. Quote, I have long been aware that Tempo is despotic and brutal, unquote, said Mladen, annoyed. Quote, but that he is such a frenzied great Slav had never crossed my mind. Unquote. Quote, this comes as a shock and surprise to us, too, unquote, I told him. Quote, he is no ordinary cadre, but a member of the top leadership of the Yugoslav party and poses as the organizer of everything in all these territories, both in Kosovo and Macedonia, while poking his nose into Albania, Greece, and Bulgaria, too. Unquote. Quote, he is a disgrace to the leadership of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and not a cadre of it, unquote, burst out Mladen. Quote, with these things he is doing and saying, he is lowering the prestige of the party. Unquote. We were even more shocked by the closing statement of Tempo's letter. He made the accusation that we, the leadership of the Communist Party of Albania, had fallen into quote, Great Albanian chauvinism unquote, that we were quote, saboteurs unquote, of the common cause and of Tempo's quote, proposals unquote. Quote, to hell with you and all your proposals unquote, swore Mladen. Quote, these are not proposals, but shameful accusations. I shall write to Tito about this bastard who is ruining everything, not only here, but wherever he goes throughout the Balkans. Unquote. We analyzed the accusations in Tempo's letter with all due seriousness in a meeting we held with a number of comrades of our leadership and, on this occasion, I informed them about all his impermissible stands and made the essence of the truth clear to them. In a letter I also informed the other comrades of our leadership, who were dispersed around the regions, about the main problems which I raised at this meeting. Quote, especially his last letter at the end of September is outrageous. Unquote. I told the comrades, among other things, quote, Tempo is not writing as a communist when he accuses us of being saboteurs and chauvinists. Every word of his stinks of great slavism. We have tried to listen to him dispassionately, keeping our tempers, but in the meetings he has had with us and now in the letters which he is sending us and with his brutal interference with our comrades in the region of Dibra, he is filling the cup. We are going to give him the reply he deserves for this, and if he considers himself a communist, let him reflect properly and pull himself together. This is for his own good, but especially for the good of our parties and the war of our peoples. Unquote. Quote, can the Yugoslav leadership be aware of what Tempo is doing? Unquote, asked one of the comrades. Quote, these accusations are very grave and it is hard to believe that he is speaking out of his own head about such delicate problems. Unquote. Quote, if you knew Tempo's head, you can believe that he is doing this himself. Unquote, replied Mladen. Quote, we have no contact with the leadership of the Yugoslav party. Unquote, I told the comrades. Quote, so we have to judge only on what we know. Proceeding from this, I think we have no reason to confound Tempo with the sister Communist Party of Yugoslavia or with its leadership. However, this does not mean that we should keep quiet and endure his attacks and slanders. We have kept all Tempo's letters as well as copies of those we have sent him, and as soon as we find the possibility we shall communicate them to Tito. Let him judge all this filth of Tempo's. Unquote. There is no need to dwell further on the unpleasant history of the quarrels and attacks between us and Vukmanovic Tempo at this period, because it is extremely long. Fortunately, it took place mostly through letters and they are preserved in the archives of our party and some have been published. Perhaps Tempo, too, as an inveterate champion of great slavism, will have kept them to convince his successors about how and how much he fought for the designing and creation of the empire of quote, Southern Slavs unquote, an empire which according to him and all Slavophiles, ought to begin from the waters of the Danube, be freshened by the winds of the Alps, the Carpathians and the Pindus mountains and, especially, be cooled by the waves and gentle breezes of the Black, the Aegean, the Ionian and the Adriatic seas. However, I was speaking about the documents and facts in our possession. They all provide incontestable evidence of the great prudence and maturity with which the leadership of our party acted in that period in its relations with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and the War of the Fraternal Peoples in Yugoslavia. We remained loyal to the end to the principle that the question of borders and the status of Kosovo and other Albanian regions of the former Yugoslav kingdom should be settled after the war, always insisting, however, that the anti-fascist National Liberation War should be extended to the maximum there, too. Since the CPY wanted to undertake this work itself, then it was up to that party to carry it out properly without fail. But this was not being done and, regrettably, the blame for this was being laid on the Albanian population which, it was alleged, had "great Albanian sentiments," illusions about fascism, tendencies to become a reserve of the Nazis and reaction, and so on. We could never reconcile ourselves to such assessments. Not just we, but all those people throughout the world who have had occasion to know even a little about the Albanians and our history, have always pointed out, as one of our most precious qualities, our freedom-loving spirit, hatred for enemies and irreconcilability with occupiers of any kind. Neither the Kosovars, nor the population of the Albanian regions of Macedonia, Montenegro, etc., could be any exception to this. If the war there was still not assuming the desired extension, this was evidence of the great shortcomings in the work of those who had undertaken to lead and organize the Albanians in Yugoslavia in this war. In the summer and autumn of 1943, this became more than clear to us and we could not remain indifferent in the face of such a situation. For this reason we decided that Mladen should write a letter to Tito, in which he would present the opinion of the leadership of our party, an opinion with which Mladen was in full accord. At the same time, both through letters and through those direct contacts we managed to secure with other comrades of the CPY, we again suggested our opinion to them. In essence, this was, "There have been mistakes in the course which you have pursued hitherto in regard to Kosovo and the other Albanian regions. Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau, etc., should immediately have their own leadership, emerged from the war, of which the majority must at all costs consist of Albanians. They should have their anti-fascist National Liberation Council, the composition of which should not be dictated, but should be elected in the most democratic way, and they should have their staffs and commands under the leadership of the Yugoslav General Staff. The party organization of the province should be formed, organized, and steeled in the course of the war, under the CC of the CPY. The Albanians should fight in their own units under the flag of Albania, and their patriotic sentiments, their love for the homeland, should be supported and publicized along with sentiments of internationalism and fraternal friendship with the other peoples of Yugoslavia. They should be told clearly and frankly that after liberation, as a result of the war which they are going to wage, they, like all the others, will enjoy the complete and undeniable right to self-determination up to secession. Let the Communist Party of Yugoslavia convince the Albanians, like all the other nations of the former Yugoslavia, through facts and concrete actions that it has the courage, not only to publicly proclaim its principles, but also to defend and apply them. We think that if these things are not made clear to the Albanian people of Kosovo, they cannot be organized to fight properly against the occupiers, because up till now they have not formed any trust in the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. If the Yugoslav internationalist communists do not see the national question of Kosovo in this light, even in the future the Albanian people of Kosovo will have no confidence in them. Hence, the key to the successful development of the war in Kosovo and in the Dukagjin Plateau is to recognize to them openly their right to decide their own fate in the future, a right which must be stated clearly to include all the possibilities, from unity with the motherland, Albania, to living on their own, if they wish. Any other solution the Albanian people of Kosovo do not accept and consider unjust and, in reality, we think that it is unjust. Our opinion is that Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau, and the Albanian territories in Macedonia which border on Albania and are inhabited by Albanians should be united with Albania after Yugoslavia is liberated from the clutches of Nazi fascism. Only such a course will make the Albanians who live in Yugoslavia fight heroically." What was the reply of the Yugoslav comrades towards these just and principled ideas which we suggested to them? As for Tempo, of course, he was even more infuriated, but we did not hope for or expect anything different from him. But to our astonishment, we learned that on these issues the others were the equivalent of Tempo. At that period, a letter reached us from the member of the political bureau of the CC of the CPY, Ivan Milutinovic. At that time he worked in Montenegro, in which he sought our urgent material aid, etc. for the movement and the Yugoslav partisan forces in Montenegro. He told us that during the recent German offensive they had sustained very heavy losses and he described our aid as very necessary and important. On this occasion, he added in the letter, it would be good if he could meet and talk with some comrade of the leadership of our party and our general staff. I immediately summoned Ramadan Sitaku and Vasil Shando, both leading cadres of our party at that time, and charged them with going to the meeting which Milutinovic proposed. Inform Comrade Milutinovic, I told them, That our leadership has decided to fulfill all the requests for material aid which they made to us. Tell him that we are comrades and co-fighters for the same cause and we share weal and woe together, just as we have done up till now. Then, I told the comrades, listen to what problems he raises and give him your opinion about them on the basis of the stands in line of our party. At the same time, I instructed them, irrespective of whether or not Milutinovic opens up the subject, you must put before him the proposals of our party in connection with the question of the war and its prospects in Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau and the other regions populated by Albanians. You know our opinions, so present them as clearly and accurately as possible. Tell him, I instructed them, that you are speaking in the name of the leadership of the CPA with a comrade who will certainly transmit our opinions to the leadership of his party. They set out and after 15 or 20 days they returned. To say that they were angry is putting it mildly. Another tempo in Montenegro. Ramadan told me. He grabbed the money immediately, while everything else he rejected. He did not consider any of our proposals and suggestions correct. He accused us of being great Albanians, of chauvinism, In short, said Baka, Ramadan Sitaku, he spoke exactly as if he had tempo prompting him. And at the same time they accepted our aid. Said Spiro Moisia angrily. At that time he was commander of the general staff of our army. With all that money which we sent them so generously, we could have equipped 2 partisan brigades with clothing and weapons. We have our comrades barefoot and in rags. We did not give it to Ivan, Spiro, I said to pacify him. We gave it to the war, to our Yugoslav partisan brothers. He not only accepted nothing of what we put forward and leveled 100 accusations against us, added Vasil Shanto, but he did not refrain from making accusations against Comrade Mladen, too. You should not have brought us such opinions, he told us. I don't understand what Mladen has been telling you. Or has he turned into a great Albanian, too? He was bailing with anger and said, I order that Mladen should come as quickly as possible to meet me. He is not acting at all as an internationalist communist. What? Exclaimed Mladen. I am to go to Ivan to learn internationalism. That will be the day. I shall go directly to Tito and tell him about all these vile things that Tempo and Milutinovic are up to. Let him hear what this kind of leaders are cooking up. We opposed his order about Comrade Ali. 1, added Baka. We told him that in these conditions it was too dangerous. If you want him killed on the way by the fascists who are on the lookout for him everywhere, or want him to die of the illness he has, Mladen suffered from tuberculosis, then we'll transmit your order to him, we told him. After this Milutinovic backed down. For the first time I had serious doubts that we were being gravely deceived in our communist faith and sincerity, both in connection with the ways of developing the current war in Kosovo and other Albanian regions annexed to Yugoslavia in the past and in the way in which the question of these Albanian territories would be finally settled after the war. I had reasons for this. Since we considered the anti-Albanian attitudes of Tempo the personal symptoms of an element who suffered from the disease of chauvinism, how could we consider the identical stands and expressions of the member of the political bureau of the CC of the CPY Ivan Milutinovic anything different? Right from the outset, with complete communist trust, we had agreed, for the sake of our common struggle, we would not touch the question of borders during the war. We were keeping our word. But why were the Yugoslav comrades doing the opposite? Why did they jump up infuriated when we demanded that, for the sake of the development of the war, the legitimate rights of the Albanians should be openly recognized, proclaimed and defended? Those two are neither the party nor its leadership, said Mladen to calm my fears. They think differently at the center, you'll see. We hoped and wished wholeheartedly that this was truly so. Tito must have received our letters, but we were receiving no replies. They have major matters to deal with. Kozizaks excused them. They have aroused the whole Yugoslavia and have to maneuver. Suddenly, however, from the end of October to the middle of December 1943 a flood of letters arrived, addressed to the CC of the CPA, to me and to Mladen Popovic. They were signed either by the CC of the CPY or by Tito himself. In essence, all of them raised only the problem of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions of the former Yugoslavia. For a moment it seemed as if the CC of the CPY had established relations with us only over this problem. Tito's letters, in particular, were the most advanced. While maintaining the same stand as Tempo and Milutinovic, being commander-in-chief, Tito had reserved for himself the right to employ graver terms and accusations against us than his now well-known spokesman. However, In his letters Tito was more cunning. In one of his letters, after pleasing us with the expression that he was not opposed in principle to the Albanians of Kosovo having the right to go where and how they wish he immediately made the accusation that we, the leadership of the CPA, allegedly maintained the stand which the reactionary Albanian bourgeoisie maintains To quote back this accusation, he claimed that we had allegedly stated that Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau, Dibra, etc. should be united with Albania immediately. To raise the question of unification today, he continued, means to carry grist to the mill of the reactionaries and the occupiers. 1. This was a deliberate distortion of the truth for ulterior motives. Neither Mladen in the letter which he had sent Tito, nor we had at any time raised the problem of unification today immediately No, we demanded that today immediately the CC of the CPY should publicly proclaim the legitimate right of the people of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia to self-determination up to secession tomorrow that is, after the war and as a result of the war. This is what we demanded. This was the main thing for the moment. What Tito alleged was a distortion of the truth. His entire letter was evidence of anti-historical and anti-Marxist efforts to dodge the issue. Tito was very annoyed that, in the letters we sent him, we compared the question of the stand of the CPY towards Kosovo, etc. with the stand which that same party maintained towards Istria. No. Tito waved his admonishing finger at us. The case of Istria is completely different from that of Kosovo and Metohija. How does the truth stand? Istria, a peninsula on the Adriatic, was under Austria up until 1918 and in 1919 was given to Italy. Since Slovenes comprised the majority of its population, during the war the CC of the CPY raised the question of its unification with Yugoslavia, arguing that it had been annexed to Italy through violence. But was the annexation of Kosovo and the other Albanian territories in 1913 not an identical annexation through violence by the imperialists? Of course, it was. Then, why did the CPY consider it right to demand the immediate unification with Yugoslavia of a zone inhabited by Slavs and did not consider right the analogous case of Kosovo and other regions torn from Albania? The arguments which Tito provided were ludicrous. Istria, according to him, ought to be united with Yugoslavia because it had a developed revolutionary movement while in Kosovo this was not the case. Perhaps it was true that there was such a developed movement in Istria, assuming that Tito's statement was correct, since I knew nothing concrete about the situation there. But then the question arose, why was the same thing not happening in Kosovo? With unshakable conviction I repeat that, if the CPA had made the same call to the population of Kosovo as the CPY made to the population of Istria, then Tito would have been obliged to rack his brains to fabricate some other argument As likely as not he would have said, Kosovo cannot be united with Albania since the revolutionary movement in Kosovo is more developed Indeed, if the CPY itself, let alone we, were to do the most essential and elementary thing towards Kosovo, that is, openly declare its right to self-determination up to secession, then matters would be entirely different. But this Tito and the party which he led did not do, either at the start or at the finish. Why did they not do it? Here, without doubt, all that burden of great Slav sentiments which the CPY, regrettably, had inherited completely and was defending and developing further, patching it up with slogans of unity fraternity internationalism etc., etc., played a major role. Later, however, we were to be convinced that they did not act as Marxists towards Kosovo and the other Albanian regions for other, even baser, aims. A powerful revolutionary movement in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions would constitute a great obstacle to the sinister plans which the Yugoslav leadership was hatching up in secrecy. Aloud, Tito and company complained that Kosovo was not rising to fight but on the quiet this fact certainly pleased them. Later, when the moment came, Tito's army would find it easier to justify before public opinion the persecution and extermination of thousands of counter-revolutionaries and nationalist and ballist brigades than to persecute and exterminate thousands of Kosovar fighters incorporated in partisan anti-fascist brigades, who after liberation would demand unification with the motherland, Albania. And this is what occurred. At the end of 1944 and during 1945 the Yugoslav National Liberation Army wrought havoc on the population of Kosovo and other Albanian regions. This was bound to touch off, as it did, the justified mass revolt of the peasantry and the Kosovar partisan units. Thousands of Albanians refused to submit to the new chauvinist domination and terror. And this situation was exploited by the bad actors, the ballists, the brigands and agents of fascism, who for their own interests tried to collaborate with and deceive the masses. Hypocritically seizing on the existence of this reactionary scum, the Titoites tried to blacken and attack this whole justified revolt of the masses as a ballist movement. Undoubtedly, the elements of reaction deserved the reprisals and the bullet. They were the remnants of the old world, the reserve of reaction, which were being thrown into action for truly counter-revolutionary, anti-Albanian and anti-Yugoslav aims. But the thousands who, through the irony of history, were rising justly in the first anti-Titoite revolt, were neither counter-revolutionaries nor ballists. These thousands were people of Kosovo, Dibra, Ulcan, etc., whom the mistaken political line pursued during all the years of the war by the CPY and the new Titoite terror disillusioned and, quite rightly, caused once again to demand the solution of their national question. Moreover, under the mask of the fight to eliminate counter-revolutionary forces the special detachments of the Yugoslav NLA poured fire and bullets indiscriminately upon all the patriots and other honest Albanians of those parts, upon all those who dared express their legitimate surprise, "Why should we Albanians be under Yugoslavia?" But let us return to Tito's letter of the late autumn 1943. Its second argument about why the question of Kosovo could not be compared with that of Istria was that it is undesirable for it to come out openly, that between us and democratic and imperialist Albania there is a problem over Kosovo and Metohija. What astonishing logic! To put it bluntly, we must not mention this matter, must keep it secret, because betrayals and plots can be carried out more easily in secret, without giving us a bad name. I have rarely seen Mladen Popovic so downcast as at those moments when we read and reread the letter of the main leader of the CPY. He kept his eyes on the ground and had gone deathly pale. Perhaps Tito has not written this letter himself, perhaps others have written it for him, perhaps. It was a time when we, too, did not want to believe that the CC of the CPY and a man such as Tito had written this letter. It was a time when, out of the respect we had for them from afar, we were ready to excuse them. But there it was, written in black and white with the signatures below. Nevertheless, grasping at expressions that the Albanians will have the right to go where and how they wish that the problem of unification should not be raised immediately today etc. We managed to ease our qualms. However, in the course of the letter, after he instructed us on what we had made the priority issue since 1941, that is, the main question now is that of the war against the occupiers Tito cunningly, but quite clearly, implied that the question of the Albanian regions and population in Yugoslavia had been predetermined by the CC of the CPY. Today, fraternal love towards the heroic peoples of Yugoslavia and towards the joint war against the German occupiers should be cultivated in the Albanian people in Kosovo and Metohija. He wrote. The new Yugoslavia which is being created will be a country of free peoples, and thus there will be no room for national oppression of the Albanian minority, either. From the letter of the CC of the CPY to the CC of the CPA on October 25, 1943, Cap. In plain language this meant, the CC of the CPY has determined the borders of the future Yugoslav state and they will be what they were. Hereafter the Albanian minority that is, Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau, Dibra, etc., will remain under the new Yugoslavia which is being created. But after this, what was left of the earlier statements of this same Tito about guaranteeing the right of the peoples of the former Yugoslavia to self-determination up to secession? What was left of the solemn pledges and assurances that this problem would be dealt with after the war? Could it be that such expressions as cannot be done today or immediately concealed attempts to deceive us and to avoid ever carrying out what had been declared would be settled tomorrow that is, after the war? We discussed these matters at length, along with scores of questions to which Tito's letter and the well-known stands of others gave rise, and we were becoming more and more convinced that the Yugoslav leadership was not acting on this question in a Marxist way or in a comradely spirit. We had always behaved towards them in the most correct way, had listened to and believed their declarations of principle, were interested in having the warmest fraternal relations with them, but we could never permit the violation of principles for the sake of friendship, and that, in the context of principles, the legitimate rights of our party and people should be trampled on. Hence, we decided that on this occasion, too, we should express our opinion publicly, without directly attacking the Yugoslav leadership and without giving any grounds for them to accuse us of nationalism and great Albanian tendencies. We considered that the best way to do this would be an appeal by the CC of our party directly to the people of Kosovo and Metohija. In the past, too, we had addressed open calls and leaflets to our brothers in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions. Indeed, one of these we had signed jointly with the CC of the CPY, in which we called on them to take up arms in the general war for freedom. In them, However, we had confined ourselves simply to calling on them to fight and to fraternize with the other peoples, while we had said nothing about the declaration of the right of self-determination up to secession, because we hoped and believed that the CC of the CPY would do this first, as it ought to. It had undertaken to lead the war in these zones, therefore, it was up to it to proclaim this declaration of principle. However, now that we were convinced that the CC of the CPY was not going to make such a declaration, we decided to have our say. Therefore, we wrote the appeal, printed it in thousands of copies and distributed it mainly in Kosovo, Dibra and the other Albanian regions of the former Yugoslavia. Quote, your Albanian brothers, unquote, we said in it, among other things, quote, those who are shedding their blood in the cities and mountains of Albania for the freedom of our people. Call on you to take up arms and unite with the other peoples, the Serbs, the Montenegrins, and attack the occupiers and the traitors, attack all those who want to divide and split you. Unquote. Up to this point we were convinced that even the Yugoslav comrades would be quite content. But if they were consistent in adhering to the Leninist principles on the national question, they had no reason to be discontented over what we went on to say to our Albanian brothers. Quote, the only road to salvation and to fulfilling your desires, unquote, we concluded the appeal, quote, is through the war which you will wage against the occupiers together with the other peoples in Yugoslavia, through the national liberation war which will secure you the right to self-determination up to secession. Quote, so, unite. Where there is unity, there is salvation. Unquote. The words of our Communist Party and the Albanian communists in Kosovo and other regions warmed the hearts of the population there and encouraged them to rise more vigorously in the anti-fascist war. From that time we retain many memories and letters in which ordinary people, communists and patriots from Kosovo, Dibra, Ulkan, Struga, Titova, Gostivar, Plava, Gsha, etc., told us in most ardent words about their love for their motherland and our party, congratulated us on our successes in the war against the occupiers, and openly expressed the general readiness among the masses of the patriotic Albanian people in those regions to take part in the war against fascism. But in all those letters, in some of them with kid gloves and through insinuations, they did not want to hurt our feelings of friendship for the CPY, in some of them quite openly. One could sense the profound doubts and fear which existed among the population of those zones for the future. Distrust of the CPY and its leadership could be sensed in them. Likewise, our comrades whom we sent to Kosovo and the other regions inhabited by Albanians on party work or to give their assistance, as well as the Albanians of those parts who came to us, openly expressed their discontent and reservations towards the CPY. Quote, they bombard us with questions, unquote, Hagzil she told me at a meeting I had with him at that time. Quote, why doesn't the Communist Party of Yugoslavia come out openly in favor of our cause? They ask us. Why don't they make any mention of the question of the status of Kosovo, Metohija, Dibra, etc., at least on those occasions when they proclaim the right to self-determination for the other nations of the former Yugoslav kingdom? Who can guarantee whether the war which we are waging, and should wage more vigorously, will resolve our age-old sacred cause? We try to answer them, unquote, continued Hagzi. Quote, but believe me, Comrade Enver, there are some things which we don't know how to answer them. We hesitate lest we unwittingly harm the Yugoslav party. Unquote. Quote, we must tell our brothers the truth, unquote, I said to Hagzi. Quote, first of all, we must explain to them the stand of our party on this problem. We should tell them that we think and believe that the Communist Party of Yugoslavia has the same view of the problem of the national question. We should explain to our brothers that the main thing now is the war against the common occupier. That is our main enemy. Hence, the main enemy of Albanians, Macedonians, Serbs, and all. Unquote. At the same time, on the request of the Provincial Committee of the CPY for Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, and of the Macedonian staff, we continue to send more and more party comrades to work in these zones, either among the civilian population, and more especially, as cadres in the cities, battalions, and other military units which were being set up. Cities and battalions of our National Liberation Army, time after time, penetrated deep into Montenegro, Kosovo, and Macedonia, carrying out bold and important actions alone or in collaboration with military units subordinate to the Yugoslav staff. This comradeship in arms, without discrimination, had a positive effect on both the Albanian and non-Albanian populations in those regions. I clearly recall the moment when I parted with my unforgettable comrade, Hajdar Dushi, in the autumn of 1943. Hajdar, son of a patriotic family from Kosovo, grew up in the Albanian communist movement and immediately after the founding of the party became one of its most capable cadres. After he worked in Tirana and Durrës for the organization of the party, in the summer of 1942 we sent him to Berat as delegate of the CC of the CPA to assist the regional committee there. The fascists captured him, tortured and imprisoned him, but Hajdar withstood all their cruelty heroically. We freed him from prison through a daring action and, after the first national conference of the CPA, he was appointed secretary of the regional committee of Durrës. We had great need for his experience, determination and ability, but, conscious of the age which we had to give the cause of the war in Kosovo, we summoned him and informed him, quote, "From this moment you are no longer a cadre of the party for which you have shed your blood and made every sacrifice. You are to go to Kosovo and enter into contact with the Communist Party of Yugoslavia." Unquote. Quote, "Long live communism," unquote, declared the unforgettable Hajdar, with tears in his eyes, and raised his clenched fist in salute. He was right to weep. He was being rent from the bosom of his party. But a great mission awaited him. He went, worked, fought and gave his life with honor and glory, remaining loyal to the end to the cause for which he was sent, to arouse the people of Kosovo to drive out the foreign occupiers, and to realize their age-old aspirations. Scores of other comrades went to Kosovo and the other regions before and after Hajdar. They, too, fought and worked, made their contribution to the mobilization and leadership of the people in the war, honestly expressed the aspirations of their own people in those years, and put their signatures to documents at the important forums to which their people had sent them to consecrate their legitimate right for the future. After the war, however, events took a different course and the Titowite betrayal did its destructive work even amongst some of those comrades. I do not want to delve into the consciousness of those elements or into the dramatic process of their transformation. But in the days of May 1981, while I was leafing over the pages of these notes written years earlier, I was reminded, not accidentally, of an event which took place 40 years earlier. It was the difficult May of 1942, the days when the fascists had just killed our beloved comrade Kemal Mustafa. At those moments the terror and savagery of the occupiers, especially in Tirana, was unprecedented. Searches and arrests went on day and night. Precisely at the moments when the fascists thought they had struck our Communist Party a mortal blow, among other things, we carried out a sensational action to commemorate Comrade Kemal Mustafa in the secondary school of Tirana at that time. We organized a commemorative meeting in which all the pupils of that inexhaustible hotbed of the war and the revolution took part. At the meeting, according to the instructions we had given, a young communist, a former pupil of that school, who had now gone underground, got up and spoke. Quote, "The fascists want to extinguish our burning desire for freedom. The fascists want to deny our people the right to exist, the right to fight for their future. They have killed our beloved comrade Kemal. They are killing and imprisoning the finest sons and daughters of this land. But in our hearts we will build up to ever greater fury our hatred for those who oppress us, kill us and torture us," unquote, declared this underground comrade, and he continued, quote, "But we are not deceived. We are not afraid of their violence and terror. There is no force which can defeat us. We are rising in the fight for a just cause." Quote, "This youth was a Kosovar, Veli Deva. I did not know him at first hand, but as political secretary for the regional committee of Tirana I was fully informed about the action and its organization. And precisely this Veli Deva, who in May 1942, in the name of the Communist Party of Albania, issued a call to the Tirana secondary school youth never to be conquered by the fascist violence, but to rise in the just war for freedom. 40 years later, in May 1981, now in the role of head of the Provincial Committee of the LCY for Kosovo, goes legally into the secondary schools and the University of Pristina in order to put down the lawful outburst of the people and youth of Kosovo with violence and demagogy. I shall speak later about the Bujan Conference at the end of 1943, where the legitimate representatives of the people of Kosovo met, discussed and took very correct and very important decisions both for those moments and for the just solution of the problem of Kosovo after the war and as a result of the war. One of the organizers of this conference, and one of the first to sign its lawful and important decisions was Fadil Hoxha. He was one of those members of one of our former communist groups who was among the first to return to his birthplace, Kosovo, and fought and contributed to the mobilization and leadership of the people of Kosovo in the war, and was among those who signed with their own hands what the war and the people of Kosovo themselves demanded. In the letters which the Provincial Committee for Kosovo and Metohija, the Dukagjin Plateau, one of the main leaders of which was Fadil Hoxha, sent us during the years of the war, the distrust which was felt in Kosovo towards the CPY and the Yugoslav partisans because of the savage Great Serb oppression, and because quote, "the Skojevska one, also, have killed innocent Albanians," unquote, was openly expressed. According to one letter, a large majority of the people of Kosovo said, quote, "Let anyone, who wants to, come, just as long as we get Yugoslavia off our backs," unquote, and continued, quote, "We are waiting for you to assist us," unquote. 2. When Fadil Hoxha came to Tirana after the liberation of the country and I received him and had a long talk with him in my office in the Prime Minister's department, he expressed to me this same distrust, these same feelings and opinions of the people of Kosovo towards the CPY through his own mouth. He complained about the grave situation that existed in Kosovo, about the situation of persecution, with reprisals and terror against Albanians that prevailed in the province, and told me openly that "we do not see any difference, and there is none, with the past when we suffered under the Yugoslavia of the Kralj." And this same Fadil Hoxha now, in the spring of 1981, raises his hand and gives his vote in the presidency of the SFR of Yugoslavia, to send in the tanks and bayonets of the Great Serb Army to kill, oppress and put down the people and youth in Kosovo who rose to demand respect for their rights. And as if to display openly his complete metamorphosis during these 40 years, Fadil Hoxha, with his head in his pocket completely titawized, went so far in his defense of the Great Serb spokesman that he stood before the Albanian demonstrators of 1981 and their dead and called them "scum." But what are these people and this revolted youth demanding today, 36 years after their "liberation"? They are demanding that their constitutional, economic, and socio-cultural situation should be put on the right course within the laws of the Yugoslav Federation, demanding to have the status of a republic within the SFR of Yugoslavia, demanding that precisely those rights that were put on the agenda at Bujan in 1943, but which Tito left only on paper, should be realized, demanding an end to the terror and violence in the streets, in the schools, in their homes and in the prisons. Precisely on this account they are called "irredentists", "nationalists", "counter-revolutionaries". Precisely on this account tanks and bayonets were sent in against their peaceful demonstrations. Precisely on this account the Fadil Hoxhas and Veli Devis of 1942 and 1943 betray themselves and their people, betray the honesty of their youth, betray the bloodshed in the years of the war and the blood which was and is being shed this spring in Kosovo. However, I am deviating from my theme. I made this digression in time simply because these days, when the situation in Kosovo is so tense and I had to go back over my notes and reminiscences of the war years, automatically the situation at that time contrasted itself with the present situation. If the situation in Kosovo has not been settled and put on the right course in all these 40 years, this has occurred because, since the time of the war, the problem of Kosovo was presented in a distorted way by the CC of the CPY and was settled in a distorted way, from nationalist and chauvinist positions, contrary to the desire and will of the people of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia. Therefore, let us go back to those years. At that time there was one moment when we thought that the question of Kosovo was on the way to a just solution. This has to do with the first conference of the National Liberation Council for Kosovo and Metohija, held at Bujan from December 31, 1943 to January 2, 1944. The conference took place under the leadership of the Provincial Committee of the CPY for Kosovo and, on its request, the organization of the CPA for Trapegia and the command and party organization of the Perlatrix partisan battalion of Shkodra, which operated in the highlands of Jakova, gave great assistance in the organization of the conference. After fiery discussions, which went on for 3 days, the conference decided to call on the people of the province to rise in a body against the German occupiers and traitors, shoulder to shoulder with the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Albanian people, while uniting firmly around the National Liberation Council. Amongst other things, the resolution of the conference proclaimed the right of the people of Kosovo to self-determination up to secession. This resolution was adopted unanimously by the delegates and was signed by all the members of the council. The news of the holding of this conference and its important decisions reached us quickly, too, and understandably, this was a great joy for us. We saw that for the first time a correct and confident step had been taken, which was giving an impulse to the extension of the war in these zones and setting the problem of their future on the course to a Marxist solution. We thought that at last the CC of the CPY had taken a correct view of the problem of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions, and that, since it had not considered it opportune to come out itself with the declaration about the right to self-determination, it had left this to the people of Kosovo themselves through their lawful representatives. After this, of course, the old fear of the Yugoslav leadership that reaction and the great Slav nationalist elements inside or outside the CPY might accuse it of destroying Yugoslavia, was averted, too. The decisions which were taken and published by the lawful representatives of Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, who included not only Albanians, but also representatives of the Serbian and Montenegrin minorities in these regions, were a very effective weapon in the hands of the CPY. Now it had a great opportunity to welcome the decisions of the Bujan Conference as an expression of the will of the population of that zone, and in this way, to finally wipe out that mistake which it should not have allowed, at least since 1941. In February 1944 we published a special article about this important event in a bulletin of Zari Populit. In it we expressed our most ardent congratulation on the Bujan Conference, again appealed to our brothers in Kosovo to rise with greater fury in the war and not without purpose. We emphasized and welcomed the main decisions of this conference. Amongst other things, after pointing out that the National Liberation Council for Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau has undertaken to show the people the right road which they must follow to realize their own aspirations, unquote. The article emphasized that the war against the Nazi occupiers and its stooges was and remained the only way to win the freedom through which all the peoples, hence, the Albanian people of Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, too, quote, will have the possibility to decide their own future through the right of self-determination up to secession, unquote, underlined in the original. As for the attitude of the CC of the CPY towards this event, we were hearing not a word. Much later, we would learn the truth, which like all the rest, was extremely bitter. As soon as it had heard of the decisions of the Bujan Conference, the CC of the CPY reacted furiously and demanded that its declaration on the right of the people of Kosovo to self-determination up to secession should not be published in any way. The affirmation of the representatives of the people themselves meeting in the conference that, quote, the people of Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau, today, as always, wish to be united with Albania, unquote, had to be erased from the resolution on the order of the CC of the CPY and must not be published. The reason was that the leadership of the CPY headed by Tito, irrespective of a series of quote principled unquote declarations about the quote just unquote solution of the national question of the nations and nationalities of the former Yugoslavia, had always worked and aspired to keep Yugoslavia intact and, indeed, to extend it further. In particular, the violation and rejection of the principles on the national question by the CPY was consecrated at the second meeting of the Avnaj at Jajce at the end of November 1943. It is neither my duty nor the purpose of these notes to analyze and assess all the decisions of that meeting. Neither is it my duty to evaluate whether its main decision on quote the construction of a new Yugoslavia on the federal principle unquote which, it was claimed, would ensure quote equality for Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Montenegrins unquote, etc. was taken in a right or wrong way. The Serbs, the Croats, the Macedonians and the Slovenes have assessed this decision, and if they wish let them assess and reassess it as they deem most correct. What I want to point out is that with this decision, at least the inclusion of Kosovo, the Dukagjin Plateau and other Albanian regions within quote the new federal Yugoslavia unquote was done just as arbitrarily, this time, too, as it had been done by the imperialist powers in the treaties of Versailles and London several decades earlier. In taking this decision, the will of the people of Kosovo, Dibra, etc., was totally disregarded. Only the will of the CC of the CPY was taken into account. No representative of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions of the former Yugoslavia took part in this meeting. Indeed, the representatives of the Provincial Committee of the CPY for Kosovo and the Dukagjin Plateau were not even informed about it. The decision of this meeting was not made known to us for a long time. At the same time, the fact that the Bujan Conference was organized a full month after the Jajce meeting and took decisions which were contrary to the quote will unquote of Jajce, but in conformity with the will of the people of Kosovo, shows that neither the people of Kosovo, nor the leaders of this zone, knew anything about what had been decided behind their backs by the CC of the CPY. This is one of the most flagrant examples of the permanent perfidy of the Yugoslav leadership towards the Albanians. Our brothers, the Albanians of Kosovo and the other regions should have been represented at Jajce without fail, and their right to freely have their say should have been respected. There they should have been allowed to express what they thought about their own future. Would they unite with Albania, or would they remain under the quote new Yugoslavia unquote? And, if they expressed themselves in favor of the latter solution, they should also have expressed themselves freely, with a will, not dictated by anybody on how they would build their future under Yugoslavia. That is, in this case, they should have expressed themselves whether they wanted to be a separate republic, like Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, etc., wanted to be an autonomous unit, or wanted to be dependent on another unit, etc., etc. In short, this should have been the most elementary act, which the CC of the CPY should have done in advance to ensure that the extensive Albanian regions were represented at Jajce. Over years, the leaders of the CPY had assured us that the will of this population would be respected and taken into account in everything. But, as I said, this was not done and they flagrantly broke their word. Hence, this act can have no other name but perfidy. Still worse, although everything about the future of Kosovo had been decided at Jajce at the end of November 1943, even in 1944 letters and messages were sent to us from Tito and his henchmen, as I said, only about the question of Kosovo, in which the truth was hidden, in which they used such phrases as quote the question should not be raised today unquote, quote but tomorrow unquote, that the Albanians of Kosovo quote will be free to go where and how they want unquote, as if they were gypsies, without a homeland and possessions, and not an autochthonous people who were born, brought up, killed or died on their own soil. Time was to prove that we were deceived not only in regard to the past period, while concealing the truth from us, while presenting the matter as something quote for tomorrow unquote. The Yugoslav leadership was preparing for more ferocious secret actions. Now Tito's closest collaborators and his official biographers write that he was greatly quote concerned unquote about the question of Kosovo, especially in 1944 to 1945, that he was "vacillating," hesitating, etc. What these "vacillations" and "concerns" of Tito's were we do not know, but logic tells us that Tito and his henchmen were not in the least concerned about the "special" problem of Kosovo at that period, or later. They had decided this. Their concern had to do with the other part of Albania, hence, with studying ways and means to place the whole of Albania under the domination of Yugoslavia. This, too, we were to learn later. Indeed, this was to constitute one of the most dramatic chapters of our battle with the Titoites. This is how matters stood at the close of 1943 and at the close of the period up till the summer of 1944 in our relations with the leadership of the CPY. Here someone might say that for the whole period from August 1943 until summer 1944 only one side, one aspect of relations with the CPY, that of the question of Kosovo and other Albanian regions annexed to Yugoslavia, has been touched on. But why is there no mention of other aspects of these relations? What collaboration, what exchange of ideas, what accord or conflict with the CPY was there during this period, for example on the problems of the party, the war, the front, the state, etc., etc. The fact is that after the bitter conflict with Vukmanovic Tempo at Kukaka in August 1943 up till August 1944, that is a full year, no one was sent by the Yugoslav leadership to hold consultations, exchange experience or anything else of this sort with us. The fact is, also, that during this period, we did not receive any letter or other special material from the Yugoslav leadership which dealt with such problems as those of the life of the party, the army and the National Liberation War, the organization and functioning of the new state power which we were consolidating, the anti-fascist National Liberation Front, etc., etc. In short, in all these aspects, each party went about its own business as it thought and judged best, on the basis of principles on which it operated and the reality of its own country. Naturally, when I say that there is nothing to mention from these aspects, this does not mean to say that throughout this whole period there was a total loss of contact and information between our two parties. No. From time to time, various materials reached us, materials which spoke about the life and organization of the CPY, the Yugoslav National Liberation Army, the organization of the new state power, etc., etc. Likewise, there were occasions when, apart from Radio Moscow we picked up the broadcasts from the Free Yugoslavian radio station and heard some communique or commentary about the life and activity of the CPY and the Yugoslav Partisan Army. For our part, too, from time to time, we gave the Yugoslav leadership comradely information about the state of the war and its prospects in our country, about the maneuvers of the occupiers and reaction, and about the victories achieved. Mladen Popovic from time to time sent the Yugoslav leadership some information on his own behalf about the development of the war and the situation in our country. In order to prove how absurd is the claim of the Yugoslav leadership about the aid which they allege to have given us during the period up till the end of 1943, I want to mention one more fact. The letter of J.B. Tito addressed to Mladen Popovic on October 9, 1943 for the CC of the CPA. Whichever way you look at it, this letter, too, which is in the archives of our party, cannot have any description from our side other than that which we gave Tito's first letter, which reached us in December 1942 and which I mentioned earlier. With his own mouth, or more precisely with his own hand, Tito proved that at the end of 1943, just as at the end of 1942, he had not the slightest idea about the situation of our party and our National Liberation War. After asking whether it were true that the leader of the Partisan Army of Albania is a former prefect of police apparently he had learned that from Radio London, Tito began his instructions In October 1943 he told us that if the partisan ranks in Albania had increased, we should go over to bigger formations, brigades. We could only smile and pity, because we had taken the decision to go over to big formations in March 1943 at the First National Conference. In June we had issued the instruction for the formation of the 1st Shock Brigade, while in October, when Tito gave us his instructions we had already created the 1st and 3rd Brigades and were continuing to work for the formation of other partisan brigades. Tito made himself even more ridiculous with the advice he gave us on the question of the future state power of Albania. I advise you, he said that the setting up of the People's State Power should begin in Albania, too, with the People's Liberation Councils as its basis, and, after describing to us the specific difficulties in regard to this problem in Yugoslavia, he continued, amongst you, in your country, you can immediately set up a people's government which should be based, as I said, on the People's Liberation Councils. If the situation in your country is not ripe for this, then create a People's National Liberation Council, which will carry out all of the functions of the government until the time comes for such a government to be formed. Anyone who does not know the reality of our country at that time or wants to distort this reality, as the Titoites have done and are still doing, might say, quote, "There you have the clear directives which Tito has sent you. Why do you deny him his merits?" Unquote. With the historical truth in front of us, we have the right to reply, as we have done. The Communist Party of Albania at no time received and did not wait to receive quote directives unquote from Tito on the cardinal problems of its activity or any other kind. And if what he wrote to us on the problem of the state power is to be called directives, then we have no alternative but to describe them as quote directives unquote that came too late, or, as the people say, quote, a day after the fair unquote. Concretely, in the spring of 1942 the Communist Party of Albania had begun the work to set up the People's Democratic State power with the creation of the first National Liberation Councils. At the end of that year the whole country had been filled with councils, while in September 1943, the Second National Liberation Conference at Labinot had declared them the only state power of the people in Albania. As for Tito's other quote instruction unquote, that we should set up quote a People's National Liberation Council unquote, it must be said, in Albania, as early as September 1942, and not in October 1943, when it quote occurred unquote to Tito, our party had formed the National Liberation General Council. The Presidium of the General Council, which emerged from the Labinot Conference in September 1943, carried out a series of functions of the democratic government. In short, Tito knew nothing about what was done in our country and issued quote instructions unquote to us about things which we had already done very well for ourselves long before. Therefore, it is not our fault that we did not await Tito's quote directives unquote and then act. On the contrary, had we remained waiting, had we stopped to see what Tito and his henchmen would quote direct unquote us to do, the cause of the party and the future of our people would have been lost. This would have been a great and unpardonable sin. Thus, however much one racks his brains and memory, nothing could be found in favor of the quote unlimited aid unquote which the Yugoslav quote friends unquote claimed they had given us in that period. But perhaps they are referring to our old quote friend unquote, Dusan Mugosa, who for most of this period, up till May 1944, remained in Albania. If Tito and company base their pretended quote aid unquote and this period on the quote contribution unquote of Mugosa, then I must say a couple of words about the quote contribution unquote of this Titoite, who appeared to be unimportant and crazy, but who was charged with sinister long-range missions. As the man of the quote terrain unquote which he was, from the spring of 1943 Dusan Mugosa quote stuck to unquote the region of Vlora. He was especially in tune with Mehmet and, later, when we sent Liri Jaga there as delegate of the CC, these three became like a tripod. They were known as people of deeds and action, as resolute and brave, but the three of them were also known for their arrogance and conceit, for their insatiable thirst to be seen and heard, even to the extent of committing terrorist acts for which they were continually criticized and warned orally and in writing. But I am referring to Mugosa. Exploiting his friendship with Mehmet and Liri Jaga, Dusan got himself into meeting after meeting, contact after contact, and half an Albanian, half an Serbian, tried quote to convince unquote the Skender Musos and Hainai Lepenikas to associate themselves with the line of the front and with the war which the Communist Party of Albania led. With his tactless and irrational interference, especially in a district like Vloro, Mugosa only damaged the work that we did. How much work and effort the party, especially Hainai Kapo, had to expend to put right what Dusan Mugosa, Liri Jaga and Mehmet weaved by night and unraveled by day in the region of Vlora. We began to receive signals, one after another, about their grave sectarian mistakes, and after we described their work as seriously harmful, we removed them from the Vlora district. Of course, we were bound to act cautiously, as we did, to avoid leaving any grounds for dissatisfaction, especially in the quote friend unquote Mugosa. In August 1943, we formed the 1st Shock Brigade and Dusan persistently demanded that we send him there. Quote, "I'll be in permanent action," unquote said quote the man of the terrain unquote, quote, "and with Mehmet I get along very well," unquote. And truly he did get along well with him. In one of our meetings with Tempo he had a fierce quarrel with him over what we should call our partisan brigades. He said, quote, "You should call them proletarian brigades," unquote, as in Yugoslavia. While Mladen, Spiro Moisiu and I insisted that they should be called quote shock brigades unquote, because in this way we left no room for misunderstanding even in terminology, did not go beyond the slogans of the National Liberation War, etc. Despite Tempo's insistence, we acted as we ourselves thought best. The only one of our people who liked the Yugoslav term was Mehmet. In front of us he was obliged to call the 1st Brigade, where we had appointed him commander, a quote shock brigade unquote, but in confidential conversations and letters to the Yugoslav quote friends unquote he called it quote a proletarian brigade unquote. Indeed, in one of these letters which he sent to Mugosa, Mehmet expressed his quote profound regret unquote that Dusan was leaving Albania quote before the completion of the placard which he had ordered with the inscription, 1st Proletarian Brigade, 1. Undoubtedly, this was part of the contribution of Dusan Mugosa who, in the absence of tempo, applied the instructions and ideas of tempo to introduce splits and differences in the opinions and stands of our comrades. However, the negative influence of Mugosa in the 1st Brigade was especially apparent in other aspects. The heroic deeds and exemplary fight which the valiant partisans of this brigade, under the leadership and inspiration of the party and the General Staff, waged during the years of the National Liberation War, are well known. History has spoken and will continue to speak about these things. However, without in any way implicating the effective of the brigade, or the overwhelming majority of its cadres, it must be said that during those years, some arbitrary, harmful and sectarian acts, also, were carried out on the personal orders of Mehmet Shah in the direct instigation and inspiration of Dusan Mugosa. Such, for example, was the case of the execution of a group of ballists, who, captured after an armed clash with our forces, were shot in violation of the instruction of the party, which in such cases called for dispassionate judgment on the basis of the crimes which each individual had committed. We sternly condemned this act immediately. Both in the terrain and in the brigade, Mugosa brought us nothing but harm with his sectarianism. But this was not the end of the contribution of Dusan Mugosa. The black smoke of his work, as a secret agent, with some of the cadres of the 1st Brigade, or wherever he was successful, has appeared a number of times on the horizon of the party, during the whole of its course, right up to the present day, whenever the party has clashed with anti-party groups or individuals in the leadership. Hence, for Tito and company, the merits of this sectarian, megalomaniac and careerist are very great. Dusan Mugosa roamed through the terrain not simply on account of his personal enthusiasm but because he had been charged to poke his nose in wherever he could gather information about our comrades and send it to the Yugoslav leadership. The plans and cadres were being prepared in secret for the attack on the leadership of our party, for the distortion of our correct line and the complete subjugation of the Communist Party of Albania. Not accidentally, 4 to 5 months before Velimir Stojnik came to Albania, Dusan Mugosa was summoned to return urgently to Yugoslavia for special duties. We farewelled him in a way which he did not deserve, with honors and thanks, but he, too, honored us as we did not deserve. He gave the Yugoslav leadership the facts it needed to arrive at the conclusion that they had to act swiftly, with a strong hand, against the CPA and our leadership. Otherwise, the card the Titoites held to get Albania into their clutches would become worthless. A new period was beginning in our relations with the CPY. That is, the time was coming when the Yugoslav leadership would concentrate its attention on assisting us in those aspects which up till now it had neglected, in our internal problems. The time was coming when, after a lapse of a year, Tito's 3rd emissary for the years of the National Liberation War was to be attached to our leadership. This was a Colonel, Velimir Stojnik. One of the most grievous events with the most serious consequences for our party and country, the 2nd plenum of the CC of the CPA, known in history as the backstage plot of Berat is linked from beginning to end with the name and mission of this special envoy of Tito. Chapter 2, The Backstage Plot of Berat. The Stojnik mission in Albania Najazdizdrovic. The eminence grise of Nakospru. The Soviet Major Ivanov is informed about us through Stojnik. The establishment of our main leadership in liberated Berat Nakospru. Kozizoks, Sejfler Maleshiva and Pondi Christo are engaged in the Titoite plot. Liri Jaga in the role of the scapegoat. 3 steps of the Stojnik mission. First, the departure of Miladin Popovic from Albania. Second, the split of our political bureau. Third, the split of the CC of the CPA and the condemnation of our main leadership. The seeds of disruption and self-exposure are growing behind the unity of the Piotr V. Stojnik's discussion, the Titoite platform for the subjugation of the CPA and the gobbling up of Albania. Tito, the intermediary of the British the People's Revolts and Kosovo. Stojnik serves up the idea of the Balkan Federation headed by Yugoslavia. The bitter fruits of the Berat plenum. The period from August 1943, when Vukmanovic Tempo departed, until August 1944, when Velimir Stojnik arrived, is one of the stormiest and most brilliant periods in the history of our party and the National Liberation War in Albania. During this time our Communist Party further increased and tempered its ranks, worked out and consistently followed a clear and correct Marxist-Leninist line in all the fields and, as a result, great victories were achieved. The strengthening and consolidation of the anti-fascist National Liberation Front, the organization and strengthening of national liberation councils in villages and cities constitute further evidence of the colossal work and struggle which our party carried out in that period. The Second National Liberation Conference held in Labanat of Elbasan in September 1943 and its very important decisions 1. set the course for all the great and far-sighted work of the party for the creation of the new state of people's democracy in Albania. The crowning of this work was the organization and holding of the historic Congress of Permit with complete success in May 1944, a congress which finally accomplished one of the strategic tasks of the party, the creation of the new Albanian state of people's democracy. During this period, in ceaseless clashes with the occupier and the local traitors, the Albanian National Liberation Army rapidly increased its ranks, was armed and tempered in battle, and affirmed itself as an army of the new type. Apart from other things, it successfully withstood one of the heaviest blows of the enemy, the Great Nazi Winter Operation of 1943 to 1944, and in the spring of 1944, on the orders of the General Staff it seized the initiative and launched a counteroffensive. After the creation of a considerable number of brigades and other units, which in May 1944 included more than 35,000 fighters in their ranks, apart from the territorial citizens and the armed volunteers in the villages, we went on to the formation of the 1st Shock Division and, a little later, of the 2nd Shock Division of the INLA. At the end of May 1944, as Commander-in-Chief, I issued the order to the National Liberation Army to launch a general offensive for the complete liberation of Albania from the German occupiers and for the total destruction of the Balli Kombëtar and the Legaliteti and all the other forces of reaction. The flames of the decisive battle swept Albania from south to north. Everything was going well, both on the external front against the Hitlerite forces and on the internal front. The decisive victory was not far off. Precisely at this period, the efforts and attempts of the Anglo-American allies to interfere savagely in our internal affairs, to prevent Albania slipping from their fingers, were intensified as never before. However, we defeated these plans of the allies in time. In the future, too, we were to display unrelenting vigilance and care to neutralize the Anglo-American threat. We were to have struggles and battles with them, but in the final analysis, their cause in Albania was lost. Precisely at these moments when the storm of the war and the revolution in Albania had reached its climax, Tito's emissary Colonel Velimir Stojnić and his aide Nijaz Dizdravić arrived at our general staff. Their arrival marked the beginning of one of the most difficult and delicate periods of our wartime and post-war history, the period of open and secret clashes and conflicts with the Belgrade leadership. Thus, for several years on end, the CPA and the Albanian people were to be involved in a new, peculiar war, without artillery and machine guns, but just as difficult, if not more so, and with more dangerous consequences than the war with weapons against the open enemies. The Stojnić mission. Velimir Stojnić came to Albania in the end of August 1944 as chief of the Yugoslav military mission attached to our general staff. The task of our mission, he told us at the first meeting in Helms, is, first, to transmit in a fraternal way to your general staff the experience of the Yugoslav staff in connection with big combined operations now that the German troops are withdrawing from Greece. Second, to establish regular liaison between the general staffs and armies of our two countries, to examine the possibilities to coordinate our actions in large-scale joint operations in the future. And third, to assist in the further organization of the sister army of Albania. Very quickly, however, from the first conversation with this colonel and his main aide Nijaz Dizdravić, we were to become convinced that their mission was military only in name, in its label and method of operation. Indeed, at the first meeting Stojnić himself told us that he had come also as instructor of the CC of the CPY attached to our leadership, but we did not accept him in this capacity and he quite openly expressed his annoyance. The truth is that he came for other duties. Some of them, those most obvious and which, with the level of our knowledge at those moments, we could recognize most readily, we were to understand at that time. The others were to become clear later, when we went back again and again over all those things which occurred from the moment the Stojnić team arrived in Albania. Time was to prove that, above all, the Stojnić mission was a special mission which was sent by Tito to Albania at the end of the war for sinister political aims, for sabotage and espionage. It came to organize the attack on the CPA and its line, to subjugate the CPA, to turn it into a tool and appendage of the CPY. It came precisely on the eve of the complete liberation of Albania in order to attack the foundations on which the new people's state power was being erected, and to prepare the terrain for turning Albania into the Seventh Republic of Yugoslavia. On account of the special relations we had created with the CPY, we welcomed the new emissary of the Yugoslav leadership warmly and wholeheartedly. He told us about the situation in Yugoslavia, the partisan war and the successes achieved under the leadership of the CPY and Tito, and we, too, at the first meeting, told him in a comradely way about the situation and successes of our army, about the front and the new people's state power which was being set up. Some other day, he said, I can also tell you about the organization and experience of our Communist Party. We shall be very pleased to hear these things, I said. Ours is a young party and we need to know the experience of older and bigger parties and to exchange opinions. So, at another meeting, Velimir Stojnik talked to us about the CPY, about its past, as well as about the war and the correct development which it assumed once Josip Broz Tito came to the leadership, and the great authority which the party had won among the people through the heroic war towards victory it was waging under his leadership. On this occasion, I, too, spoke about the history of our party from its founding, about how it had extended and the successes it had achieved, etc., etc. As soon as I finished, the colonel threw off his military role and said, in fact, my main mission is military, but as a party cadre and on the special instruction of the leadership of our party, I shall also talk about party matters and everything else, and assuming a very serious air, he began to make criticisms of us over our line and to list the mistakes which our party had allegedly committed continually. One of the main criticisms which Velimir Stojnik had brought was the allegation that the line of our party had continually vacillated from right to left, and he did not fail to link the opportunism of our line with the criticisms of Vukmanovic Tempo. In fact, Tempo had advocated fratricidal war, had advised us to attack the newly emerged Bali Kombëtar and had criticized the efforts of our party to win misled elements away from the Bali Kombëtar. For his part, Velimir Stojnik accused us of opportunism in our line and proved this with the fact that representatives of the General Council of the National Liberation Front held talks with the representatives of the Bali Kombëtar in the Mukj village near Kruja at the end of July and the beginning of August 1943. At the same time, while describing Mukj as an opportunist act using the same argument he reproached us for being sectarian, because we had not continued the talks with these collaborators with Italian fascism and traitors to our people. After listening quietly to this person, whom at the time we considered at least ill-informed about our line, I said to him, not only are you in contradiction with yourself and with Tempo, but you force me to the conclusion that you don't know the situation in our country. You have to understand that the Bali Kombëtar is the front of betrayal. Its chiefs are collaborators with the Italian fascists. From the moment that the Bali Kombëtar was formed, our party appealed to its members to unite against the occupiers. This was not opportunism in our line, but a correct application of the line. The Bali Kombëtar fought us and collaborated with the Italian occupiers. On the eve of the capitulation of Italy, new situations were being created in our war, and we had to take advantage of them. To this end, we appealed once again to the members of the Bali Kombëtar to join in the war, both against the Italian occupiers who were on the verge of capitulation, and against the new German occupiers. The chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar responded to our call to hold talks and to decide what should be done later. We had our objectives and they had theirs. They came to the talks with us to gain a little credit after the great discredit they had suffered among the people, while, as I said, we set out with the aim of drawing the Bali Kombëtar into the war against the new occupiers, the savage German Nazis. If the chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar were to continue to play their old game this time, too, then they would be more thoroughly and finally exposed in the eyes of the people and would be abandoned by the misled elements who comprised the base of that organization. That is why the Mukj meeting was held. The delegates of our National Liberation Front had been clearly instructed that they were going to Mukj to tell the Bali Kombëtar to join in the war and that beyond this no compromise could be made with them. The chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar had their own plans at Mukj. They not only wanted to create a joint committee, but also wanted parity in the leadership of the Albania of the future. Those who demanded this were those who had collaborated openly with fascist Italy, and they demanded this at a time when they gave no guarantee that they would fight against the Germans and when, amongst other things, they wanted us to accept the thesis of Greater Albanian and ethnic Albanian And the two delegates of our party fell for the Bali Kombëtar's trap and accepted its demands, because one of them, Mustafa Gjinishi, as it is emerging, was an agent of the British intelligence service, and the other, Merdishnika, was an opportunist. Immediately the party learned of this betrayal by its delegates. It denounced it. Therefore, Comrade Velimir, I tell you that your criticisms of our party and its leadership either of opportunism or of sectarianism are without foundation. I insist that your condemnation of Mukj was sectarianism, repeated Velimir. You should have found the language to persuade the chiefs of the Bali Kombëtar. Never. That would have been betrayal of the party, replied Mladen very angrily. Had we done that, the Albanian people ought to have lined us up against the wall and shot us. Why did this people and this party fight? To share power with reaction? The debate flared up and went on for a long time. Velimir, Mladen and I did most of the speaking. Kozak sat completely silent, but according to the argument, sometimes went red and sometimes pale, while Nokospru had no chance to engage in the debate. His knowledge of Italian had tied him up with number 2 in the Stojnik mission with the clever and cunning Yugoslav Nijaz Dizdravic, to whom he translated what we said. I do not say you should share power, Stojnik replied indignantly to Mladen Popovic. Quote, you ought to have taken part in the meetings envisaged at Mukj. This is what I want to say. Don't try to conceal your sectarianism. It is blatant. Unquote. Quote, and what do you see it? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, and what I said about the way you acted with regard to Mukj. But I have other facts, too. Lira Jaga and Mehmet Shah have made your sectarianism obvious. By what name shall we call what they are doing? Unquote. Quote, they have their own faults and we have criticized them for these things and we shall look into them more deeply. But don't forget that their close collaborator, indeed, their inspirer in all their distortions and sectarian acts, has been your comrade, Dusan Mugosa. Unquote. Quote, leave Mugosa out of this. Unquote, interrupted Stojnik. Quote, he belongs to us and we shall look into his work. I am referring to your comrades. In Vla Lira Jaga appoints and removes whoever she likes in the regional committee and the command. At Bekan Mehmet Shah kills 50 to 60 ballists from the villages of Lushinja. In the north Lira is brandishing a naked sword. Unquote. Quote, you seem to be well acquainted with our situation. Unquote, I said with obvious sarcasm. Quote, I believe I am. Indeed, I know it very well. Unquote, replied Velimir Stojnik arrogantly. Quote, comrade colonel. Unquote, I put in a stern tone there and then. Quote, we are friends and comrades, we respect and honor your party and fraternal people, but excuse me, it seems to me you are going beyond your military authority, either as a delegate of the Yugoslav General Staff or as a member of another party. Your interference in our affairs is out of place and your tone is unacceptable. Unquote. Quote, we are communists, first of all. Unquote, he said, backing down a little. Quote, there is nothing wrong with our talking about these questions. I told you that I have special instructions from Comrade Tito to talk with you about these matters, too. Unquote. Quote, all right. Unquote, I said. Quote, we can talk as communists, but bear in mind where you are speaking and why. Unquote. Quote, I beg your pardon. Unquote, he replied, blushing. Quote, perhaps I used some ill-considered expression, but you must understand, I say everything in a comradely way, for your benefit, because we are friends. I have no other aim. But let us leave this for today, we'll talk about it more calmly another time. Unquote. We parted coldly although we smiled and shook hands. However, I could not get what had occurred out of my mind, especially the unexpected accusation of quote sectarianism unquote. A year earlier we had made efforts to win the nationalist elements and anyone else to the course of the war against the occupier, and for this Tempo accused us of quote opportunism unquote, while now, when we had put the Bali Batar firmly in its place, it emerges that we had fallen into quote sectarianism unquote. This was intolerable and I said to Mladen, quote, I don't understand this. Do these delegates want to help us or do they want to catch us, or saddle us with a mistake at all costs? Unquote. Mladen forced a smile, slapped me on the shoulder and said nothing. It was a smile which I had rarely seen on the face of my comrade in arms and in hardships. In that smile there was despair, regret, and perhaps also suspicion about what the comrades of his party were pouring out. Quote, let us fight and forge ahead, unquote, he said, quote, and these matters will be cleared up. After all, Tempo and Velimir Stojnik, and the devil knows who else are neither the CPY, nor the CC of the CPY. Unquote. Quote, I wouldn't want to put that in doubt. Unquote, I said. Those were days full of work, tension and most difficult and varied problems which demanded correct and urgent solutions. During those days and nights, the comrades and I devoted a great part of our time and strength to preparing the strategic and operational plans for the battles which the divisions and other big and small units of our army were waging, or that we planned for them to wage in the general offensive which had been launched. The major problems in the life of the party, in the army and amongst the civilian population, the problems of the front and the National Liberation Councils demanded time and effort from us. Moreover, at the Congress of Permit we had formed the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Committee which performed the functions of the democratic government, and the most important thing was that this government was not just a creation on paper or a group of people who had to sit waiting for the day when they would take power. No, we were a government in action, a government which had power over most of Albania, and from day to day this power was being extended to the towns, villages and regions which were liberated. On some other occasion I shall relate in detail what an endless field of complex problems was this of the creation, organization and running of the state, and what efforts, work, studies and debates we had to carry out. I want to stress only that the situation, the phase which our war had reached, and a series of other circumstances compelled us to think of and be responsible for everything, from the major problems of the final battle for liberation, from ensuring food and shelter for the population of the liberated zones, and indeed, even unliberated zones, from the organization of the first work of construction to the taking of preliminary measures for the phase when the party and the people would have the whole of Albania free and democratic. In our way, we had the Anglo-American allies, who, like experienced political gamblers, played new cards day after day to lead us up a blind alley, and around us we had internal reaction which saw that it was losing its case and tried to create 1,000 obstacles and difficulties for us. Add to this the lack of experience of nearly all of us in the problems of the organization and running of a new state, add the marked lack of cadres, and the picture becomes more or less clear. And precisely in the midst of all this work, with its endless series of difficulties and cardinal, great and little problems, the Stojnik mission is sent amongst us with its predetermined objectives and aims. In the first days of September we had gone down to Adruzen. Helms with its few houses could not shelter all of us, and from there through many ceaseless contacts we led the whole country. The telephone never stopped ringing, radio messages came from all directions, the coming and going of couriers and comrades was uninterrupted. Sometimes, Velimir Stojnik came, too, for a consultation for assistance or simply to say Dobar Dan. He tried to learn everything and poked his nose everywhere. At one moment, when I was exchanging a couple of words with him in passing, the signals officer came to me and said, Comrade Commander, they report from Gyrokastra that they are going to blow up the Dragot Bridge. German convoys are approaching from the Drino and the Alskorges, and the Dragot Bridge is a key point. They want your opinion. In no way. I told him. Transmit the order immediately not to blow up the Dragot Bridge, but to defend it at all costs. Where is this bridge? Asked Velimir Stojnik all interest immediately. I went up to the map and pointed it out to him. Why shouldn't it be blown up? He exploded as if a wasp had stung him. It's an extremely strategic bridge. If the German columns cross it, that will open up a lot of trouble for you and also for us. Let the Germans be cut up and wiped out on the other side, otherwise they'll penetrate all through Albania and even into Yugoslavia. Don't worry, I told him. Our order is that between Kakavia and Hani-i-Hati 1, no German is to be left alive. And if some are left we shall pursue them, hot foot, over our borders. Then, why not destroy this bridge? He asked again. Blowing it up would greatly hinder their penetration. Because the time has come when we need the bridges. A good many of them have been and are being blown up by the Germans, and the officers of the British missions are astoundingly zealous about blowing up many others. But now that our military forces have all our roads and gorges and mountains under control, to blow up the bridge means to blow up the property of the people in power. You don't realize that the Dragot Bridge is a strategic point for our operations. As to stopping the enemy columns, I must tell you that the Kelsiri Gorge is near the bridge and our forces have made it impassable for the Germans. The chief of the Yugoslav military mission went away displeased. As I said, in fact military problems were not his main mission. But in this aspect, too, those who had sent him had charged him with tasks. One of these was to influence us so that during this period we would engage the maximum number of German units which were deployed in Albania, or those withdrawing from Greece, in battle on our territory, and hence, not permit the penetration of Nazi forces into Yugoslavia. As we heard later, on the orders of the Yugoslav General Staff, they had formed a strong defensive curtain on the borders between Greece and Macedonia, with the aim of preventing the withdrawal of the Germans in that strategic direction. Thus, Albania remained the only door for their withdrawal. Hence, through this division of Doras the mortally wounded Nazi beast was to pour its final ferocity on our territories and forces. Naturally, it had never crossed our minds that such a division of roles could be made during the war. We had always fought with all our might and possibilities to kill every Nazi wherever we found him, without ever considering that we could make advantageous tactical withdrawal into some safe spot in order to leave the enemy to be wiped out by somebody else. All the battles we had waged up till August 1944 had proved this. It was proved to the best, also, by the heroic and uninterrupted fighting of our forces from August to November 1944 and, after the liberation of Albania, by the fact that a good part of these forces continued the hot pursuit of the Nazis beyond our state borders into Yugoslavia. In short, for this part of his mission Velimir Stojnik had to exert no effort. He was left free to concentrate on other, more important aspects. And as I said, he began this work as soon as he set foot in Albania. How did Velimir Stojnik and his associates begin their work? They divided their roles. Velimir posed as competent on the organization of the army, the party, the state, the security service, education, culture, etc. In a word, he was a great brain and it was a great favor that the Communist Party of Yugoslavia did our party by sending such a man to give us experience. For his part, Nijaz Dizdrovic was a real fox, clever, but evil and a dyed-in-the-wool intriguer. The things he knew thoroughly and expressed well. He had been charged to work with our youth and to organize them in resistance against the party, if it opposed the implementation of the diabolical plans of the Yugoslavs. Nijaz Dizdrovic not only became the eminent Skryz of Nakospru, but he also played on people's heartstrings in the interests of the Yugoslav UDB. During the plot, he fell in love with a member of the plenum of the Central Committee of our party, promised to marry her, and, when he had gathered all the information he needed, cleared off and left her. A few days before the arrival of the Stojnik mission a Soviet major, Ivanov, had also come to Helms. As can be imagined, we welcomed him with open arms and with all the honors befitting the representative of the glorious army of Stalin. But it was regrettable that Major Ivanov should represent such an army as the Red Army. He was a clever, cunning type, and as became apparent later, he, too, had come on a military mission, as well as on other special missions. I well remember how he sat the whole day near the stairs waiting for Colonel Stojnik, and the fact is that Ivanov was informed about Albania and us, its fighters, in the light in which Stojnik described us. Regrettably, the Soviet Union was being informed about Albania through the eyes of Stojnik, and not only on the eve of liberation, but also for several years afterwards. The Soviets were acquainted with us through the tales that Tito, Kardelj, Jalos and others concocted. At every opportunity Major Ivanov continually boosted Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Diznovic to convince us that the two Yugoslav comrades have capacity. In reality, however, Velimir Stojnik was a young ass, a very ordinary person, who had learned a few formulas by rote and could speak only about them, apart from the instructions which they had given him and which he would draw from his briefcase and time after time. The first arguments they had with us, especially the clear-cut objections which Mladen and I raised, completely convinced Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Diznovic that they must set to work at once to bring about radical changes. Velimir Stojnik worked persistently to build up a tense situation. He communicated every day by radio with Tito's staff, especially with its organizational secretary, Rankovic, wherefrom he received instructions about how he should act. When he saw that Mladen, as a Yugoslav, did not support them in the criticisms they made, but, on the contrary, opposed them, he sought to remove him from the scene and to isolate me from the comrades in order to attack me more easily. And this is what he did. We were still at Drizin when he managed to get rid of Mladen. He passed on to him Tito's order that Mladen should return as quickly as possible to Yugoslavia and present himself to report. The villainy of the Velimir Stojnik group went so far that they did not inform me even in a comradely way about this decision which was taken about a comrade who had worked 3 or 4 years with us and had fought together with us. They had instructed Mladen that, when he talked with me about his departure, he must not tell me that they had summoned him to report, but simply that they were sending him to work on another task in Yugoslavia. At first, to avoid upsetting me, he did not tell me the truth. But why precisely at these moments? I asked him. Just a few more weeks and Albania will be liberated. Let us enter Tirana together once more, not illegally, with bombs and pistols in our pockets, as in 1941 and 1942, but freely, as victors. Then you can go. I'll gather the people and say to them, you see this chap? He is a Montenegrin, a Yugoslav. But he is ours. He's an Albanian, too. His name is Mladen Popovic. We call him Ali Gostavari. He is our comrade, our brother, a communist who for 4 years on end, together with us and with you, fought and made sacrifices, grew up with us, and gave everything he had for this victory, for freedom. Now he is going away. All of you should kiss him and wish him goodbye. As I said this, Ali Gostavari wept. Listen, I said, you have to stay a few more weeks to see freedom. I want to so badly, Enver, but, I have to go. This is the order from my center. I sensed that he was hiding something from me. I met Stojnik and asked him in the name of our leadership to intervene with his leadership to postpone the order. That cannot be done, said Velimir Stojnik, cold and inexorable. Comrade Tito issues an order only once. Very well, I said, but how, by what route, is he to go to Yugoslavia? Over the mountains, he replied. We are still at war. No, I said, we shall not allow this. In 1942 and 1943, when we were illegal, we picked up Blazo and Tempo and sent them on their way by car, when they were fit and well, and we cannot fail to do the same thing for Mladen now that we are almost liberated. You know that he is ill with tuberculosis. But what can we do? He asked, and added, I know only this, he must leave as quickly as possible for Yugoslavia. A plan came to my mind and I sought an urgent meeting with one of the officers of the British mission. It was the time when the British wanted to be on good terms with us, so that we would approve their repeated variants of a landing. At that time we had also reached an agreement with them for a number of seriously wounded partisans to be treated in the Allied hospitals in Bari of Italy. The British officer presented himself in the room where I worked. Mr. Officer, I said, I want to ask a confidential favor from you. Unquote. He forgot he was a military man and bowed from quote satisfaction unquote that I was giving him the opportunity to do me such a favor. Quote, a partisan, a close friend of mine, is very ill. Could you use your possibilities to transport him as quickly as possible to Bari? Unquote. Quote, of course, tomorrow evening. Unquote, replied the British underscore. See footnote 1, p. 131 of this book. Officer very quote readily unquote and continued, quote, you have given me the opportunity, General, to tell you that I want to discuss something with you. Unquote. I had taken into account that I would have to pay quote the reckoning unquote. Quote, the day after tomorrow, in the morning. Unquote, I agreed there and then. Quote, all right. Unquote, the British officer clicked his heels together and left. I met Mladen and Stojnik and said to the latter, quote, tomorrow evening we are going to send Mladen to Bari under his Albanian name Ali Gostavari. Get in touch with your staff so that they take measures for the Yugoslav representatives attached to the Allied command in Italy to meet him. From there I believe room will be found for Mladen Popovic in one of the ships or aircraft which link your staff with the Allied command every day. Unquote. Velimir Stojnik's face darkened with anger that this matter had been settled so neatly, but he had no way to oppose it. We parted. Before he left, Mladen was strolling thoughtfully. I caught up with him and when we were approaching the church square in Adrian he put his arm round my shoulders and said to me, quote, Enver, I didn't tell you yesterday because I didn't want to add to your distress, but you ought to know. I'm going because I'm forced to do so in Tito's name. They're not pleased with my work. But I tell you one thing. This Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Dizdravic are behaving like enemies. Watch out for them. I only hope that I reach Yugoslavia alive and I'm able to meet Tito, because I'm not going to keep quiet and let them go undenounced. Unquote. So they removed Mladen. Immediately after we farewelled him, I summoned Velimir Stojnik to my office and asked him the reason for Mladen's departure. He said coldly, quote, it was an order from Tito that he should return to Yugoslavia. Unquote. Quote, I trust. Unquote, I said, quote, that Tito has not ordered that this decision about a comrade who worked in these difficult years together with our party should not be communicated to me. Unquote. Quote, has Mladen informed you about this? Unquote, he asked. Quote, he informed me, but it was up to you to do such a thing. Unquote, I said coldly and asked, quote, why was Mladen summoned to Yugoslavia? Unquote. Quote, to render account. Unquote, he replied in an arrogant tone. Quote, I don't object to his going or to his rendering account about his work to the CC of the CPY. Unquote, I said, quote, but I should have been informed. If it is simply a question of rendering account, unquote, I continued, quote, Mladen ought first to render account to our party, where he worked. And I tell you that he worked very well, as an internationalist communist, while you have not acted correctly. This is my view. Unquote. Quote, you stick to your view and we shall stick to ours. Unquote, said Velimir Stojnik and we parted, shaking hands coldly. After this the second step of the quote Stojnik mission, unquote, began. I was left as the focal point of the attack. Of course, I did not know in those days, I did not even realize what was being prepared and hatched up around me, but I could not fail to be aware of the cold atmosphere that was being created. In the last days of our stay at Adrusan, Velimir Stojnik came to my office and said to me in a serious tone, quote, Comrade General Secretary. Unquote. I understood that he had come on quote party matters unquote because he had adopted certain quote special unquote rules of protocol in his relations with us. When he came on military matters he began with quote comrade commander unquote. When he came on quote state matters unquote he began with quote comrade chairman unquote. When he came on party affairs he began with quote comrade general secretary unquote. Quote, recently we have had a number of discussions but have not carried them through to the finish. I think that we ought to go into them thoroughly. Unquote, he said. Quote, when the opportunity and possibilities present themselves. Unquote, I replied. Quote, you realize how busy we are. Unquote. Quote, I see that. Unquote, he said. Quote, but I consider this necessary. These questions are important for your line, for all your work. Unquote. Quote, very well. Unquote, I said. Quote, as soon as I find the opportunity I shall inform you. Unquote. Quote, no, I think we should go into them extensively in the bureau of your Central Committee. Indeed, I find it regrettable that up till now you have not summoned the bureau to hear me officially. Unquote. Quote, the bureau, Comrade Stojnik, unquote, I told him, quote, meets according to the plan of work it has, according to the problems and conditions which present themselves to us. But I tell you sincerely I have not considered and do not consider it reasonable to summon the bureau over those matters which you raise. Unquote. Quote, this ought to have been done long ago. Unquote, he said in a stern and offended tone. Quote, as far as I know you are soon to hold a meeting of the bureau. The comrades have been assembled and indeed I was introduced to Lari Jega who had just arrived from the north. Unquote. Quote, it is quite true that we have a meeting of the bureau. Unquote, I said. Quote, but it is a meeting of the bureau of the Central Committee of our party and I tell you frankly that your request to take part in it is out of place and unacceptable. Unquote. Quote, do you mean to say that you are still against my taking part in it? Unquote. Quote, you should not even make such requests, which are contrary to the norms of an independent party, irrespective of our fraternal relations. Unquote. As he stared at me for quite a pause, without speaking, I saw an expression of internal anger and a cynical smile. Then he muttered something and stalked out. What this smile implied I understood as soon as we had begun the meeting of our political bureau. We had decided that at this meeting we would analyze the more urgent problems of the situation, decide on the work plan of the bureau for the period up till the liberation of Albania, and the main item, I was to present the main theses of the report which we were to make to the coming plenum of the CC of the party. Those present at the meeting were Kozy Zox, Nako Spru, Ramadan, Saitaku, Lirai Jaga and I, 2 other former members of the bureau, Merdishnika, and Jin Marku, elected at the first national conference in March 1943, had been expelled from the political bureau and the central committee of the party some time earlier. Merdishnika for the betrayal he had committed at Mukj with the Bali Kombatar in August 1943, and Jin Marku for his almost complete failure to take part in the meetings of the political bureau as well as for his notorious compromise with the Germans in Berat in the autumn of 1943. 1. As soon as we began the meeting of the political bureau, Kozy Zox got up and said, quote, I propose we should invite the delegate of the Yugoslav leadership, Comrade Stojnik, to take part in this meeting. Unquote. Ramadan Saitaku and I, and at first Lirai Jaga, too, totally opposed this. Nako Spru was in solidarity with Kozy Zox. The meeting of the bureau about the most important current and future problems suddenly became a battle of words. Quote, he is chief of the military mission, unquote, said Ramadan Saitaku. Quote, why should he come to the bureau? Unquote. Quote, he is the representative of a sister army and a sister party. Unquote, put in Kozy Zox. Quote, then let us call Ivanov, too. Unquote, I replied. Quote, indeed, according to this logic, unquote, I added sarcastically, quote, we should even invite the Englishman as an observer, he is our ally. Unquote. Tempers blazed and this was completely unexpected and astonishing to me. Never before had such a scene occurred since we were failing to agree. It was proposed to put the matter to the vote. Unexpectedly Lirai Jaga raised her hand together with Kozy Zox and Nako Spru. Ramadan and Cisadul, Itaku and I were left in the minority. In this way Velimir Stojnik was given the right to take part, discuss and dictate his will in our political bureau. From these moments begins one of the most unpleasant and gravest processes in the life of our party, the process of the splitting of our political bureau, of quote reorganizations unquote of it and quote co-options unquote to it, and later, of upsetting the whole central committee elected in Labanat in March 1943. To achieve these results Velimir Stojnik had to work carefully, according to a well-thought-out plan. As I said, as soon as he arrived in Albania, he began to apply his plan, but it was only in that meeting of the political bureau that for the first time I felt that something serious was going on when the place of the quote honored guest unquote was given to Velimir by vote. Immediately after I ended my main contribution, in which I put before the comrades the theses of the report which I was to prepare for the second plenum of the CC, Stojnik with a certain quote politeness unquote sought the right to speak. In a few words he thanked us for the quote honor unquote which we did him and the quote trust unquote which our bureau expressed in him by inviting him to this meeting, and immediately opened his briefcase. Quote from what the Comrade General Secretary said, I realize that this is a very important meeting. By coincidence, the things I want to say to you in a fraternal way are completely in conformity with the theme of this meeting, which is to discuss the problems you are going to put before the plenum of your Central Committee. Unquote. Everything he said in the course of a good 2 hours, apart from the time required for the translations, consisted in essence of theses which completely overturned all that I had presented in my opening contribution. In other words, his theses were a complete overturning of the line followed and victories achieved by our party, and at the same time, if they were accepted, were a completely distorted platform for the future. In essence they comprised, first, a euphoric propaganda of quote the majestic successes unquote of the CPY and Tito. He praised Tito to the skies, almost putting him on the same footing as Stalin, and openly implying that quote the Albanians and the Bulgarians are triumphing in the war unquote thanks to the great aid of the Yugoslavs. Immediately after eulogizing Tito, the CPY and their quote brilliant unquote, quote creative unquote line, etc., Stojnik repeated bluntly and brutally all those things that we had learned by heart. Quote, you have not had a clear line unquote. Quote, you have suffered from sectarianism, opportunism and sectarianism again unquote. With these theses Velimir Stojnik aimed to attack the line of our party throughout the period of the war and to present it as quote unstable, unclear and, especially, sectarian unquote. Second, although the meeting was dedicated to the results of our war, Stojnik passed over this with the odd phrase, indeed in a disdainful tone, and poured out praise solely for the quote experience unquote, quote example unquote and quote outstanding and great contribution unquote of the Yugoslav army. With such boastful propaganda about their war, Velimir Stojnik aimed to create the impression that our national liberation war quote was nothing very much unquote and quote was not of any great weight in comparison with the war of the peoples of Yugoslavia and unquote. With this he openly implied that we were indebted to the Yugoslav war for our liberation, and he worked in this direction to create the view that quote our war was simply a war of cities unquote, or even worse, quote a war of terrorists and assassins unquote. Hence, he pulled out of his briefcase the old hostile theses of Vukmanovic Tempo with whom I had always been in open opposition and dispute. Third, the line of the party in connection with the anti-fascist National Liberation Front, according to Velimir, was also a wrong line, a quote sectarian unquote line. He went so far as to make the accusation in the meeting, quote you have not taken a correct stand towards patriotic chiefs unquote, such as Sinelizai, 1, whom we had not admitted to the front, and he also repeated what he had pronounced on the first day of his arrival, quote you were wrong not to continue the talks unquote with the ballists at Much. Along with this, according to him and those who sent him, we ought to rehabilitate Mrdišnica. Fourth, the organizational line of the party and the policy of cadres, still according to them, turned out to be quote wrong unquote, quote carried out on a personal plane unquote, because allegedly we had quote removed devoted comrades from leading functions unquote, etc., etc. As a conclusion, the successes of the CPA were quote petty unquote, quote partial unquote and quote if the CPA emerged triumphant, this was mostly thanks to Yugoslavia, the CPY and Tito unquote. So much for the past. Now what had to be done? These things, according to Stojnik, must be quote put in order unquote, and to put them in order properly there was no alternative for us Albanian communists but to quote follow the Yugoslav road, the advice and instructions of Tito unquote, which Velimir Stojnik had brought. The basic idea was this, quote he who is on this road is a true communist, the others must be got rid of. Unquote. Summed up very briefly, these were the main primary accusations of Velimir Stojnik and the secret aims which he wanted to achieve by means of them. Precisely now, on the eve of the complete liberation of Albania, when we were emerging triumphant over the Nazi-fascist occupiers, the local traitors and internal reaction. I cannot claim that I realized immediately, at this meeting, the extent and depth of the secret aims of the hostile work which Tito's emissaries were organizing against our party and young state. No, the truth was to emerge clearly later, but I must say that from those moments I was more than conscious of one thing. Unjust and unwarranted criticisms and accusations were being made against us. I awaited the reaction of the comrades, but they had hung their heads and were quote waiting unquote. I thought that they must have been dismayed at the way in which Stojnik cancelled out all our work, but since he was our quote honored guest unquote they did not want to oppose him openly at the first meeting. But we were communists and there was no reason for us or the guest to take offense at the truth. I took the floor again, although it was not up to me alone to speak again, and after thanking Stojnik for their quote interest unquote and quote concern unquote, etc., I began to go over briefly and refute everything that was incorrect in his quote criticisms unquote and accusations about our line and situation. Quote please don't misunderstand me, unquote I continued. Quote I don't agree with the criticism which you have made here, not because comradely criticism or advice displeases us, but because the truth is completely different. The comrades will express their opinions and you will be convinced. Unquote. Quote I hope you are right. Unquote said Stojnik smiling enigmatically. Quote we shall hear what the comrades have to say. Unquote. After a brief silence, that same unpleasant atmosphere which developed in the meeting when we discussed whether or not Stojnik should be admitted to the meeting of our bureau, built up again. Quote on many points the things which Comrade Colonel Velimir Stojnik mentioned here are contrary to those which Comrade Enver will deal with in the report to the plenum. Unquote said Kozizoks. Quote I say we should not be hasty. Let us reflect on them well and then talk about them. Unquote. Quote where are we going to find the time to reflect and then talk about them? Unquote put in Liri Jaga there and then, with her well-known mania, not only to oppose Kozizoks about the content of everything he said, but also to sneer at him openly over the peculiarities of the quote pure Kars idiom unquote in which he spoke. Quote if you had thought a bit, you would not have made all those sectarian bloomers, unquote retorted Kozizoks. Quote we'll have a good look at your sectarianism in the bureau. Unquote. Quote better sectarian than idling your time away, unquote Liri snapped back in her usual style, hitting Cozy on a tender spot. I shall speak later about the Cozy Liri quote allergy unquote and the scenes which frequently took place between them, but here I want to point out that in the past such open quarrels had not occurred in the bureau, even between them. Mostly they quote reserved unquote their spite for each other for their quote leisure time unquote or came to complain to me, sometimes together, sometimes individually. Thus, with verbal thrust and parry, Liri Jaga expressed her opinion on the main problem. Quote has the line of the party been sectarian or has it not? This is what we should discuss. I personally have acted according to the line. unquote. I saw Velimir Stojnik beaming as soon as this quote declaration unquote of Larry Jages was translated. He quickly noted it down and nodded his head in approval. In the endless meetings which we were to hold later, when we went down to Berat, this cunning and inimical claim of Larry Jages that quote I have acted according to the line unquote, was to be a powerful weapon in the hands of Velimir Stojnik and his collaborators. Larry Jages' flagrant sectarianism, it really was flagrant, was to serve them as the basic quote argument unquote to quote prove unquote that the line of the CPA had been sectarian. Throughout the whole debate Nako Sprue was extremely busy. He was rapidly writing goodness knows what in a notebook. Later I was to learn that he kept detailed notes from our meetings written in Italian to hand to his friend Dijstrovic. From that time on this became a permanent quote duty unquote of Nako, and I did not understand how this was done legally and openly before our eyes. Many years later I was to learn that, amongst other things, the minutes of the second plenum of the CC of the CPA, the Berat plenum, written in Italian were found in the central archives of the party. The young comrades who were working with the files of that time asked in astonishment at this quote discovery unquote, quote why these minutes in Italian, why were they translated? Unquote. When I was told of this I laughed and recalled the tense meetings of the autumn of 1944 and the notebooks of the quote tireless unquote Nako which were filled one after the other. However, the cunning Nako was to maneuver beautifully with this quote extra burden unquote, in acute situations when it was not in his interest to express his opinion. He buried himself in his quote notes unquote and did not raise his head at all. Nevertheless, his opinion on what should be done was sought, to quote when things are prepared well, disagreements are easily resolved. Unquote, he said, a statement that could have 100 meanings. As for Ramadan Sitaku, speaking in his usual slow, calm way, like the men of Kosovo, he came from there, hence the pseudonym Baka, he replied, quote to think before you speak is a good habit, but I want to say one thing, the problem before us is not whether Comrade Enver, on the one hand, or Comrade Velimir, on the other hand, is right. Comrade Enver presented the theses of the main report of the Bureau which will be delivered at the plenum of the Central Committee of the party. These theses are from all of us, because, for better or worse, we have all had our say and have all done the work for the line which we have adopted and which we all know. Therefore, I don't understand why we should take long to give our opinion about whether or not Comrade Velimir's criticisms of the line which we have all endorsed and followed are well based. Unquote. This straightforward and logical comment of Ramadan Sitaku's, following the opposition which he had expressed in the earlier meeting about the admission of Stojnik to the meeting of the Bureau, certainly put a red ring round the name of Baka in the Yugoslav plotters' notebook. The open interference and pressure which they exerted on the Bureau during October for the expulsion of Ramadan Sitaku from the Bureau of our Central Committee, was not accidental. Precisely this first meeting of our Bureau, in the presence of Velimir Stojnik and his quote theses unquote were to serve as unquote official unquote platform for the whole series of meetings, discussions and endless quarrels which were to consume valuable hours, days and nights during October and November of that year when we had so much work ahead of us on the eve of liberation. In these meetings, quote of course unquote the Yugoslav comrade, Tito's delegate, would also take part and would not leave matters simply at what he said at Drusen, but was to continue his attacks on the line of our party in the most brutal way, making me quote the main culprit unquote for the quote grave errors unquote which had allegedly been observed in the line of our party in the time of the war. Although he was not outstanding for his quote keen mind unquote, as an intriguer and trained agent of Tito and Rankovic he did his work well. Later we were to realize that he did everything according to a scenario carefully prepared in advance by the Yugoslav leadership. This secret scenario was based on two quote weapons unquote which the Yugoslavs had in their hands. First, on the trust and respect which our party nurtured for the CP and the War of the Peoples of Yugoslavia under the leadership of Tito. Second, on the work they had begun much earlier to prepare their agency within the leadership of our party. As I said above, we were interested in strengthening our internationalist relations with them and, as communist comrades, wanted to benefit from that good experience that might be applicable in our country. But those things which seemed to us incorrect or unsuitable for our conditions, we had not accepted and did not accept. Despite the repeated contradictions we had had with the Yugoslav comrades, we had not lost our faith in the CPY and Tito. This was precisely what the Yugoslav leadership had instructed Velimir Stojnik to exploit. Besides this, the Yugoslavs had long had in their hands detailed information about the main comrades of our leadership, about their level, character, tendencies, temperament, the abilities of each of them and the standing they enjoyed in the party and among the masses, etc. It was not for nothing that in his letter of September 1942, Tito asked for the biographies of the comrades who were elected to the CC of the party at the First National Conference. Later, Blazo Jovanovic, Vukmanovic Tempo and others were to supply their leadership with detailed information, gathered in meetings with us or in other, secret ways. The Yugoslav leadership studied this carefully and when the time was approaching to put the finishing touches to the plan of action for the quote Stojnik mission unquote, They urgently recalled Dusan Mugosa from Albania, because, as we were told, quote, he was charged with another task, unquote. As has been revealed since, including recent times, Dusan Mugosa under the pseudonym Suleimani had recruited secret agents in the ranks of the cadres, both military and civilian, in the regions where he operated. But let us return to the time of the war, when 3 to 4 months after the departure of Mugosa, Stojnik arrived in Albania, very well prepared. In this way, no doubt under orders from Tito and Rankovic, Velimir Stojnik was now putting the information gathered about us to successful use, both to suppress my resistance and that of other sound comrades of the party, and to encourage the anti-party factional work of Sejfler Malesheva, Kozy Zox, Nako Spru and their associates. Hence, he set about and at Adruzen succeeded in creating the following situation: everything which quote Velo unquote said or did quote was right unquote, because quote Tito and the CPY said this, and whoever opposed it was an enemy and had to be fought unquote. Right from this initial phase of his secret activity, Stojnik succeeded, for the most varied reasons and motives, in winning over a number of the main comrades of our leadership. Who were the main ones? One of them was Sejfler Malesheva. He is known, and I'm not going to give a biography of him, but the fact is that his worth at the time of the war was zero. He did nothing, did not carry out any task with which we charged him, allegedly had ability with a pen but did not produce even one poor leaflet. He was a prime example of laziness. I don't know how and from which source he had gained a reputation as quote a professor of Marxism-Leninism in Moscow unquote, because he did not prepare even one lecture. His political ideas on many questions were wrong and markedly liberal. He was a careerist who liked flattery and privileges and was the prototype of a petty bourgeois. All these characteristics of Sejfler Malesheva were to the liking of the Yugoslav Velimir Stojnik both for that time and for the future, and therefore he supported him in all sorts of ways. Sejfler was quick to quarrel with the comrades over any petty thing, over a toothbrush, for example. He was characterized by pronounced conceit. He claimed that he was quote a veteran revolutionary unquote, that he had quote come from Moscow unquote, and that he was quote a professor of Marxist theory unquote. Therefore he nurtured the idea that he ought to be the undisputed quote chief unquote of the party in the National Liberation War. Since this was not being realized, he was silently in opposition to the party. He considered me as the person who had occupied the place quote predestined for him even before he set foot in Albania unquote. Apart from me, nobody bothered to listen to this megalomaniac. Regardless of all his shortcomings and mistakes and the criticism which I made of him, still my behavior towards him was correct. The Yugoslavs had thoroughly apprehended Sejfler's nature, especially his ambition to be quote party chief unquote, and had found in him a suitable man, even if only for a period, to develop their work of disruption in our party and to eliminate me. So, Stojnik and Dizdrava kept Sejfler close beside them, cunningly flattered his petty bourgeois pride, and even dropped such hints as quote what a pity that with a capacity such as yours, you are still only a candidate member of the Central Committee unquote, etc. Hence, very quickly they made Sejfler their man, maintained close relations with him, set him to work and greatly quote praised unquote his quote theoretical abilities unquote, especially when Sejfler viciously attacked the party over altogether non-existent stands and faults. Sejfler Malesheva, as the petty bourgeois, liberal democrat and Trotskyite he was quite incapable of keeping out of the maelstrom into which the Yugoslavs were driving him. From the depth of hostility to which he had sunk he began his base attack against the party. According to him, quote the real existence and struggle unquote of the party had begun now, quote that comrade Velimir Stojnik is putting matters in order unquote, implying, along with Velimir Stojnik, himself too. The other element on whom Stojnik relied heavily was Kozy Zox. He was an old member of the Karsa group, a small tradesman who was included in the group of workers because he worked as a tinsmith. At first he loved the party and communism, but was cowardly, made no efforts to extend his horizon and to raise the level of his knowledge, was one of those few workers of Karsa in whom arrogance and haughtiness were obvious and who remained, you might say quote illiterate unquote. Neither he nor Ponte Cristo made any effort to learn. Kozy Zox learned a few isolated things and all the time scribbled a few illegible notes which only he could decipher. Even these he did not write on normal paper but on envelopes. This was a mania of his. However, he did not need much paper, because he wrote little or nothing. Kozy was neither an organizer nor a man of action. He had a great opinion of himself and posed as being everything. His only merit was based on the fact that he was a worker, and that is why he had been elected to the leadership, and I respected him. I tried to help him, but I also criticized him, because he was not brilliant in anything. On the contrary, the Titoites had been working on him for a long time through Vukmanovic Tempo, since he came to Albania and took Zox with him on his quote Balkan unquote travels to Greece. As I said, at that time I saw nothing wrong in Tempo's association with Kozy Zox and agreed that they should go together to Greece twice, because of the additional fact that Zox knew the Greek language and originated from Negavan. However, Kozizaks returned from Greece completely the man of tempo in the Yugoslav secret agency. All the time he was in prison we had respect for Kozi. When he came out of prison and worked together with me in the leadership we were disillusioned. We sent him with the task of leading the struggle in Khalsa. He kept himself busy with "the base and the rear" and concerned himself with the clothing that was gathered in Lavdar and Punamura. There he was given every opportunity to work, to create and to organize, but he proved to be an undistinguished comrade of the leadership and made no concrete contribution to the work of the party, let alone that of the army. With the conceit and pretensions he had, it was inevitable that he would cultivate a great internal discontent. Of course, Tempo was well aware of his spiritual state, and it was well known also to Velimir Stojnik, who took him over, worked on him, urged him in the direction we mentioned above, and made him a weapon against our party and against me personally. Brainwashed and inflated in this way, Kozizaks emerged as one of the "persecuted proletarians" and one of the men of the party with a proletarian heart and great value for the party. The third person whom Stojnik managed to win over was Nako Sprue. Nako was unlike the other two from a number of aspects. He was intelligent, clear on the line, courageous and a good organizer. I liked and respected him and, after the death of Kemal, recommended him to replace Kemal in the youth organization and in the leadership of the party. I continually consulted with Nako, because most of the time we were together. At all times he was in the effective leadership. However, just as much as the other two, Nako Sprue was a petty bourgeois in his spirit, and he had a number of very marked negative traits. He was extremely ambitious and inclined to intrigues. He had gossip and criticism, both justified and ill-founded, on the tip of his tongue. He did not fail to encourage those he liked to advance and to praise them. He was a person who played favorites and worked to fulfill the great desire he had to surround himself with people who listened to him, obeyed him and carried out the orders he gave. Nako was extremely inquisitive and rummaged around to discover the pettiest personal facts about anyone. Many a time when he came and told me petty personal details, which were none of our business, about this or that person, I was astonished at him and criticized him. "Where do you hear these things, Nako?" I asked him reproachfully. "I have my methods and my people who keep me informed," he replied. All these were dangerous tendencies for a communist and a leader, and apart from other things, as a result of these tendencies, Nako became involved in that dirty anti-party work which Tito's emissaries hatched up. The Yugoslavs knew these serious defects and came to know them better. Velimir Stojnik, and especially his aide, Nijaz Diznovic, who was allegedly engaged with the work of the youth, fostered these ambitions in him and compromised him very gravely. They went so far that Nako Sprue was to send Tito in the CC of the CPY secret reports written in his own hand, reports which they used against him later as pressure, and some of which they published, including those parts in which, while describing "the deplorable situation of our war, the mistakes and bad situation in the party," he attacked me, put the blame on me, and sought their aid to ensure that I was removed from the post of General Secretary of the party. This is how far this comrade went in his anti-party work. The Yugoslavs, carefully studying Nako's careerist tendencies, his petty bourgeois desire for power, his spirit as a carping critic, flattered his pride and ambition and encouraged him in all these directions. Nako was to associate himself with their "criticism" and "accusations" of our line, not because he was "mistaken" in his evaluation of the line. In the Yugoslavs' accusations Nako saw the possibilities for power which were being opened up. If the past line were to be rejected as "incorrect", the main bearer of that line, the General Secretary of the party, would be rejected, too. Who would take his place? Obviously, he who contributed most to blackening the past and who would win the affection and gratitude of the Yugoslavs in this way. Because this is how he judged matters, Nako was to involve himself with all his might in the plot, brutally trampling, not only on the party, but also on the sacrifices of his own life in the 3 to 4 years of the war. These then were the three main brigands whom the Yugoslavs, through their emissary Stojnik, were now to unleash in all their ferocity against the line of the party and against the indisputable victory which we had achieved and were achieving in the war. Naturally, the portrait which I painted above of these elements could never have been made or even imagined with this clarity at Idrizen or even later when we went down to Berat. Irrespective of those shortcomings with which I was acquainted, I considered these people as comrades and treated them as comrades of the leadership of the party in every step and action which we took. That is why, when I heard the gravest opinions and accusations against the party from their own mouths, I was taken aback and felt that I was facing a group of comrades who were placing themselves en bloc against the line of the party and personally against me, the General Secretary. Naturally, I did not realize immediately that we were faced with an organized plot. These three comrades of the leadership disguised everything with their "concern" to "examine the issues" to "evaluate the past correctly" to learn from "the experience and comradely criticism of the Yugoslav brothers," to "eliminate the mistakes," to "proceed better in the future," to come before the Central Committee as clearly as possible, with principled criticism and self-criticism, indeed with Bolshevik criticism and self-criticism, etc. In short, all of them were to vow from start to finish that they were acting solely for "the good of the party," for "its salvation." In fact, however, all these vows about "the good of the party" were a bluff, a mask to conceal the plot which had been hatched up to the detriment of the party behind my back and the backs of all the other comrades who remained in sound principled positions. In this meeting of the Political Bureau, in which Stojnik launched his accusations, Liri Jaga took part, too, but it was her "bad luck" to be used by the Yugoslav agency as the "scapegoat." As I mentioned above, during his "service" in the region of Vlora in the spring and summer of 1943, Dusan Mugosa became well acquainted with Liri Jaga, took note of her many weaknesses, especially her ambitious and careerist spirit, and kept close to her to foster these shortcomings in the interest of his work as an agent. To give the devil his due, Mugosa carried out this dirty anti-party work with Liri Jaga and with a number of others in masterly fashion. The sectarian actions which were recognized and had already been condemned by our party were, in the first place, the fruit of the work of Dusan Mugosa as an agent, in which his "pupil" and agent Liri Jaga displayed obvious zeal. For these things, Dusan Mugosa deserved the heaviest condemnation, but in fact he did not leave Albania under a cloud. On the contrary, after performing the role with which his leadership had charged him, by recruiting and fouling whomever he could, Duki cleared out and left our party a "heritage" of mistakes of sectarianism which the leadership of the CPY now needed to accuse the leadership of our Communist Party of being "incompetent" and "sectarian." But in order to make these accusations stick and seem to have a concrete basis, the Yugoslavs now had to attack their loyal agent Liri Jaga, even if only temporarily, as the embodiment of the sectarian line of the CPA. The wide-ranging attack which was made on our Communist Party was hidden behind Liri's mistakes. All this painful anti-party history was to take place during the months of October and November in the liberated city of Berat, where we arrived, as far as I remember, a few days after the platform meeting at Idrizen. On the eve of the plot, the establishment of the main leadership of the party, the anti-fascist General Council and the General Staff in the liberated city of Berat, after about 4 years of fighting and battles in the difficult conditions of illegality, showed that decisive historic moments for our country had arrived. The National Liberation War was being crowned with major successes. The correct Marxist-Leninist line of the party was leading our people towards the final victory. The love and trust of the people and the partisans for the party was great and deeply implanted in their hearts, because it was the party which educated them, organized them, armed them and led them into the war and to victory. We had virtually liberated the south of Albania. Thus, the General Staff had come down to the liberated city of Berat, and there we prepared the strategic plan of the assault for the liberation of Tirana. A little before we entered Berat, the German rear guard which was encircled by our forces shelled the city. A number of houses were destroyed, but no one was killed. This attack was like the last gasp of an asthmatic, because freedom had already triumphed in these parts. From here we dispatched the orders for military operations to divisions, brigades and other territorial units, which were to assemble and begin the assault on the capital and, after they liberated it, to pursue the enemy hotly until the complete liberation of Albania. I was in Berat when I received the news about the liberation of our beloved capital city, and a little later, the news of the liberation of virtually all Albania. From Berat I issued the order to some other brigades of our triumphant army to cross our state borders and advance into Yugoslavia. There these brigades, together with 2 other brigades of our army, the 5th and 3rd, which had received orders to cross the border in September and had liberated most of Kosovo, were to continue the war against the German Nazis, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Yugoslav partisan comrades. I instructed our partisans that they must fight unsparingly in complete unity with the Yugoslav partisans and in an internationalist spirit for the liberation of the peoples of Yugoslavia. And the Albanian partisans made the word of their Communist Party a reality. They fought with great heroism in Kosovo, Montenegro, Sandjak, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, and Macedonia. In these battles hundreds of our partisans were killed and thousands wounded. But the Titoites trampled with both their feet over their heroism and blood and repaid us with hostility and plots against our party and our socialist homeland. Nevertheless, we carried out an internationalist duty, and irrespective of what happens, the peoples of Yugoslavia will never forget this sacrifice which the Albanian people made for them. There in liberated Berat we had decided to work out and solve a series of important tasks which were to remain in history as outstanding events for those moments and for the future. future. One of these was the preparation of the report for the meeting of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation General Council, which was to be held before the plenum of the CC of the party, and the drafting of other relevant documents. This meeting of the council, which we held with complete success, had great historic importance, because there the anti-fascist committee was turned into the democratic government of Albania. Thus, on the eve of liberation, the country had its democratically elected government. This government was the main executive and order-issuing organ of our people's state power, established by the people through struggle on the ruins of the state power of the enemy classes defeated together with the occupiers. Another important task was, without doubt, the preparation for the second plenum of the CC of the party, a job which, as I said, we had begun at Drusen, but which, after the interference in theses of Velimir Stojnik, was in an impasse and dragging on and on with endless discussions and debates. During our stay in Berat, we had placed the center of the general staff in the house of the Beys of Vriani, where we had our offices and where I slept. The other comrades were billeted in other houses of the city. These comrades, such as Nako, Kozi, Sejfla, turned up once a day, with their hands in their pockets, inquired whether there was any news from the military zones, and wandered off again. We had charged Pondi Christo with the task of military security, but later it was realized that he busied himself with other work of security. He observed what was done at the staff, who came and went, what was discussed, and this he reported to Kozi and Velimir Stojnik. Pondi was one of those elements who was implicated up to his neck in the plot at Berat. He was a nullity from every point of view, and, apart from the fact that he came from the ranks of proletarians, in fact, he had been an apprentice, there was nothing brilliant about his past, either. From time to time he boasted of being a veteran element of the communist group of Khalsa, but all of us knew very well that in 1935, when the Trotskyite faction of Nikozhevsky emerged in this group and opposed the correct line and directives of Comrade Ali Kelmendi, Pondi Christo was one of the few to associate himself with the factionalist Nikozhevsky. After the deserved denunciation of the faction, Pondi withdrew from it, admitted his grave mistake, and united with the sound part of the group. However, he did not rid himself of his old vice of engaging in factionalist activity. Especially after the spring of 1943, he joined up with the others. Kozi turned into a blind follower of his and, consequently, placed himself in the service of that agency which had recruited Kozi's the Yugoslav agency. All through the years of the war he had gone almost unnoticed, and he began to move and show up in the autumn of 1944. Precisely when Kozi's and Stojnik considered it in order to activize him for their sinister aims. As for Lirai Jaga, she stayed closer to me, impelled by other motives and for other objectives. She thought that rank and positions were shared out in my office, and she aimed to grab a big slice for herself. She made herself quite ridiculous with her desire for the limelight. At times she would come to me with a piece of paper in her hand, "Have a look at this," she said proudly. "I've drafted 2 laws. If you agree, we can print and distribute them," "Take them to Dr. Nishandiwan, to see," I replied ironically. "He and the comrades with him know about these matters." "Let us approve them in the bureau first," insisted Lirai, "and send them to the doctor already." It would simply turn back to the work I had in front of me, and Lirai would go out. A little later she would come back with another proposal. One day she stopped me in the street when I was going with Nako and Kozi to see the hall where, shortly after this, we were to hold the meeting of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation General Council. "I've made a draft of the government," she said in all seriousness, and held out to me a piece of paper. "I've allocated all the ministers and the Council of Ministers. Take it and look at it when you have time, but you know that this matter can't wait." Naka took the paper from her hand, and after blowing a cloud of tobacco smoke over the government of Lirai, he began to examine it with his well-known sarcasm. "Your government has 2 shortcomings," he said to Lirai. "You have left the post of one deputy prime minister blank in your name." My poor fool, he had this favorite expression on the tip of his tongue, "does not figure anywhere." "Oh, I beg your pardon," he added, "you have left it out from modesty." "No, on my honor I didn't," said Lirai. "I did not leave that space for myself, but I could find no one to fill it." "Very well," I told her, "take it to Pondi Christo, because he is gathering up the proposals." There were some amusing notes about Lirai Jaga's crude eccentricities, but we had no time to waste on them, and neither the moment nor the atmosphere were suitable for such things. In general a somber atmosphere prevailed, especially around Baka and me, under the pretext that I was occupied with work, because brigade commanders, members of the council and other party comrades came to meet me. Nako, Cozy, Sejfla and company established a silent, undeclared boycott against me. The arrival of Hainai Kapo and Gogo Nushiat Birat somewhat improved my spirits, because these comrades brought me the warm affection and sincerity of communists. They came from the fighting front, and not from the back rooms where intrigues and plots were hatched up. Meanwhile, the house where Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Corps, as it was called, quote, the Yugoslav military mission unquote state had been turned into a quote main center of the work unquote and gossip. There Nako, Cozy, Sejfla and others stayed for hours on end. I saw this great quote affinity, unquote, and I did not like it, because they were wasting a lot of time and keeping somewhat aloof from me precisely at a time when we had an endless series of jobs which had accumulated and many new problems which cropped up at every moment. From other comrades I was to hear that they were not telling quote stories unquote there, but distorting history. When they came to see me I saw them looking somber and arrogant. Although the situation created and their behavior did not make a good impression on me, nevertheless I was not alarmed and did not lose my aplomb. I had long been acquainted with the irritability and moodiness of Nako, while the megalomania and pettishness of Sejfla Malsheva were quite normal. Something else attracted my attention at that time. Major Rivanov, the representative of the Soviet military mission, came to see me less frequently after he became friendly with Velimir Stojnik. He came just for the sake of form, all dressed up, received some information, and off he went for a walk. One day, I remember, he began to speak in glowing terms about the Yugoslav generals such as Peko Dapsevic, Kostanaj, etc. Apparently Velimir Stojnik, Nako Spru and Sejfla Malsheva were working on Major Rivanov and had won him over. I continued to work unceasingly in order to cope with the many demands of the army, the state power and the National Liberation Front. Whenever I had any quote free time unquote, I concentrated on the report or the quote referat unquote, as we called it, which I was to present at the plenum of the Central Committee. Logic told me that this report, because of the decisive moments at which it would be delivered and because of the forum to which it would be presented, ought to deal forcefully and profoundly with two main issues. First, since we were on the verge of achieving the complete liberation of Albania, the report quote on the political line of the CPA unquote ought to sum up the results of this line from the founding of the party, and especially from the First National Conference, to liberation. Second, the new situation we were entering faced the party with new, major, cardinal tasks. Therefore the second part of the report must, without fail, deal with them profoundly, reflect the major tasks of the future, and hence, determine the future political line of our party in power. This was my own conviction, and this conviction was reinforced when I talked with a number of comrades, and so in this spirit I was writing the report which I was to deliver at the second plenum of the CC of the party. After some time I completed the first draft and distributed it to the comrades of the bureau to read. On the insistence of Cozy and Nako, who also voiced quote the opinion of Comrade Stojnik unquote, a copy was given to Sejfla Malsheva to read. 2. Quote, it doesn't matter that he is not a member of the bureau, unquote, said Nako. Quote, let him see it, because he might give us some ideas, especially in the aspect of the theoretical treatment of the problems. Unquote. However, this variant of the report did not reach the plenum. From Nako, Sejfla, Cozy and others a quote bombardment unquote broke out over every phrase and paragraph of the draft which I gave them to read. A bombardment allegedly from their concern that the report should reflect quote the truth about the line, unquote, as well as possible. It is a real odyssey to describe how the quote official unquote variant was arrived at, the one which I was obliged to read at the plenum, because there was nothing else I could do. I shall mention just a few of these episodes. Opening the first variant of the report, I made a considered and mature assessment of the line pursued by the CPA in the grave conditions of the war and the terror, and arrived at the correct conclusion that the political line of the CPA during the years of the war had been a correct and consistent line, a line on the basis of which the party itself grew bigger and stronger, and under its leadership a whole people was achieving the decisive victory. Sejfla and Nako came frowning into the room where I was working and began, quote, right from the outset there's exaltation, unquote, said Sejfla. Quote, there's excessive praise for the general line of the party, unquote. Quote, on what do you base this remark? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, in order to determine the character of a line accurately all its component parts must be balanced correctly, unquote. Sejfla began his quote philosophizing, unquote. Quote, here you stress the general, but you overlook the particular, the sectarianism and opportunism, each of which has appeared at different times. The whole must be taken into consideration, because there's no general without the particular, unquote. Quote, listen, Sejfla, unquote, I said, quote, I'm not opposed to your general or your particular, but this is neither the place nor the time for spinning words. Tell me concretely on what do you base the things you say? Unquote. Quote, you mention only the successes, the victories, the positive. Agreed. But why don't you point out the sectarianism and opportunism which have shown up? Unquote. Quote, first, unquote, I said, Quote, I don't deny the opportunist or sectarian manifestations and stands, and they have been pointed out in the proper place. Second, and this is the main thing, we have achieved a great victory. Neither sectarianism nor opportunism could have led us to this victory, but only a correct line. Unquote. Quote, that's what you think, but our opinion is different. Unquote, replied Sejfla. I was not so much surprised at his quote opinion unquote as at the coolness with which he spoke. I felt that matters were now much worse. Moreover, Sejfla's emphasis on quote our opinion unquote uttered in the presence of Nako, who up till now had kept out of the argument, biting his fingernails from time to time with his characteristic irritability, made me realize that they had not come to make some criticisms, but were demanding essential changes. Nevertheless, I was convinced that the political line of the party during the years of the war had been correct, and I had stressed and defended this a number of times in arguments with Velimir Stojnik, therefore I did not retreat. But they did not retreat, either. Quote, are you of the same opinion as Sejfla, Nako? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, absolutely. Unquote, replied Nako tersely. Quote, we must consider it together with the others, but let us continue. Unquote, I told them. Sejfla took some crumpled scraps of paper from his inside pocket and spread them on the table. His untidy scrawl, like the efforts of a first-year pupil, immediately struck my eye, and suddenly the fact crossed my mind that in his whole lifetime Sejfla had had very little occasion to write in Albanian. However, this was just a passing thought. The whole series of the most astonishing quote observations unquote, quote criticism unquote and the dirtiest quote accusations unquote began. Quote, the front. Unquote, he raised his voice at one moment as if something had occurred to him. Quote, the line of the party regarding the front. You have embellished it greatly, Enver. Many mistakes have been made in the line toward the front. How was the Conference of Pisa organized? Try to remember. Why didn't Lumoskendo and Ali Kelsira attend it? Why didn't the party win over these and many other patriots with influence, but allowed them to line up behind fascism? What about Abazkupi? Why did Bazi withdraw from the movement and go over to reaction? What about other chiefs like these and the people around them? Unquote, Sejfla was beginning to get wound up. Quote, no, the front did not open its doors as a mass organization should have done, and did not open them not because they couldn't be opened, but precisely because the sectarian line of the party was the factor which led to such a result. Unquote. I listened to him declaiming so haughtily, and, suddenly, just as I was getting very angry, I remembered Lenin's famous remark about quote brainless philosophers. Unquote. I had the prototype of such a philosopher standing in front of me. However, the argument was not in the field of quote pure unquote philosophy. I controlled my anger and fixed my eyes on the small pasty white face I had before me. Quote, Sejfla, unquote, I said, quote, when we were preparing and holding the Conference of Pisa in the heat of the war, as like as not you did not even know that a village called Pisa existed in Albania. As like as not, at that time you did not know that we had formed our communist party, that we were arousing the people in the war, that we were taking the fate of the homeland and the people into our hands. You were still abroad in exile at that time, Sejfla, so I ask you now, how do you know how we organized the Conference of Pisa? Second, from what do you draw the conclusion that the party drove Lumoskendo, Ali Kelsira and the other scum of ballist reaction under the skirts of the occupiers? Third, how do you know that the line of the front was sectarian and its doors were closed to those who wanted to fight? In short, my question can be summed up like this: from whose positions, in whose name and in whose favor are you making these accusations and insinuations that you mentioned? Unquote. Quote, please, unquote, he mumbled, now deadly pale. Quote, you are trying to stand over me, and I have criticism about this, too. You want to impose your opinions on us by all means. You, unquote. Quote, just leave me out of this. You made accusations against the party and its line. You must answer for these accusations. I'm only one person and this has no great importance. Unquote. Quote, what has no great importance? The chief of the party is the central figure and in his hands. Unquote. Quote, Sejfla, unquote, I interrupted. Quote, stop dodging the issue, answer the questions I asked you. Unquote. Quote, our conclusion is that which I mentioned. Unquote, he tried to pull in his horns and stole a glance at Nako. The debate with Sejfla and Nako went on at length, and, later, the others were to enter into these quote discussions. Unquote. With the exception of Baka, they were all unanimous. For many parts they brought me fragments and phrases ready prepared and insisted in unison that their quote discovery unquote must certainly go into the report. I opposed them, brought forward arguments, but it was impossible to quote convince unquote them. I recalled events and stands of the past, compared them with the Marxist theory, examined them from all aspects, but I could never convince myself that we had acted wrongly. Quote, but why do the comrades think differently? Unquote, I asked myself over and over again. This sudden about-face was worrying me just as much as their endless quote criticism unquote and accusations. Meanwhile Cozy came and insisted that in my report I must stress the quote outstanding contribution of Comrade Tito to the progress of our party unquote, Nako came and demanded that that part about the youth should be revised because it comes out feeble. Lirai Jaga came and said, that business about sectarianism is nothing, the stress should be against opportunism. We should add, put in Sejfla, that our stand towards the Bali Konvatar has always been vacillating, hesitant and opportunist. Up till now you have talked about a sectarian stand, how did it become opportunist? I asked him. Dialectics envisages both. Concluded Sejfla and racked his brain to find where else the report should be edited. Naturally, in the report which I had handed them I came out with self-criticism and criticism about the work, but Nako, Cozy, Sejfla and the others, who had aims which I could not know at the time, on all occasions when there was any mention of shortcomings or weaknesses found it easier to strengthen the dose in order to attain the ends that they had decided on behind the scene. As soon as they saw, for example, that I emphasized in the proper place that manifestations of sectarianism and opportunism have appeared, Sejfla jumped up. Let us make it have been manifested openly, frequently and in obvious ways. In alarming ways. Corrected Nako there and then. Very good. Agreed the philosopher. So, let us leave it like this, a large dose of both sectarianism and opportunism has appeared openly and frequently in alarming ways. One of the first things which struck me was the complete conformity of the opinions of our comrades with those of the Yugoslav comrades. I had heard the same views from the mouth of Tempo a year or so earlier at Labanat and Kukaka. Stojnik had repeated the same accusations to me at Helms and Adrizan during September and October, and now Sejfla, Nako and Cozy were repeating the same things. What did this mean? The stand of Nako, in particular, seemed to me quite astonishing and beyond understanding. If there was anyone who was more informed and linked most directly with the line of our party, this was Nako, one of my closest collaborators during the grave years of the war. What had happened to him now? Why had he turned against himself? Meanwhile, the endless meetings of the Bureau of the Central Committee continued, meetings in which the exchanges of loaded remarks went on and ready-made phrases were served up to me in the room where I was working on the report and other materials. I cannot remember exactly how many times we met during the period of 2 months that we stayed at Berat and how many whole nights we wasted in unprincipled debates and quarrels. However, since the problems which were raised and enlarged on were more or less the same, it could be said that all those meetings and discussions were sessions of a single meeting. Right from the outset the discussions took a wrong course, and from those moments I felt clearly that the Velimir Stojnik had brought to Adrizan had done us great harm. Naturally, the true aims of Stojnik's intervention were still not clear to me and I had no way of knowing what they were. But the fact that Cozy and Nako were so greatly influenced by what Stojnik said was very obvious. It seems to me, I thought, that Cozy and Nako are displaying their solidarity with Stojnik's criticism and accusations with the aim of demonstrating to him and to others that they are capable of understanding the mistake and taking a stand towards it, and, moreover, are capable of rejecting what they have accepted and approved in the past for the sake of improving the situation. Undoubtedly, a self-critical stand towards the mistakes of the past is a norm for mature and devoted communists. In the concrete instance, however, what in fact was more than right, was being called wrong. In this instance, I thought, the mistake of the comrades lies in the fact that they suffer from an inferiority complex. They are unable to make a proper assessment of what we have all done together and to defend it with all their might, but on the contrary, reject it simply because the Yugoslav delegate told them to do so. I could never reconcile myself to this sort of action. Therefore, I tried carefully with all my might to convince the comrades of the truth. By producing facts to oppose what Velimir Stojnik said about our line, I fought especially to make the comrades clear so that they would understand that we had no reason to give up or to reject the things in which we were right, simply because Velimir says so. Indeed, through my open opposition, I strove to convince them that no calamity would occur if we opposed our guest's criticism to his face. I saw with regret, however, that neither Cozy nor Nako was convinced. They persisted in their attitude, hopping from one point to another. In these meetings Lirai Jaga was on my side but only on one problem, sectarianism. My actions have not been sectarian but necessary and correct, she insisted. We were at war, there was no time for idle talk. As for Ramadan Sitaku, he mostly listened, prepared to say something but the hasty interjections of Nako, Cozy and Lirai either interrupted him when he began to speak, or did not allow him to speak at all. After a number of sessions of such arguments, their attacks, especially those of Kozizaks, were suddenly focused on Lirai Jaga and Ramadan Saitaku. Strong accusations of sectarianism were leveled against Lirai Jaga, while Baka was accused of inactivity. It was proposed and decided that both of them should be expelled from the political bureau, and since this left only 3 of us, there and then it was proposed to co-opt 2 others. Quote, "We should do this right now," unquote, said Kozizaks. Quote, "And later, to put the thing in order, we should put our proposal and decision on the expulsion of these 2 to the plenum. We should also raise the election of other comrades to the bureau there, too. For the moment, however," unquote, he continued, quote, "I think we should co-opt to the bureau 2 of the best comrades, Sejfla Malesheva and Pondi Christo. These 2 will bring a new spirit to the bureau." Unquote. I shall speak later about what was hidden behind these proposals and decisions which were put forward and carried out there and then. At present I want to point out some of the impressions which I formed at those moments. First, I could not but be astounded at the fact that Kozi's proposal was made quite unexpectedly, and equally unexpectedly was at once approved by Nako and Velimer, as though it were about something simple, like getting rid of 2 chairs and not of 2 comrades of the political bureau of the Central Committee. How could I explain this? "Inexcusable irresponsibility in the solution of problems and the settling of personal animosities. I had in mind especially the relations between Kozi and Lirai, by way of vengeance and not in the communist way," I thought at those moments. Second, 2 new members of the political bureau were proposed and approved there and then, without any preliminary study, consultation or examination of the persons, their stand, and so on. How was Kozi able to come out with these 2 names so suddenly? And how could they be accepted "immediately," without consulting the Central Committee, or at least consulting those comrades who were in Berat at that time? At those moments I branded this activity, too, as "irresponsibility," taking hasty decisions, basing the election of cadres on personal sympathies and relations, etc. My opposition to these unexpected proposals could not have any effect, and it didn't, because I was 1 against 2, without mentioning Velimer Stojnik, whose face was beaming because Kozizaks had seized the initiative, like this. Later it emerged clearly that the proposal was not unexpected and the approval of it was not given "irresponsibly," or "hastily," by Nako and Kozi. On the contrary, everything had been well calculated, had been discussed and weighed up carefully behind the scenes. Amongst others, Pondi Christo was to make this quite clear 4 years later at the 11th plenum of the CC of the party in September 1948. At Berat, admitted Pondi Christo, "Nako approached me and told me about Mladen's mistakes and about the dissatisfaction with Enver, Baka, and Lirai. Day by day, he and Kozi talked about such things with me, and finally it was decided that Lirai and Baka should be removed from the bureau before the plenum, and at the plenum the Central Committee should be reorganized. There the question of Enver should be examined, because this could not be done in the bureau." At one moment, I asked Nako, continued Pondi, "What is going to be done about the commander? What impression will his removal make among the people and in the party?" "We have to persuade him," Nako replied, "but if we can't persuade him, the PISA will." Velimer Stojnik took part in a secret meeting at which what was to be done in the bureau was decided outside the bureau. As Pondi Christo testified through his own mouth in 1948, he was influenced and began to speak about his discontent. "They don't respect the workers," Pondi had said at that secret meeting. "I was left out. I was attached to the staff at Kukaka, but what did I do? I was reduced to a cook." Velimer Stojnik listened and nodded approval. Takoje, what is the comrade's origin?" "Worker," had replied Kozi. "He's a member of our Central Committee." "Very good, very good, carry on." The Yugoslav delegate had encouraged Pondi. Pondi had poured out everything that came to his mind against the party, Mladen and me, and Stojnik had asked, "How has this comrade been promoted in the party?" "Through struggle, through efforts." Kozi had replied, although Pondi himself had said that he had done nothing or at the most had been a staff cook. But Velimer Stojnik valued something else. He valued Pondi Christo's ability to cook up slanders and accusations. After this meeting Nako had taken Pondi Christo aside. "Congratulations," he had said. "They, the Yugoslavs, are very pleased with you." 2 or 3 days later Pondi Christo, shoulder to shoulder with Sejfla and Kozi and Nako, linked together by Velimer Stojnik, were to rise as a solid block against me in the bureau. The second step of the Stojnik mission was achieved. The bureau of our Central Committee was reorganized behind the scenes, and now, in its composition of 5 members, 4 were obedient tools of the Yugoslavs. Understandably, after this the confusion, attacks and accusations burst out more openly and prevailed more readily. My isolation became complete not only within the bureau but also outside it. Automatically, Matters were getting worse and worse, and the day when the plenum was to be held was approaching. I saw that it would be extremely difficult to determine the line and the tasks for the future. A situation had been created in which they were completely involved with the past, or more precisely with blackening the past. During one of these days, on the eve of the plenum, Nixmij Zoglini Hoxha came to me. There were tears in her eyes, and with a feeling of concern and despair which she was quite unable to conceal, she said to me, quote, "How is this? Right on the eve of liberation you have apparently decided to withdraw me from the leadership of the youth?" Unquote. Why? Unquote, I asked in surprise. Quote, "Who told you this?" Unquote. Why pretend you don't know? Nako summoned me and proposed that we take a walk. We walked beside the Osun River, and there he told me, "You came to Berat for nothing." She was in the Dibra region and the highlands of central Albania as the delegate of the Central Committee of the Youth to the 2nd Partisan Division and the terrain in which it was operating. Quote, "How do you mean for nothing?" I asked him. Unquote, Nixmij told me. Quote, "Comrade Enver sent me a letter and at the end told me that in November the meeting of the CC of the Youth and the Congress of Anti-Fascist Women would be held. I waited for you to notify me, but since no notification came either from you or from the comrades in the women's organization, I thought your notification must have got stuck somewhere on the way. That's why I came." "Why should I not have come?" Quote, No, since you have come you'd better stay," Naka told me, "but you are not to continue to work with the youth. You have been appointed to another important task as a member of the Agitation and Propaganda Commission attached to the CC of the party, and now you are going to work with Sejfla Melcheva." Unquote. Nixmij told me these things and fell silent. I was silent for a moment, too. Then I pulled myself together and said with a smile, quote, "Is that what you are upset about? We have a great deal to do and we can't all be engaged with the youth. The sector which Nako mentioned is very important, too, especially now that the party and people are taking state power." Unquote. I spoke in this way because I did not want her to learn about the great quarrels and splits in the leadership. I did not want her to learn about them, because they were extremely delicate problems and had to be kept very secret, but also because I did not want to upset and worry her when, from day to day, we were expecting the great news of the liberation of Albania. Inwardly, however, I realized that matters were worse than I had thought. By not calling Nixmij to attend either the Congress of Women or the meeting of the Central Committee of the Youth, Nako and company wanted to keep her away from me, because she might hinder them in what they wanted to do, might hear what was being said and inform me. This struck me immediately and I asked myself, what is this? Are they up to something behind our back? However, I kept my mouth shut, because I could not accuse the comrades of such base activity. I was dissatisfied about their activities and stands, and my suspicions were building up relentlessly. I spent those days with Hinai, Kapo, and Gogo, Nushi, but said nothing to them, either. I thought it was all an internal problem of the Bureau and that all the difficulties created would be settled in the end. Besides, I considered it would be a violation of party secrecy if I talked to them about it. However, I thought and acted in this way because I still did not know that a plot was being prepared behind the scenes. I did not know about the perfidy which the "comrades" were engaged in every minute, against their party and people, first of all, but also against me personally. Had I known this, undoubtedly matters would have taken another course. I would have come out openly before the comrades of the CC, not to brainwash them, but to make the truth clear them, to warn them about what was being hatched up. And since I did not know what had gone on behind the scenes, I went to the second plenum of the Central Committee of the party convinced that we had disagreements in opinions and views with the delegate of the Yugoslav leadership and that the comrades of the Bureau had wrongly expressed their "solidarity" with him, but I had not understood clearly what was really hidden behind this solidarity. 2 or 3 days before the beginning of the plenum, Kozizox came to me all concerned and said, "The vital aid of the Yugoslav comrades, especially of comrades Tempo and Velo, must be brought out more clearly." "What must we stress more about the aid of these comrades?" I asked him in such a "normal" tone of "sincerity" that Kozi did not sense what I was getting at with my question. "From the founding of the party to this very day," he said with amazing zeal. "We must stress especially that the coming of comrades Tempo and Velo helped us to distinguish the major mistakes of the past and the present and to dot the i's better." At first I saw the conformity of the "arguments" of Tempo and Stojnik with those of Kozi and Nako and Sejfla with surprise, and then saw them as a coincidence, but during the proceedings of the plenum in particular, I was convinced that it was not a coincidence but an "adoption" of the Yugoslavs' "arguments" by our comrades. This was snobbishness, a sign of immaturity, a symptom of submission and putting themselves unconditionally under the judgment of someone "more powerful", regardless of how the truth stood. Undoubtedly, all these things were harmful and to be condemned, but I thought that at the plenum, and especially after it, tempers would calm down, the comrades would reflect correctly, would judge matters better and would correct themselves in the course of the work. It was to be proved subsequently, however, that these arguments of mine were not realistic. At the most they were expressions of my subjective desire and good positive intentions in estimating a great unknown problem. However, the truth lay elsewhere and it was much more serious and more bitter. Thus, it was to be proved that the opposition of the comrades of the Bureau to the line of the party and to me was not a chance aberration, but was something prearranged and concocted in meetings and discussions behind the scenes with the incitement and under the leadership of Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Djordjevic. This was a plot that had been hatched up for 2 or 3 months on end in secrecy, behind my back and behind the back of the Central Committee of the party, and now was to burst in the plenum in all its ferocity. The Burat plot. The plenum began its proceedings on November 23, in the grave conditions I have described above. Apart from the members and candidates elected to the Central Committee of the party at the first conference of the party at Labinot in March 1943, the only absentee was the candidate of the plenum Mehmet Shah, because he had been charged with carrying out the actions for the establishment and maintenance of order in newly liberated Tirana. Velimir Stojnik also was "invited" to take part in the plenum as the representative of a sister party. I say "invited" because the way matters stood, Stojnik would have come to the meeting even uninvited, supported by the majority in his favor in the Bureau, in order to carry through to the finish the third stage of his plan, the splitting and disruption of the Central Committee of the party and the removal of me from the leadership. As far as I remember, the 3 reports on the agenda were delivered on the first day. A reflection of all that had been prepared and was simmering behind the scenes was the fact that the first person to speak was Sejfla Malesheva, who delivered a report on the present political situation of the country. The pitiful document which Sejfla and company had prepared is not worthy of mention. I want to point out only that the report on the political moment was more a pathetic declamation written by an opportunist, without any idea or problem, without any directive or task for the moment, let alone for the future. This individual who led the heroic core of the people and the party pass him by without getting involved in it. He far from any danger, sitting in the garden at my ease, 1. Warmed his hands on the seared body of the homeland, now basing himself on the war and heroism of the whole people and party, found the occasion to boast and strut about what he had no part in. The time had not yet come to express his idea about the chief of the party, which he brought out later. I read the report on the political line of the CPA, which had been intended as the main report delivered at the plenum. As far as I know, there is a copy in the archives of the party, but it is a copy of what you might call the official variant, of that variant which was prepared with the assistance, that is to say, with the interference, pressure, corrections, erasions and additions which Nako, Sejfla and Kozy made till the last day before the plenum. Pondi Christo, as the new member in the Bureau, merely endorsed the serious criticisms by his comrades, but was capable of no more. Kozyzaks delivered the third report with the laconic title on organization. Then the discussion and debates burst out and continued for 2 to 3 days on end. Among the contributions there were some that went on for more than 2 to 3 hours, such as the first contribution by Nako Spru, because he spoke time after time, or one of the contributions of Sejfla Malesheva, who like Nako and Kozy missed no opportunity to ask for just a minute to make an explanation, and, once he was on his feet, hovered on and on in the plenum for more than half an hour. The second plenum of our Central Committee, summoned to discuss and accomplish very important historic tasks for the party and for the future of the homeland and socialism, was turned completely into the opposite of its main purpose. The majority of the comrades of the Central Committee, not including Nagzijdun and some other, found themselves, to their astonishment and regret, facing a sudden furious attack which struck down and rejected those things which for them were sacred. From the first day, the comrades experienced the same feelings of disillusionment with which I had had to contend for 2 or 3 months on end. The spirit of the reports, especially that of Kozyzaks, not only rejected everything good from the past but, and this was most important, directed and called on the comrades to consider matters and deal with them in their contributions in the same murky light and from that same distorted viewpoint as Kozy himself. I well remember the frowning faces of the comrades and the complete icy silence which accompanied the reading of the reports from beginning to end. Not accidentally, Nako, Sejfla and Pondi were the first to rise to take part in the discussion and Stojnik intervened a number of times. The aim was to prevent the silence and astonishment of the comrades from turning into the opposite of the spirit which was dictated from above. The expected result was achieved. The comrades, disorientated and misdirected, were asked to dig into the past, and after this, as can be guessed, many of the contributions followed the course prescribed. Among them there were many correct and balanced contributions, like those of Gogo Nushi, Hainikapo, Manush Mifshiu and others, but the fact is that a number of members and candidate members of the Central Committee, influenced by the general atmosphere, displayed marked vacillations at the plenum and accepted, some more than others, the theses of the Yugoslav delegate and his spokesman, the group of Nako, Kosi, Sejfla and Pondi. In the circumstances in which they found themselves, we can say that this wavering of the comrades was to some extent justifiable and to be expected. Indeed, the comrades of the plenum were facing greater difficulties than we members of the political bureau faced when Velimir Stojnik issued his directives for the first time at Idrizen. At that time, we were facing accusations from delegates of another party and, had those premises and ambitions which I mentioned not existed in the other comrades of the bureau, we would have come out as a block against the guest and left him with his criticisms and the plot itself in his hands. The comrades of the plenum, however, were hearing the criticisms and accusations not just from some outsider but from the mouths of such leaders of the party as Kosi, Nako, and Sejfla. This new circumstance gave the criticisms and accusations what you might call the official seal. The chief conspirator Stojnik had not wasted his time during the 2 or 3 months of his stay in Albania. The vicious plan of Tito and company was now served up to the plenum of the CC of the CPA, not with Yugoslav hands, but with the hands of the main part of the bureau of the CC of our party. This fact gave the Yugoslav accusations greater credibility because it cannot be said that the comrades at the time were at such a level as to be able to distinguish quickly and clearly what was true and what was false in the things that were said. More important still, it never occurred to anybody that this was a plot organized behind the scenes for diabolical aims by those who posed as friends and whom we, unfortunately, considered and publicized as friends. The main accusation, which pervaded the plenum from beginning to end and the whole period before it, had to do with the political line of our party. The leadership of our party and I, in particular, were attacked because allegedly we had been unable to define and pursue a correct line, had, allegedly fallen from sectarianism into opportunism and vice versa. As arguments to prove this, they presented all the things I described above in the disputes which we had had with Blazo Jovanovic and especially Vukmanova Tempo and Velimir Stojnik. The new thing in the plenum was that these well-known accusations of the Yugoslavs were now presented by Nako Spru, Sejfla Maleshiva and Kosi Zox as their own as a result of their own judgment and evaluation This occurred, for example, with Nako Spru, who presented as his own Tempo's thesis that our party and its central committee were caught unprepared by the founding of the Bali Kombëtar and did not understand that the Bali Kombëtar emerged as reaction against the National Liberation Front The same thing occurred also with the arch-opportunist Sejfla Maleshiva, who, as the self-contradicting fraud he was, accused us of opportunism with the Bali Kombëtar during the period when we made efforts to win over the maximum number of nationalists and patriotic elements, especially ordinary people misled by the demagogy of the Bali Kombëtar, etc. It is not worthwhile to dwell here on the falsity of these accusations of opportunism but I want to point out one thing. Neither Velimir Stojnik nor his followers had a great deal to say about opportunist manifestations or the opportunist line In the plenum they passed lightly over the accusation of opportunism I shall explain why below, and concentrated all their forces and stress on accusations of sectarianism This was described as the greatest evil of our party and its leadership the factor which allegedly had hindered and inhibited the development of the front, the National Liberation Councils, the organizations of the masses and the party itself. Likewise, sectarianism was described as the greatest danger for the future. Therefore, according to Stojnik, Nako, Kosi and others, accounts must be settled with sectarianism and the sectarians otherwise neither the party nor the new Albania would be able to last. Sejfla Maleshiva, the most perfect embodiment of the classical opportunist that our party has known, in one of his contributions or interventions went so far as to make the monstrous accusation, the pronounced sectarianism in the line, he declared spitefully, is turning the party into a band of terrorists. Our comrades, especially those of the main leadership, have lost the heart of the true communist that treasures human life. The fact is that many of the comrades who spoke after him, even some of those who were confused and accepted the spirit which was dictated, attacked and indignantly rejected this accusation of Sejfla's. I myself, both in the plenum and before the plenum, had clashed sharply with Sejfla over this vile accusation. A few days before the plenum, in the period when he had been co-opted to the bureau, he came to my office all alarm a great terror is being imposed. He declared angrily. Terror. I asked him in surprise. Where? In Tirana. He replied. Many repentant officers are being killed. In Tirana the great battle for the liberation of the capital is going on. I said. It's a life and death battle. Is that what you call terror? And what officers are you complaining to me about? Now the war is coming to an end. I told him. When we appealed to them to go to the mountains and fight the occupiers together with us, they didn't budge from their comfortable shelters. Now they are repenting too late, and we have to settle accounts with the criminals." This is sectarianism," said Sejfla. "You have lost the true heart of a communist who values another man's life and thinks deeply before he decides to wipe out someone who might be corrected and serve the country." Apparently, he was angry about the well-deserved sentence which the enemy of the party and communism Zai Fundo received, since he had shared a whole past in exile with this Zai Fundo, the past of "Café Communists." Apparently, he was also angry about the elimination in the course of the war of those officers of the former Royal Army who, after their service under fascism, had turned into agents of the Gestapo and commanded the traitor detachments that fought shoulder to shoulder with the Germans in Tirana and elsewhere. "This is a grave accusation, Sejfla, and you'll answer for it," I told him. "Yes, of course, I will answer for it," said Sejfla arrogantly. "I repeat, our comrades have no idea that a humane international law exists for the repentants and prisoners." "Who has repented and when?" I asked him bluntly. "The murderers and plunderers, those who have wallowed in the blood of the people, those who, having killed and maimed up to November 15th, now on the 16th, that they see their cause is lost, are pretending to repent? No, Sejfla, for the criminals there are the laws of war and these are the most humane laws." "I am not of that opinion," said the opportunist and went out. And there, he found the opportunity and the courage, not only to raise his monstrous accusation in the plenum, but even to go so far as to call the leadership of the party "terrorist." The other participants in the plot, Cozy, Nako, and Pandi, displayed greater "caution" in the arguments which they presented, and from many points of view this was more dangerous, because it was more difficult to discredit and expose them there and then. Indeed, Stojnik himself, when he heard Sejfla's accusation, got up and called it "advanced", "hasty", indeed "unjust". This was a reminder to the others: don't utter nonsense like Sejfla, because you will discredit yourselves and our plans will be thwarted. So Nako, Cozy, and Pandi, and also Nagzijdun and some others, confirmed the sectarianism with more believable facts. The sectarian line towards the front, the sectarian stand towards Ali Kelsira, Bazi Ikanes, Sanelazai, etc. Above all, a powerful argument in the hands of the plotters was the notorious sectarian actions of Lirijega and Mehmetçu. Many of the comrades who were acquainted with the distorted sectarian actions of these two, brought out new facts, and this sufficed to attach the label of sectarianism to the line of the party and its leadership. However, as for all the other accusations, the truth was quite different. Just as the line had not been opportunist, it had never been sectarian, either. Naturally, it would be a deception and self-satisfaction with lethal consequences if we were to think that such dangers did not threaten us, or that such manifestations had not appeared. No, there had been isolated instances, but as soon as we learned of them, as soon as the information reached us, we immediately took the necessary measures to deal with them severely and to prevent them from getting any worse. Bedre Spahiu got up in the plenum, too, and to be in solidarity with his comrades, especially with Sejfla, amongst other things, said, "There has been no lack of sectarianism, because we were inclined in this direction. For example, in Gjirokastra, in 1942 through our sectarianism we closed the doors of the front to the nationalists." This was all Bedre Spahiu said about this instance, but he forgot or, better, did not want to tell the whole truth, because if he did so he would prove that it was not the line of the party that was sectarian but the distortion which he himself had made of this line. As I said, one of the elements who caused us the most problems and trouble in this direction was Lirijega, especially with the many instances of her sectarian stands in Vlora and in the north, where we sent her in June 1944. Wherever Lirijega went she immediately placed her authority above that of the party and the bureau of the Central Committee, asked leave of nobody and did whatever crossed her mind. We had continually criticized her sternly for these actions. Kozyzaks proposed that we should send her to the north. This was not without a purpose. Kozyzaks wanted to have Lirijega as far away as possible because he considered her his closest rival who had overshadowed him and might continue to do so. On the other hand, he was convinced that Lirijega could not break away from her unhealthy sectarian tendencies, and this provided added motives to accuse her of being sectarian and to eliminate her. In fact, in the north she brandished her sectarian sword even more wildly, and that is why we summoned her to return to Ardrizin with the aim that we would thoroughly and finally analyze her actions, which were completely contrary to the line of the party. This was indisputably true in regard to the political line of our party, a line which, as I said, had been and remained correct and principled and had never been "sometimes opportunist, sometimes sectarian", as Stojnik, Tito's delegate, and the people wound up by him alleged. The other accusation which was launched at the plenum and which completely distorted the truth had to do with the organizational line of the party. Kozioks presented the platform of this accusation in his report. From beginning to end, this report was an ugly distortion of the truth, filled with grave slanders about the organizational line of the party, but which in fact went beyond the "organizational" bounds and constituted a support for the accusations against the whole political and ideological line of the party and its leadership. In this report Kozioks put forward his hostile anti-Marxist views openly for the first time. From all this mass of accusations and villainous views he expressed, 3 problems in particular have remained indelible in my mind: the so-called monopolization of the leadership of the party by 3 or 4 people, the role of the intelligentsia in the war, in the front, in the state, etc., etc., the role of cadres. I shall speak about these matters later also, because for 4 or 5 years on end we were to run up against them every day and, regrettably, were to suffer great damage. But here I want to point out only where these views had their beginning, and why Kozioks uttered them for the first time at Berat. According to the things Zox read out, it emerged that during the years of the war 3 or 4 people had monopolized the leadership of our party, and he made it explicitly clear that these were, first Mladen Popovich, second I, third Ramadan Sitaku, and fourth, for a period, Merdishnika, and then, especially, Lirai Jaga. The others, according to Kozy, had been pushed aside or not consulted at all. This was all a grave slander and was made in direct support of the main accusation against our political line. From this it turned out that the line had allegedly been worked out by 3 or 4 people, and since the line was described as "wrong" from the start, then these 3 or 4 persons were the main ones to blame for this, and now they should answer for it. However, at these moments, Mladen had been recalled, Merdishnika, Lirai Jaga and Ramadan Sitaku had been expelled de facto from the bureau. Thus, it remained to settle accounts with the one who was still left, with the general secretary of the party. According to Zox and, after him, according to Sejfler Malesheva, I was described as the synthesis of all the mistakes observed in the political and organizational line. But the fabrication of this so-called foreign the leadership was an attack in many directions and done for man names. It was not fortuitous that Mladen Popovich was listed first among the "four." Indirectly, this was endorsement of the Yugoslav thesis that the CPA had not only been created by a Yugoslav, but had been led de facto by a Yugoslav. And now it was not Blazo Jovanovic or Tempo that said this, but the organizational secretary of the party Kozioks. Obviously, for the Titoites this service of Kozioks's had great value. At the same time this absurd placing of Mladen Popovich at the head had the purpose of telling the members of our Central Committee that the General Secretary has been elected to that post for nothing. He has been incapable of leading and has done whatever Mladen told him. Going even further, the upside-down presentation of everything in the line pursued was served up to the members of the Central Committee as a complete argument to rise not only against the General Secretary, but also against Mladen Popovich. All that the Yugoslavs needed in regard to Mladen was endorsement that he had allegedly been de facto leader of the CPA. They wanted nothing else positive about him, but on the contrary, they attacked him openly and wanted our comrades to attack him, too. Having sent Mladen back under orders to Yugoslavia, Stojnik now wanted proofs of his mistakes with the aim that he would receive the punishment he deserved And since they could not say openly, "You are condemned because you did not work for our secret plans," they would say, "You are condemned because in Albania you have been sectarian, opportunist," etc., etc. It is not worthwhile to prove here why what Zox put forward in his report was a filthy slander, but I simply want to point out the indisputable truth that, not 3 or 4 or even 10 persons, but the whole of our Central Committee led our party in the National Liberation War, jointly with many dedicated cadres around the Central Committee, while Mladen Popovich, who ought to be considered as a comrade of our party, only assisted to the same extent as each of the other comrades of the Central Committee assisted individually. I myself, as General Secretary of the party, had worked with all my strength to play my role as leader and guide of the party, had tried to guide the party and the movement to direct them on the right course, to nurture the comrades with valuable political and organizational directives and instructions, basing myself on the experience of the party and on the great assistance I was given by the other members of the Central Committee who led the organizations at the base, and the National Liberation War all over Albania. This is the place to say that Mladen Popovich grew up along with us. Our party raised him, just as it raised all of us. He was a truly internationalist comrade, who loved Albania and the Albanian people greatly and on every occasion took a correct internationalist communist stand in defense of the interests of our country and the just stands of our party. Never on any occasion have we permitted the monopolization of affairs and neither have we pushed one or the other comrade aside, but on the contrary, We have done everything possible to engage them to the maximum in work, in action and in leadership. In his accusation, apart from carrying out Stojnic's instruction, Cozy Zox at the same time found the opportunity to express his personal dissatisfaction which he had been accumulating for a long time. Were we to blame for his obvious inactivity? Never. Immediately after the founding of the party, when he was elected a member of the Provisional Central Committee, Cozy Zox was arrested and remained in prison until the end of April 1943. Of course, for this period, both he and we "blamed" only fascism which locked Cozy in a cell and did not allow him to activize himself in the work which we carried out. With the exception of his good, strong stand in prison, during this period Zox did nothing else, and could do nothing else. But nevertheless, at the first national conference we did him a very great honor by electing him to the Central Committee, to the Bureau, moreover, as organizational secretary of the party, more because he was a worker than for his abilities which we had no possibility of knowing, since, as I said, he was imprisoned soon after the formation of our party. Simply for this reason an honest communist should have been sincerely grateful to the party forever, and when he was given the opportunity should have repaid and justified the honor and trust which the party placed in him, with all his might. Cozy Zox did the opposite. By chance, as soon as he came out of prison, he joined up with Tempo and spent the summer of 1943 in his company. This was where the decline of Cozy began. Worked on by Tempo he stood aside, shut himself away somewhere in the villages of Kharsa and turned into a quartermaster behind the lines. Are we to blame for this? Whenever we held meetings and discussions we summoned him, informed him about everything, sought his opinion, but he contributed nothing. He had nothing to contribute for the benefit of the work, while to the detriment of the work he accumulated "criticisms" and petty grievances and awaited the opportunity to pour them out. Several times on end I personally had pointed out to him that he should display more activity, more initiative, should assume more responsibility for the various matters according to the function he had, but he just listened in silence. In particular, I was concerned by the fact that he was not properly carrying out the task of organizational secretary of the party, and all of us saw this. Lerai Jaga, with her thirst for power, did everything possible to take over this task. Indeed, she even managed to convince Baka and, to some degree, Nako Spru, too. We were in Helms in May 1944, when we were preparing for the first plenum of the CC of the party. At one moment Lerai and Baka came to me and Lerai openly put forward the proposal that the question of the organizational secretary of the party "should be thoroughly examined." Why? I asked her. Because Cozy cannot do it. He is completely out of his depth. She told me. We must help him. I said. Moreover, several times we have instructed you, in particular, to help him. No, I can do that no longer, replied Lerai. I am to do the work and he is to be called secretary. That is not good enough. Either he should do the job or we should find some remedy for this. What remedy have you in mind? I asked her. Either he should do the job properly or we should remove him and replace him with someone else. I understood from the outset what she was getting at, but I had not thought that she would be quite such a shameless careerist. I egged her on further. Who have you in mind? I asked her as though I were "very interested." Well, some active, militant, vigorous comrade. Sheol, one, for example. She mentioned the name of Sheol in such a low voice that it could hardly be heard. Let us put your ideas before the Bureau. I said. Why in the Bureau? She objected. There are three of us here. I have talked this over with Nako and he said to me, put it to Enver. So, this is the Bureau. Never. I said. What do you take us for? You haven't the remotest idea about the organizational matters of the party, although you pose as the most expert in this field. Whether we are 3 or 5 members of the Bureau who happen to be together and discuss as the whim takes us, this will not and cannot be considered a meeting of the Bureau. A meeting of the Bureau must be held. The question must be put forward in the presence of Cozy. We must discuss it thoroughly and make the truth clear there. Do you understand? I understand. She said in a faint voice. In the first meeting after this conversation Lerai put forward her proposal with the conviction that it would be approved. She presented the matter from the aspect that Cozy had not been active, had withdrawn and shut himself somewhere in Kharsa, etc. Lerai was right in this, but she said everything from a personal position and with careerist aims. However, she did Cozy over properly. We, too, made our criticisms of Zox over those things which he deserved. Cozy Zox hung his head and said nothing. He stood up and made a self-criticism in the Bureau and amongst other things he said, It is right. I have worked in isolation and have not done what the task required of me. If you are not capable of performing your task, then say openly that you are not fit to be in the Bureau. Interjected Lerai Jaga. I can do it better than you. Retorted Cozy. But you detest me. I detest your inability. unquote. Lerai attacked him. I intervened immediately to cool their tempers. Nevertheless, on my insistence we rejected Lerai Jaga's proposal and Cozy was advised to put his whole heart into his work, to acquaint himself thoroughly with the problems and to prove himself in the course of his work. With his eyes on the floor he murmured something, thanked us for the trust we had in him and assured us that he would show himself to be active. 3 or 4 months after this, Velimir Stojnik arrived and the formerly invisible Cozy Zox emerged on the scene, began to move, became active, opened his mouth and now, here in the plenum, he stands up and spits on the truth, complains that we had pushed him aside without considering it necessary to say one word about why he had dropped into idleness and out of sight, that is, why he had stood aside from the war and the work for months and years on end. Then who else had allegedly been pushed aside, according to the thesis of Cozy Zox? Only the person who had been closer to the bureau than all, Nako Sprue. I could never have imagined that such an absurd thing could be said, but the fact is that not only Cozy, but also Nako himself got up in the plenum and said, I did not know that I was in the main leadership of the party. Unquote. A downright lie. I have spoken in detail in my book of memoirs, when the party was born, about what place Nako Sprue occupied in our leadership. I only want to say that at those moments my eyes were dimmed with anger, because if there was one person who, right from the outset, had taken part in all the meetings of the Central Committee in the Bureau, who knew all the details, who was better informed than anyone else, who had frequently spoken in the name of the Central Committee in the Bureau, and indeed, had even taken decisions on their behalf, without preliminary consultation with us, this was Nako Sprue. 1. And now he tells us, I did not know. Unquote. I blamed Nako's ambitious spirit, the moment of unclarity and blindness which had overwhelmed him, his mean tendency to carping criticism. But I could not understand why Nako Sprue denied everything, denied the truth, his comrades and himself. I still did not know that he was implicated up to his neck in a plot behind the scenes. This then was the truth about Cozy Zox's slander that allegedly the work of the leadership of our party had been monopolized in the hands of 3 or 4 people. His other conclusion that allegedly only the intellectuals predominated and ran things in our party, and on this account, the party had allegedly lost its proletarian character, was equally unfounded. From what Cozy said it seemed that only the intellectuals had waged the war, they filled the front and they had formed the councils. This was absurd. True, our party had done good work and had won the support of many progressive and revolutionary intellectuals, but the fact is that these intellectuals played that role in the war that the intelligentsia led by a communist party of the working class could play. The working class and the peasantry bore the brunt, the main burden in the war and, indeed, from the numerical viewpoint, the countryside supplied the overwhelming majority of our fighters. In our whole line throughout the war, in meetings, consultations and conferences, we had always firmly stressed the proletarian character of the party, had always made the greatest efforts to ensure that the party was proletarian, not only in its ideology and program, but also in the composition of its ranks, and to ensure that workers took first place among the new admissions, followed by the vanguard elements of the countryside, and that they should be elected to the leading organs of the party in the war, etc., etc. Not only had we worked out these directives correctly, but we had also striven to ensure that they were applied correctly. Cozy Zox knew these things, but he launched his accusations for ulterior motives, proceeding from the fact that he himself had been a worker, a proletarian, as he said, but in fact he had been a petty bourgeois tradesman. He wanted to open the way to emerge at the head of the party to become its chairman, as the proletarian he was. He insisted strongly that Stojnik's accusation that the political line had been wrong should be accepted, and, according to Zox, this had come about because the party was based on the intellectuals that they had made endless mistakes and were not capable of guiding and leading, and that, finally, the party was a party not of intellectuals but of proletarians and should be led by a proletarian, etc. Cozy put this accusation forward at Berat allegedly in a principled way, and many could accept it as a correct presentation. However, there was one person who could not be pleased with what Cozy said and who was to react against him immediately. This was Sejfla Melsheva. These two, together with Nako as the third, were a group, an orchestra at Berat, but within this unity of conspirators there could not fail to be quarrels, feuds, and the usual contradictions of every kind. When Sejfla took the floor on this problem he propounded a whole theory to us about how a party should be built and advance and went on immediately to speak about the need for a chairman. Allegedly he presented the problem in principle, who should be very knowledgeable, should have Marxism at his fingertips and be capable of maneuvering in any situation. Thus, he twisted the problem in such a way that Cozy broke out in a cold sweat. The two partners in the plot were already trying to draw each other's teeth. We who knew nothing about what had been hatched up behind our backs, could not understand the sudden antagonism which emerged between them, but they themselves each sensed the threat of the other. Thus, Sejfla was for a party chief knowledgeable and of a high level, for a theoretician, and here he had himself in mind. Cozy was for a proletarian without much chatter and theory but a person with discipline and here he had himself in mind. The aims of each of them, put forward as if in principle at Berat, were to burst out a little later in a fierce quarrel, in a tooth-and-nail fight for power between the two. Equally implicated with them in the plot at Berat was Nako, and Cozy's views about the proletarianization of the leadership of the party and about the intellectual elite were bound to conflict with the views of Nako as the intellectual he was. Later we were to see that endless mutual quarrels and accusations were to break out between them, too. As became clear later, the plot of Berat bore the seeds of internal contradictions and struggle for the plotters themselves. The problem of cadres was Cozy's other weapon to attack the former line of the party. According to him the party had done little or nothing to promote cadres, and the existing cadres were, according to him, either unsound intellectuals or incompetent in work and in war. According to Cozy the work of the party with cadres must be radically changed, a reorganization must be carried out, concrete measures must be taken, etc., etc. There for the first time we heard the declension of the noun cadrevic in all its cases. According to Cozy, a trusted person must be appointed everywhere for the work with cadres and he should have a monopoly of it. From the party cells at the base up to the center, the cadrevics would be linked with one another in a hierarchy up to the topmost level, the main cadrevic of the CC. This would be Cozy's for the time being as organizational secretary of the party and in charge of the work of security. The aim was very subtle and, like the term cadrevic the whole system of the selection and promotion of cadres was not the product of the shallow mind of Cozy's No, someone had dictated it to him, someone had taught him. Very soon it was to emerge that this was the work of the Yugoslav friends Seeing that it was impossible for Cozy to take the place of the general secretary of the party at Berat, they elaborated the scheme of cadres and of cadrevics. Cozy, as organizational secretary, was to take the monopoly of cadres into his hands. By also taking over the tasks of Minister of Internal Affairs according to the Yugoslav model Cozy would be able more easily to reject the former line on cadres as strong would put the security force above the party and would have a free hand to begin the purges and the replacing of cadres with those who would serve the plans of his and his masters. This would enable them to create the conditions to remove the general secretary and Cozy would take power in a terrain long prepared. Such was the invisible plan, all the threads of which contrived behind the scenes were to be brought to light by subsequent events and circumstances. From many viewpoints Cozy's report ought to be called the not report. The party did not have a correct, organized line, was not in order. The front did not work, the councils did not function, the youth were not led, the people were not awakened, the women were not organized, the councils did not enjoy authority, did not enjoy sympathy, did not play their role, did not and did not. After rejecting all our work and sacrifices, Cozy saw fit to place before us the experience of the Yugoslavs. He praised Tito, Tempo and Stojnik to the skies as models of justice as our saviors praised to the skies their experience which we must adopt as quickly as possible and he continued, those things which have not been done here, the party and councils in Yugoslavia are doing. After going on and on about this experience he ended up, that is the great difference which exists between our councils and those in Yugoslavia. What was the reason, according to Zox, that the councils of our country had not gone well It came as a shock to hear him, but this is what he said. As a result of the sectarian line of the party, the National Liberation Councils are looked on as party cells. In this way, as we have proceeded, he concluded, there is a danger that state power will remain in the hands of the party. Such absurdities seem truly unbelievable but we heard all this at Berat. While rejecting everything, Cozy's tried to produce some theoretical argument in his report and in one instance even brought up the experience of the Russian Revolution of 1905. This astounded us. Cozy, who did not even know the first thing about the October Revolution was now telling us about that of 1905. The truth is that someone had dictated the report to him. This was self-evident from the absolute negation of everything, a negation which could not have emerged from the stupid head of Cozy alone. This was obvious also from its wording. Cozy's Albanian was hard to understand. In fact, it was a translation from a Serbian text, a bad translation in which arrogance and a desire to dictate were apparent in every 2 to 3 words. This could not be the arrogance of one person, even the most negative person, such as Cozy was in reality. It was the arrogance of a group, of a bigger force. As to what this force was, at that time I could only suspect that the hand of Velimir Stojnik and Nijaz Dizdravic was behind it. But I was even more convinced that someone else had dictated to Cozy while he scribbled those 15 to 20 pages when I noticed that in their euphoria and haste to attack everything, the secret authors and their tool, Cozy's Ox, had overlooked self-exposing phrases. When he was speaking about the party, its role in the war and the need for a quote more prudent policy unquote of the party in the front, Cozy read the following phrase, quote, the party must not emerge in the forefront and you should not worry that you might suffer damage. In this war, you have built up great authority and this authority cannot easily be lost. Unquote. Even I blushed when I heard this, and after Cozy's Ox finished reading and sat down, I turned back the pages of his report to the relevant place and asked him, quote, who do you imply by you? To whom were you speaking at this point? Unquote. Cozy's face went red. Quote, you. That is, we, the party, the leadership. Unquote. Quote, oh, we. Unquote. I said in a sarcastic tone. Quote, why, from what position are you speaking to us? From outside the party? Unquote. Quote, it was just a slip. Unquote. He said shaken. Quote, see, a bit further down I say we must. Unquote. Quote, clear. Unquote. I said and laid the pages on the table. Quote, what do you mean, clear? Unquote. He asked. Quote, I mean you have made the matter clear to me. Unquote. I replied curtly. Quote, no. Unquote. He said. Quote, I'm afraid you might misunderstand me. In fact, I'll cross this piece out. Unquote. And I saw him put a stroke of his pen right across the page. Indeed, he thanked me for the attention I had paid when he was reading. After 2 reports, as I said, many of the comrades, some of them worked on and deliberately put in support of Cozy, Nako, and Sejfla, and some others misinformed and deceived, asked scores of questions, seeking clarification of the problems presented. Confusion and disorientation pervaded the whole plenum. It is interesting to note that very good comrades, like Gogo Nushi, for example, concerned about the situation created, but with communist honesty, threw light in the plenum on what had been done behind the scenes. Right from the outset Gogo said, quote, up until the plenum at Helms we had an extraordinary sympathy for the comrades of the leadership and for Mladen Popovich, while from the report it turns out that they have hindered us. Quote, then why this completely unexpected turn? Unquote. Gogo explained this there and then. Quote, from the Congress of Permit on, every time I have talked to Nako he has said that things are not going well. A few days ago, Nako told me, I had understood the mistakes but had said nothing because I was afraid. Unquote. So this is what had gone on. Nako, Cozy and Sejfla had not been content with their pressure and accusations exerted in a quote narrow unquote circle in the bureau, but had worked on the others, too. There and then a series of suspicions arose in my mind. What impelled Nako in his actions? How did it come about that he began to tell Gogo that quote things are not going well unquote in the autumn of 1944, on the eve of liberation, and did not do this earlier? As is known, from January 1944 Nako was in Tirana. He had daily contact with Gogo and the two of them led the organization of the party there and both of them were among the main cadres. Then why did this Nako, who claimed that he had quote all those criticisms unquote, tell Gogo about them now, on the eve of the Burat plenum, and did not do this before, when they were working together? The most elementary logic shows that Nako had not talked with Gogo earlier, because earlier, that is, before the summer, he had no criticism to make, had no differences either with the leadership of the party or with me or with Mladen. As the impulsive and irritable type he was, he had no reason to keep his quote criticisms unquote secret and save them up for the autumn of 1944. Automatically, my mind went to the Yugoslav quote friend unquote who sat at the head of the table energetically taking notes. Once he arrived everything began to be turned upside down, especially after the quote platform theses unquote which he presented at Idrizen. After Gogo sat down, Nako got up again to make a quote clarification unquote. Quote, it is true I have said those things to Gogo. My position has been unclear, but I had not seen matters with these eyes with which I see them today. This would have been to my credit, but it was not so. Comrade Stojnik opened our eyes. Now Gogo has raised here that I was afraid to speak out before. This is a misunderstanding. What I did tell him was that if I spoke out it would bring no result. I thought it would do more harm than good. Unquote. The things Nako said on the many occasions when he spoke during the Burat plenum constitute perhaps the most accurate reflection of his contradictory character. His whole stand there was more negative and hostile than on any other occasion previously or later. This was the same Nako who, a little while earlier, wrote articles and letters in his incisive style and spoke to the youth with enthusiasm, as he had done no longer ago than August 1944 at the first Congress of the Anti-Fascist Youth Union of Albania at Helms. All his present quote negations unquote until a few months ago had been affirmations, given unreservedly about the correct line which our party had followed on all problems. In regard to the councils, the front, the women's organization, the youth organization, the organization of the party itself and its leadership, etc. This he did because he based himself on the reality which he knew well, on deeds, on events, and on people who were his comrades. Now everything was turned upside down. That Nako who, until a few months ago, spoke and wrote with the greatest hatred about the Bali Kombata and reaction, about Abbas Kupi, and so on, had now lowered his bugle and it had faded right out. Astonishing, more than astonishing. Had I not known Nako intimately for years, I would have thought that he had spoken in the past from hypocrisy. But no, while he was speaking, the conviction grew on me that something had occurred with him, something profound had unexpectedly made him go over to the other side. What was it? What was hidden behind Nako? I was convinced that if Nako had ever been guilty of lying and deceit, this was precisely now, at Berat. Another fact, too, shows what a living contradiction Nako Spru was in himself and on what a filthy course he had set out. After denying, rejecting and distorting everything, suddenly, when he began to refer to the most recent facts and events, especially to the liberation of the country, the creation of the government, the Basques which emerged for us, etc., he "forgot himself" and became another Nako, the former Nako. "The people," he said, "have seen our party as the banner bearer of the war. We raised the people to their feet, we brought them to this point, and now, through our work, the people have to see that the party will be the main force of national unity after this, too. This is the issue. The main factor which set the people in movement has been our party. The people achieved the victory in the National Liberation War because they had our party at the head. We are in leading positions. We are in command. Now the thing is that we must hold on to these positions. New situations have been created, hence we must remain in these positions and strengthen them." This was one Nako. Another Nako got up in the plenum of Berat. Right from the outset, in the plenum, as a member of the plot, he vented his spleen, made many accusations, threw mud at the party and its leadership and at his own work and efforts in the bloody years of the war. And even while he spoke, while he continued with his accusations, from time to time, unconsciously, when he was referring to facts, the situation and the tasks which emerged, he unwittingly "divested himself" of the dirty role of conspirator and came out in opposition to himself, to what he had just said. As I mentioned, one of the most mature and balanced contributions to the discussion at the plenum was that of Comrade Hainai Kapo. Naturally, Hainai could not come out openly against that spirit which, you might say, was the "official" predominant spirit in the plenum, but he did not come out in favor of it as many others did, consciously or unconsciously. When he spoke about the work of the party in the Vlora region, Hainai concentrated on the flagrant mistakes of Lirai Jega and Dusan Mugosa. "Lirai's sectarianism and the monopolization of the work by her and Dusan Mugosa," said Hainai, "among other things, were flagrant and we have had many problems and contradictions with them. We have informed the leadership of the party about these things and on no occasion have the comrades of the leadership said that we were not right. On the contrary, when the cup was full, the leadership of the party removed both Lirai and Dusan from the regional committee of Vlora." Hence, Hainai's contribution proved that neither our line nor our directives were "sectarian", but that the actions of individual persons had been sectarian. This could not be pleasing to Stojnik and company, so Sejfler Malesheva got up and wanted to "catch" Hainai Kapo out in what he said. "I have two questions for Hainai," he said in his doctoral tone. "First, if after the winter offensive we had not had a sectarian stand towards Skender Muso, do you think he and his men would have come over to us?" Hainai gave him a clear-cut answer. "Skender Muso clearly understood the aim of our war, he was opposed to the line of the Communist Party and that is why he did not come over to us and never would. But," added Hainai with clever sarcasm, "with the spirit in which this discussion is taking place, he might have come." "My second question is this," continued Sejfler discomfited, "did the directive, which the Central Committee issued at the first National Conference for the condemnation of Zipai, cause harm?" "Had we allowed Zipai to do what he wanted, he would have done a great deal more harm to our work. Our mistake is that we had not sufficiently unmasked and attacked him earlier, even before the conference," replied Hainai. At this plenum Velimir Stojnik did not leave his work to be done only by the persons that he had prepared thoroughly for 2 or 3 months on end. During the whole meeting he sat there serious and frowning, but his face beamed and his eyes sparkled when Kozy, Sejfler, Nako and others did their work in the way that the plan of Tito and the leadership of his party he had brought from Yugoslavia required. As soon as he saw that the discussion was taking a course which was not to his interest, however, he immediately intervened arrogantly. This occurred for example when, after the allegations about the "sectarianism" in line, the attack was concentrated on what was described by Kozy and Sejfler as the "clique in the leadership." Velimir Stojnik was all satisfaction, anticipating that the attack would fall upon me, But the comrades of the plenum did the opposite. They concentrated their attack on Lirijeva and immediately after her, on Dusan and Mladen. Velimir approved the attack on the latter with a nod of his head, and the dose of the criticism was strengthened. As I said, Hainai made a very good portrayal of the sectarian and terrorist characteristics of Mugosa. Other comrades brought up further facts. Tukjekova thought that now it was a free-for-all and began to speak about Blazo Jovanovic. Blazo contributed nothing at the first national conference, because he had nothing to contribute, said Tuk. If we asked him something, he dodged it or did not open his mouth. Tempo came those days, too, and he told us nothing about how a central committee is organized, what the tasks of the bureau, the secretariat are, etc. Tuk spoke at length about these two, and the truth is that what he said was correct. However, the naive mind of Tuk had understood nothing of what was going on. He had not understood that the task was not to attack the Yugoslav delegates, but that, in the first place, I had to be attacked. The other comrades of the leadership had to be attacked, and, of the Yugoslavs, only one, Mladen Popovic, had to be attacked. The others had to be praised. This is what the spirit of the plenum required, but Tuk did not understand this, just as others did not understand it, either. From the facts the truth was emerging. The Yugoslav delegates had not brought us any benefit. Velimir Stojnik stood up and in a brutal way tried to defend the honor of the Yugoslav delegates. This is not a plenum about the work of our comrades, said Stojnik sternly, but about your work, the work of your main comrades. You should speak about them and not about comrades Dusan, Blazo, Tempo or me. He intervened in this way both earlier in the plenum and later, but he reserved most of his anti-Albanian spleen for the message of greetings which he delivered at the plenum. In the plenum of the Central Committee of the CPA he behaved and spoke in such a tone as if he were in a meeting of a party cell of a battalion of the Yugoslav army. His whole contribution consisted of the platform which he presented to us at Drusen, but now further enriched and with many things said more openly, more boldly thinking that his purpose was virtually achieved. From his own mouth he brought out many facts which compromised him and proved that everything that was occurring had been hatched up by him. From the outset he accused me because I refused to call the bureau of the Central Committee together for the gentleman in question to present his views In fact, as I have said above, I did not consider it correct or in order for a foreign comrade to take part in the meeting of the political bureau. It was a different matter with Mladen. We ourselves had asked him to come and he never imposed himself on us, never spoke in the tone that Velimir Stojnik used or acted as he did. Comrade Dijsdrovic and I, he declared boastfully to the plenum, came from Yugoslavia with instructions that we should assist you in all questions of the party, the army, the youth, the front, etc. I came with a prepared plan and now am presenting it to you. I know the situation here in detail. I have not sought to know it because I am inquisitive, or to interfere in your internal affairs, or to infringe the authority of anyone. 1. So frequently did he vow that he was not interfering that he was not lowering the prestige of anybody etc. That the repetition of such declarations over and over again implied that he had come precisely for this sinister work. He reported openly to the plenum his dissatisfaction with Mladen and me, stressed that when we came, your comrades disregarded us and maintained contacts more with Mladen than with me, who came in the capacity of the instructor of the CC of the CPY. That we quarreled over many issues, that the stand of Mladen made my work and meeting with comrades difficult, therefore I demanded his withdrawal from Albania, etc., etc. The work amongst the youth has changed, continued Velimir Stojnik. Comrade Dijsdrovic quickly found a common language with the comrades of the youth and has proceeded in complete accord with them. In the party, however, he complained, I could make no progress. It was hard to make headway. Thus, all my efforts to take the situation in hand quickly went for nothing. Only after the meeting of the bureau, he was referring to the meeting at Drusen, where it was agreed that I should take part, matters started to get underway properly. At that meeting I put forward a number of directives which I am presenting to you here. What these directives were we already know. But why did Stojnik consider it reasonable to repeat them once again, one by one, in front of all the comrades of the plenum? Perhaps I am mistaken, but I have always thought that Stojnik, as a conceited person and none too intelligent, considered that he had achieved everything he wanted, that our party had been subjugated, and now he ought to tell the whole Central Committee that the true author of all this change, the hero of the change was not the group of Gallants, Nakosprue, Sejfler Malesheva, Kozizaks and others, but Velimir Stojnik himself. The thing was, he said in his discourse, that the leadership of your party had to be shaken up to this situation until it could achieve a meeting like this. Your party was incapable of doing this shaking up itself. This required a force from outside and this force has come here with us. unquote. 1. The monstrosities of this person were incredible. Supporting Sejfler-Malesheva's accusation that we had allegedly quote lost the heart of the communist unquote, Stojnik went even further and quote instructed unquote us, quote the head of the man is not like the head of a rooster on the block. The head of the man has a great role. It is born and dies only once. Unquote. In my book of memoirs quote The Anglo-American Threat to Albania, unquote, I have spoken about the attempts of the British to bring about a quote reconciliation unquote or a quote reuniting unquote of the National Liberation Front with the agent of the British Abbas Kupi in the last period of the National Liberation War, as well as about the hostile aims that were hidden behind these attempts. After the British got nowhere with us, they chose Tito as the quote intermediary unquote to bring about this reunion. It is known that they conducted many negotiations with Velebit, the representative of the Yugoslav staff attached to the Allied headquarters in Cairo, so that he would transmit the request of the British to Tito. What was discussed and achieved in these negotiations between Tito and the British I do not know, but one thing is indisputable. As soon as Velimir Stojnik arrived in Albania he put pressure on us to display quote prudence unquote and accept reconciliation with Abbas Kupi and his men, because otherwise the quote unity unquote of the people would be damaged and quote civil war unquote would break out. At that time the British, too, had presented the same demand for the same quote reasons unquote. This was not just a coincidence. Tito had accepted the role of intermediary, a role which willy-nilly put him on the same footing as those who wanted to sabotage our national liberation war and put the victories achieved at the cost of bloodshed into the hands of reaction. Hence, Stojnik carried out the instruction of Tito and the British as soon as he arrived. But while his demand was lost in the course of the discussion at Adruzen, we did not keep minutes of the discussions there, as though to enrich the documentation for the future. He raised the problem at Berat, too, so that it would be recorded into the minutes. His words at Berat, both on this problem and about everything else that he said are down in black and white. He said, quote, your line with Bazi Ikanes has not been correct. This line was not in favor of the broad unity of the masses, but has brought division and, as is known, division means civil war. Unquote. And who was quote criticizing unquote and quote advising unquote us about quote a line in favor of the unity of the masses unquote and about avoiding causing quote civil war unquote. Precisely those who in their own country, especially in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia, were pursuing a profoundly wrong anti-popular policy of oppression and division. I mentioned above our action in sending some units of our army to assist in the liberation of Kosovo and the peoples of Yugoslavia in the hot pursuit of the Nazi beast. The entry of our forces into Kosovo once again confirmed the patriotic vitality and undaunted revolutionary spirit of the people of Kosovo. What the Tempos and others had been deliberately saying for years on end about the people of Kosovo, describing them as quote linked with reaction unquote, was quickly refuted. From valiant Kosovo, especially after the entry of our forces, 53,000 young men and women filled the ranks of the brigades of the National Liberation Army of Albania and those of Kosovo. Although young partisans, they distinguished themselves for their bravery in the war against the Nazi fascists. Just like the older partisans, the entry of our brigades brought about that the state power of the National Liberation Councils, comprised of the finest patriotic sons of Kosovo, was extended over the whole province. However, precisely when the whole of Kosovo had turned into a hotbed of the National Liberation War, suddenly an order came from Tito's staff that the partisan forces of Albania and those of Kosovo should leave Kosovo and pursue the Nazi enemy quote to the north unquote of Kosovo, deep into Yugoslavia. Our forces carried out this order, because they had gone there to pursue fascism until the complete liberation of the peoples of Yugoslavia. But later we were to learn that the purpose of Tito's order about quote the pursuit of the enemy in depth unquote was nothing but an almost precise repetition of that trickery which the Kralj and princes had tried to carry through in the past in the fight against the Ottoman yoke, especially when they saw clearly that the Ottoman forces were being routed and Albania was on the eve of independence. The Kralj of Serbia and the princes of Montenegro left nothing undone so that the Albanian insurgent forces should leave Kosovo, which was liberated, and engage themselves as long as possible in the pursuit of the Ottoman forces in other regions quote to the south unquote. Their aim was that the Serbo-Montenegrin armies could occupy Kosovo and other Albanian regions without meeting the resistance of the Albanian insurgent forces, or even of the Ottoman occupation forces. This is precisely what Tito was doing in 1945. The Titoite forces entered Kosovo, liberated by the forces of our army and the Kosovo forces, in order to eliminate the National Liberation Councils that had been set up and to launch the unrestrained mass terror against the Albanians. These unprecedented reprisals of the Titoites quite rightly caused a great popular revolt which put the quote new Yugoslavia unquote in doubt. because the people of Kosovo were not seeing any difference from what they had suffered under the "old Yugoslavian." In this extremely difficult situation, the patriotic people of Kosovo demanded "the return of the Albanian partisans," with the aim that the situation should be resolved justly and the savage terror stopped. In order to avoid the further complication of the situation, Tito and company were obliged to agree to this demand, and the partisans returned. No kind of "organized reactionary" forces, such as the Yugoslav propaganda talked of, were found in Kosovo, but a people who welcomed our partisans exactly as if they were carrying out a second liberation of Kosovo. Calm was re-established, and after this Tito planned new maneuvers. Now that the war was over, in the new situation he could solve the acute problems in Kosovo with his own forces. However, in order to do this, far from the eyes of the world, and especially far from our eyes, it was necessary that our forces should be finally withdrawn from Kosovo and return to Albania. But how? The direct withdrawal of our forces from Kosovo over the then state borders would create unpleasant, perhaps grave, scenes for the Titoites. The people of Kosovo might rise in revolt again when they saw that the forces of our army were withdrawing. To overcome this situation, Tito again copied the Kralj of the past and staged "the need to pursue reactionary bands towards the south, towards Greece," and for this he sought the "aid" of those forces of ours which were there. We, who still did not understand Tito's filthy plans, ordered our divisions to act. After they reached the southernmost borders of Macedonia, our forces were told that "there was no further need" for them to stay in Yugoslavia. The border was crossed and the zone of Karsa and Prispa, far from the eyes of the people of Kosovo, Tito and Rankovic were left free to operate, as they did, with their barbarous methods against martyred Kosovo. These, then, were the people who were "advising" us on a "correct" line which would lead to "the unity of the masses." Those who, with their policy, were carrying out and planning to deepen the line of genocide and mass extermination in Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia. But let us go on with Stojnic's address at the Berat plenum. After he threw mud on all our work and successes, after he "scared" us, claiming that our "positions in the terrain and the army" were not strong, he did not forget also to teach us a series of other "lessons" for the future. "Don't deceive yourselves," he said, "that you have strong positions. You must bear in mind, amongst other things, that you are threatened by the overthrown bourgeoisie, but you are also in great danger from the external enemies. You must understand," he threatened, "that you are small and constitute no more than an easy prey for reaction." After dwelling at length on the "theory of the danger," he came to the point he had been told to make. "What I mean is," he said, "that you cannot go ahead without Yugoslavia and, in particular, without the Yugoslavia such as this which now has been created in the Balkans and in Europe. This is a question of the strongest possible relations with us, of wholehearted links with Yugoslavia," continued Stojnic. Later I shall speak more extensively about the all-round hostile efforts of the Titoite leadership to realize its ultimate aim, the gobbling up of the whole of Albania. In 1947 and the beginning of 1948, in particular, this aim was proclaimed openly, but I want to say that as early as the Berat plenum Stojnic launched the idea of this gobbling up as a balon desi, "as to the form in which our relations should be strengthened," he said, "we cannot tell at this conference. But let us keep before us the prospect of an alliance, a confederation, or even more. Build your relations with Yugoslavia to this perspective," he dictated. "The perspective of Yugoslavia is the perspective of the Balkans and Europe. The name of Tito has gone beyond the borders of Yugoslavia and you must popularize it, too. My opinion is," he said concluding this question, "that you speak very little about us. Therefore in the future you ought to speak more about Yugoslavia and Tito." That was not the place, nor were the conditions suitable, to enter into discussion and seek clarification about what Stojnic meant with this confederation, or even more and how this Yugoslavia had become the perspective of the Balkans and Europe. Everything would be made clear later. At Berat the ideas and directives which Stojnic had brought from Yugoslavia were only thrown in separately or altogether. They constituted time bombs with incalculable dangers for the future of our party in the new Albania. They were all political and ideological time bombs and bore the Titoite brand. It was still too early for us to be able to understand the full extent of their danger. But at those troubled moments their clocks began to tick as a great menace. In order to give us no opportunity to think at greater length about the essence of his declarations about Yugoslavia and the alliances, however, Stojnic made a complete about-turn and came back to what was the main thing for the moment. "Here you made your criticism of the Central Committee, but it should have been stronger and more profound, especially the self-criticism. You must take this criticism in the same spirit down to the base, too, so that the whole party will be orientated correctly." In broad outline this was the whole content of the plenum which was being held in Berat when the capital, Tirana, had just been liberated and the liberation of the whole of Albania was expected hour by hour. Regrettably, even in this crucial situation and these conditions, most of the aims of the Stojnik mission were achieved. A great deal of mud was thrown at our party and its correct line in crooked ways and with profoundly hostile methods. The unity in the leadership of the party, especially in the bureau of the Central Committee, was attacked and severely damaged. Besides Sejfler Malsheva and Pondi Christo, it was decided that two other Sejflas Bedre Spahiu and Tuk Jakova, should be added to the bureau, and it was proposed that later Christo Themilko should join the bureau, too, if necessary. In the book When the Party Was Born I have spoken about who they were and what they did during the war, and later I shall speak about what they did after the war, too. Here we are dealing with the fruits of Berat. Nevertheless, one of the main aims of Stojnik and his agents was not achieved at Berat. They were unable to eliminate me from the leadership of the party and as general secretary. Although the comrades of the plenum were disorientated and accepted many unjust accusations, the fact is that they supported the correct general line of the party, and towards me expressed what they felt: affection, respect and trust. Nevertheless, my authority, not as a person, but as general secretary of the party, was diminished by all the poison that the Stojnik gang spewed out. I myself saw and felt this more than anyone. But I did not hang my head. Even when the filthiest things were said, I was convinced that we had a correct line and had the unshakable conviction that eventually everything would be cleared up and put right. Above all, I had the communist conviction that, however things went, I would be able to stand close to the party and the people, and leave it to them to give their final correct judgment about everything. However, the bitterest and most damaging fruit of the Berat plenum was the orientation given there for the future, since sectarianism was described as the greatest evil and the greatest danger for our party. Opportunism was given the green light. This was the main reason why the attack on the alleged opportunism in the line was passed over lightly at the plenum, without going into it deeply with arguments. Everything had been well calculated by Tito's staff. The accusation about opportunism was thrown in just to prove that our party was allegedly incapable of defining a correct and consistent line, and then this accusation had no further value for the accusers. After all, they were not really concerned either about opportunism or about sectarianism. They were concerned with the subjugation of our party and of Albania to Yugoslavia. Therefore, we should not be sectarian but docile obedient humble generous up to the point of sacrificing our freedom and selling out Albania. This was the aim of the Stojnik mission and, regrettably, it succeeded in preparing the ground for this. In particular, Stojnik's directives about the future policy of the party in the front, the national liberation councils and the organs of state power, in the field of the economy, in foreign policy, etc., constituted that infected anti-socialist mire in which Sejfler Malsheva and company would try to immerse the new Albania immediately after liberation. We had long bitter arguments over these problems, too, for 2 to 3 months on end, and in one way or another they were included in the reports delivered at the plenum, but more particularly in some of the contributions to the discussion. I spoke above about the report which I was compelled to read at the plenum and the open contradictions I had with the comrades over the majority of the matters which they insisted should be added or corrected but I want to point out that my opposition was not entirely in vain. In compensation, Nako, Kozi, Sejfla, and others, headed by Stojnik, were obliged to agree that some of my correct views and stands should be left in the report. I emphasized these stands with even greater force also in a contribution I made shortly before the closing of the plenum. In regard to the policy of the party in the front, for example, after speaking about the new situation created in the country as a result of decisive victories in the war, amongst other things I stressed, we must guard against both the open enemies and the secret enemies. Now that everybody sees that the victory is ours, even the open and declared enemies are trying to link up with the secret enemies and, through them, to get into the front. Up till yesterday they fought from outside, now they want to fight from inside. However, now it is too late, because our doors are closed to them. The call which we made some time ago to elements who remained on the side of the occupier, was the final appeal. All those who want to avoid their responsibility for the 3 or 4 years that they have fought us with arms and every other means, now want to get into the front. It is our duty, I stressed, to refuse to admit to the front those who want to undermine it from within. This stand clashed with the view of Sejfler Malsheva that if the doors are closed, the front becomes narrow. Therefore, without attacking Sejfler by name, I asked the direct question, does this mean that with this line which we shall follow the front becomes narrow? No, I stressed, the front does not become narrow, it will be enlarged with all those elements who, up till now, have stood aside or have been misled by the traitors but who have not stained their hands with blood. Likewise, both in the report and in my final contribution, I dealt in general outline with some of the future tasks of the front as a big political organization in which all the masses would be rallied under the leadership of the CPA. The tasks of state power which the front has carried out hitherto, will be performed from now on by the councils, which, I stressed, we must ceaselessly strengthen and enliven. The front must strengthen the alliance of workers, peasants, intellectuals and all other strata. The question of state power, I continued, is the central question for the party, and this not only because it is a current problem facing us, but also because we lack experience in this field. We must strengthen the councils, must purge them of alien elements who have been admitted in error through machinations, must ensure that the people have complete confidence in the councils and regard them as their own organs of state power. However, although the plotters were obliged to permit me to present these views, in their contributions they attacked them openly and directly. Thus, when Czechoslovakia spoke, amongst other things, he stressed, the time has come for us to open the doors of the front and to extend it further. Even in Yugoslavia, where there has always been a correct policy on the front, now the doors are being opened to all, and this is even more necessary in our country where sectarian mistakes have been made. Not only should we extend the front, he stressed, but we should win over those we have lost. Hence, we should accept even those whom we were unable to win during the war. Cozy, Bondi, Bedre Spahiu and, up to a point, Nako Spru also spoke in this spirit and on the same lines. The ground was being prepared for the admission to the front of the Sanelazis and Company. The seeds of those evils with which we would have to battle later were being sown in the ranks of the party. Another directive of Stojnik, which was to cause us many problems and a great deal of work in the future, was that on the stand of our new state towards the Allies. All throughout the war, we had a correct line in this direction and, while recognizing the three great allies, we made the necessary differentiation between the Soviet Union, on the one hand, and the USA and Britain on the other. At that time, we were still in ignorance of the secret and open contacts and negotiations of Tito with the two Western allies, especially with Churchill, but we noticed something when, in one of the debates before the plenum, Velimir Stojnik said, today you are a state with an official policy. The great allies which played a decisive role in this war, should all be looked on in the same way by the new state. How? I asked. By putting the Soviet Union on the same footing with the other two? From the state viewpoint, yes, Stojnik explained to me. The policy of a true state makes no differentiation. You don't know these things but you'll learn them. Naturally, he added, in an unofficial way, for example, through party channels, the Soviet Union can be considered as the main and most natural ally, but not through state channels. America and Britain are always allies, and their present policy is positive and in our own interests. Such reasoning seemed to me astonishing, and deep within myself I did not agree. How could the policy of the state be different from the line and policy of the party? Another fact made an even greater impression on me. When Velimir Stojnik told me to stress the special role of the Soviet Union in an unofficial way, he immediately added, here accounts should be taken of the concrete special features of the war of each country. For example, the true ally of all of us is the Soviet Union, but you, as Albania, have had and still have, you might say, he mumbled, a special, true ally in the Yugoslavia of Tito. Later the comrades presented these views, to me as their own. We had other argument, and in one way or the other they found their reflection in the plenum. However, proceeding from the fact that the report was to be delivered to the party, I took the opportunity and stressed forcefully, the Soviet Union, as the first socialist state and through the heroic anti-fascist war which it is waging, is the greatest guarantee for the liberation and the independence of the peoples. Hence, we must implant in the consciousness of the masses the truth that our most sincere ally and the main supporter of our foreign policy is the Soviet Union. Likewise, utilizing my right to make the closing speech, I said to the comrades, we are on the eve of the complete liberation of Albania. We are facing tasks of great importance, and we have no reason to hide our party, which has been the true leadership of the liberation war, behind the front. It must be made stronger, more wide awake and more active than ever at the head of the masses, with the reins of command in its hands and, through a correct stand and line properly applied, accomplish its own program and realize the aspirations of the working people. At this great turning point in the history of our people, we must increase our energies and political perspicacity tenfold, must at the same time confront the Central Committee and the whole party with the past and future reality, must point out the successes and the mistakes, teach the party not to become dizzy with success and to learn from its mistakes. Thus the Berat plenum came to an end. The following day we were to enter Tirana. The whole of Albania was liberated. The immediate task which our party had put in its program when it was founded on November 8, 1941, had been accomplished with success. These were days when our joy and happiness ought to have been greater than ever. And in fact these feelings were seething in the hearts, the faces and eyes of the people, were expressed openly, and burst out wherever we went during those days. I and the other comrades of the leadership of the party, all the communists, all the fighters of our heroic partisan army were in the midst of this joy. However, I cannot hide that, apart from the great joy that we had achieved victory, a great and unpleasant worry about the things that had happened at Berat was gnawing away at my consciousness. It seemed to me that somewhere another great danger for the future was lurking. It was not at all a worry about my future as a person. From the first day when I consciously set out on the road of communism I had taken everything into account, the sufferings, hardships, sacrifices, my whole life. I had dedicated them all to the great cause of the people, the homeland, the party and the revolution. My concern was solely about the cause of the party upon which a great deal of mud was being flung unjustly, about its future and the future of the people and the country which it was to lead. All that gigantic war had been fought and crowned with success, and to jeopardize all this now with our own hands would be a disgrace and a grave crime. This would be the most unpardonable crime committed at the expense of this people. This must never be allowed to occur. Within myself I swore that I would do everything in my power to establish the truth, to ensure that the party continued on the right course and that Albania would advance on the road which the CPA had promised in November 1941. Chapter 3. Tito's Secret Agency in Action. Belgrade sent the Albanian-speaking Titoite Josip Georgia in place of Stojnik the 7th Cabinet for Albania in the Chancellery of the Yugoslav Federation. Why is Tito "against" the partitioning of Albania? The truth on the Pijade Soudries negotiations in August 1946, a joke between Tito and King Paul about the dividing up of Albania, debate on the policy of elections to the Constituent Assembly, Smelsheva, "We must allow the opposition freedom to take part in the elections independently." Kazakhs, "The Yugoslav comrades were not afraid to reach agreement even with the bourgeois." And Spru, "We have no reason to fear our opponents now." The people, "We prefer not to vote at all rather than vote for the reactionaries." Quarrels break out between the plotters themselves. The fifth plenum of the CC of the CPA in February 1946. The theses for the re-examination of the Berat Plen in Belgrade helping its own agents. The new historical stage, which our party and country were entering immediately after liberation and the establishment of the people's state power, also marks the transition to a new phase in our relations with the CPY and the Yugoslav state. Now, in both countries our parties were parties in power. Upon them devolved the onerous and noble duty to exert all their strength and abilities both to carry the respective countries and peoples to new victories and to strengthen and develop the reciprocal relations and links between them. The special difficulties, circumstances and conditions of the time of the war were over. For our part, we found in those conditions and difficulties, understandable in wartime, the main justification for why the direct links with the CPY and especially with its leadership during the past 4 years had remained restricted to some intermittent steps which had not left us with good impressions but, on the contrary, had disappointed us. However, we still regarded these as isolated instances and did not blame the leadership of the CPY for them. Hence, we continued to retain a good, to some extent even euphoric, opinion about the Yugoslav party and its main leadership, even though for 4 years we had no possibility to know them concretely at first hand. Now the time had come for each of us to assess the other on the basis of real knowledge of the work, facts, and line which each pursued, and no longer through "idealist" judgments, as in the past. The time had come for practice to eliminate any lingering doubt which had remained with us as a result of the restricted and unpleasant contacts of the past, just as any doubt or bad opinion which the Yugoslav leadership might have formed about us on the basis of the reports which its delegates sent, should also be dispelled. Thus, we were ready and predisposed to develop and strengthen to the maximum our friendly relations with the CPY and the peoples of Yugoslavia, being guided in every step by the Marxist-Leninist principles on the relations between fraternal parties and countries. What would the future tell us? "Defense" de jure in order to gobble up Albania de facto. The first year of liberation and indeed the greater part of 1946 in many directions indicated an "Indian summer" in our relations with the Yugoslav "friends." It seemed as if many of their former stands were changing, as if there was an improvement in the grave atmosphere of carping criticism of the past, even as if they were reconsidering some of their unjust stands of the past. Even Colonel Stojnik, after all the chaos and confusion he had caused us at Berat, began to make approaches to me. However, what had occurred at Berat hung over us like a black cloud which had not been swept away. On the contrary, its evil effect, great or small, was felt on our work every day. I said this to Stojnik during one of the many visits he started to pay me after we were settled in Tirana, stressing that for the time being we were seeing only negative effects from the plenum of Berat. "As soon as passions have cooled, you will see that everything will change." He tried to pacify me. "At Berat the comrades learned how to make criticism and self-criticism. This is very valuable both for today and for the future. Unquote. Quote, except that I have the impression that the criticism was made by throwing mud at the prestige of the party, its leadership in me. Unquote. I told him. Quote, please, understand me correctly. Unquote. He replied. Quote, neither I nor your comrades ever had any intention of disparaging the personality of your party or even less of you personally. You yourself saw that the comrades of the Bureau never had anything directly against you. On the contrary, they are happy that you are General Secretary of the party. Unquote. Quote, the party has elected me to the functions I hold, not one or even 5 persons. Unquote. I said with marked coldness. Quote, likewise, whether or not I am to retain these functions was not and will not be a matter for a few individuals, whoever they may be. Above all, we have the party. Unquote. Quote, quite right. Unquote, said Stojnik, and, pretending not to understand what I was driving at, he went on to flatter me. Quote, it is an honor for us to have a friend like you. Unquote, etc., etc. I have never liked flattery, and when occasionally someone has flattered me directly, I have tried to divine what was hidden behind the flattery and the flatterer. This is what occurred on this occasion with Velimir Stojnik. But he spoke with such an innocent appearance that I found it difficult to understand what had brought about this sudden change in him. Perhaps, I thought, he has sent the Yugoslav leadership a report on what occurred at Berat and Tito has tweaked his ear. Perhaps Velimir himself senses that instead of assisting us with his quote theses unquote he did a lot of harm and now wants to smooth things over with me. Maybe he thinks that in some article or official meeting in the future I might report to Tito about the mess at Berat and, to forestall the consequences, he is trying to behave in a friendly way with me. At the same time I noticed that Stojnik continued to maintain good relations with the other comrades, frequently invited all of us together to the premises of the Yugoslav mission and missed no opportunity to visit us even just to say, quote, hello, how are you getting on? Unquote. I thought that this, too, came within the context of his efforts to undo some of the harm he had done in the past, especially in the period from the end of August to the end of November 1944, up till the moment he departed from Albania. As far as I remember, about the end of 1945, he became mostly a distributor of invitations and proposals for us to send the maximum number of individual comrades and groups of comrades of different sectors to Belgrade for quote experience unquote. Nevertheless, I had no use for him at all. Any value he might have had, in fact he had none. He had destroyed once and for all at Berat, and now, whether or not he was in Albania, whether he smiled or frowned, these things had no importance at all. I have the belief that Tito and company sensed this opinion and quickly withdrew him from Albania. In his place came another Titoite, Josip Djurdja, with whom another long and bitter history would link us. He was a diplomat of Albanian origin, from a village in Dalmatia, and he spoke Albanian freely. His grandfather, if I am not mistaken, had been regent of the Serb or Croat monarchy. Josip Djurdja was a clever, cunning fellow. He adopted a quote popular unquote pose, approached anybody at all, and in this direction the language helped him, and did a sophisticated job of gathering information for Belgrade. He tried to be correct and friendly with me, made efforts to eliminate the bad impression that Velimir Stojnik and many others had made on me, showed himself quote accommodating unquote and with tendencies to advance the work without any further bitterness. Hence, at first Djurdja was sweet-spoken and a real quote expert unquote on all matters. In a note of 5 or 6 lines, Tito himself introduced him to us as a trained cadre who would be ready to help us. At one of the first meetings I had with this new Yugoslav representative, he referred to Stojnik. Quote, the comrades tweaked his ear a bit over some lack of tact in his relations with you, unquote. He told me quote and confidence unquote, quote, but you must understand he was inclined more to military methods because that was his profession, unquote. Quote, it was not simply a lack of tact, unquote. I replied to this Albanian-speaking Yugoslav. Quote, a whole history came about and is still continuing as a result of the criticisms which Colonel Stojnik presented to us, unquote. Quote, your comrades have misunderstood him. As friends and communists we may make mutual criticisms, but this does not mean that they should be accepted unreservedly, unquote. Quote, that is right, but your comrade insisted not only that they should be accepted, but also that they should be made more profound, unquote. Quote, perhaps, unquote, said Djurdja. Quote, but I have come with the idea that it is better if we don't hark back to the past. At that time the conditions were such that it was more difficult to know the situations and the problems. The main thing is that now we should march forward shoulder to shoulder like friends and brothers, unquote. Meanwhile, other messages of friendship continued to come from Belgrade. Our comrades from various sectors began to come and go back and forth to Yugoslavia, and those who met them, especially the officials of the party, welcomed them with friendly words and missed no opportunity to send me greetings and quote assurances unquote that the quote friendship unquote between our two parties and countries quote will be strengthened unquote, that quote Belgrade will always have its doors open for you unquote, etc. All these things, taken as a whole, could not fail to warm our hearts and please us. We ourselves were interested in strengthening our mutual relations, desired, First of all, that the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and the new Yugoslav states should be as strong as possible and in correct positions. Undoubtedly we thought and hoped that we had something to learn from them, especially on the problems of the organization of the new state of people's democracy, in which we lacked experience, on the reconstruction and construction of the country, on the recognition, strengthening and affirmation of our positions in the international arena, etc. The fact is that the Yugoslav government was the first to recognize our government as a legal government, and it established diplomatic relations with us as early as spring 1945. 1. We thanked the Yugoslav comrades for this act and expressed our gratitude to them. Although after all, this act was no more than a normal action which should be taken immediately by any government of whatever country which pursues a realistic policy in the international arena. We had no reason to welcome or regard the recognition of our government by the others as any "favor" or "special kindness" done to us. Our government was more than lawful. It had emerged from the flames of the war as a result of the heroic and uncompromising fight which we waged against the occupiers and their local collaborators. Our government enjoyed the support and love of the whole people. It resolutely expressed and pursued a correct, principled foreign and internal policy and knew and defended its rights and duties in the international arena. Thus, looked at dispassionately or, as you might say, in principle, that act of recognition of our government by the Yugoslav government was something quite normal, an action which it or any other government ought to take. In the conditions and circumstances of that time, however, when we were unjustly facing the open boycott and efforts of the Anglo-Americans, not merely to refuse us recognition, but also to overthrow us, when we were still not recognized by the others, etc., the act of the Yugoslav government warranted our respect and gratitude. Moreover, the troubled situation in Greece, as a result of the Anglo-American military intervention, presented a new danger on our southern borders. The Greek government, formed in exile and delivered by the Allies directly into the soft seats, immediately proclaimed openly the old pretensions to grab the southern part of Albania. The ancient fable of the so-called Northern Epirus began to circulate through the chancelleries of the great powers again, and the Greek monarcho-fascist representatives, openly supported by the Americans and the British, launched a furious campaign in international conferences and meetings for a new partitioning of Albania. We raised our voice strongly against this savage and unjust policy which was pursued towards our young state, and we ourselves were the fundamental factor in the number one guarantee that we would defend our lawful rights on the national and international arena, just as we did. The external factors which expressed themselves in our favor had the value of auxiliary, supporting factors. In the first place, we saw and found one such factor in the just internationalist policy of the Soviet Union led by Stalin, in the Stalinist foreign policy, which, just as it came to the defense of the interests and rights of all other countries and peoples, great and small, also came to the defense of our just cause. Stalin's representatives supported the new Albania and the order of people's democracy which we were establishing, and at the same time, they exposed the efforts of international reaction, its threats and attempts to interfere in our internal affairs or to deny and trample upon our rights. The fact is that at this period the Yugoslav government, too, through declarations or through its representatives, took a stand in defense of our rights, and, indeed, it must be said that it proved especially zealous in connection with the recognition and defense of our state borders from the ambitions of others. Later I shall explain what was the meaning of this "defense" and why the Titoites displayed such surprising zeal in connection with our cause. Here I want only to point out what was obvious and loudly proclaimed by them in 1945 and 1946, just as it was proclaimed in 1970 and 1980. As far as we knew and could see at those moments, we undoubtedly had every reason to express our gratitude for this aid they gave us, and they accepted our gratitude with pleasure and even became annoyed when we did not lay it on thickly, and especially when we did not publish it in the press and mention it in speeches or did not send it to them in writing. I shall explain what was the meaning of this "habit" of theirs to demand everything, especially good declarations, in writing and especially published in the newspapers. Here I could present a number of other facts and aspects which have to do with our "warm" relations with the Yugoslavs in the first and second year after liberation. In this period there was no economic aid to mention, but I think that I have said enough to prove an authentic truth about the so-called "period of warm friendly relations" with the Yugoslavs. I want to say that for their part, all this "kindness" aid and support in essence was only a bluff, a great trick, a trap camouflaged with laurel leaves and olive branches, but which concealed under the leaves the iron teeth of sworn enemies of the party and of the freedom of our homeland. In saying this, I have no desire to deny either the "good" or the truth, or to misinterpret or to avoid the facts, as the Titoites have claimed and still claim. Our party has never had this habit, and it has never allowed anyone in its ranks to distort even one word from history, let alone the whole of history. The facts are stubborn. Let them speak for themselves. As the greatest and most "indisputable" aid and support which they gave us at the start, the Yugoslavs mentioned the recognition of our government by them in May 1945 and their efforts in international conferences, etc. to persuade others to recognize our lawful government and the inviolability of our borders. To this end, they present "facts," republish statements, reminiscences, etc., etc. Yes, those facts, those statements exist, and we have never denied them. However, the Titoites have always tried to conceal, to forget, to wipe out any trace of a series of other facts and arguments, which relate to the same question and occurred at the same period. Concretely, precisely at the time when they were loudly publicizing their recognition of our government, of the independence of Albania, and its inviolable territorial unity, in secrecy, in talks at the highest ranks of the state and party leadership they were hatching up plans for the annexation of Albania and turning it into the Seventh Republic of Yugoslavia. As early as the beginning of 1945, one of Tito's closest collaborators, Mosa Pijade, demanded that the new Chancellery of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia in Belgrade should have, not 6, but 7 cabinets. According to the Titoites, the 7th cabinet was for the Yugoslav Republic of Albania. Someone in present-day Yugoslavia may present this indisputable fact as the crazy whim of Pijade, or as an initial desire or wavering of others. This is not so. A little later, in 1946 and, especially in 1947 and 1948, these plans for the annexation of Albania were to be put before us officially, with savage pressure by Tito himself and the people around him. I shall speak about this later. Here my purpose is simply to show the falsity and cunning villainy of Tito and company in connection with their public action of 1945 over the recognition of Albania. However, the question arises, why did they decide on and proclaim the recognition of Albania, of our government, etc., at a time when they were secretly working out their annexationist plans? Were they hasty? Did they make a mistake? Not at all. They were not fools. And to give the devil his due, they have completely proved their ability and cunning, especially in concocting plots and underhand actions. In the concrete instance, their tactics was refined and covered many fields. Tito and company thought, and here they were gravely mistaken, that in one way or the other, Albania was going to belong to them. After Berat they secured the key positions in our leadership. They were aware of and felt our euphoric friendship towards them and thought that they would easily eliminate any remaining obstacle. Hence, they considered that in general the internal factor was settled. Now the problem was that the annexation of Albania should not arouse debates and problems in the international arena, should never be considered by others as an annexation manu militari, as a result of war, etc. This annexation, according to them, should be carried out in conditions of peace and bear the brand of the lawful will of the Albanian state and its legal government. Then they would have no problems. Precisely to this end, as the first step, Albania had to be recognized as an independent state. The new Albanian government had to be recognized as the legal government which expressed the aspirations and desires of the people. When all, and especially the great powers, had completed this recognition, then obviously there was no reason why the desire of a lawful government, recognized worldwide, to unite with whoever it pleased. Hence, in the concrete instance with Yugoslavia, should arouse concern and problems. In this way, the problem of Kosovo would be solved. 2. The question of attaching it to Albania was not raised, but Albania was to be united with Kosovo within the framework of Tito's Yugoslavia. This was the overriding aim of the Yugoslav government with its act of May 1, 1945. With this it set the example for the others who should hasten to recognize a legal government in a sovereign country. All the aid of the Yugoslav government and its efforts to influence Britain, the USA, France, etc., to recognize the independence of Albania and its democratic government were for this purpose. Hence, Tito and company recognized Albania de jure in order to gobble it up de facto. All their efforts to attack the ambitions and pretensions of others, especially of the Greek monarcho-fascists in connection with the partitioning of Albania, are part of this plan. Even to this day, this hate of those years is boasted about in Belgrade and, indeed, is used to prove that the Yugoslav leadership allegedly not only never wanted the annexation of Albania, but helped to ensure that no part of the territory of Albania would be affected by the pretensions of the monarcho-fascists of that time. In the middle of August 1946, when the proceedings of the peace conference had opened in Paris, we and the whole international public heard about the forceful denunciation which Mosa Pijade made in one of the sessions of the conference of the proposal of Tsalgiris for a secret Greek-Yugoslav agreement on the partitioning of Albania. A few days after Pijade had spoken I went to Paris myself to lead our delegation at this conference, and at our first meeting I thanked Pijade for the stand which he and the Yugoslav government had taken towards the filthy proposal of Tsalgiris. I was together with Molotov at the moment I met Pijade, and he was very pleased with my words, the more so because I was speaking in front of Molotov. With their frenzy greed the monarcho-fascist wolves put a major fact in my hands. Pijade began to declaim in a boastful tone. But I used it and dropped it like a bomb in the conference. When Pijade ended his boastful proclamation, Molotov said with quiet good humor, quote, "You gave them just what they deserved." But Comrade Enver was not here those days and does not know the details of how the Greeks came to give you that bomb. Unquote. Quote, Saldrys summoned me to a secret talk. Unquote. Mosa Pijade set out to tell me with great relish. Quote, he said to me, "We have long-standing claims towards southern Albania, but you Serbs, too, have claims towards northern Albania. Let us get together and reach agreement on what belongs to you and what belongs to us and finish the business with Albania. It should not exist as an apple of discord between us. Let it be a sweet apple, divided in half by agreement." They went as far as that. Unquote, said Pijade, fixing his eyes on us to see the effect of his words. Quote, "Yes, yes." Unquote, said Molotov looking serious, and asked him, quote, "Then, what happened about the bargain?" Unquote. Quote, "We could not and never will allow them to lay a finger on sister Albania," unquote, declared Pijade. Quote, "That is why I did what they had never dreamed I would do in the conference." Unquote. I thanked him once again for this statement, describing it as internationalist aid and defense from a representative of a fraternal country. At that time, however, I did not know that precisely this quote defender unquote of the southern part of Albania dreamed of gobbling up the whole of Albania, did not know that it was precisely this Pijade who as early as 1945 wanted to quote reserve unquote the 7th cabinet in the Yugoslav General Chancellery for us. Hence, in conformity with the secret plans for the annexation of the whole of Albania, Tito's men had no reason not to come out quote in defense unquote of the southern part on which Saldrys had his eyes. They believed that things would proceed in their favor and, in this case, why should they allow Albania, the love of their dreams, to be partitioned by the Greeks when they could enjoy the whole of it themselves? In brief, the Yugoslav quote defenders unquote did not defend Albania as a free and sovereign state, but defended those territories which, in their secret plans, comprised the southern domain of the quote great unquote Yugoslav multinational quote state unquote of many peoples which they had dreamed of for centuries. This, then, was the main basis which gave rise to all that zeal of the Yugoslavs for the quote recognition of Albanian unquote and the quote inviolability unquote of its borders. Naturally, in working for this main strategy at those moments Tito and company, at the same time, were also pursuing other aims, through this quote internationalist unquote policy of quote defense unquote. By emerging in the forefront of quote defenders unquote of the cause of Albania, they were investing capital in the progressive and democratic world to enable themselves to pose as quote champions unquote of the rights of other countries, as quote proven internationalists unquote, as the representatives of a state and a party which nurtured no ambitions for annexation or hegemony. On the contrary, they made world opinion believe that even when others talked to them about agreements and secret treaties to the detriment of third parties, as in the case of Saldrys, they not only did not agree, but denounced the annexationists publicly. The purest of the pure. That is how Tito's men could be described. Thus, the game was played in a subtle and dangerous way. This appearance of quote purity unquote in this initial phase was to serve them as a powerful argument later, at the second step, quote to prove unquote that in the question of the union of Albania with Yugoslavia there was no sort of plot or secret moves on the part of the Yugoslavs. Quote no, unquote Tito and company would defend themselves. Quote we accepted the unification because this was the desire of the Albanians themselves and we had no pretensions at all in this direction. On the contrary, as you know, gentlemen, it was we who came out in defense of the independence of Albania and the recognition of its independence even when others were silent about this or had pretensions to partition it. Unquote. Many years later, when it had become clear, not only to the Yugoslav chauvinists, but also to everybody else, that in connection with Albania Tito had made his reckoning without the owner, a Greek monarcho-fascist was to emerge again and repeat to the Yugoslavs the act of Saldrys in 1946, this time quote from positions of equality unquote. However, this new attempt at negotiations differed somewhat from the former one. This time the participants were of higher rank. The monarch of Greece Paul in person was to make the proposal for the dividing up of Albania to the president of Yugoslavia Tito. Another difference is the fact that this time Tito did not see it appropriate to denounce the proposal even there, tete-a-tete with the king, let alone in public. Naturally, time has shown and will show what was behind this quote royal joke unquote, which was made in Corfu looking across the straits of Albania. But one thing is indisputable. Aesop's famous fox called the grapes which she desired so much quote unripe unquote only when she saw she could not reach them. As, I said, however, this belongs to a later period, the period when we had long been at daggers drawn with Yugoslav modern revisionism. So I thus return to the period of quote friendship unquote, the period when Tito and company quote defended unquote us and supported us de jure in order to gobble us up de facto. This was true of the Yugoslav policy towards us at that time in all other aspects. This was also the aim of the quote backing unquote and quote support unquote which Velimir Stojnic suddenly began to express to me after the plot at Berat, of the quote greetings unquote which Tito and company sent me through various people, and of the High Yugoslav decoration which they awarded me in 1946. All these things were done to make us slacken our vigilance, to cover up any doubt about the plot with a curtain of rose-tinted smoke, and to strike the blow at us precisely when we did not expect it. As we were to learn later, while they were issuing me certificates of trust and gratitude, at the same time the flattering and further incitement of the ambitions of Kozizaks, Nakosparu and Zejfla Malsheva continued, with the aim that they should now carry out what they were unable to accomplish at Berat, my removal from the leadership of the party. In this first period Nakosparu was displaying all his pro-Yugoslav inclinations, but it was to be proved later that the mutual links between Nako and the Yugoslav leadership had no correct Marxist basis. They were links of an agent with his employers. Nako dreamed of becoming general secretary of the party, and he thought he could use the Yugoslavs in order to replace me, but it was the Yugoslavs who used Nako for their purposes. That violent perfidious document of Nakosparu's written secretly to the Yugoslav leadership, in which he used the worst words about me and demanded that my work should be examined, in other words, that they should use their influence to remove me from the post to which the party had elected me, belongs precisely to this phase. However, the Yugoslavs passed over the request which Nako made to them in silence, apparently because they saw in Nako an element who might cause them problems or upset their plans. They preferred Kozizaks. Nako was very hurt but, driven by his ambition, he established new links with others. The Yugoslavs were to see Nako's new links, but they continued to maintain complete silence about his compromising document. However, in the grave circumstances of November 1947, I shall speak about them below. Tito's men were to bring this compromising document out of the drawer and to confront Nako with it, as a means of pressure, as a "weapon" which, in the grave circumstances created, made Nako kill himself. But this time, too, we were to be told nothing, because at those moments it was in the interest of the Yugoslavs that the circumstances of Nakosparu's suicide should remain the greatest possible mystery for us. Even later, the Yugoslavs were to produce this document again and to publish only some parts of it with the aim of creating the worst possible opinion about us amongst the public. Such, then, were the Yugoslav comrades who posed as pure Marxists and whom we, unfortunately, lacking facts and lacking unity in our ranks, continued to consider comrades and friends both in 1945 and in 1946. Of course, even at this period there were some signs, some indications, minor or major, which could not be concealed and could not make a good impression on us. Groups of comrades, a youth delegation or a delegation of the women's organization went to Belgrade on visits or on business, and to our astonishment the Yugoslav comrades mentioned the name and praised the merits of Lirai Jaga. On one occasion, Lirai, who had been condemned at Berat, had to go to Yugoslavia. I don't remember why or in what circumstances, but no doubt through the intervention and mediation of the Yugoslavs themselves. And the number 2 member of the Yugoslav leadership, Milo Vodjilas, accorded a warm, cordial welcome to this person expelled from our political bureau and from the Central Committee of the party on account of her grave sectarian mistakes. They began to put pressure on us to rehabilitate her and Mrdishnika, whom we had condemned for opportunism. What could we call these actions of the Yugoslav comrades? They made all those accusations against us and built a whole platform, that of Berat, basing themselves on the mistakes and grave faults of these 2 elements. How, then, did it come about that now they were supporting them and putting pressure on us to readmit them to the leadership of the party? Astonishing. As I said above, Lirai Jaga was one of their pledged agents, and at Berat the Yugoslavs were obliged to sacrifice her, to condemn her, not because of the damage which she had caused the CPA, but simply because they treated her mistakes as the mistakes of the leadership of the party, mainly mine and Miladin's. After this, it was natural that they should ask us to rehabilitate Lirai Jaga. As for Mrdishnika, the Yugoslavs wanted to rehabilitate him, because they had long been aware of his opportunist and conciliatory tendencies. Such an opportunist in our leadership would be 1 vote more in favor of the Yugoslavs' secret plans. Naturally, even though we did not know the meaning of the countless surprises of the Yugoslavs at that time, we did not agree to their proposals. It seemed that they were not annoyed about this, and we continued our work, always retaining our respect and friendship for them, but also proceeding cautiously on this course. A series of their stands and views which either increased our doubts, or gave rise to serious suspicions and concern, made this prudence even more necessary. In April 1945 a group of militarymen went to Yugoslavia to gain experience in a course or seminar organized with the Yugoslav military cadres. As soon as they returned, Memichev, Christo Thimulko, Tahir Kadar and, I think, 2 or 3 others came to my office and began to describe to me what they heard and learned. An analysis of major themes about the experience of the October Revolution and the revolution in Yugoslavia was made. Memichev began to report. Comrades Tito and Kardelj personally explained the tactics and the strategy of the Yugoslav party on this cardinal question, in an extremely interesting way and with creative originality. The comrades. Yes, Unquote. I interrupted to imply to Mehmet Shah to get on to the content of the matter. Quote, what was said concretely? Unquote. Quote, this conclusion constituted the essence. The Yugoslav Revolution did not follow the course of the Russian Revolution. Each had its own peculiarities. The Russian Revolution could not be applied in the conditions of Yugoslavia. Therefore the Yugoslav Revolution is peculiar, and herein lies the merit of Comrade Tito, and our armies should be organized on this basis. Unquote. Quote, is this the conclusion which you drew from what you heard, or the conclusion at which the Yugoslav comrades have arrived? Unquote. I asked, very worried. Quote, it is the conclusion that comrades Tito and Kardelj have now arrived at, unquote, replied Mehmet Shah. At that moment I remembered the debate with Tempo in the spring of 1943 about the same problem. Tempo had served up to us precisely this, quote, conclusion, unquote, this view at the time, and I had strongly opposed him, describing it as not right and disparagement of the international value and importance of the great October Socialist Revolution. At that time I laid the blame on Tempo, while now it turned out that Tito and Kardelj were in the same position. Mehmet Shah sensed my disapproval and immediately changed his tactics. He backed away from any further presentation of the new Yugoslav, quote, strategies and tactics, unquote, and left Themilko to jump into the murky waters. Themilko presented all the views expressed by Tito, Kardelj and other Yugoslav leaders. Apart from what I mentioned above, the other views were about, quote, the stages of the revolution, unquote, on which the Yugoslavs thought that, quote, since the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution has still not been completed, we shall delay the transition to the second stage, the stage of the proletarian revolution, unquote, that, quote, the road of transition from the former to the latter stage is the road of reforms, unquote, that the, quote, national liberation councils are organs of the bourgeois democratic revolution, unquote, that, quote, one of the distinctions between the October Revolution and the Yugoslav Revolution is that in the Yugoslav Revolution the bourgeoisie is a member, a participant in the front, unquote, that, quote, Tito has enriched Marxism with the tactic of the National Liberation War, unquote, etc., etc. I cannot claim that I had everything clear at those moments, but many of these views seemed to me dubious, even unacceptable. Some had a smell of inordinate boasting and megalomania, while others were full of equivocation and fraught with great dangers. Very cautiously I told the comrades that such problems are important but extremely difficult, that the Yugoslav comrades themselves are undoubtedly still studying these problems, that the experience of the war and the revolution cannot be generalized immediately and easily, etc. Quote, I say these things to you, unquote, I told the comrades, quote, so that you will be prudent and cautious, both in the talks and lectures which you will give and in our daily work. Then, since the Yugoslav comrades have not made public the things that they told you there, you yourselves should not implicate yourselves in the propagation of the views which you heard. We must consider everything well, must weigh it up and compare it with the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, unquote, I instructed them finally. Quote, and this way we shall learn and shall not permit mistakes, unquote. The generals got up and left, but the things which they told me I was to mull over in my head for a long time. On the one hand, I was worried about the essence of the views expressed by the Yugoslav comrades, about their mania to come out so quickly with major, quote, generalizations, unquote, and great pretensions to the point of describing themselves as, quoting enrichers, unquote, of Marxism-Leninism. But, I thought, perhaps the initial euphoria after the victory leads them to such hasty conclusions. In time everything would be put in order. The aid of comrades, especially the Soviet comrades, would not be withheld, either from the Yugoslavs or from us, to make matters clear to us and help us adopt correct stance. My main worry was about our comrades. They were too ready to exalt everything the Yugoslavs said. Of course, we considered Tito and company as comrades and friends, but the tendencies to, quote, absorb, unquote, without any reason everything they said did not seem to me correct or communist. This was not the first occasion that I had noticed this kind of euphoric exaltation and subjugation to the, quote, great, unquote, and, quote, powerful, unquote. At that period Kozizak had gone to Belgrade on a, quote, special, unquote, mission, and as soon as he returned he came to my office. Sejfler Maleshiva and Pondi Christo were there, too. Quote, what honors, what a reception they accorded us, unquote, he told me. Quote, I can't describe them. Apart from General Marko Rankovic, comrades Gilas and Kardelj received me, unquote. He mentioned the names of the latter two in such a tone of veneration that you would think, quote, God, unquote, himself had met Kozy. Quote, who are they, unquote, I asked him casually there and then, as though I had not heard their names before. Naturally, I knew very well who Gilas and Kardelj were, had no bad impression about them and did not want to infringe their authority. But Zaksa's veneration did not seem to be correct. Kozy was shocked at my, quote, tactless, unquote, question. Quote, comrades Gilas and Kardelj, unquote, he said, opening his eyes wide to display his astonishment. Quote, they are Tito's greatest brains. They are big chiefs. You might say they are the ideologists of the party, unquote. Quote, oh, unquote, I said, quote, in surprise, unquote. Quote, then, they really are big shots. What did they talk about, unquote. Quote, we talked about everything, a little about everything, About the war, the government, security, defense. They spoke well of us. They are going to help us. Don't be too hasty in this period, they told me, so that you don't muddle up. The advance of the revolution. Unquote. Quote, what do you mean with advance? Unquote, I asked him. Quote, well, as they told me, that is, the stairs, the steps. Unquote, mumbled Cozy. Quote, the stages of the revolution, that's what they told you. Unquote, Sedgefla corrected him disdainfully. Quote, that's right, that's what they told me, we must not muddle up. It was a terribly complicated business, but as far as I understood, we shouldn't be too hasty, because for the time being we'll be a democracy for the people, but the bourgeoisie shouldn't be greatly disturbed, because you mix up those, what do you call them, stages. Unquote. Quote, never mind, unquote, interrupted his colleague Sedgefla with open scorn. Quote, this is a whole theory, I shall explain it to you someday. But in essence they are right, all my efforts in the bureau and in the government are in that direction. Unquote. We shall see what Sedgefla was driving at with his quote interjections. Unquote. I was speaking about that kind of unquestioning, blind veneration which a number of our comrades were creating towards the leadership of the CPY. I don't mean that its authority and prestige, or the warm mutual relations of our comrades with the Yugoslav comrades should have been infringed. But when I found the occasion, I stressed that trust and respect should be mutual, and in our relations there should be no creation of the positions of quote big shots unquote, quote masters unquote, who know and decide everything, as against the quote little fellows unquote, the quote apprentices unquote, who ought to sit in silence, listening humbly, and carry out what the quote master unquote says. An end had to be put to this evil. The comrades had to be trained and tempered so that they did not judge things through the head of this or that individual, but according to the line of the party, taking the reality as the basis, and being guided only by the Marxist-Leninist theory. However, at that period this essential thing could not be achieved. Some of the comrades of the bureau of our Central Committee had been quote indoctrinated unquote in such a way that they kept in step with the Yugoslav quote friends unquote in everything and made every stand dependent on the Yugoslav stance. In this way, although apparently standing quote on the sidelines unquote and without quote direct unquote interference, the Yugoslavs were ensuring that their plans for the subjugation of our party and the usurpation of Albania proceeded normally. The Yugoslavs were doing their work with quote our unquote hands, through the people whom they had carefully prepared during the war and at Berat and had now thrown into the offensive. The secret agents of Belgrade in our ranks. After the attack which they made on us at Berat, Tito and company also needed the smokescreen of quote affection unquote and quote friendship unquote to cover up any evidence about the true author of the plot at Berat, and to carry their work through to the end. At Berat they planted the seeds of the destruction of our future, planted them, sad to say, amongst us, in the ranks of the leadership of our party, and immediately after this, quote withdrew unquote to leave the evil which they had planted to develop of itself within our leadership. It was not long before their plans began to yield the first results. The fact is that a line, which was not a correct Marxist-Leninist line, was imposed on the leadership of our party in a hostile way. After the Berat plenum it could readily be noticed that in our speeches and documents little was said about the party and a great deal was said about the front. This was a consequence of quote my sectarian mistakes unquote since I spoke a great deal about the party and allegedly little about the front. At the same time, they imposed on us the view that we should keep the party in a semi-illegal situation and maintain secrecy about its existence and its being in the leadership of the whole life of the country. Quote the existence of the party should be hidden unquote. This was a consequence of the liquidationist line of the Yugoslavs which had two aims. First, to lower the prestige and authority of the party in the ranks of the communists and the people, and consequently to open the way to the liberal, opportunist spirit in ideology, in the political line, in the economy, in the state power, and in every other sector. All this was done under cover of the anti-Marxist quote theorizations unquote and distortions in connection with the two stages of the revolution, the period and the roads of transition from one stage to the other, etc. These were also the tendencies of Sedgefla Malesheva and the ideas he had brought with him and which now he was to develop rapidly, supported by the Yugoslav mission. Second, with the hiding of the existence of our party, the Yugoslavs were striving to prepare the terrain better for acceptance of the quote leadership unquote of the CPY and Tito in our life, as the sole and main leadership, both of Albania and of that quote CPA which had given bad leadership and made so many political and organizational mistakes unquote. At Berat they were unable to achieve their aim of my total liquidation as an important condition for the unrestrained application of their plan and, apparently, they had postponed it for later. Automatically the hopes of the competitors for the same post, Sedgefla, Nako, and Cozy, were postponed for later, too. After liberation they were to do everything in their power to take over the work of leadership completely and to isolate me utterly until they could remove me as unnecessary. However, they did not achieve this aim either, because I did not sit idle in the work with which the party and the state had charged me. The unjust criticisms and attacks did not discourage me or drive me to despair. I had lost neither my courage nor my confidence. I still stuck to my conviction that the party had had a correct political and organizational line, without mistakes, generally speaking, regardless of some subjective errors. Otherwise, we would not have achieved these victories of such great importance. First of all, the liberation of the homeland and the establishment of the people's state power. At the same time, I fought with a complete conviction that matters had to be put right and suitable situations created to present the issues correctly once again. As soon as any mention was made of the re-examination of the past, however, the comrades of Berat displayed an astonishing displeasure and anger which, later, was to turn into obvious fear. Quarrels and rows broke out in the political bureau. Obviously, these quarrels did not break out over minor things but, on the contrary, over the major problems which the country, the party and the state were facing in all fields. Thus, we entered the new historical stage without a clearly and accurately defined line. This would have been a minor evil and could have been overcome easily if our leadership had been in harmony and predisposed to exert all its united strength to cope with the problems. Precisely this essential condition, however, did not exist. After the victory which they scored at Berat, now Sechfla, Nako and Kozy were not seeking the ways to solve the major problems of the country, but the ways to achieve their own ambitions towards the throne. On the quiet, each of them aimed to occupy first place. Sechfla Malesheva, in particular, began to display greater impatience. His great thirst for power, to become chief of the party and the state impelled him to throw off his past laziness and display a great zeal. The peculiar, extremely complicated problems which the new situation presented apparently led him to think that the time had come for him to seize the banner. The fact that he had lived in a socialist country, in the Soviet Union, favored him in this, and he posed as if he alone were capable of maneuvering cautiously in the complicated situation of the new stage we had entered. In each meeting of the political bureau, as soon as the agenda was presented, he would say quite brazenly, "Listen, comrades, the problems of the construction and organization of the state, the economy, culture, etc., are very complicated and require a dialectical treatment, without falling either to one side or to the other of the opposites. The Soviet experience of the years after the revolution, which I had the good fortune to live through, convinces us that we must be very maneuverable. For example, what about nationalizations, the private sector, the state sector, industry, or agriculture? Are we going to nationalize everything?" "Agreed," said the professor. "This is the aim, this is the future of socialism. But how are we going to do this?" "Immediately. Through orders? It could be done in this way, because now we have all the means in our hands. But if we were to act in this way we would not be communists, but sectarians, adventurers. Because not only would neither the big owner nor the small owner understand us, but even if we took the enterprises, the banks and the mines over by force, we would not be capable of making them function efficiently." "Very well," interjected Kozy. "But what are you getting at? Tell us in plain language." "I'm speaking in plain language, Comrades Ox. Indeed, I'm explaining Marxism in quite a vulgar way so that you will understand me properly," retorted Sechfla. "On almost all the issues I saw that we were having a great deal of discussion, making a lot of noise, and the idea was forming in my mind that this noise was not being made so much on account of the nature of the problems, but rather that one and the other was grasping at the nature of problems in order to realize special personal aims. When we defeated Sechfla with sound arguments against his theories about the defense of the private sector, etc., he immediately clutched at Lenin's net and, when here, too, we proved that he was distorting Lenin, he immediately grasped at Tito. Please, he protested. "Comrades Tito, Kardeljan don't talk for nothing. They themselves are not being hasty, and how many times they have advised us not to be hasty. We are in the stage when the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, private property and socialist property will proceed parallel. We must not skip the stages." We had very long debates during 1945, especially over the major problems of the elections to the Constituent Assembly, how we were to proceed in these elections, what they would represent, what the role of the party should be in this great political campaign, who the candidates to be proposed to the people would be, etc. "Let us not forget," said Sechfla Malesheva, raising his voice, "that these elections will put the seal on how much the people want us, or more precisely, whom the people are with." "What are you saying?" I asked him. "In the year 1945 you still want proofs of whom the people are with. The people are with the party, with the front, with the democratic government which we have formed and which is running the country." "You are right, indeed, we are in agreement in principle," put in Sechfla. "But we must convince everybody, and especially the world, that the people are with us. The votes will demonstrate this conclusively. We must not underestimate what the Anglo-American allies say. Nor must we underestimate the voices of that trend which is crystallizing as an opposition within the front and which is demanding to take part in the elections independently. Quote, we say that the people are with us. The Anglo-Americans say that this is not so. They say that the people don't want us. We shall defend our viewpoint, but without underestimating or ignoring the voice of the opposition. What I mean is that we must not act as sectarians in the election campaign, but as the vanguard of democracy. And democracy means that we must allow people, electors and candidates for election, freedom, so they can act freely. We should present our list of candidates, but should allow the opponents, that is to say, those who are not with us, freedom to run their own candidates. In this way we will shut the mouth of reaction which says we have restricted freedoms and have eliminated democracy. Unquote. Quote, such a course, unquote, I objected immediately, quote, will lead us, not just to an impasse, but to destruction. To allow reaction to come out independently in the election campaign means to accept sharing power with them, that power which we created through bloodshed and sacrifice. Unquote. Quote, no, don't judge the matter so narrowly, unquote, said Sejfla. Quote, this would be only a tactic. The people will see that we are for complete freedom and will link themselves with us even more. Unquote. Quote, the opposite will occur, unquote, I said. Quote, and this way we will disappoint and confuse the people, the workers and peasants, the masses of the poor of town and countryside. When they see in the lists of candidates elements who have sucked their blood in the past, elements who have been alien to the war or have stood aside from the war, they will have the right to think, what did we fight for? To elect such people to the leadership? Unquote. Quote, one moment, unquote, shouted Sejfla as if he had found the famous point of Archimedes. Quote, logic is leading you to the point. When the people see elements they do not like in the lists, then they will cast the ballot balls not for them, but for our lists. In this way the differentiation will be made and these elements will be isolated. Then we will be able to say to the American and British allies unreservedly, you see, gentlemen, whom the people are with. Our victory will be sanctioned. Unquote. Quote, I am opposed to such a policy, however broad and democratic you call it, Sejfla, unquote, I said bluntly. Quote, this is falling into sectarianism. Unquote, shouted Sejfla. Quote, it is a return to that line which we attacked at Berat. And I'm sorry to say, Comrade Enver, that I observe with regret that you have still not understood Berat. Unquote. Quote, I have not understood and never will understand the plenum of Berat in the way you say. Unquote, I told him. Quote, if sectarian stands and mistakes were attacked at Berat, this by no means implies that now we should go over to the opposite, opportunism. Unquote. Quote, only a sectarian assessment could call this platform, which I present and defend and will defend to the end, an opportunist policy. Unquote, screamed Sejfla. Quote, let the other comrades speak. Unquote. Quote, these matters are not simple at all. Unquote, put in Koziaszaks. Quote, however, listening to what Sejfla says and what Enver says, I think that we should be somewhat more balanced. I am not with one nor the other, but I put it like this. We have an experience from the time of the Pune organization of Khalsa. When the Comintern sent us the new line in 1937, we took part in the elections as the opposition, presented our lists and the people in Khalsa gave us most of their votes. We won at that time irrespective that afterwards the regime threw me and a series of comrades out of office. Here I lean towards Sejfla. He is right. I hope that the reactionaries won't win anything. If they win, we'll see what we shall do. We won't allow them to take power from us. Then, we have the experience of the Yugoslav comrades. They are not afraid to reach agreement even with the bourgeois, with Subasic. They have him in the government. Of course, that's their affair. We don't interfere, but we should not forget that they have always been patient and generous towards reaction. At the Congress of the party in Serbia the Yugoslav comrades declared that all the political parties should act freely, that they should have their own newspapers and pamphlets opposed to those of the party, that a struggle should be fought between the two sides through the papers, through speeches and, in this way, the people will be convinced about the freedom which they have won. They do this because otherwise reaction would cause trouble for them. We should learn from them because they are our friends. It is not a matter of a few well-known reactionaries, because I know where to put them. But I am concerned about the allies. We are waiting for them to recognize us and they are not recognizing us before the elections. So I say we should take a broader approach. Let them take part in the elections, but they will lose, because their cause has been lost for a long time. However, I think we should consider what Enver said. I say that we should attack some outright reactionary elements and not allow them to present themselves in the lists, but to allow the others. Unquote. Quote, I am for a cautious and intelligent policy. Unquote. Nakospru added fuel to the fire. Quote, Comrade Kozi mentioned something from the experience of the recent Congress of the Communist Party of Serbia. I've read those materials, 2. And there is something to learn from them, especially from the courage of the Yugoslav comrades and their ability to maneuver. They are not afraid of the participation of reactionaries in the elections or even of their getting into the councils. Even if the elements of reaction triumph in a council, said the Yugoslav comrades about their own experience, we should not throw them out because their election shows that we do not have all the masses with us. We should allow them to run things and, since they are reactionaries, they will not fulfill the demands of the masses. In this way they will expose themselves and will be abandoned by the people. That is what the Yugoslav comrades said, unquote, repeated Nako, quote, and I think that this is a bold and clever tactic. We have no reason to fear, either, now that we are in power, unquote. Quote, I insist on what I said before, unquote, I said speaking again. Quote, comrades, you know that after the blow it received, reaction pulled in its horns, but it has by no means given up its aims and never will. It has begun to move, to rally its forces, to create its links and to organize the attack. External reaction, especially Anglo-American reaction, is in support of it. Unquote. This is not the occasion to dwell longer on the endless debates we held over those cardinal problems at that period, but I only want to point out that from what was occurring amongst us I was becoming ever more worried about a series of things. First, I saw that a dangerous spirit and trend of opportunism was making itself felt, and Székely was the banner-bearer of this tendency. Second, the lack of unity of thought and action between us was very obvious. Almost all of us, with the exception of Bedřich Spahiu and Tukjakova, were involved in arguments and disputes, but I saw that the contradictions of Cozy and Pondy and, up to a point, of Nakospreu, too, with Székely, were not contradictions of views, but had to do more with side issues, with quote individual retorts unquote, etc. It seemed to me that the comrades were not so much concerned about Székely's opportunism as about Székely himself, his strutting and posing, as the quote incontestable unquote authority, quote know all unquote and a leader quote of the first order unquote. This situation had to be grappled with and changed. I was even more convinced of this after the conclusion with complete success of the general elections which were organized throughout the country in December 1945. Through their votes the people proved that they were linked with the party and our democratic front like flesh to bone. However, in the positive general picture there were also some saddening instances. Through the pressure of Székely and the others, in some cases elements that the people detested were allowed to present themselves in the lists of candidates. Reports reached us immediately, quote, we prefer not to vote at all rather than vote for Riza Dani, unquote. A group of residents of the electoral zone at which the candidature of this anti-popular element had been proclaimed, said openly. Similar things occurred with others. There were cases when the electors voted for elements they did not like, solely because the party had told them to do so, but not from their own conviction. I am referring to elements such as Suat Aslani, Saladin Toto, Shefkat Beja, George Kokoshi and others, who were to come out openly later as a dangerous group of enemies in the ranks of our constituent assembly. At the same time Székely urgently pressed on with his efforts for the greatest possible opening up and orientation towards the West, for economic links with it, because, according to him, quote, in this way we will advance more rapidly and dispel from the minds of our allies the idea that we violate democracy unquote, because quote, we can do nothing on our own unquote, because quote, our friends, the Yugoslavs, have their own problems unquote, etc. Therefore, according to Melcheva, our eyes should be directed towards the West so that they would quote, recognize unquote us. In one meeting Székely said, quote, we should re-examine the question of the treaties of the time of Zog with the Americans and the British, unquote. Quote, in what direction? Unquote, I asked in surprise. Quote, in the direction of recognizing these treaties. It will do us no harm if we recognize them. Unquote, replied Székely quite unabashed. Quote, that is to say we should reject the decisions of the Congress of Permit. Is this what you want, Székely? Unquote, I asked angrily. Quote, don't forget, comrades, unquote, said Székely, addressing Cozy, Nako and the others, quote, that the Congress of Permit was held in the period of sectarianism, before Berat. The decision taken there to re-examine, that is, to reject Zog's treaties with the Allies seems to me to be a sectarian decision. Unquote. I opposed him strongly and indignantly and, to my surprise, Cozy Zog sided with me, a thing which he had rarely done since Berat. Quote, Székely Melcheva, you are going too far, unquote, he said. Quote, how can we reject the Congress which gave us the government? If we do as you say, it turns out that we should link up with America and Britain, but that time is over. As for contacts and friends, now we have others. Are we to recognize the oil concessions to the British and Americans? This is serious. We need the oil ourselves and our Yugoslav friends are short of it, too. Unquote, concluded Cozy Zog and angrily slapped the envelope, on which he had jotted down 2 or 3 lines, on the table. Quote, don't try to put me in a difficult position with the Yugoslav comrades. Unquote, Székely turned to Cozy Zog. Quote, we were together when we talked with them and they suggested that we should recognize Zog's treaties with the Allies, because it would do us no harm. Unquote. Quote, what's this? What's this? Unquote, I asked immediately. Quote, when did this occur? Unquote. Quote, Cozy and I were together with Kardeljan Gelas. Unquote, Sejfla began to explain. Quote, and we outlined to them the conditions the Western allies laid down for us. They told us that we could recognize the treaties. Let Cozy tell you himself. Unquote. Quote, don't mix up things or involve comrades Kardeljan Gelas in them. Unquote, retorted Cozy Zox with a frown, but with a trembling voice. Quote, we were not talking about Zog's concessions but about the recognition of our government by the allies. Unquote. Quote, that's what I said. Unquote, Sejfla snapped back. Quote, yes, but in the first place, you had more to say than they did. You presented matters in such detail you made a mess of it. You confused me, let alone them. That's how the matter stands. Don't confuse the comrades. Unquote. Quote, when you had discussed this with the Yugoslav comrades, why did you not inform us after you returned? Unquote, I asked Cozy and Sejfla. Quote, this is an extremely serious problem. Unquote. Quote, how do you mean, we have not informed you? Unquote, Sejfla defended himself. Quote, all my efforts in the Bureau for an Intelligent Tactic with the Allies have been in that spirit. I considered that Cozy had told you the details. Unquote. Quote, you confuse matters and now you are confusing all of us. Unquote, retorted Cozy Zox. Quote, with all your great theory you are only making a mess. Unquote. This, then, was the advice which the Yugoslav quote comrades unquote and quote friends unquote gave us. We should reject what we had decided at the Congress of Permit, accept everything that the Americans and the British suggested to us and retain the enslaving treaties which Zog had signed with them. Cozy Zox tried to soften and deny this truth, but 4 to 5 months later open pressure to recognize Zog's enslaving treaties was to be exerted on us again by the Yugoslav leadership. Of course, we did not submit to these pressures and continued our former stand. The quarrels broke out again, only this time extremely bitter quarrels and with mutual recriminations between Cozy and Sejfla. Bedri and Tuk vacillated as usual, mostly posed as neutral, while Nako Spru listened, all eyes and ears, and tried to find the most favorable position for him to adopt. The balance leaned in favor of Cozy Zox. Sejfla Malesheva was suddenly placed in the center of the attack. To my surprise, in a number of meetings and discussions that we held at that period, Cozy, Nako, and Pondi Christo turned on Sejfla Malesheva with all their might. They presented a series of new facts and arguments which proved the treachery of Sejfla Malesheva, but also proved something else. These facts, which they knew and had discussed with one another, they had kept completely hidden from me. All these things threw light not only on the grave mistakes of Sejfla Malesheva, which I knew in general outline and had long opposed. The main thing was that new light was being thrown on told mistake, on the Berat plenum. The time had come to analyze and judge calmly and with maturity and responsibility the things that had occurred. The end of Sejfla Malesheva brings the plot hatched up by the Yugoslavs more to light. The dialectic of things was having its way. The plot hatched up behind the scenes at Berat bore within itself, besides the dangers and all the other perils for the party and the country, the seeds of disaster for the plotters themselves. At Berat, Cozy Zox, Nako Spru and Sejfla Malesheva comprised a unity and had been egged on by the Yugoslavs in a joint attack against our party. The Yugoslavs had done this by nurturing in each of them ambitions to occupy the main post. However, there were 3 of them and only one post. Hence, the time would come when the unity of the main anti-party trio at Berat would fall apart. The personal ambitions of each of them would be directed towards getting rid of the other 2 partners. The development of events and the interests of the plotters were to bring about that the first pawn to be eliminated from the game would be Sejfla Malesheva. In fact, he had deserved punishment, not only now but much earlier, and it could even be said that his entire promotion to the leadership was a mistake. In that short period of the war that he spent in Albania, he showed himself to be an unrivaled coward, and had no idea where and how the fighting and actions were carried out. He was for a struggle of cafes and drawing rooms, a battle of smart phrases spoken, of course, because it was a great effort and sacrifice for him to write. After liberation he proved to be a liberal parliamentary democrat, who did everything in his power to impose on the party a broad opportunist line, a front without restrictions in which even the war criminals could take part. Both during and after the war, Sejfla Malesheva demonstrated that he was a friend and supporter of all the politicians of the cafes and the secret chambers, of bourgeois elements, of the kulak strata and reactionary clergy. He was, in fact, opposed to the socialist revolution, opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat in theory and practice. On account of Sejfla's endless hostile anti-Marxist stands and actions of this type, we rightly decided to condemn him at the 5th plenum of the CC of the CPA in February 1946. But the motive for the condemnation of Sejfla Malesheva was the obvious one, the party motive. I say this because now someone else was interested in his condemnation. This someone else first of all, was the Yugoslavs. They exploited the anti-party tendencies of Sejfla Malesheva for as long as it interested them, and then, when they saw that he was becoming a nuisance to them, Indeed, with his pro-Western inclinations, he was even becoming dangerous. They agreed that he should be removed from the scene. On this occasion they satisfied mostly the ambitions of their main preference, Kozyzaks. With the elimination of Sejfla Malesheva, one competitor of Kozyzaks's for absolute power was removed. This was the main reason why Kozyzaks and, together with him, Nakospreu, smiled their approval and expressed complete solidarity as soon as I put forward in the Bureau the necessity for holding the fifth plenum. Long afterwards I was to learn the truth that they seized on my demand for the examination of Sejfla Malesheva's grave mistakes and faults for other, essentially anti-party, interests and aims. Willy-nilly, on this occasion the party came to the aid of Kozy and Naka to remove one of the rival partners from the scene. But, to give credit where credit is due, they themselves, willy-nilly, were to assist the party with a host of facts which they were to present. At that time, of course, I did not and could not know the true motives which inspired Kozyzaks in the attack against opportunism but I noticed that he was displaying great activity and day by day dug out from the dossiers new arguments against Sejfla. Nakospreu did not lag behind in this campaign, either. He continued his old game. Through his people he gathered facts exposing Sejfla and strove to outdo even Kozyzaks in the condemnation of the opportunist. At the fifth plenum these two tried to appear as the saviors of the situation Within the sessions of the meeting, from what they said they seemed to be in solidarity with each other and with me and all the comrades of the Central Committee. This seemed to me like a good sign. Perhaps, I said to myself, the moment is coming to strengthen the unity so long desired and sought. Perhaps the comrades are beginning to understand where the orientation which Birat gave us might lead us and now are pulling themselves together. However, I was wrong and the first signs of this and my suspicions about it appeared right there at the plenum. In their contributions and comments both Kozy and Naka confine all the evil to Sejfla alone, only to the opportunist, but not to the opportunist spirit and tendency which had begun to appear after the Birat plenum. Sejfla was the most advanced, the banner-bearer of this alien anti-Marxist spirit, but if the analysis and criticism were to be concentrated on his person alone we were going to gain nothing. Why had this opportunist tendency entered amongst us? Where did it have its roots, causes, reasons? What factors assisted Sejfla to flaunt his liberal tendencies so strongly? Both Kozyzaks and Nakospreu glided over or avoided these essential questions. I had the unshakable conviction that everything had its origin at Birat, in the unjust accusations of Velimir Stojnik about the alleged sectarianism in the line of the CPA. Therefore, in the report which I delivered to the fifth plenum I stated the cause of the evil openly. Naturally, in the report and in the remarks which I made I did not criticize either Stojnik or his directives directly. Apart from other things, this would have been a mistaken step on my part, because in this way the possibility would have been given to Kozy, Naka and their comrades to attack me as anti-Yugoslav sectarian incorrigible etc. However, I cautiously portrayed the mistakes of Sejfla Malesheva on their true background of the new broad spirit about which we spoke at Birat. At Birat, I stressed amongst other things, we looked for sectarianism even where it did not exist and the question of sectarianism was raised as the greatest threat to the party. This was fraught with great dangers because it brought about that a young party, without long experience, like this party of ours, leaned over in the other direction, to opportunist stance. Those who lost all sense of measure, I stressed further on, were the comrades who did not base themselves on the experience of the party and who saw the sectarian tendency everywhere in the past. This is not the place to dwell at length on the report I delivered at this plenum. It has been published and in itself is the first re-examination of the Birat plenum, but I want to point out only that both Kozy and Naka, from beginning to end, avoided such a thorough analysis of things and this struck my eye. Why did they not describe the evil as they should? I asked myself. Can it be that they find it hard to admit that they were wrong at Birat? Why were they so frightened even at the mention of the Birat plenum? My suspicions were growing that they were hiding something. Another feature which I did not like in the stands of Kozyzaks and Nakospreu at the fifth plenum was their mania to present themselves before the comrades of the plenum as the discoverers of the danger and the saviors of the situation. In his contribution and interventions Kozyzaks praised the role of the cadres he had around him, who, according to him, had noticed and brought up the question of Sejfla's mistakes. After speaking about the observations of cadres Kozy turned on Sejfla, you, he told him, wanted to convince us that no harm came from your line and you pushed the cadres aside. You have done us great harm. Control has been overlooked. We had no line on control, exercised no control. Control must be re-established. unquote. The quote Chief Kadrovic unquote was preparing to take over the reins, to open the dossiers, under the disguise of the struggle against enemy elements, who had come quote under the influence of the opportunist line of Melshevin unquote. Kozyzaks was to find ways to extend the line of quote control unquote, surveillance, persecution and punishment in all directions, especially against sound cadres in the party and in the state. Nakospreu, for his part, gave all the quote credit unquote to the quote youth unquote, to quote intelligent comrades with a revolutionary spirit unquote who had quote uncovered unquote Sejfla Melsheva. He went so far as to openly oppose the youth to the party. Quote the comrades of the youth organization, unquote said Nako, quote have shown themselves to be more vigilant than those of the party in the direction of Sejfla Melsheva. The youth organization is able to turn out capable cadres who can do any work and solve any problem. Unquote. Naturally, both the cadres and the youth, educated by the party, had done and were doing their own work in all fields and the party guided, supported and assisted them with all its might. But the problem could by no means be presented as who quote uncovered unquote Sejfla Melsheva first, the youth or the party, the cadres or the party. Such divisions and oppositions were impermissible and dangerous. The mistakes of Sejfla Melsheva were uncovered by the party, the working class, men of the people, among them the youth and the cadres. The mania for the divisions quote the youth unquote and quote the cadres unquote was incorrect and dangerous. Moreover, both in the plenum and before and after it Kozyzaks and Nakospreu regarded and presented the youth or the cadres respectively. With the cadres Kozy implied first of all the workers of the security service and then the people of the apparatus, as personal quote sectors unquote, where, according to them, not the directors of the party, but the quote leadership unquote of Kozy or Nako had a role. At the time of the plenum we attacked these tendencies, to the extent they were manifested at those moments, but later we were to become clearer about the truth and to have fierce debates and clashes with Kozyzaks and Nakospreu. The mutual dislike and enmity between Kozyzaks and Nakospreu was obvious at the plenum. Although they were in solidarity in the condemnation of Sejfla, the way in which they condemned him and presented the facts gave the impression that they were waging a kind of contest. Later, all these things were to come clearly to light and it would be proved that both Kozyzaks and Nakospreu did everything in the context of the struggle for personal power. I shall speak about this later. What is of interest here is the fact that at the fifth plenum one of the most cunning and dangerous enemies was eliminated from our ranks. All the comrades sternly denounced Sejfla Melsheva and, in one degree or another, it came out clearly that the roots of Sejfla Melsheva's mistakes lay not simply in his personal tendencies, in his vacillating opportunist nature. All these things were true, but the main thing is that, first, Sejfla's tendencies found a basis for support in the quote orientation unquote which Velimir Stojnik gave at Berat. Second, in the unhealthy atmosphere which existed in our political bureau no barrier was raised to and no conditions were created for Sejfla Melsheva's crooked inclinations to be nipped in the bud. The fifth plenum completely confirmed this truth. However, I was convinced that we would be hasty if we were to accept the quote conclusion unquote of Kozy, Nako, Pondi Christo and others that allegedly quote now the evil has been eliminated unquote and quote things will go well unquote. No, the fifth plenum only brought out where the source of the evil lay, cleaned up a part of this evil, but the roots remained where they had been. The wound could become infected again and cause us even greater damage. This became clear immediately after the fifth plenum. The first signs of the Kozy-Nako enmity, which had appeared in the second half of 1945, now began to get worse and emerge openly. The development of events was creating new situations. The quarrels between Nako and Kozy broke the isolation they had established around me after Berat, and they began to come to me to quote complain unquote, to explain the situation and seek my intervention. More and more I was seeing that the quote arguments unquote which they presented spoke more about the personal ambitions of each of them than about issues of principle in regard to our work or the line in general. Of course these ambitions of theirs which seemed sickening to me, had prime importance for them, and the quote advance unquote of one could not fail to worry the other. The fact is that after liberation, Kozyzaks was rising higher than Nako, although he had neither the culture nor the acumen of Nako. But Kozy was pushed ahead because the Yugoslavs placed importance in the quote Macedonian unquote Kozyzaks, encouraged and boosted him, and in their plan it was he who had to become number one. Kozy began to dress as a quote lieutenant general unquote and was Minister of Internal Affairs and Organizational Secretary of the party, like Rankovic in Yugoslavia. He began to become arrogant, despotic, and posed as the man quote who knows everything unquote. Nakospreu watched this rapid rise of Kozy with astonishment and concern. He knew Zaks's capacities, which were almost nil, and knew the general opinion which we had of him, and so he was convinced that Kozy was being pushed ahead by somebody else, by an external force. Nako sensed that the Yugoslavs were leaving him in the lurch and his ambitions were not being realized. From this point, without doubt, began Nako's cooling off towards the Yugoslavs and his orientation towards someone "more powerful." But about this I shall speak later. At first, Nako advanced in his quarrels with Cozy with the aim of undermining this situation through methods and forms not in the party spirit, but in the spirit of intrigue which characterized him, and with factional work. Nako's "waves" began to break closer to me, but not openly and sincerely, not by opening his heart to me and disclosing what he had done, but always using the pretext of current work to criticize Cozy. And Cozy behaved in the same way against Nako. From all this I observed that their "unity" at Berat was breaking up, and the tendencies were for the formation of two groups, the group of Cozy, Pondi and Christo Thimulko, who after Berat became the Yugoslavs men completely, and the group of Nako Spru with his cronies of the youth, Lirai Blishova, Fidel Pasrami and others. As for Bedri Spahiu and Tukjakova, up till the end of 1945 they were "neutral" or inclined more towards Sejfla, and after Sejfla was attacked, they stayed on the sideline. Meanwhile, many other events in this spirit took place before our eyes, and when I considered them, they all focused on one point, on a single source, the Berat plenum. So I considered that the moment had come to raise the question in the political bureau, and that is what I did. As is known, I summarized my opinions on these matters, on the cause and the source of them in a document for the political bureau, a document which is known as "the Theses for the Re-examination of the Second Plenum of the CC of the Party." 1. These theses were published in full many years ago, so there is no need to outline them again. I want only to point out that on this occasion, that is, in the spring of 1946, I put forward the conclusion openly and officially in the political bureau that the main author of the grave mistakes of the Second Plenum was the Yugoslav emissary, Velimir Stojnik, that all his "theses" and "directives" were wrong, and our comrades' support for them had brought about all of the grave subsequent developments. I considered that pointing out the danger of these actions, which had caused and were causing divisions, was a necessary action on my part to save the party from a further split. On the other hand, it was essential and urgent to tell the comrades that Marxist-Leninist unity in the leadership did not exist, a thing which endangered the unity of the whole party and the people. Therefore, this unity absolutely must be established in the leadership of the party, and first of all there where it was lacking, in the bureau. In a working discussion I suggested my idea to Cozy and Nako, but they jumped straight up in the air. "Why should we go into an analysis of past events?" asked Cozy almost innocently. "Berat was about the war. That time has ended. Moreover, the Fifth Plenum put matters in order for the first 2 years of peace. We have no reason to go into an analysis." Nako Spru raised the same opposition, the same arguments. "I'm sorry," I told them, "but even after the Fifth Plenum sharp disagreements are occurring amongst us. You know this better than anyone." They both hung their heads and blushed. They did not like it that I brought out openly that each of them was coming to me to complain about the other. "If we have some disagreements they are over daily matters." Cozy's ox tried to get out of the difficulty. "No," I said, "the way you have presented the matters to me they go deeper than that. Unity is lacking in our leadership, and I insist that we must examine the roots of the evil where they lie. In the Berat plenum we must discuss this seriously in the bureau." "Since you insist, let the three of us, you, Nako and I, get together," said Cozy's ox. "There's no reason to involve the other comrades in what occurred at Berat." These words made a deep impression in me. "Why?" I asked. "Did anything occur there that the others should not know?" "They were at the plenum." "They were, but not as members of the bureau," said Nako Spru, coming to the aid of his rival and enemy. "Better let the three of us discuss the matter." This unexpected "solidarity" of these two, at a time when it was known that they were ready to tear at each other's throats, increased my suspicions. Then I said flatly and sternly, "I shall not permit a second Berat. We are not going to meet alone again to discuss or decide in the name of the bureau. I'm ready to present my opinions to the bureau for analysis." They were obliged to agree, but the fact that they were shocked was quite obvious. So I presented my opinions in the form of theses, telling the comrades of the bureau right from the outset that my main concern was the lack of unity in the bureau, and that we should discuss this to find the causes and improve the situation. At the same time I turned to Cozy's ox and Nako, saying, "My conviction is that everything began from the time when we were preparing for the Second Plenum, and it was fully developed at this plenum. That is where we must seek the roots of the evil. Therefore, especially you, comrades Cozy and Nako, and you Pondi, too, must make clear to us, why did you take a stand opposed to the line of the party at Berat? Why did you criticize the party? From what positions did you proceed? Were you subject to outside influences? And do you still stand by your former opinions?" "I do not ask this in order to confront you with your responsibility," I stressed, "but so that both you and we will be clear, will thoroughly recognize the mistakes, will correct ourselves through Bolshevik criticism and self-criticism, and radically improve the situation." Unquote. After this the discussion began. Both of them put up a stubborn resistance, using the justification that quote at Berat we attacked the manifestations, not the line unquote, that quote we did not want to distort the past unquote, that quote perhaps we went too far, but without evil aims unquote, etc. I proved with arguments that such excuses did not hold water. I reminded them of the unfair and unscrupulous interference which they engaged in on the report I delivered. But Nako forestalled the evil. He put all the blame on Sejfla Melchiva. Quote that's right, Sejfla confused us with his theories, unquote. Cozy Zox expressed his quote solidarity unquote with Nako. Quote he said that it should be a weighty report and we left this matter to him. Unquote. We carried on like this for 2 or 3 nights on end, trying to arrive at the truth, but Cozy, Pandi and Nako Sprue swerved away from every truth. Both during the years of the war and in this period we held the meetings of the Bureau at night. Mostly we met in my home, isolated one of the rooms which I used for work, and frequently continued the discussion till early morning. The occasions were by no means rare, not only when we discussed Berat, but also before and after this, when the debate took the form of a quarrel and voices were raised so high that not only the people of my household, but also the odd passerby in the street could hear them. At that time the street in front of the house where I lived and still live was not closed and anybody, good or bad, could walk past freely. We had moments of bitter arguments this time, too, only I must point out that Nako, Cozy and Pandi Crisso had lowered their tone to an extent rarely seen before. They were unquote the defensive unquote and wanted to get over everything quote quietly unquote, like quote angels unquote, to avoid letting anything untoward slip out as tempers rose. As usual Bedri and Tuk at first opened their eyes wide in amazement at the things they heard, and then, when they took the floor, did not know whom to support and whom to attack. I remained alone facing the three of them and realized that in such a situation no progress could be made. I proposed that we should extend the ranks of the political bureau with new comrades whose words and opinions ought to help to clear up this problem and to change the situation for the better. Quote, first let us finish this analysis, unquote, said Cozy Zox, quote, and then attend to that. There is no need to involve others in this story. Unquote. Quote, you can see that without calling in new comrades we are not going to get out of this situation. Unquote. I replied to Zox. Quote, let us increase the ranks of the bureau and have the opinion and judgment of new comrades. There's nothing wrong with that. It's all to the good. Unquote. The argument broke out again. Cozy, Nako and Pandi were especially opposed to bringing new comrades into the bureau immediately. Quote, later, perhaps it can be done. Unquote, they said. We left the meeting for the next night. It was extremely late, when we were to continue the discussion about my theses and make the proposals for enlarging the bureau. The next day, however, everything was suspended. Unexpectedly, quote, good unquote news reached us from Belgrade. Nako Sprue with 2 or 3 comrades, cadres of the economy, were urgently required to examine problems of importance for our country and for Albanian-Yugoslav relations. The Yugoslav mission in Tirana informed us, quote, joyfully unquote, that all measures had been taken, the tickets were ready, the seats in the aircraft reserved. Quote, all that was required was that Comrade Nako Sprue should leave as quickly as possible. Unquote. I was pleased, too, but this unexpected news also surprised me. We ourselves had long been seeking talks with the Yugoslav leadership on problems of mutual relations, especially in the economic field, but no concrete reply had been given us. Quote, the comrades are busy, unquote, Josip Georgi told us. Quote, as soon as they are free they will welcome you. We are friends, we understand each other's problems, so don't worry. Unquote. And now the way was open. And when? Precisely when we were at the climax of the debates over the re-examination of a grave mistake of the past. What a coincidence. However, it was to be proved that it was not a coincidence at all. The quote kindly unquote but quote withdrawn unquote stand from quote afar unquote of the Yugoslav comrades had come to an end. Apparently they had been informed about what was occurring in our bureau. They sensed the danger that the crust of the pie might be opened, that the plot they had hatched up at Berat might be discovered, and they took measures immediately. The first step was the urgent summoning of Nako Sprue to Belgrade. We sent him off the next day or the day after, giving him the relevant instructions, and a few days after he had gone I said to the comrades, quote, let us continue the meeting. Unquote. Quote, without Nako? Unquote, said Cozy in a shocked tone. Quote, no, that cannot be done. He's involved in this and must be there to speak for himself. He could complain that we have talked behind his back. As you know, he accuses me for nothing. Unquote. Quote, very well, unquote, I said, quote, we shall wait for Nako to return and then continue. Unquote. Meanwhile from Belgrade Nako sent us good tidings one after the other. The first thing that Kardelejan Gilas had quote advised unquote as soon as they met him was the indefinite postponement of the date which we had set at the 5th plenum for holding the first Congress of the CPA. 1. Quote, we are still not holding our Congress, unquote, the gentleman had told him, quote, let alone you who are without experience. unquote. They had put forward a whole bunch of quote difficulties, unquote, the preparation of reports and resolutions, what we would put forward, how we would organize it, what we would say about our line, how we would come out, legally or illegally, etc., etc. And then had said, quote, wait till we hold our Congress, see how we do it, prepare the materials and bring them here for us to look them over, and then decide whether or not you're going to hold your Congress. As for the way in which you organize it, unquote, they had added, quote, we think that the Congress should be held in secrecy, and illegality, to avoid annoying both internal and external reaction. This is what we did with the Congress of the CP of Serbia. Unquote. I had never been in agreement with such quote advice unquote of the Yugoslav comrades, but in particular their insistence on concealing the existence of the party seemed to me a thing as ludicrous and absurd as it was dangerous. However, my opposition in the bureau ran up against the quote unity unquote of other comrades who, not only repeated the quote arguments unquote of Karduljan Djilas, but also quote discovered unquote others and raised them as a barricade against me in order to have their way. As for the postponement of the holding of the Congress, we would have done this even without the quote suggestion unquote of the Yugoslav comrades, but for quite different reasons and motives from those Karduljan Djilas presented. The Congress was going to be postponed because we were still not reaching agreement in the Bureau in order to find the roots of the evil and were waiting for Nako so we could continue the discussion further. As far as I remember, Nako returned from Belgrade in May, and meanwhile I had begun to put the ideas which I had presented to the earlier meetings about the re-examination of Berat in better order and prepared them in writing in the form of a report. This was the final variant, the one that has been published, which at the beginning of June 1946 I distributed to the comrades of the Bureau to read and study. Quote, it is better this way, unquote, I told them. Quote, we must not get lost again in endless discussions as we did the first time. We must all prepare ourselves seriously and speak. Unquote. A few days later the meeting recommenced. Again the earlier pressure, only this time the phrases and quote arguments unquote of Cozy and Nako were more quote measured unquote, more quote studied unquote, and even contained a little quote self-criticism unquote. As the first step this was something let us carry further. But we could not continue. An urgent radiogram arrived for me. Hajnai Kapo, who was our ambassador to Yugoslavia at that time, sent it to me. Quote, Marko unquote, Rankovic continued to use his wartime pseudonym, had summoned him and had informed him that this time they urgently awaited Enver Hoxha in Belgrade. Now they were only awaiting word from me whether or not I agreed to go quote at the earliest possible moment unquote to Belgrade, where they were to give me a quote majestic unquote welcome. Without doubt the news pleased me and I accepted the quote conditions unquote, that is, that I should go quote as quickly as possible unquote. Only look, what a coincidence again and over the same problem. When we put forward in the Bureau the re-examination of Berat for the first time the friends urgently summoned Nako and now, as soon as we started the meeting left unfinished, they summoned me. However, this was not a coincidence, either. Without doubt, Cozy Zox had again signaled his employers about my insistence and they found the remedy. To ensure that I left quote as soon as possible unquote they mentioned the names of Tito, Djilas and Stalin himself. Of course, they offered me quote as many aircraft as I wanted unquote and quote a majestic welcome unquote if only I would leave. When the news reached me I was truly disturbed that an essential analysis would be left halfway through again. But nevertheless I considered my visit to Belgrade a thing of importance for our work, both for our relations with Yugoslavia and on the international plane. So we left Berat unfinished again. In front of us was Belgrade. It was asking for us urgently. Chapter 4. With Tito. Tito's unexpected invitation to go to Belgrade. Official talks between the Albanian and Yugoslav delegations. Discussion of the question of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia. Tito aims to gobble up the whole of the Balkans. Policy of extermination in Kosovo. Tito's haughtiness and scandalous luxury about the visits in Croatia and Slovenia. Ceremony in the Presidium of the Yugoslav Skupština. A meeting with Tito in Bled. Quote, Nas Tito unquote or quote Duce Noi. Unquote, on the Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid quote date unquote and Riblets. We had proposed to the Yugoslav comrades some considerable time before that we send a top-level government delegation, headed by me, to Yugoslavia. Through the visit of this official delegation there we aimed to take another important step towards further strengthening the relations of mutual friendship between our countries, peoples and parties and towards raising the prestige of our countries in the international arena, and to utilize the possibilities which would be created to hold top-level discussions on various problems of a political, economic and other character, which presented common interest. The Yugoslav leadership replied that it agreed in principle to welcome the top-level delegation at the appropriate moment, but months went by and the answer remained positive only in quote principle unquote. They justified this delay with the many problems and difficulties they had, and without doubt, there was a real basis for this excuse. At the same time, however, we noticed something else. On the one hand, the Yugoslav comrades were extremely busy with work and problems, and could not receive the delegation headed by me quickly, while on the other hand, Gilos, Kardelj Tito himself found the time to welcome and hold long talks with our youth delegations or working groups which went there, and even found time to receive Liri Jaga. Here I am not speaking about Kozizoks, Nako Spru or Sejfler Malsheva, before he was condemned, who, when they went to Belgrade, were given such welcomes that Kozi could not find words to describe them. Nevertheless, we continued to justify their failure to receive me on the grounds that Nako Spru put forward, that perhaps the high rank of the delegation required a great deal of preliminary preparation. Perhaps such a visit should be made at an important national or international moment, perhaps. Many other surmises similar to these, each of them has a basis, could be listed, but I think that the main reason for the delay in accepting the visit of our delegation to Belgrade lay elsewhere. Perhaps the Yugoslav leadership did not want the first top-level official delegation to be headed by me. After the mines which they laid at Berat, they expected that I would be quickly eliminated from the leadership. They knew that in the bureau which emerged from Berat I was 1 against 4, if not 1 against 6 comrades, and consequently, they were awaiting my replacement. So the delegation would be headed by the person who was to take my place, their greatest friend Kozizoks. I based this hypothesis not only on the countless facts which proved that the Yugoslav leadership wanted to eliminate me at Berat, and since this was proved impossible there, afterwards, I based this hypothesis on a whole mass of other facts, amongst which the feverish efforts of Tito and company to hinder and, if possible, to sabotage the visits of a delegation of ours at the same level to Stalin in Moscow, to Dimitrov in Bulgaria, etc. As I said, at that time there were many things we did not know, therefore, we could only wait. And precisely when we had begun to discuss in the bureau the theses for the re-examination of the second plenum of the CC of the CPA, the news came that the road to Belgrade had been opened to us. We left off all the work we had in hand, and since the time before our departure was very short, we once again went over the matters which we would discuss with the Yugoslav leadership and Tito. At those moments we, like all the other countries of people's democracy, were faced with the question that our economy should not be spontaneous, but organized, that is, a planned socialist economy. Despite our great poverty inherited from the past and from the war, we had commenced such a thing by carrying out a series of major transforming socio-economic reforms on the correct Marxist-Leninist course. We knew that for the construction of socialism we had to base ourselves, first of all, on our internal forces, but, especially in that initial phase, the cooperation and aid of foreign friends was necessary and indispensable for us. Apart from other things, in this cardinal field which required endless forces and energies, we lacked not only means and funds, but also experience. We studied the Marxist-Leninist literature, the works of the classics of Marxism-Leninism, the written experience of the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union, though, understandably, this could not be learned from books alone. We had even taken the first steps in practice, but this was still only the very beginning. In the fifth plenum of the CC of the party, in particular, the necessity of defining and consistently pursuing a correct policy for the socialist transformation of the country was stressed. With the greatest force, it was decided that the economy should be developed according to a plan which must be carefully prepared with our own forces, but we felt it necessary to consult with our friends about the drafting of the plan. These things, then, were to constitute one of the main questions which our delegation was to discuss with the Yugoslav leadership and Tito. As I said, Nako had been summoned there in April and he had held some talks with Yugoslav comrades specialized in the economy, and so certain preliminary work on this problem had been done. The aim of our delegation in regard to this problem was to seek the aid of the Yugoslav comrades to build up an economic plan with a perspective of at least 2 years, for the time being, in order to proceed towards a 5-year plan. We had reached agreement with the Yugoslavs to hold discussion and decided first of all, on the signing of a treaty of friendship and mutual aid between the two countries, a thing which we considered a major success for our policy, economy and defense. On this question our preparations had been made with great seriousness because of the great interest which the friendly relations of our two allied socialist countries presented, on account of our further economic development, and the joint defense of our two socialist countries bordering to the west and the south on enemy states and being, at the same time, two states of people's democracy, members of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union. We were going abroad for the first time as representatives of a people's government, of course, to a friendly country, and we had considered it our first duty to express to our friends, both the Yugoslav people and their leadership, the pure feelings of sincere friendship of our people, and tell them of our objective reality. On the basis of this reality, as well as their real situation, which they would have to present to us just as we would put forward our requests and possibilities, would discuss them openly and sincerely, and take decisions in the common interest. In the very close and sincere relations which, as we thought at that time, existed between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, and between Stalin and Tito, we saw another reason which rejoiced us about the meeting we were to have with Tito. We had the impression and belief that Tito reaches agreement and consults with Stalin over everything, etc. An impression which was strengthened by the Soviet people who were in Tirana, let alone the Yugoslavs themselves. Therefore, at that time we thought that everything which we discussed and decided with Tito would be known to Stalin and he would be in agreement with us. Since it was impossible to have any contact with Stalin at that time, through the Soviet legation, which as far as I remember had just been opened in Tirana, and through no fault of ours, direct Soviet-Albania relations were very weak, we thought that the meeting with Tito would be, you might say, a transmission and an elaboration of the view of Stalin. 2. What Heine had written in his radiogram that Tito has reached agreement with Stalin, who had welcomed a visit of our delegation to Belgrade, further fostered the hope that through the mouth of Tito we would hear the opinions and advice of Stalin. Of course, on all the problems which we were going to discuss and decide we had our own line, our own views, our own opinions, and we were convinced of their correctness. We were not begging even for the treaty of friendship and mutual aid, which we sought, and would not permit the slightest infringement of the vital interests of our socialist homeland. We had shed our blood precisely so that there would be no repetition of the past. At that time, we believed that the Yugoslavs, too, had the same stand. We had prepared ourselves, also, to portray to the Yugoslav comrades the international situation seen from our standpoint in the circumstances of that time, especially in regard to the situation and inimical subversive activities which the Greek monarcho-fascists were carrying out on our southern borders and the Italian neo-fascists, assisted by the Anglo-Americans, were carrying out on our maritime border and in our airspace. We wanted to give the Yugoslav friends a clear picture of the very sound internal political situation, of the steel links of the party with the people, and of the successes and shortcomings which we had in our work. Any fog or unclarity caused by the biased reports in the non-objective spirit, which those who did not want the development of the friendship between our two countries to proceed on the right course had certainly made, should be cleared from the minds of the Yugoslav comrades. Naturally, we were prepared to gain as much as possible from the organizational experience of the councils, the party, the economy, and the army in Yugoslavia, experience which at the time we considered necessary. The comrades who had to prepare themselves especially on these questions and who were to take part in the delegation were appointed and, as far as I remember, apart from me, the delegation was made up of Nako Spru, Mislim Peza, our ambassador at Belgrade, Heine Kapo, and others. Finally, we thought we should take a gift to Tito. We racked our brains about what to take, because we did not want to be disgraced, but we could find nothing suitable. I suggested to the comrades we might take him one of the old silver-chased Albanian pistols. This would do very well and the comrades approved the idea. We summoned Sterio Jokrasi and charged him with finding one. He told us that during the confiscation of the property of a Quisling criminal they had found 3 beautiful pistols from which we could choose. We told him to bring them to us, and when he brought them, the representative of Yugoslavia, Josip Djurdja, was in my office. They really were beautiful pistols. I chose one and told the Yugoslav why I wanted it. He looked at it, liked it immensely, and without the slightest shame said, Tito will be immensely pleased, send him the 3. What could we say to this greedy collector? We accepted his proposal. In this way Tito got the 3 silver-chased pistols and put them in his arsenal of gifts. But another detail had escaped us. I did not have a proper general's uniform. I said I would go in civilian clothes, but the comrades insisted that as commander-in-chief of the army, I must also take the military uniform of a general. I had an ordinary uniform, but we had not such things as dress uniforms. Hence, we had to invent one. From the shiny boots to the braided cap. We had the boots and the blue trousers made with a wide red stripe, but how were we to manage the jacket? I summoned Sokolov, the Soviet military attaché in Tirana, to my office and asked him, do you have a spare jacket? Why? He asked me, don't ask, I said, but let me try on your jacket. When I put it on I saw that it was too tight, then I explained the fix I was in. Sokolov said to me, I've a piece of material for a uniform. I'll send it to you, and if you like it, make a jacket and a cap. And so the question of the dress uniform was settled. 2. We awaited the date which we had set for our departure and from the unlimited number of aircraft which were put at our disposal. I asked for only one. Indeed, I said to Djurdja, if it's difficult for you, 5 to 6 seats in the regular plane will do. What are you talking about? Said Djurdja. You can have as many planes as you like, a special aircraft will come. Unquote. The aircraft came in. The first delegation of the government of the People's Republic of Albania set out for Belgrade on a friendly visit. Looking down from the aircraft on the territory of Montenegro and other regions of Yugoslavia, I thought with deep grief and great respect of the hundreds of my partisan comrades who were killed in these parts while fighting the German Nazis. On the order which I issued from Berat on the eve of the complete liberation of Albania, 2 divisions of young men and women of Albania crossed the border and won fame in those parts for their heroism, self-sacrifice, discipline, internationalism and fighting skill, in fierce battles with the occupiers. Sitting in the aircraft, I thought about those dear Albanian mothers who unhesitatingly sent their sons and daughters to join in the war for the liberation of the homeland, a war which required these sons and daughters, educated by the Party of Communists, to think about and go to shed their blood for the freedom of the neighboring peoples. 2. Thousands returned from these heroic battles, but hundreds fell on the battlefield in the territory of Yugoslavia, and at those moments I thought about the hundreds of Albanian mothers who were waiting for us to bring the sacred remains of their sons and daughters home. Quote, "We shall do it." Unquote, I said to myself. Quote, "It is our duty." They will lie in the most beautiful places in the homeland where the generations will sing to their glory and heroism throughout history. Unquote. The aircraft reached Belgrade and we were looking down on the capital. Josip Đurđić tried to point something out to me, but I could not distinguish anything clearly, because it was not easy to recognize things in a city which I was visiting for the first time. Besides this, we were especially excited in anticipation of meeting Tito and the other comrades of the Yugoslav leadership for the first time. Then, we were over the airport and came down on the runway. The aircraft taxied to a halt and the door was opened. We saw that there were many people there to meet us, soldiers, and a military band. We had never been through such ceremonies. These things were unknown to us, and we would have to take care to make no mistakes in the so-called rules of protocol. We walked forward and Tito came towards us. He held out his hand and gripped ours firmly. We thought that we would embrace as is our custom. But no, different rules and customs. These things made no impression on us. I introduced all the comrades and turned to Tito and we heard the strains of our national anthem. We stood at attention and after our national anthem, the Yugoslav anthem was played, too. Then, Tito took me to his right and we reviewed the guard of honor. Quote, "The soldiers are like ours." Unquote, I said to myself. Quote, "Brave former partisans." Unquote, "Their uniforms were better than ours and their weapons newer, Soviet ones. Ours had been captured from the enemy." Then, Tito introduced us to the Yugoslav personalities who had come out at the airport, and at the other meetings also introduced me to other personalities of the Yugoslav party and government. Most of them, with the exception of Djilas who had once passed through Albania in transit, we were seeing for the first time. Kardalj, Vlahov, Rankovic, Simic, Pijade, Popovic, Ivanovic, Kijeric, etc. Passing through Belgrade, our column of cars arrived at Dedinje, which was to be our residence. Quote, "An exceptionally great honor." Unquote, murmured Đurđić. Quote, "This is Dedinje where Tito himself has his main residence." Unquote. As they told us, and as we saw later, he lived and worked in the main palace of the former Kralj of Serbia. As the column of cars drove slowly through the streets of the park, Đurđić pointed out a building. Quote, "There." Unquote, he said. Quote, "That's the White Palace, the palace of the former kings. Now we have it. Tito has it." Unquote. The cars went a little further through the park and stopped. Quote, "The palace of the former Prince Regent." Unquote, Đurđić told me. Quote, "Now you are going to stay there." Unquote. I did not place any great importance on these details or on many other courtesies which were paid to our delegation, but which Josip Đurđić described as quote, "important, exceptional," unquote, and so on. With this he wanted to convince us and give the impression that quote, "exceptional care and affection," unquote, was being displayed for Albania and that, allegedly, these things and the measures which were taken for our delegation were not intended for other delegations. Naturally, the Yugoslav ambassador in Tirana had been charged with this task of adding to the luster of things. After we had rested, I don't remember clearly whether it was the same day or the next, they told us that we were to pay a courtesy visit to Tito in the White Palace. For the Yugoslavs who were constantly hovering around us, the question was extremely complicated. How were we going to dress for this visit to Tito? Don't dress in this suit, nor in that suit. Even then protocol had begun its work in quote, Tito's court unquote. For us, however, the problem was quite simple. We had 2 suits each, the famous military uniform, of which I spoke earlier, and a civilian suit. Therefore, we dressed in civilian suits. After all, we were going to visit a comrade who was a communist as we were, and we set out to walk through the park. Guards dressed in spick and span uniforms, and armed with automatic rifles were placed all around the palace. Quote, "Why all these guards?" Unquote, I asked myself, when I recalled that only 2 partisans guarded my house and at that time people went freely up and down the street in front of it. However, I quickly found the quote reason unquote. Quote, "It's a big country. Tito is a great personality and they are quite right to guard him like this." Unquote. In front of the palace there was a guard of honor. In the halls of the palace everything had been foreseen, from a clothes brush down to a man who wiped the dust from our shoes gathered during the walk through the park. Quote, apparently you have to be all dolled up to see Tito. Quote, I said to myself. Quote, just think, all these heroes who are wiping your shoes and bowing and scraping all around you, were waging the war and living as partisans up till a year or so ago. Unquote. We entered the great chamber of the palace. Luxurious. Tito was standing alone under a picture at the head of the chamber, dressed in his white marshal's uniform, with gold-embroidered collar and cuffs, with stars on his epaulettes, and a considerable number of metal ribbons on his chest. To the left of him came a series of comrades, one after the other, members of the political bureau of the CPY and the ministers. Antique French armchairs of 17th and 18th century style lined both sides, and there were beautiful Persian carpets in the middle of the chamber. From the door of the chamber to its head, till we reached and shook hands with Tito, who did not move from his position, we seemed to walk a kilometer. After he sat down, they brought in cigarettes and drinks. Tito proposed a toast to the friendship between our two peoples, and to our health, asked some general questions about our country, the weather, the crops, the olives and the oranges. We thanked him, delivered the greetings of our people, party and army, and said goodbye. The first protocol audience with Tito did not last more than half an hour. Josip Georgi did not fail to tell us that it quote went off very well unquote, and kept up his refrain with such words as quote marvelous unquote, quote exceptionally cordial unquote, quote audiences with Tito rarely go like this unquote, etc. Of course, protocol required that Tito should return the visit to us, but he did not do this. Other comrades came in his place, telling us that Tito quote begged our pardon because a very urgent and important matter had cropped up, unquote, etc., etc. But at the time these things made no impression on us, and we had no knowledge of protocol. Besides, we had Josip Georgi with us, and he found the quote reason unquote for everything. The important thing for us was when we were to hold the working discussions with the Yugoslav comrades to solve a series of problems and get things moving. The day for the discussions was set. As I said above, we were prepared for these discussions. From the Yugoslav side, Tito headed the delegation. In my speech, which we had prepared in Tirana, I tried to be as concise, objective and realistic as possible. The problems of our country at that time were very grave and difficult to solve, but in themselves the problems were not complicated. We were aware that everything could not be solved with a wave of the magic wand, and that we could not make demands on Yugoslavia beyond its possibilities. The economic questions were what concerned us, first of all, and here we wanted them to give us aid on credit. We needed the credits we requested for the development of agriculture and industry. In agriculture we were in a bad way even for the simplest agricultural tools, from iron plowshares to harrows and cultivators. Naturally, we asked them also to give us some tractors and other agricultural machinery, from those they received from the Soviet Union, from UNRWA and elsewhere, to supply us with some seeds of grain and industrial crops and other such things. As can be seen, our requests were modest requests of the poor, but what else could we do? In regard to industry, we told the Yugoslavs about our truly deplorable situation. Our country had inherited nothing apart from some backward handicraft workshops which we still kept going. Those few small, old factories, worn out and damaged by the war, we repaired to the extent we could, but it is understandable how short we were of spare parts for those old machines, for those old vehicles, in those conditions when we did not have even one plant that could really be called an engineering plant. Everything that existed in the country we had got working with our own forces, and now it all had to be kept going, patched up and supplemented, because our needs were increasing. The problem of the further development of the mines was important for our economy, and we had to rely heavily on the development and exploitation of them. Therefore, we sought the aid of the Yugoslavs for the further development of industry, for the extraction of oil, bitumen, chromite, copper, etc. We sought aid, of course within the possibilities, for the setting up of some small factories of light industry to fulfill the urgent and essential needs of our country. While outlining the international situation and telling them what was happening on our southern borders, I put before the Yugoslav comrades and Tito our view about the need to sign a treaty between our two countries, a treaty of friendship and mutual aid such as Yugoslavia had signed with the other countries of people's democracy. I argued that this treaty was very necessary, especially for the defense of the freedom, independence and sovereignty of the PRA from the permanent ambitions of the imperialists, the Greek monarcho-fascists and Italian neo-fascists. I stressed that this treaty would further temper the sincere friendship between our two peoples and, like the other treaties of the countries of people's democracy with the Soviet Union and with one another, would serve to strengthen our countries. I also told the Yugoslav comrades and Tito about the great love and loyalty which our people, party and army nurtured for the Soviet Union and the great Stalin. While I was speaking, Tito took some notes on a notebook and smoked cigarettes continuously, using a cigarette holder in the form of a pipe. He wore glasses and always sat serious, with furrowed brow as though deep in thought. It seemed that he was listening with attention. From time to time he filled the glass he had in front of him and drank mineral water. When I had finished, we took a break and went to a room where a buffet was richly spread with everything, from cakes and sandwiches to Slivovica and soft drinks. There Tito began to talk, to crack jokes and laugh with his comrades about unimportant things to pass the time. The interpreters translated to us. Later I found these jokes and talks of Tito with Mosapijade identical with those of Khrushchev with Mikoyan, who went on and on with such things when they were together. After the break the meeting recommenced and Tito took the floor. He outlined the international situation at that period, attacking the imperialists and reactionary governments. He put great stress on the "major" role which socialist Yugoslavia played, not simply in the Balkans, but also in Europe and especially in the countries of people's democracy. Of course, after the Soviet Union, as he stressed. We noticed nothing suspicious in what he said, apart from the majestic tone in which he said it, the authoritarian words and the special importance he gave matters by saying, I said this to one and I said that to another. He also briefly outlined the history of the war against the Germans and against General Draža Mihailović and the government in exile in London. Here he did not fail to point out the skill and cunning of Churchill with whom he had clashed over the question of Venezia Giulia which was still under discussion. He did not dwell at length on the economic problems of Yugoslavia, saying only, we have many difficulties, and went on to our question, in regard to which he said, despite these difficulties, we must assist you to the limit of our possibilities. Tito said that from their side they would appoint Comrade Boris Kidrick. Appoint your comrade, he said, and let them examine your economic problems one by one and present them to us to take a decision. We agreed that Nako Spru, who had come to Yugoslavia precisely on such problems in April, should continue this work. At that time we had Nako Spru as Minister of the Economy and Chairman of the State Planning Commission and, by appointing him to take part directly in the talks with the Yugoslavs on the economic problems, we showed what great importance we gave these problems. After we talked about the development of education and culture in our country and I put forward some requests in this direction, too, especially about sending a number of Albanian students to the University of Belgrade. Tito asked me what I thought about the solution of the problem of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions in Yugoslavia. After a moment's silence to sum up our views on this important problem so that I could present them in the most complete and concise way, I said, you know about the historical injustices which the various imperialists and Great Serb reaction have done to Albania. You also know the principled stands of our party during the National Liberation War and the desire of our people for friendship with the peoples of Yugoslavia. I went on to express to Tito the opinion of the Albanian side that Kosovo and the other regions in Yugoslavia, inhabited by Albanians, belong to Albania and should be returned to it. The Albanians fought, I told him, in order to have a free and sovereign Albania with which the Albanian regions in Yugoslavia should now be united. The time has come for this national problem to be solved justly by our parties. President Tito replied, I am in agreement with your view, but for the time being we cannot do this, because the Serbs would not understand us. After this Tito went on to another problem, that of the so-called Balkan Federation and sought my opinion on this matter. There has been an idea on this question for a long time, I replied. Albanian Democrats and anti-Zajites, including some communists in exile, had come into contact with the Comintern and had formed the political organization Konerwan. In contact with Comrade Dimitrov, this organization had adopted the Comintern's idea about a Balkan Confederation and propagated this. This idea in principle was more in connection with the fighting collaboration of the working class and peoples of the Balkans against feudal monarchic regimes. The perspective of this issue was unclear and hopeless. When I, personally, was a student in the Lyceum of Kars, but more particularly, when I went to study in France, I had the opportunity to read the Conair newspaper L'Area Combattare as well as occasional numbers of the magazine La Fédération Balkanique. Occasionally, they mentioned the idea of the Balkan Federation but always as a question or slogan of the future. When we began the National Liberation War and in the course of the war, we never thought about this problem and this idea was replaced with the common war of the peoples of the Balkans against the Nazi-fascist occupiers. When Sejfler Malsheva returned from exile he talked in theory about the problem of the Balkan Confederation or Federation. In principle we considered this idea correct and now the prospect for it was not so hopeless. But it required a great deal of work and, first of all, required victory in the war against the Nazi-fascist occupiers. We still have this opinion, but the situation has to mature. We have to do a great deal of work to overcome the old enmities and we would like you to explain this important question to us more clearly, because we do not know your view or that of the Bulgarians or the Greeks. Tito listened to me very attentively and, when I had finished, said, Quote, I understood you very well, Comrade Enver, and agree with what you said. We, too, have been and are in agreement that this federation should be formed, have made and will make concrete efforts. But, as you said, the problem is difficult, cannot be solved immediately and does not depend only on us. For our part, at the proper time we shall come out with concrete proposals and will examine all the possible ways, but in our hearts we want to build the federation. The example and experience of the new federal Yugoslavia will assist greatly in this direction. However, let us leave this problem for today. I mentioned it more because we were talking about the future of Kosovo. Within the Balkan Federation the question of uniting Kosovo with Albania would be very much easier. Unquote. Quote, undoubtedly. Unquote, I said. Quote, but we always stand by what we mentioned at the outset. Whether or not the possibilities for a Balkan Federation are created is one problem, while the solution of the question of Kosovo is another problem entirely. As you yourself said, work must be done to solve the question of Kosovo justly. Unquote. Quote, we shall work in this direction. Unquote. Tito, quote, gave me his word. Unquote. However, all Tito's words and pledges were a bluff. He misled and deceived us over the truth about the idea of the quote Balkan Federation. Unquote. As time and the facts proved, Tito was a savage anti-Marxist, a nationalist, chauvinist and agent of the bourgeoisie and imperialism. He was a quote Trojan horse unquote in the socialist camp, in the international communist movement and, more especially, in the Balkans. By seizing on the idea of the quote Balkan Federation unquote he aimed and struggled to annex the whole of the Balkans, including Albania, to Yugoslavia. From 1947, when the relations between Albania and Yugoslavia developed, apart from the Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid, we also signed the Economic Convention and a series of other economic agreements in connection with it about which I shall speak in detail later. A number of comrades of our political bureau, especially Christo Thimulko, Kozizoks, and Pondi Christo, on the urging of the Yugoslavs who were and or came to Albania, exerted continuous pressure on me to seek to enter into the quote Balkan Federation unquote which, in their heads, meant that we should unite with Yugoslavia. I did not encourage this idea in them, but one day, about the beginning of 1948, they came to me and said, quote, the Balkan Federation is being formed between Yugoslavia and Bulgaria. Unquote. I thought this problem had been talked over between Stalin, Dimitrov, and Tito, irrespective of the fact that no opinion had been sought from us. In this situation we decided to write a letter to the CC of the CPY and Tito, in which we asked them, among others, to make the matters clear to us because it was inconceivable that the quote Balkan Federation unquote should be created with Bulgaria and Albania remain outside it. We never received any reply or explanation. What was at the back of it became clear to us. Tito's Yugoslavia wanted to kill two birds with one stone, to annex Albania under the abortive so-called Balkan Federation and to extend its state power over this part of the Balkans. 2. Stalin, who had divined Tito's expansionist plans, drew Dimitrov's attention to them, and at the beginning of 1945 the latter declared publicly that he had been wrong in his views about the federation of Yugoslavia with Bulgaria. Before I continue with the description of the visit, however, I want to say that Tito's words and the promises he made us about the question of Kosovo were just as much a fraud as his words about the quote Balkan Federation unquote. This Tito, who expressed his agreement with me over the problem of Kosovo so quote suavely unquote, never allowed himself to say, quote, Comrade Enver, I propose that you ought to go to visit Kosovo besides other parts of Yugoslavia. We ought to show the Albanian people of Kosovo that the time of true friendship with the peoples of Yugoslavia has come, unquote, and so on and so forth. Tito and company were afraid to do such a thing. Time was soon to reveal the deception and the great Serbo-Croat chauvinist savagery of Tito, not only against the Albanians who inhabited their own territories in Yugoslavia, but also against the People's Republic of Albania. Tito's secret plan was not that Kosovo should be united with Albania, but that Albania should be united with Kosovo and, together with it, be gobbled up by Titoite Yugoslavia. However, the Titoites were unable to achieve this diabolical aim. The year 1948 was a fatal year for them. The falsity of Tito and company went so far that in regard to Kosovo and all the Albanians who lived in Yugoslavia, they maintained a hostile stand even when these quote acts of friendship unquote were taking place between our two republics, let alone after the year 1948, when they adopted a savage anti-Marxist, chauvinist stand of police persecution which was no different from that of the Serb Kralj. The relations of the PRA with Kosovo in the period of de jure quote friendship unquote were almost non-existent. They did not allow us to send people to Kosovo allegedly because there were ballists there, etc., etc. The terror imposed on the Albanians steadily mounted. Masses of people were imprisoned, killed, tortured and thrown into the terrible concentration camps of Rankovic, always under the pretext of the fight against remnants of the quote ballist bands unquote. This was a real genocide carried out with all means and in every way. In order to depopulate Kosovo, the Titoites, like the former reactionary regimes, forced hundreds of thousands of Albanians to emigrate to Turkey and elsewhere. In Kosovo, not to mention Macedonia, the poverty was extreme. There were no Albanian schools, and for this Tito and Rankovic found many pretexts. Although the land of Kosovo was fertile and had great underground riches such as are rarely found in any other zone of the Balkans, nothing was invested there and its agriculture was the most backward in Europe. This was the policy Tito pursued there. He told us one thing, but did another. During the days of our visit, in no meeting or reception, either in Belgrade or elsewhere, did I see or meet any of the Albanian communist leaders of Kosovo, although some of them like Fadil Hoxha, Emir Pula, the Nemanjs and others I knew personally. The only representative of Kosovo whom I met was the mother of Mladen Popovic. We were at a rally when a gray-haired lady approached me, embraced and kissed me and whispered, I am the mother of Mladen and Mirjlo I, who fought together with you, my son, Enver Hoxha. Pressing her close to my bosom, I felt as if together with her I was embracing my beloved comrade Mladen Popovic, as if he were there close to me. I could no longer restrain myself, and in my speech there I spoke of Mladen in the warmest words of admiration, as he deserved. But let us continue further with the visit of our delegation to Yugoslavia. Tito gave a big reception for us in the White Palace of Dedinja. It was majestic. We were dressed in official clothes, but when we entered the palace, what did we see? It was packed with women, men, officers, diplomats. They were all dressed in brilliant uniforms, dress suits, the bejeweled ladies in long silk gowns, deep decolletes, some with furs around their shoulders, the officers with all their decorations. Tito, standing at the head of the room where he received us, was dressed in full uniform, with his chest stuck out and covered with decorations. On one finger he wore a ring with a great sparkling diamond. We were completely out of our depth. We made our way among the people, who looked us over curiously from head to foot and applauded to the extent required by protocol. Only when we reached Tito and shook hands with him did we say to ourselves that we had escaped that ordeal, and in fact we had. We were no longer subjected to the stares of the nobility of Belgrade. The central point again became Tito, from whom we had stolen the limelight for no more than 5 minutes. The public of the White Palace no longer took any notice of us, and we were relieved. Tito wandered here and there, talking with one group after another, took me along and introduced me to some of them, but their names went in one ear and out the other. For me it was indescribable torture until we sat down at the table. Tito stood up, produced a sheet of paper which he read in his haughty tone, eulogized us to some extent, was applauded and sat down. After him I stood up, brought out my speech, read it, received some laconic applause and sat down. This ordeal, too, was over, but our tortures at this majestic dinner had not ended. To take coffee, Tito stood up and all of us followed suit. He took some of us, the Soviet ambassador Lavrentiev and some of his comrades, out into the park. It was dark, but the lights were on and Tito led us. Where were we going? We came to a grotto and went inside. There everything was shining in the brilliant lights, the carpets, the easy chairs, the tables loaded with drinks, with fruit, with cakes and soft drinks. We sat down without protocol at one table with Tito, Lavrentiev, Mosa Pijade, Kardelj and some others. Naturally, Tito conducted the conversation. We listened more than we spoke. Lavrentiev and Pijade spoke several times. I recall that at one moment when Tito was talking top-level policy with Lavrentiev, Pijade, who knew that I had been to school in France, began to speak about the literature and history of France. The talk came round to Cardinal Richelieu. Pijade defended the thesis that he was a savage and cunning statesman. I agreed with him, but I added that the cardinal was also a great statesman and we should judge his work dialectically, taking account of the period. The work of Richelieu in the creation of the unity of the monarchy and the blows which he struck at the great feudal lords is considered in the history of France as revolutionary. Mosa Pijade agreed. We also talked about the literary currents in France. Meanwhile Tito did not want to stay in the grotto, although he took us there. Shall we get up and return to the hall? He said, because the rain has stopped. While we were in the grotto a light rain had fallen, just enough to make the path muddy, and to my distress, since the legs of my trousers were long, the cuffs of my trousers and the heels of my shoes became smeared with mud. When I glanced at them at the entrance to the chambers, which were packed with people because the marshal was coming, I blushed with shame. There was nothing I could do about it except that I should not move much, but this depended on Tito. I had to drag my feet so that the heels of my shoes would not be seen, and that is what I did. But I went through real torture. It was a blessing that the eyes of all were on the marshal. The room was so hot that we were sweating. People encircled the marshal and us, but the heat dried me mud on my trousers and shiny shoes and made it more obvious. Finally, Tito said, "Come along, my friends, I'll show you round the palace where I live and work." unquote. We thought we were saved. But there in front of us, with a crowd of women with low-cut dresses and jewels sparkling on their necks and fingers and men in formal evening dress following us, appeared a stair in Column unquote. We had to go up it, and this time the trick of dragging my feet would not work. What was I to do? Against my desire and allegedly out of politeness, I climbed 7 or 8 steps without turning my back so that people did not look at my feet, but went up backwards facing them and waving to them. I got through this final torture, too. After climbing the stairs, we reached a balcony surrounded by a wooden balustrade. The guests were in the chambers below while we walked around the gallery off which opened a series of doors. The walls were hung with various paintings. Who among us knew anything about them? No one. Tito, as the host, proudly told us one by one the names of the artists, their artistic values, and their monetary worth. We feigned astonishment, but we were thinking about the problems of our people. Tito opened a door, went through it, and we followed him. This is the room where I work, unquote, he said. It was a beautiful room with big windows, with paintings on the walls, and in a corner a desk furnished with everything necessary to write, everything on it valuable, but no book, no notebook. On one side of the table was a plated metal stand on top of which sat a model aeroplane, likewise beautifully plated. Tito pressed a button and the aeroplane began to spin round and round. It was a toy. A gift to me from the workers, unquote, said Tito. From the working office we passed into another room with beautiful armchairs, a big radio gramophone and very modern furniture. This is the anteroom to my bedroom. I have my breakfast here, unquote, said Tito. Gottwald gave me this radio gramophone, unquote. From here he invited us to look at his bedroom with a big luxurious bed, lace-edged sheets, silk pajamas lying on the bed, and then he opened his wardrobe to show us his many suits, shirts, etc. He did not fail to show us the sparkling unquote bathroom, too. When all this was over, Tito told us that he was going to show us the room of the party which, as he put it, not everyone enters. I keep the key in my pocket, unquote, we said to ourselves. He is doing us a great honor. Let us see what this sacred room is like, unquote. It was a room like all rooms. On the wall there was a chart. This, unquote, said Tito, is secret. It is the scheme of the organization of the party, the Congress, the Central Committee, the regional committees, their apparatuses and the basic organizations, unquote. On one wall there was a small shelf with books by Marx, Engels, Lenin and Stalin, and in another corner a safe. This was the secret room, unquote. And with the visit to this secret room, we ended the grand soiree, wishing the marshal good night. The day after this dinner Josip Georgia arrived in our residence, dressed as always in his dark suit, laughing and speaking that Albanian of his with his unpracticed accent. It was a habit of his after each phrase to grip his nose between 2 fingers and bend it left and right as if to emphasize his words. He had come together with the chief of protocol to present to us the program of visits and sightseeing in Belgrade and in the other republics. Amongst other things, they proposed that we should visit Croatia and Slovenia, and we agreed readily. In Belgrade we made no visits on foot. Naturally, we laid a wreath at Avila on the grave of the unknown soldier of the Serbian army of the Kralj, adopted as an altar by the regime of Tito. There a Yugoslav general, a hero of the peoples of Yugoslavia, explained to us the development of the fighting for the liberation of Belgrade by the Soviet Army and the Yugoslav National Liberation Army. Later we visited a number of factories and a plant where trucks were assembled from imported parts. Naturally we rejoiced over what we saw. They were fine things, and the Yugoslavs were much ahead of us. They had inherited something from the past and received very large reparations for the damage caused by the war, whereas we inherited nothing but poverty and want, and from reparations received a few very old lathes with which not even one engineering plant could be set up. From reparations we also received a worn-out ship which we named Burova in honor of the martyred Burova village of Kolonja, which the German Nazis totally destroyed, killing all the men, women and children they found in it as a reprisal against the partisans. The Yugoslavs did not fail to take the ship Burova from us under the pretext that we had no way to use it, and when we fell out with them they seized it and did not return it to us, seized it as spoil of war, like all the other assets they took from us, because they took more from us than they gave. During one of the days we stayed in Belgrade, which we visited going everywhere by car, they put on a reception for us at the House of Officers, to which, if I am not mistaken, Tito came. The Soviet military attaché as well as other Soviet officers attended. The House of Officers was a multi-storied building put up specially for the officers. They welcomed us well, joyfully, with sympathy, like anti-fascist fighters of the great common war which we had waged. The Yugoslav officers had very good clothing and boots, beyond any comparison with what our officers had, but they did not outdo us in courage, daring and determination. One evening after these visits Josip Georgia came all smiles and, squeezing his nose between his 2 fingers, told us, tomorrow you are to go to the Presidium of the Skupština, because Hribar Sr., the president of the Presidium, and father of Lola Hribar, killed during the war, is going to decorate you. You, Comrade Enver, unquote, said Georgia, quote, are to be decorated with the highest order that Yugoslavia has. Unquote. At the ceremony on the following day at the Presidium of the Skupština, which was like a bourgeois parliament, because, in fact, it had been built by the Serb-Croat Kraljs, Dr. Ribar decorated all of us. He hung around my neck the Order of Hero of the Peoples of Yugoslavia, which was a gold medallion hung on a red ribbon with 2 black lines in the middle. Kardelj, Pijade, Gilos, Popovic and others were present at the decoration ceremony. I expressed thanks on behalf of the comrades and, among other things, I pointed out that this decoration belonged to the Albanian people and to their sons and daughters who gave their lives for the liberation of Yugoslavia. 2. A few months after liberation, the Presidium of Yugoslavia had decorated a number of our comrades with the partisan star. Thus, I had 2 Yugoslav decorations. After the breach with them and after all the evil things which the Titoites did against our country and our party, we returned these decorations to them in protest. We set out for Croatia and Slovenia. We were happy that we were to see new places and friendly people. Everywhere people like Bukarik and his comrades and Croatia and Mia Mirinko and his comrades and Slovenia welcomed us warmly. We visited Zagreb and Ljubljana and other cities of these 2 republics, visited factories, combines and museums. The people were well dressed, the country was more urbanized, and there were few wartime ruins to be seen. Slovenia was even more advanced. Ljubljana was almost undamaged by the war. The Austrian style of the Austro-Hungarian Empire predominated. The standard of living was higher than that of the other places we visited those days, and the bourgeoisie more unharmed. We visited a metallurgical plant there and this impressed us. A thing that struck the eye was the fact that the church exercised great influence in these places and there were icons and crosses to be seen in the city streets and outside the towns. They also took us to Bled, to a luxurious hotel beside the beautiful lake with the same name. They told us that foreign tourists came there and this was a source of hard currency. Later, not on an official visit, I had a meeting with Tito on the shores of this lake. I think it was when I was on my way to the peace conference in Paris. I went via Belgrade, but Tito was in Slovenia in a villa on the shores of Lake Bled. They took me by aircraft to meet him there. We talked on the veranda about the possible development of the problems which were to be discussed in Paris. Naturally we were in agreement. Tito kept me for lunch. It was a beautiful luxurious summer villa set amongst trees and flowers. At the edge of the lake below the villa white motorboats were anchored. Lying at Tito's feet in the room was his big dog, the successor to the unfortunate Lux, which seemed to be asleep, snoring sometimes, and sometimes releasing a loud fart. In the end Tito could put up with it no longer and told General Totrovic, a former partisan who had also been in Albania, put him out. After we finished our talk, before we had lunch, Tito proposed to me and Zajovic, whom he liquidated later together with Ibarang as Stalinists, that we take a trip on the lake. I did not refuse, although I did not know how to swim if the boat should capsize. The motor started and the boat began to move. Tito's dog followed us swimming. At least, I thought to myself, this will cool his backside. From the edge of the lake men, women and children shouted, Heraj Tito, Druz Tito, Nas Tito. This impressed itself on me because we had heard this slogan from the Italian fascists when they shouted, Duce a noi. I was astonished how they could permit it. On the way back Tito said, the dog's tired. And he called to him, climb in. The dog scrambled into the boat and since it was the size of a calf, the boat rocked a bit, but we came to no harm, except that when the dog shook himself the suit which I had for the peace conference was soaked. We will dry it when we get back to the villa, said Tito. It doesn't matter, I said to him, giving the dog a hard look. However, all this was a later occurrence, from which, apart from what I have just mentioned, I remember almost nothing, because in fact we did not discuss any weighty problem. As I said, Tito was on holiday and could not exchange his pleasures for anything else. Let us return again to the first visit, the official one. When we returned to Belgrade from the visits to Croatia and Slovenia we were very tired. However, we were young at that time and one day's rest was sufficient for us to recover from all the physical weariness. Now we had to complete the talks which we had begun. First, we reached agreement over the main content of the Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Aid and decided that the signing of the treaty would be done a little later in Tirana. 1. After this we went on to the economic problems. Nako and the comrades of the Ministry of Trade had held a series of meetings with Boris Kidric and others and had achieved some results which Nako considered satisfactory. The Yugoslavs had agreed to supply us with several objects on credit. I shall speak more extensively about this aid later. The question was especially about a sugar factory and a rope factory would assist us with rails and a locomotive for the Durrës-Tirana railway, would supply us with some pipes for oil and some other minor items. At that time these things seemed to us quite a lot. Nevertheless I found the opportunity to ask Nako in an aside, is this all the credit covers? In general, yes, said Nako. "We shall go into this more concretely later. They are promising to give us large amounts of aid." Another important question was that of a number of joint companies which we agreed would be set up, mainly for the development of our mines. Tito boosted these companies to us, when we finally met to sign the documents, saying, "We have similar companies with the Soviet Union which are going very well, give results and are helping us in the construction of socialism." We agreed to the formation of these companies in regard to which we subsequently drafted the constitutions, defined the procedure, payments, shares and the nature of participation. As to the truth in regard to these companies, too, I am not going to enlarge at the moment, but will content myself by pointing out that the aim of the Yugoslavs to plunder us meant that on paper these companies would exist as joint companies, but would be run by them. While all the material would be ours, they would not contribute or bring in anything, but would dominate them and take their production. Of course, the deception did not go on for long. The deception about the "joint companies" which Tito advertised to us so vigorously, was unmasked like all the others. When all the official documents were ready we signed them at a solemn meeting. Champagne was drunk. In the evening we were to put on the farewell dinner and of course Tito was invited. The dinner was to be given in our embassy. Josip Georgia arrived, not smiling this time. He begged us to excuse Tito who could not come allegedly for security reasons, because the embassy was in this and in that street, was amongst other houses, and we would understand the problem, etc., etc. We were sorry, but there was nothing we could do. The others came. The day for our departure for our homeland arrived. At the airport they farewelled us with all the ceremony with which they had welcomed us. We climbed into the aircraft and returned to Tirana. The joy with which I set out had evaporated. I returned with an inexplicable feeling, a mixture of trust and disillusionment over the haughtiness and scandalous luxury of Tito which was clearly obvious even at that time. I asked myself, how are we going to get on and work with Tito? Chapter 5 Titoite Aid, Chains for the Economic and Political Enslavement of Albania. Grave situation of our economy after liberation. The friends leave us to fend for ourselves in our poverty. Market sharks, generous advice and orientations. The bitter history of the Albanian-Yugoslav Economic Convention. On the problem of the parity of the currencies, the removal of tariff barriers, the joint companies, the unification of prices. Our objections to the true nature of the treaties signed. The ill-famed Savo Zlatican Albania. Tito's accusation of 2 lines and the leadership of the CPA on the visit of our top-level delegation to Moscow. Belgrade accuses us of anti-Yugoslavism. Tito and his men want to discredit our leadership with Stalin. The Yugoslavs keep us under surveillance and sabotage us. Further aggravation of our relations with them. The picture of the relations between our two parties and countries in the initial period after liberation would not in any way be complete if we did not touch on our relations in the economic field, too. This is a very extensive field which has always attracted our attention and the attention of Tito's men as well. However, in dealing with the economic relations of the same period, the stands and assessments of them by the two sides are diametrically opposed. While Tito, during his lifetime, and the whole of Yugoslav propaganda arsenal, before and after Tito's death, have praised to the skies the Yugoslav-Albanian economic relations in the years 1945 to 1947 as an example of "fraternal relations" of the "sacrifice" and the "generous spirit" of the Titoites towards us, we, for our part, have always said the opposite. Our conclusion, drawn not today, or even in 1948, when Tito and Titoism were publicly denounced, but earlier, when in public declarations we were still describing each other as "friends", has been and is this: the field of economic relations between our two parties and countries has been one of the fields in which the features of Titoite revisionism, as a whole, and all their anti-Albanian, nationalist and chauvinist intentions, in particular, have been displayed in a most obvious and unscrupulous way. In the "theorizing" and the first practical steps of Tito and company on the problem of the construction of socialism in Yugoslavia, we distinguished more clearly their profound deviations from the theory and practice of scientific socialism. In their so-called economic aid for our country we very quickly saw and understood the attempts and diabolical aims of the Titoites to turn our economy into an appendage of the Yugoslav economy, and one of the main ways they followed to place Albania under the chains of a new enslavement. Thus, the "economic aid" of the Titoites to us, if it can be called aid, had only one purpose: to help Tito to enslave Albania economically and politically more quickly. While stating this conclusion from the outset, I in no way wished to deny what was "good", or to violate the truth in this field, either. What, then, is the truth? Friends or plunderers? We were in the first years of liberation. The country was devastated, ruined from every standpoint. There was great poverty, but the morale of the people was extraordinarily high. We had smashed the reactionary feudal bourgeoisie, together with the occupier, and the people, led by the heroic Communist Party, had taken the new state power of people's democracy into their own hands. Now, with liberation, this people's state power had to be clung to tightly, had to be further strengthened in class battles, and the new Albania had to be built up from nothing, from poverty and ignorance. Irrespective of our material poverty, the people, led by the party, were to accomplish this task with great and indescribable enthusiasm, with their own forces, without the aid of anyone in the first years. These were the most heroic years in the history of our people. It was the period when the people sweated, toiling with half-empty bellies, with rags on their backs and without roofs over their heads. The period when we fought against shortages of every kind, against the difficulties of nature and against the sabotage of internal and external enemies, but always with the unshakable belief the party had implanted in us that we would triumph over whatever difficulty and whichever enemy. In the first 2 years after liberation, in particular, we were given no aid on credit from the Soviet Union or from Yugoslavia, either. Those few urgently needed goods which were sent to us were very insignificant things, almost nothing at all, and all of them paid for, either in cash or by selling the Yugoslavs oil, kerosene, bitumen or other goods which they frequently seized almost without payment, as in obligation as tokens of friendship and fraternity . Hence, we can say that in the first year after liberation we had trade relations only with Yugoslavia. However, the trade was virtually one way and in our disfavor. We gave more than we received. We gave good products and received rubbish. We expropriated the big merchants of their property and sold the fabrics to the Yugoslavs at prices which they set, while the razor blades and minor things of this type which they sold us cost us the earth. We imported bread grain from them, because we were short of it, some leather and iron plowshares, and these they sold us at their internal prices which were very high. We sold them olives, cheese, olive oil, etc., at a time when we did not have enough of them for ourselves. We shared everything with equal willingness. At that time this whole situation seemed to us more or less normal, because we thought that Yugoslavia, too, was a country devastated by the war, as ours was, had economic difficulties and it was hard for them to help us. But we hoped that the situation would improve. Apart from what I have mentioned above, both throughout the year 1945 and most of 1946, the good fraternal relations with Yugoslavia, and with the Soviet Union, too, consisted also of exchange of experience the provision of some bursaries for our boys to study in Moscow and Belgrade and the sending of a few specialists to help us. Later, especially after my visit to Belgrade in June 1946, our economic relations began to develop more intensively but this development consisted of talks, projects and declarations on paper, of endless promises, but for the time being nothing concrete. Nevertheless, the future seemed promising. Throughout this whole period, one of the most grave and most difficult, we managed to live, as you might say, on our own fat and it can be imagined what reserves we had been able to inherit from the past. Almost nothing. We had little or nothing. We were starving or half starving. But we did not let the people to die either of hunger or from cold. We began to fulfill the most elementary needs. However, the task and aim of our party was by no means merely the regulation of the life and fulfillment of the immediate needs of the population. The task of our Communist Party and the people's state power was to fulfill the supreme aspirations of the people for which so much blood had been shed. Major socio-economic reforms had to be carried out and the character of the economy had to be brought into conformity with the character of the new state power. That is, we had to lead the country consistently forward on the road of the construction of socialism in all fields and, in the concrete instance, in the sector of the economy, too. We knew that the fundamental factor for the socialist transformation of the country was the internal factor. We knew that the external auxiliary factor would be the Soviet Union of Stalin, in the first place, but especially in the conditions when we still had not established the necessary direct links with the Soviet state. We turned with open hearts to our neighboring friends, the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. They did not hesitate to assist us, especially with experience with orientations which they gave us either through our people who went to Belgrade, or through pamphlets and reports, or through Stojnik, Georgia, and later, through the ill-famed Savo Zlatic, as well as through a whole series of experts and political economists as Sejfla called them. But where did all these officials direct us? I spoke above about the question of the stages of the revolution and about the concern of Tito, Kardelj that we should not be hasty and skip the stages . Now these problems are very clear, and the party has done a colossal job to ensure that even the school pupils thoroughly understand them. But in the years 1945 to 1946, even we who led the party and the state were to some degree pupils ourselves. We were not lacking in devotion and zeal, but how difficult and what a great loss it was when we were often obliged to expend our zeal merely to discover what bad lessons were served up to us by our friends . We spent a great deal of efforts and time, quarreled with Sejfla and with those behind Sejfla who served up the idea of two parallel economies . who told us that, quote, this is not the time for transformations of a socialist character, unquote, that, quote, we should go to socialism together with the bourgeoisie, unquote, etc., etc. And through these battles we did what Marxism-Leninism taught us. The fact is that, among the countries in which the regime of people's democracy was established after the Second World War, Albania set out more rapidly, more resolutely and consistently on the road of the socialist transformation of the country. Naturally, in this rapid progress we did not discard anything from the Leninist concept about the stages of the revolution. We discarded only the Yugoslav theorizing and the sinister aims which were hidden behind this theorizing. Our, quote, friends, unquote, greatly hindered and misdirected us also on the question of the land reform. Immediately after liberation we began to carry out our promise to give the land to the tiller, but the Stojanovs, Georges and others hastened to, quote, advise, unquote, us that we should not, quote, fall out, unquote, with the former landowners. They told us to take a bit of their land. Someone even, quote, advised, unquote, to pay for it with money, and to leave them a good part of their land which, in fact, represented areas 10 or 20 times larger than those of the, quote, poor, unquote. Under the pressure of Sejfler Malesheva, at first, such a wrong, quote, orientation, unquote, was approved, but we were soon aware of what dangerous consequences this step would have and made the necessary corrections. We set a fair limit for the area of land which would be allowed to each family, not more than 5 hectares per family, and took a series of other measures which would hinder the revival of the capitalist sector in the countryside. The buying, selling and renting of land were prohibited by law, etc. As for their, quote, orientations, unquote, in the sector of industry, the Yugoslavs had no need to rack their brains to find, quote, variants, unquote. Initially, they, quote, advised, unquote, us not to begin this work at all, because we were poor, we were short of food and footwear, and we could not afford industry. Quote, later, unquote, they said, quote, we shall see what can be done with the mines and the oil, but for the time being record what you have, supply us with raw materials, and we shall supply you with ample finished products, unquote. Quote, agriculture, that is what you should go in for, as the backward agrarian country you are, unquote, they advised us. 6 or 7 years later we were to hear the same, quote, advise, unquote, from the mouths of those who usurped the leadership of the party and state in the Soviet Union after the death of Stalin. I have spoken in more detail about this elsewhere. 1. Here I want only to recall that when we were confronted with Khrushchev, Mikoyan and company, we had been tempered in the great school of Marxism-Leninism, in the school of the direct clash with Titoite revisionism, and as a result of this, we quickly distinguished the Khrushchevite variant of modern revisionism. In the first, quote, school, unquote, however, in the first clash, the difficulties and obstacles were greater, because there were many things we did not know, we had no experience, and we also suffered from that type of, quote, euphoric estimation, unquote, of others that I mentioned above. It seemed to us that all of them were sincere, as we were towards Marxism-Leninism, both in theory and practice, and towards our party and country. All these and other reasons, understandable at the time of this first clash with the revisionists, sometimes led us to take a wrong step or some decision which should not have been taken. But it is a great good fortune, or more correctly, a great merit of our party that even in those extremely grave external and internal conditions, if we did, quote, slip, unquote, into some wrong step, this was only on individual issues of the way of implementing the line, but we never permitted appreciable errors in the political, ideological and economic line. I said above that from the very beginning the Yugoslav, quote, friends, unquote, were opposed to the socialist industrialization of our country. The fact is also that in the first post-liberation years we did not do anything notable in this field. But this did not by any means come about because we accepted the Yugoslav orientation. No, we did not accept this orientation in any instance, but if we did not proceed rapidly on the course of industrialization, this was because we could go no faster, because we had no base from the past on which to rely, and at those moments, had no aid at all from the Yugoslav, quote, friends, unquote, or the Soviets. As soon as any small possibility was created we exploited it immediately. This is what occurred, for example, with some old equipment for the engineering industry which managed to reach Albania as part of the minimal reparations which we were awarded. Since we ourselves, quote, did not know, unquote, how to get the reparations which belonged to us, the Yugoslav, quote, friends, unquote, became the, quote, handlers, unquote, and, quote, intermediaries, unquote. After taking for themselves whatever looked best from what belonged to us, the Yugoslavs sent what was left over to Tirana. With the tools that came we equipped 1 or 2 workshops, put them to use and inaugurated the first engineering plant in Albania, precisely that plant which, since 1946, has borne my name, but which, over the years, has grown, been transformed and turned into one of the most powerful and modern combines of our engineering industry. From these early moments we adopted the same correct Marxist-Leninist stand on every other aspect of the line of the party and the socialist construction of the country. As I said, however, in individual aspects of the application of the line, mistakes, hasty or imposed decisions could not be avoided. This is what happened, for example, with the orientation which we gave the peasantry in the years 1946 and 1947 about giving priority to certain agricultural crops. The Yugoslavs talked on and on for hours and days on end to us about making agriculture as productive as possible, a great source of income and funds to buy equipment. In your conditions, when you lack monetary or any other means to buy consumer goods or equipment abroad, they told us, the best way is to turn agriculture into a great source of funds and values. With this land and these marvelous climatic conditions you have, you can achieve whatever you want. And how concretely? Forget about growing maize and wheat. Josip George advised us. Grain will never bring much sunshine into your life. It won't ensure even half the bread you need for your people, let alone provide you with any supplementary income. Plant sunflower. Do you know what sunflower is? The truth is we knew something about this crop, but we did not know what George knew. It's a blessed plant. He explained to us. Oil, vegetable oil, is produced from it. Not only will you satisfy all your people's needs for oil, but we in Yugoslavia have great need, too. You could also sell it on the Western markets. Sunflower will open the whole world to you, will open up hard currency markets. Our problem is bread. We opposed them. Our people are used to eating their meat and beans even without oil, but not without bread. And besides, most of the peasantry live solely on bread, a little cottage cheese and onions. We will bring grain from Vojvodina. Said Georgia. You have no idea what Vojvodina is. It's a granary for Yugoslavia and for you. The wheat grows as tall as a man. We will be pleased to supply you, and with profit for you, in exchange for sunflower. The same hymns to sunflower were sung in Belgrade, and not only the Yugoslav agricultural specialists, but also those who came on party matters, and even the military men, repeated the same hymns to us. They did not hesitate to take a pencil and work out so much for this and so much for that, until we had no alternative but to accept that we had a great blessing before our eyes which we had not discovered. So we gave the peasants the orientation to plant the fields with sunflower and not to worry about bread grain, because Tito would bring us plenty from Vojvodina, just as Khrushchev was going to bring it from the Ukraine 10 to 12 years later. To express the highest level of suffering and hardships, our people have a saying, to suffer the grief of the olive, but the grief of the olive was nothing at all compared with the grief we suffered from sunflower. Since we told them to do so, the peasants planted big areas to this crop, but the total lack of experience, the lack of conviction about the value of the flower, the deplorable conditions of the land at that time, the lack of seeds, mechanization, irrigation, etc., left us not only without hard currency and equipment, but also without bread. And when we mentioned the granaries of Vojvodina, the Yugoslavs turned from generous friends into traitors. We shall supply you with grain, but you must either deliver the sunflower seed, as we agreed, or pay for it in cash. It can't be supplied free. They were right. We had not carried out our contractual obligations, rather than to dwell any longer on this history over which we can smile now, but which in 1946 and 1947 caused us many sleepless nights. I want to say only one thing. The orientation of the Yugoslavs to give priority to sunflower over bread grain was not a chance mistake of theirs, was not the result of some foolish and superficial judgment of our conditions and possibilities of that time. No, everything had been carefully considered, and the orientation which seemed agricultural above all, concealed deliberate political aims. In the context of the Titoites' all-round efforts to annex Albania, the imposition on us of a mistaken and wrong policy in agriculture would create the most suitable conditions for the leadership in Belgrade to realize its ambitions. Our country would be threatened by famine, our party would be discredited in the eyes of the masses as incapable of improving the life of the poor, and in the end we would be compelled to hold out our hand to our friends and they were just waiting for the moment to seize it and our whole body. In short, they wanted to turn the whole of Albania into a sunflower which would turn its head and its body towards their son Titoism and Titoite Yugoslavia. They exerted similar pressure on us also over another source of hard currency income cotton. Cotton is gold. Georgia and, later, Tito's other emissaries Ladik told us. Make the fields of Maisk, Vlora and Saranda shine with white cotton, because later your face will shine with joy. So he told the peasants to plant this, too, but as is known, neither the fields we planted to it nor anything else turned out a shining success but on the contrary, it simply increased our difficulties and hardships. I by no means wish to say that even at those moments we underrated these industrial crops, or that our peasant was conservative and refused to embrace the new. Not at all. When the moment came, we planted sunflower and cotton and still do, and they are yielding ever better results. But in 1945 and 1946, when we lacked everything, when half the lowland zone was swamps and marshes, when bread had been turned into a sharp weapon which would determine our existence or non-existence, to give up growing grain in those conditions meant to set out on the road of failures and catastrophe. Soon, however, we were to be convinced that everything was wrong and anti-Marxist. The day was to come when the wheat "as tall as a man" of Vojvodina would hang over our heads like the sword of Damocles. However, we managed to escape the blow. The bitter experience of 1946 to 1947 became a great lesson. In practice, in conflicts, sometimes very dangerous ones, we were thoroughly learning the theory and practice of scientific socialism. Later, when that other Tito, Nikita Khrushchev, was to show us the way to come out in the sunshine through sheep, oranges and the orders of the fish, we were to laugh to ourselves with a mixture of irony and regret. History was repeating itself, but not our initial mistake. The sunflowers had taught us not to turn our heads either to Vojvodina or to the Ukraine, but only to Marxism-Leninism. We had drawn lessons about what modern revisionism is in appearance and in content. Meanwhile, with persistent all-round efforts we continued to seek other ways, means and possibilities to advance. Especially after the establishment of diplomatic relations at the end of 1945, we turned for aid to the Soviet Union. 2. In the talks which I had had with the officials of the Soviet embassy in Tirana on this problem, although they welcomed our proposals and requests, they always said, "We shall report this to Moscow." It was natural that they should report to Moscow, but Moscow did not give any clear reply and indirectly implied, until they told us this openly, "We shall give you economic aid through Yugoslavia, because we give a considerable aid, including some for you. Therefore, address your request to the Yugoslavs." Molotov repeated the same thing to us in Paris when we were there for the peace conference, and moreover, he said this in the presence of Kardelj and Mosapijade. Although we did not understand this method of economic aid at all, we thought and believed that even such forms could exist between socialist countries. We could do nothing else but wait for the "intermediaries" to give us what they should. But if as the "intermediaries" for war reparations they gave us some scrap iron, as the "intermediaries" for the Soviet aid they gave us nothing at all. Such was the much advertised "aid" for our country from the leadership of Belgrade up till to the middle of 1946, nothing concrete, mainly "advice" and "orientations", and the sort of "orientations" I mentioned above. After my visit to Belgrade in June 1946 it seemed as if a new, more advanced phase in our mutual economic relations was beginning. We put before Tito and company the request that they helped us with the methodology of drafting a unified plan, for the time being to cover 1 or 2 years, and gave us, according to their possibilities, some aid on credit, sent us some specialists for different sectors of the economy etc. This time our insistence on taking the first steps on the road of socialist industrialization of the country made the Yugoslav leaders display more prudence in their "orientations". They told us that they would help us in this field, too, but "advised" us that, apart from the development of some mines and the extraction of oil, we should concentrate our main attention on light industry and food processing. "We shall help you with some credits, too", they told us, "but we must reach agreement on the ways in which this aid will come. From our experience hitherto", they continued, "you see that a very effective way for collaboration and aid is that of joint companies. We have created such companies with the Soviets and they are going very well. Let us create such companies with you, too." The prolonged advertisement of the "advantages" of these companies and the repeated mention of the fact that such companies had been created with the Soviet Union, too, led us to agree in principle, at the time when I was in Yugoslavia, to the creation of these companies in the future. "Up till the end of the year", they told us, "we have time to discuss them in detail, about how they will be set up, how they will function and how they will be run. But this is not a problem to be discussed in the leadership. Let the specialists of the respective sectors deal with this." So we returned to Tirana with a series of promises and with "proposals for a wider range of relations", although everything was left evasive, up in the air. After some months' silence they informed us that the time had come for the experts of the two countries to meet jointly in Belgrade and decide everything precisely. It seemed that 1947 was going to start well. About the end of October 1946 we dispatched Nako with a group of comrades from the Ministry of the Economy and the State Planning Commission and could only wait for the results of the talks. From this point begins the bitter history of the signing of the Albanian-Yugoslav Economic Convention at the end of November 1946. The Economic Convention between Albania and Yugoslavia was the concretization of the alliance between our two countries. This convention brought with it the protocols on 1. Coordination of plans, on the unification of prices, on the establishment of parity of currencies, on the joint companies, on the removal of tariff barriers between the two countries, etc. We signed these agreements, but, as I shall describe later, during these negotiations over them we had doubts, questions, and serious objections. On the eve of the signing we repeated our objections and worries to the Yugoslav side once again, and they, naturally, did not like this. But they slapped us on the back, quote, "Don't worry, everything will be in your favor." Unquote. It was not long before we understood clearly that the Economic Convention, with all its components, was nothing but a new savage weapon of Titoite diversion and sabotage to subjugate and gobble up Albania. As the first step, by means of this convention the Yugoslav government aimed to further exploit and plunder our country through the well-known neo-colonialist forms. As the second step, it aimed to turn our entire economy into an appendage of the Yugoslav economy, to make our economy completely dependent on its leadership. And as the third step, to create the conditions in which we, like it or not, would accept economic and political union with Yugoslavia as the only way out. To go into all the details of what occurred in reality with the Economic Convention would require whole volumes, which would portray both the theoretical arguments and the deceptions committed about them by the Yugoslav side, as well as a confrontation with figures and facts between what they promised us and what they gave us, between what was sold to us and what they took from us with the crudest methods. A correct Marxist-Leninist analysis of these problems has been made in many documents and materials of the party, commencing from the report which I delivered at the 11th plenum of the CC of the CPA in September 1948, and the reports delivered at the first Congress of the CPA in November of that year, etc. 1. Further, more detailed analyses have been made since, and they bring out clearly the neo-colonialist and anti-Albania names and stands of the Yugoslav leadership in the whole process of economic relations with our country, and in this context, also the nature of the Economic Convention signed in November 1946. Irrespective of this analysis, however, the bitter and danger-fraught history of that period still remains an open field full of interest for our scholars, especially those engaged in the history of our economic relations with the external world. The figures and facts are such that they prove in the most incontestable way that the aims and efforts of those who called themselves the "communist leaders" of Yugoslavia had no essential difference in content from the neo-colonialist aims and efforts of Italian, British, American and other capital in the black years of the Zagite monarchy. There was an apparent difference in form, in the disguises under which the new colonialists presented themselves, but there was a major factor which was decisively different: the fact that our party and people, through their efforts, toil and sacrifices, did not permit 1939 to be repeated in 1947 or 1948. In the field of the economy, as in every other field, the plans and aims of the renegades of Belgrade were smashed to smithereens. While I do not consider it necessary in this book of notes and reminiscences to repeat the things which have already been said, or to enter into details of figures and facts from the economic aspect, I want to mention something of the circumstances in which we were obliged to sign the convention and the treaties in connection with it. As I said, the head of our delegation was Nako. He maintained contact with us by radiogram, and from his first reports it seemed that everything was starting well. The top functionaries of the Yugoslav economy, Kidric, "the genius of the economy," as the Yugoslavs called him, his deputies, the Morises, Nekidrises, and Petrovises, together with whole squads of other specialists and functionaries of medium or lower rank, welcomed and farewelled him. Naturally, after the smiles and embraces, after the meals and the drinks, they got down to the business in hand. On the 28-year-old Nako, all the bosses, 1. of the Yugoslav economy poured out a flood of knowledge. Joint companies are set up on the basis of the size of the contributions to the initial funds. The policy of investments in them will be this and that: the initial profit, the net profit, the costs, the raw material, the country where the company functions has these rights and those obligations, the participating country has these and those, the credit will be provided on these conditions, will be repaid in this manner, etc., etc. After delivering a lecture lasting a good 2 or 3 hours to him, the "friends" people specially prepared for this work, left Nako "in peace" to work on his own without interruption. They left him 100 to 200 pages of theoretical and practical materials on the nature of the joint companies and instructed him very politely, "We can talk tomorrow in the morning session about any question which you have. Don't forget, this evening Comrade Kidric is expecting us for dinner." And when Nako still had not managed to gain a clear idea as to the nature of joint companies other specialists descended upon him to explain the projects for each separate company, the joint company for railway construction, the joint company for the drilling and extraction of oil, for hydropower stations, for imports-exports, etc. Again invitations to official, friendly and private lunches and dinners, further whole dossiers of working material, further discussions, but about other problems. about the unification of prices, about the unification of currencies, about the principle of the customs union, etc., etc. From time to time I received brief radiograms which annoyed me because they told me nothing. I did not understand what was going on, but they also worried me. By urgent radiogram I sought details and explanations from Nako, but he either "disappeared" for whole days, or put me off with such reports. They insist on my attending an anniversary of liberation in a province of Slovenia. Stop will continue the talks after 3 days. Stop will send a detailed letter later. Stop Nako. And precisely when Nako was immersed in the labyrinths of the Yugoslav economists, when he was left not a single hour to rest, or to explain things to us in a detailed letter, we received more disturbing news from him. The comrades, he meant the Yugoslavs, tell us that no accords on deliveries or anything else can be concluded if we do not immediately present our plan of development for the year 1947. So this was what was occurring. Initially, we had reached agreement that the Yugoslavs would accord us what they could from the things we asked for, and after this we would sit down to draft the plan, while now they were demanding the plan as a preliminary condition. In these conditions, Nako Spru in Belgrade sat down and, amongst 1,001 other jobs, worked out on his own the orientation plan for the development of Albania. I do not want to say that either Nako or we, who allow Nako to act in this way, were to blame for this. No, it was a whole policy which the Yugoslavs pursued to confuse us and to force us to accept instantly and hastily whatever they said and in the way that interested them. This is how they acted in regard to everything else. Among the major problems which they put before us and for which they demanded immediate signature were those of the establishment of parity of the currencies, the unification of prices, etc. They overwhelmed Nako with their ideas, proposals and arguments. Nako, from the depths of the mire in which he was bogged down, appealed to me by radiogram, help, send me instructions how to act. Here there is an important fact which must not be forgotten. Many things in regard to the financial, technical, organizational, and other aspects we still did not know well and had no way how to know them. We were clear on the orientation that we must develop the country according to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, but in regard to how the joint companies would be organized concretely, what advantages and disadvantages they or the customs union, the unification of the currencies, etc. had, we did not have the necessary experience, and on some of them we had no experience at all. We considered Nako, for instance, as one of the most expert of us, and I, in no way, wished to underrate his will or his abilities. But Nako, even as a specialist of the economy, leaving aside a series of other shortcomings he had, should be seen as he was at that time. He had not managed to complete his higher studies in economics, not to mention the fact that he was completely lacking in experience. It was like giving a young boy with 2 or 3 years of higher schooling the responsibility for handling such specialized problems of a country, no matter how small. Indeed, now the matter is simpler because even if one person, indeed a main functionary, cannot or does not know how to run things, there is a big, harmonious mechanism that the party has created, which works like a clock, which introduces the young man to the job and management and teaches and qualifies him without causing any harm to the work in general. In 1946, however, matters were quite different. At that time the great mechanism of the socialist economy was only in embryo. Besides this, we were facing the old wolves of the Yugoslav economy. And not only that, they had long been thinking and consulting with one another and had matters worked out. They were close to one another, could meet and consult whenever and as much as they wished, and found 1,001 tricks to outwit us. Hence, in these conditions Nako was obliged to appeal to me. At that time, of course, I, too, could not pretend that I knew more than Nako about the fine problems of finance, credit, investments, etc. As for Cozy, he had reached the limit of his capacities as an economist when he became a quartermaster of the stores at Panarata at the time of the war. Now he was concerned with other problems within the party and the organs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He had to apply the directives of Rankovic, had to do his evil work in secrecy. Nevertheless, I had by all means to send Nako instructions and directives as clear and accurate as possible. Amongst all the other work, at that period, I completed a real course for the intensive assimilation of problems of the economy. For whole days and nights I read the literature from Marx, Engels, Lenin and Stalin that I could get hold of in French, which dealt with problems of the economy, summoned specialists in finance and other sectors, among them I shall not forget Nomstrela, sought their opinions and, in this way, arrived at a certain conclusion and wrote to Nako, carefully, but clearly and accurately, express to the comrades our major reservations on the question of the equalization of the currencies. Tell them that the different levels of economic development of the two countries do not provide possibilities for a fair and realistic equalization of our lek with their dinar. Such an action is made even more unrealistic by the different levels of pay of the workers of the two countries, the different prices of goods which are produced in our country and those for their products, etc. Tell them that, apart from other things, such an action will give rise to many problems of a social and political character for us amongst the people, and the confidence of the masses in our currency will decline, etc. Likewise, in a concrete way I transmitted to Nako our serious and well-argued opinions about the impossibility of the immediate unification of prices, about the difficulties and dangers which might arise from the customs union, etc. I instructed him to talk dispassionately with Kidrick, or if possible with Tito himself, and send us their reply immediately. However, a week went by and no news from Nako. During those days Kozizaks had gone there by special invitation "in order to honor our friends in the celebration of the 7th November." He, too, sent me an occasional radiogram in which he wrote about the red carpet reception they were giving him, about the evenings when Rankovic and the others drank 30 toasts to the health of Albanian, and even boasted to me that at one of the official dinners he had been drinking with the Yugoslav comrades until 4 in the morning, but he had lasted to the end like a man and had not disgraced us. I could not contain my anger. Are they in their right minds or not? I said to the comrade who handed me the radiogram from the Comrade General. We are bursting our brains and they tell us about how long they have gone on drinking. Where's Nako's radiogram? We are decoding it. The comrade told me. We gave priority to the Comrade General, because it might have been urgent news for you. Very well. I said. But I urgently need Comrade Plan. Finally, they brought me Nako's radiogram. It was late, but he had filled the first 2 or 3 paragraphs with notes. Import-export 100,000 new francs, the mines 200,000, the bank 400,000, oil 400,000, electric power 200,000, the railways 400,000. All these series of notes there in black and white were the amounts which the Yugoslav side was offering us for the year 1947, which they promised they would invest in 6 joint companies that would be set up. Besides, they also promised 3 to 4 factories, consumer goods, etc., etc. And then came the conditions. All these chains of notes on paper would be turned into shekels, or more correctly, into shackles, if we were to accept the creation of companies, the unification of prices, the customs union, etc., etc. As for my reservations and objections, the Yugoslavs had given this reply, an expression of no confidence in the fraternal spirit of the economic convention. I called the comrades together again and we began to discuss what Nako had written to us. But now he was in a great hurry. The following morning they handed me another radiogram of half a line. Urgently await reply about yesterday's material. For 2 or 3 days on end, they were the last days of November, Nako continued to send brief radiograms. The friends were demanding an urgent reply. The draft communique had been prepared. Moreover, Nako had been appointed to draft it. Even the date for the signing had been set, November 27th. Only our reply was awaited, yes or no. Meanwhile Kozizaks had returned and, apart from lengthy descriptions of his valor with the Slivovica, he did not hesitate to pour out all his talent in the field of profound understanding of economic problems. He swore that the signing of the convention would be the open sesame for us, like in the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 robbers. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. He told us. They say, here you are, take it. And we are afraid. In these conditions we finally decided to say, open sesame. On November 27th the convention was signed. A day or 2 later Nako Spru and his group of collaborators brought us bales of documents and projects and, naturally, also chains of notes on paper. From the first meeting I had with Nako my worries and doubts about the step we had taken increased even further. Apart from some minor exultation, in general Nako's tone was gloomy and pessimistic. Like me, he, too, had the opinion that the treaties which we signed were fraught with dangers and difficulties for us. He told me openly that the friends did not allow him any time at all to reflect deeply about the things they served up to him, and they replied to our objections and suggestions curtly and with frowning faces. This is only an agreement, I said. So let us proceed from the idea that it was signed by the two sides with the best of intentions. Now that its practical application is to begin, the advantages or disadvantages of each separate part and treaty will become evident. We shall make the necessary corrections and take all proper measures to avert any danger. I believe that the Yugoslav comrades will be guided by the same spirit. They find it hard to accept any mistake in their opinions or actions. said Nako with his usual irony and pessimism. I advised him to set to work and that we would do everything possible from our side, using our heads and exercising care and vigilance, not only to carry our work forward, but also to safeguard and strengthen our internationalist friendship with the peoples of Yugoslavia and the Yugoslav Party. Later, I was to discuss this theme and all its consequences for us with Nako time after time and, in one way or the other, he was to increase the dose of his objections and reservations about the sincerity of the Yugoslav comrades. Once he was almost ready to tell me something more, but suddenly stopped himself, became silent, withdrawn and enigmatic. It seemed that he was hiding something from me. After his suicide, and especially at the 8th plenum of the CC of the CPA in February 1948, amongst many other things I was to learn something shocking and bitter which had to do with the enigma which he was nearly ready to tell me about, but never did tell me. When he returned from Belgrade, after signing the convention, he had said in confidence to some comrades, members of his intellectual elite Lira Iblisheva, Fidel Pasrami, Niko Apori, etc. Well, are the people saying about me that Nako Spru sold Albania to Yugoslavia just as Ahmed Zog sold it to Italy? It was true that Nako Spru was known, as well as for many other vices and merits, for his sometimes bitter and sarcastic and sometimes exultant and euphoric expressions, and this expressed his complex and contradictory character. In this context this bitter, hostile statement, too, which he had made in the intimacy of the members of his elite found a certain explanation. But he was gravely mistaken in this assessment and gave himself undue way. In the first place, there could never be any similarity between the evil deed of Ahmed Zog and the motives from which he proceeded in signing treaties with other countries and the aims and motives from which we proceeded in signing treaties with Yugoslavia. As I said, we set out from the finest aims and on the basis that, first, we had to do with a socialist state. Second, the revolution, which we had carried out and were consistently deepening, did not give Nako, or any other individual person, the possibility to sell or buy Albania as Ahmed Zog did in the past. Now the party was in power, the people were in power, and they would not and did not allow the freedom and independence of the homeland to be sold, or even infringed in the least. Besides this, however, I think that Nako's statement about his selling of Albanian must certainly have had other, more profound reasons, which went beyond Nako. In the talks which he held for a month in Belgrade he must certainly have been faced with harsher demands and more ferocious pressures than what he wrote in his radiograms, or told us about when he returned. Perhaps the friends had hinted or even demanded openly that he should sign for much more than the economic agreements. The fact that Kozizaks, too, was invited to be in Belgrade at the most critical period of the talks to give support or perhaps to put pressure on Nako, is another argument for this hypothesis. Nako may have realized that in these agreements Yugoslavia was proceeding from the aim of tying the hands of Albania, irrespective of the disguise of fraternal aid with which this lowdown deal was to be dressed up. Nako opposed them, but the Yugoslavs threatened him with facts and documents from the past which compromised his figure in our eyes. His role behind the scenes at Berat, the secret anti-party letters he sent them, etc. In this case, the meanness of the petty bourgeois spirit prevailed over the revolutionary spirit of Nako Spru. He did not have the courage to tell us in detail what aims the Yugoslavs were concealing, but only pointed out some reservations. We ourselves had not just reservations but serious criticisms, and after receiving our authorization, he put his signature to a series of agreements which he knew were not fair and were anti-Albanian. Hence, if Nako knew that he was going to sign such an anti-Albanian document, then his action is inexcusable, because he did not warn the party at the proper time of what was hidden behind the convention. Moreover, even when he returned he did not find the courage and strength to tell us in detail what he may have known and which, undoubtedly, he did know. The fact is, however, that after this Nako began to stay closer to me. He came frequently to meet me and consult with me, raised problems, and did not raise them badly, worked zealously and strove to ensure that matters in the economy proceeded as well as possible in the interests of the development and strengthening of our country. A number of specialists, advisors and technicians of different sectors came from Yugoslavia at that time for the implementation of the agreement, and especially for the setting up of joint companies. At the same time, at our request, a number of Soviet advisors and specialists began to come, too. Thus, the whole first period of 1947 turned into an intensive period of work for putting into practice those tasks which emerged from our economic agreements with Yugoslavia, along with other tasks. In the course of this work all the problems and difficulties which were implicit in the signed agreements were to emerge clearly. Among those which became immediately obvious was the open distortion from the Yugoslav side of the character of the customs union. We accepted this union and made every effort to ensure that this measure would serve to facilitate the exchanges between our two countries. As a preliminary condition to avoid confusion in the market and in all the exchanges, we proceeded from the principle that, while the trade between us must truly be carried on without customs duties, it must always be guided and controlled by the state, that the lek in Yugoslavia and the dinar in Albania should circulate and be exchanged not in a spontaneous way, but on the basis of official accords, that the enterprises or private persons of one country should not be allowed to buy whatever they wanted and as much as they wanted in the other country outside the official accords, etc. The Yugoslavs violated and rejected these basic premises. They described our just objections as "capitalist stands," claimed that "we wanted to look after our narrow interests," that "we were violating the spirit of friendship," etc. Consequently, after pressure from the side of the Yugoslavs, the borders were opened and private and state Yugoslav enterprises, as well as smugglers from Montenegro, Macedonia, Serbia, etc., poured in and seized everything they found in our market at very cheap prices. Consequently, our market was being completely emptied of goods and the bank filled with useless dinars. Later, we were to strongly oppose this real robbery. We sold goods and bought dinars, but the fact is that the market was ruined. The dinars accumulated were no good to us, because there was nothing to buy in the Yugoslav free market. Tito and company had taken measures, had rationed everything, and so the only things we could buy in the Yugoslav free market were children's toys, dolls and whistles. We were seeing similar distortions in the other agreements, too. The creation of "joint companies" was decided. The first concrete steps were taken, but our partners wanted only to grab their part of the profits without putting a single dinar into the investment fund. They accorded us a credit of 2 billion dinars. But what did they realize from this credit they advertised so loudly? Almost nothing. On the basis of this credit, apart from some consumer goods, they were to supply us, and did supply us, with 3 to 4 "factories," one for soap, one to make ropes, a sugar factory and, I believe, also a flour mill. What were these in reality and how much did they cost? The Yugoslav "experts" said the prices. They cost us the earth. The famous "factories" were only scrap iron, not even properly painted. The sugar factory, which we built in Karsa, cost us a large sum in leks for its construction. We gave it the honored name of Ali Kelmendi, but it did not work for 1 minute and did not produce a single gram of sugar in the real sense of the word. The rope factory consisted of a few handicraft tools from the time of Prince Nicola, a few wheels, a few wooden axles and a drum to strip the hemp which it damaged so that it could never be made into string, let alone rope. The whole "factory" was installed in a shed in Rogozina, and so it was with all of them. As I said, all these and others like them cost us extremely dear, because everything had to be paid for with oil, bitumen, minerals, etc. However, we ought to be "satisfied" with this robbery we were suffering, because the Yugoslavs were making sacrifices for us by giving us the credit which was never realized, as well as endless advice in other orientations in all fields. They were quite unscrupulous in these orientations and sometimes made themselves utterly ridiculous with them. At the beginning of 1947 we sent Tuk Jakov as minister of our legation in Yugoslavia to replace Hainai Kapo, whom we recalled to Tirana, because I felt the need for his opinion, will and loyalty to the cause of the party. So, Tuk went to Belgrade and in a meeting with Tito to present his letter of credentials, after he replied to the marshal's questions about the weather and the climate in Albania, he received the instructions of the occasion, "You must learn the Serbian language," was Tito's first instruction, "because in this way we shall be able to talk together confidentially and with the others. You must learn as much as possible from our experience and inform us about the achievements and needs of Albania." Tito had gone into such detail about our situation that Tuk had been greatly moved to see that the great marshal had found time to interest himself in the sheep and goats of Albania and to tell him from his own mouth that goats are destroyers of forests. After this "touching" meeting, a visit was organized for Tuk to acquaint himself with Bosnia-Herzegovina, where he was so inspired by what he saw and heard that, apart from writing detailed letters, the muse prompted him to come to Tirana to report to us personally. "In Sarajevo," he told me, "the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic, himself, received me and we had a great talk and he gave me very valuable advice. It is of interest for our conditions." "Yes, yes," I said, "I'm listening to you." "Especially about goats and sheep," said Tuk to my surprise. "They asked me whether we do or do not have local sheep and goats and whether they do or don't have horns. I told them they have horns like pitchforks. Do you know what we are doing? The comrades in Sarajevo told me, we are getting rid of the traditional goats and replacing them with Vojvodina or Maltese goats. Each goat produces 5 to 6 kilos of milk and eats only grass. A handful of grass and 5 kilos of milk. We increase production and save the forests because goats destroy the forests. Then, continued Tuk, They asked about us and they were shocked when I told them that many households in our villages have 10, 20 or more goats and sheep of the traditional local breed, and in each flock we keep 2 to 3 billy goats and rams. Our ambassador was astounding me with these pearls of wisdom he was telling me, but I was more astounded at the profound interest of the Yugoslavs in our goats and sheep. So I allowed Tuk to continue and I listened to this wonder through to the end. Do you know what they do in Sarajevo? He went on to tell me. With one pedigree ram or billy goat they inseminate whole flocks. They have eliminated all billy goats and rams running with the flocks. They advised me that we, too, should follow suit. Slaughter all the billy goats and rams and the nanny goats, too, because they damage the forests. They told me, we will give you pedigree flocks. We need those goats of yours for meat and hides, but we need the horns. In particular, we buy the horns at the highest price. I looked Tuk right in the eye to convince myself whether or not he was in his right mind. But he was speaking quite calmly and seriously. I had no doubt that the things he told me were true. The Yugoslavs wanted horns. There was no joke or any insinuation about this. It was precisely so. But what they needed the horns for remained a mystery to me for some time. However, the day was to come when Savo Zlatic would enter my office with a long sheet of paper and lay it before me. You are not carrying out your contractual obligations. He protested. You have not sent us so many thousand tons of oil. I know this. I replied, and I am sorry about it. But have you asked why? The joint company, ours and yours, extracts the oil. Under the contract you should first have brought the respective equipment for drilling wells and extracting the oil. These you should have brought a year ago, but you have not done so and, as you know, the oil does not flow up of its own. Zlatic continued with 2 or 3 other items and then, unwittingly, mentioned a word which had almost been erased from my memory, horns. What's that? I asked. What was the article you mentioned? Several hundred quintals of horns, he said in a serious tone. We have signed a contract and you have not fulfilled it. Our ambassador in Belgrade has told me something about this. I said. But to tell the truth, it seemed to me so ridiculous that I did not want to believe it. However, since it is apparently true, why do you need the horns? Why do we need them? Asked Zlatic, scandalized at my ignorance. Those beautiful combs and hair clips we sell you are made of horn. I laughed inwardly for a moment, but quickly pulled myself together. However, I was happy that my ignorance in this field impelled me to prevent the sacrifice of the nanny goats, rams and billy goats of Albania, because our friends wanted the horns. Thus, we were to become accustomed to hearing accusations and complaints from our friends even over ridiculous things, like the story I have just mentioned and others like this. Only today do such stories sound ridiculous, but at the time when they occurred they caused us serious difficulties and obstacles. Of course, we could not remain indifferent. Therefore, collisions with our friends were to be inevitable. Indeed, even when we still had not realized that we were dealing with robbers, that is, when we still called them friends, with prudence and sincerity we continued to present to them our criticisms and to propose the respective alterations, corrections and adjustments. But it seemed that this was just what they were waiting for. They accumulated our criticisms, discovered others even where none existed, and prepared themselves for a new anti-Albanian attack. It would not be long before we were face to face with this attack. Behind Tito's accusation of 2 lines and anti-Yugoslavism in the leadership of the CPA. The new attack, which is known in history as Tito's first accusation against our party, the Yugoslav leadership launched at the end of June 1947 through its main emissary in Albania, the ill-famed Savo Zlatic. Some time had passed since this top Yugoslav emissary had come to our country as the delegate of the CC of the CPY to the CC of the CPA, recommended by Tito and his men as a very good comrade, with great experience in party matters, an expert on questions of the economy, a qualified organizer and coordinator, etc. In short, this was a person with such all-round qualities that we were obliged to think that Yugoslavia would be weakened and was making a great sacrifice in sending this marvel to us, but then Albania would be strengthened. In fact, Savo Zlatic was sent to lead all the Yugoslav activity in Albania. He came to take in hand all the reins for the final attack which the Titoites were preparing against our freedom and territorial integrity, and, no doubt, in the imagination of the Yugoslav leadership played the role of the imperial viceroy in the Albanian province. De jure he was engaged with official relations in Albania, but de facto he was engaged in political, economic, military, espionage, and other matters. All the Yugoslav citizens, who worked in various sectors in Albania, or under his orders. He was "responsible" for all party work and any other activity of the members of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia who worked in our country. To give the devil his due, he was wily. He set about his work with great tact and diplomacy. He knew how to pose as a comrade who was not going to meddle with the affairs of Albania and our Communist Party. "Nevertheless," he told us, "I shall always be at your disposal, whenever you feel the need for my assistance." He seemed to be calm, authoritative, and serious, spoke slowly, and his words were prudent, carefully considered, and extremely polite. At first, our meetings with him were very rare, and this came about, apart from his concern "to avoid interfering in our internal affairs," because of language barriers. At the first meeting which I had with him I spoke about the situation in our country and in our party, and deliberately mentioned the discussions which we had held in our political bureau about the re-examination of the events at the second plenum of the CC of the party, about the none too healthy situation in our leadership. All this he knew, indeed knew more than I did, because he came from Belgrade, and I told him also about the enlargement of the bureau with 3 new comrades, Hajnaj Kapo, Gogo Nushi, and Christo Themilko. "I insisted on this enlargement of the bureau," I told him, "because with the situation that the Berat plenum created for us it was difficult to advance. The new comrades will undoubtedly enliven our political bureau and help to deal thoroughly with all the old reservations and distortions." He listened to me all attention, nodding his head with the same rhythm when I spoke both about our successes and about our weaknesses, but took no stand, either good or bad. I told him that we would consult with him about various matters so that he could help us. I told him also that from time to time other comrades of the bureau might discuss various problems with him. He agreed to this method of work, but in essence, his desire was to take part in the proceedings of the bureau. But we had suffered from this before, and we had learned from it. Treason and Berat would not be repeated. Once, when I was not in Tirana, as far as I remember I was on holiday, Savo Zlatic took part in a meeting of our political bureau. There, under the pretext of giving his experience, he had discussed the method of work in the bureau, and concentrated especially on economic questions, how these important problems should be studied, how they should be solved, etc. It was reported to me that at this meeting there were differences of views about the economic situation in our country between Kozia and Nako. In fact, this was the only meeting of the bureau in which Savo Zlatic took part. Meanwhile, he held meetings with various members of the bureau. His contacts with me were made through Kozizox, as an intermediary, and the 3 of us together discussed those things which he had to tell us. First of all, his interventions in the initial meetings were made with good behavior and great tact, and this continued right up to the time when he launched the attack. What did he inform us about in these meetings? Nothing apart from telling us about various organisms which had been created in the state apparatus of Yugoslavia. He made some superficial comments about the views of Kardelj on the organization of councils and the state power. We had received information about them previously. Spoke to us in exalted terms about Tito's speeches on the front, pointing out that the question of the front was "something new" that Tito had added to Marxism, and that all the people's democracies ought to study the experience of Tito attentively and apply it. The "all-rounder" Zlatic wanted to give us the impression that he was a very competent person on all matters, but the impression was growing steadily stronger on me that his only competence was in intrigues. His so-called aid had no more than minimal value. As I said, he reported to us on things which we had long known, and, moreover, what he told us amounted to brief summaries of directives which they sent him from Belgrade, plus deductions which he had drawn from reading the articles or speeches of Tito and Kardelj. We never saw him enlarge on these problems, go into them profoundly, or tell us anything new. His was the nature of the "official" activity of Savo Zlatic. However, his work as a backroom organizer for the sabotage of our plan, as leader of the silent war, which he was preparing against us and against the Soviet civilian and military advisors who were in Albania, was very extensive. This work of sabotage against us and discrimination against the Soviet advisors was carried out gradually and constantly extended through the Yugoslav specialists, engineers and technicians and all the officials of the Yugoslav legation. The inspirer of all of this hostile work was Savo Zlatic, but, as the double dealer he was, he took all measures to hide his hand in this dirty work. However, our work continued on its normal course, on the right road, despite the efforts and the continual frictions we had with the Yugoslavs in the practice of the work. Of course, this situation was not to the liking of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia and its plenipotentiary, Savo Zlatic. In the first months of 1947, in particular, when practice was showing up the shortcomings and distortions in the agreements or the economic treaties with Yugoslavia, as we called them at that time, we began to raise our voice loudly for the revision and correction of them in a right and friendly way. Since the Yugoslav side was carrying out none of its obligations under the signed contracts, and the danger existed that the plan for the year 1947 would remain only on paper, We sent Nako Sprut to Belgrade in April to talk quietly and openly with the pontiff of the Yugoslav economy, Kidric, and his collaborators. Once again they kept Nako hanging around with plenty of excuses and promises. But now our criticisms were based on clear calculations. Now we had learned how to navigate through the whirlpools of the acute economic problems. The Yugoslav leadership sensed the danger that we would discover the anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian essence of the agreements and its other actions and, in order to avoid an undesirable attack, chose the course of a surprise counterattack. By the middle of June Kozy Zox came to me and said, quote, "The Yugoslav comrades are displeased with us." Unquote. Quote, "Displeased? Why?" Unquote, I asked him. Quote, "Because we are not completing the work for the unification of prices, but delaying it." This is what Comrade Zlatic told me. Unquote. Quote, "But did Zlatic know why we have delayed it?" Unquote, I asked Kozy. Quote, "I tried to tell him something," unquote, muttered Kozy. Quote, "But he did not want to discuss the matter and only expressed their discontent to me." Unquote. I did not give this any importance, because at that time the quote discontent unquote of the Yugoslavs over trifles was endless. On one occasion Zlatic, this great delegate of the CC of the CPY to our Central Committee, came to me and complained, quote, "Such and such a specialist of yours has impaired the prestige of Yugoslavia." Unquote. Quote, "Is that so?" Unquote, I asked him. Quote, "We must look into this matter, but first, tell me in what direction he has impaired the honor of friendly Yugoslavia." Unquote. Quote, "He accompanied our cotton specialist to Berat and rejected the advice of our comrade in front of the farmers." Unquote. Quote, "But what was the advice of your comrade? Was it on political matters?" Unquote, I asked pointedly. Quote, "No, it was about the cotton," unquote, replied Zlatic all seriousness. Quote, "Our specialist said, it's done like this, and yours said the opposite." Unquote. Quote, "And you call this violation of your prestige?" Unquote, I asked him in a tone of mixed surprise and sarcasm. Quote, "Leave the specialists to get on with their discussions, Comrade Zlatic, because this does not impair your prestige or ours or even that of the cotton." Unquote. Quote, "No, no," unquote, insisted Zlatic. Quote, "Matters must be gone into more deeply. How does your comrade know all those things he said about cotton? You have no experience. It turns out that someone has taught him. It turns out that he prefers his own opinion or, more precisely, the opinion of those that have taught him. Is this not an insult to Yugoslavia?" Unquote. I understood he was not referring to us alone. The quote someone unquote who had taught, our comrade, according to Zlatic, was one of the Soviet specialists. For some time we had been aware of this quote new unquote method in the assessment of our stands and actions on the part of the Yugoslavs. Whenever we raised any opposition, they immediately thought that the Soviets quote had prompted us unquote, although, without denying their merits, in 1946 and even 1947 the Soviets regarded us mostly through the eye of the Yugoslavs. I turned to Zlatic and gave him the reply that he deserved. Quietly, with seriousness and concern combined, I advised him to be more tolerant in his conclusions, both with his collaborators and with us. He went away muttering and, indeed, begged my pardon for worrying me, but added, quote, "I proceed from the principle that we can discuss everything." Unquote. He came back again subsequently over similar trifling matters, but we had always parted with the problems quote cleared up unquote. This time, however, the quote displeasure unquote which they transmitted to me through quote comrade unquote Zox was a warning of something stronger. 2 or 3 days after this Nako came to me and said, quote, "Comrade Zlatic told me that a second line is crystallizing in the party in Albania." Unquote. Quote, "What's that?" Unquote, I exclaimed staring at him in surprise. Quote, "According to Zlatic," unquote, said Nako, speaking quietly and with a note of irony, quote, "There are 2 economic lines in our country, the line of the Central Committee, which is correct in principle, and, parallel with this, the concretization of a second line in practice, contrary to that of the Central Committee." Unquote. Quote, "Astonishing." Unquote, I said. Quote, "But what did he base this on?" Unquote. Quote, "He did not offer any argument." Unquote. Quote, "But didn't you ask him?" Unquote. Quote, "He put it forward in principle, and I did not consider it in order to prod him." Unquote, Nako replied blushing red. Quote, "You made a mistake." Unquote, I told him. Quote, "Zlatic's statement is not an observation, it's an accusation. You should have gone into it at length and demanded precise details." Unquote. Quote, "You are right," unquote, said Nako, quote, "but I did not take it so seriously." Unquote. I instructed him to meet Zlatic immediately and to talk the matter over thoroughly with him. The talk was held and the truth began to come to light somewhat better. Quote, "They based their accusation on the failure, on our part, to carry out the unification of the common prices." Unquote, Nako told me. Quote, "For this they lay the blame on the economic sector, that is, on me." According to Zlatic, we had decided that the list of our prices should have been completed at the end of May. But up till now it has still not come out. From this they say that I am obstructing the correct line of our Central Committee. Hence, I am allegedly pursuing a second line in the Central Committee. Unquote. It seemed to me impossible that the Yugoslavs could base such an accusation on quite an obviously stupid reason, so I decided to continue the talks with Zlatic, except that now I sent Kozizaks, who clearly enjoyed the sympathy of the Yugoslav friends, together with Nako. About the 20th or the 21st of June they talked with Zlatic and reported back to me, and even brought me a 2-page letter in which Zlatic presented the Yugoslav arguments in support of the accusation they made against us. All the arguments about 2 lines and the leadership amounted to nothing, but Kozizaks had taken them extremely seriously. These things are grave, he said to me in Nako's presence. We must look into them thoroughly and seriously. I think we should put them before the leadership. What, do you also accept that the Central Committee has been wrong, that a second line is crystallizing among us? I asked him. I didn't say exactly so. Zaks softened his tone. The Yugoslav comrades don't say it of the whole Central Committee, either. Indeed, they say that the line of the party is correct in principle, but is being distorted in practice, turned into a counterline. The comrades of the respective sector are doing this. Comrade Nako, as responsible for that sector, must explain this to us in the Bureau. Nako could hardly sit still in his chair, and said to Cozy angrily, I agree, let us raise the question of the counterline in my sector before the Bureau and we shall see who is right. Don't forget that for a year we have been wanting to raise the question of your sector before the Bureau, but you still haven't presented the material on the organizational questions. Don't hop off to another branch, Zaks broke out. We are not talking about the organizational matters because I don't permit 2 lines there. We are talking about the economic lines. As I have said, quarrels between them had erupted long before. This is no place for euros, I said to them. And I don't think the accusation has to do with Nako at all. It is much more serious. Let us raise it in the leadership and thrash it out thoroughly. After the presentation which I made of Zlatic's accusation, the leadership of the party rejected it, and even Kozizaks could not object. In the first days of July I summoned Zlatic and had a long tumultuous talk with him which, as far as I remember, we continued with intervals over 2 days. With Kozizaks, first of all, and then with Nako Spru. I told him, you have made what we might call politely the remark that a second line, opposed to that of our Central Committee, is crystallizing amongst us. That is correct. Agreed Zlatic. As we understand it, I continued, this serious remark of yours is based on 2 arguments. First, because the prices from our side should have been unified in May and this work dragged out till the end of June, and, second, that at the end of May the problems of rates of pay were not definitively resolved, but are being resolved about a month or so late, that is, in July. Is this the case, or am I mistaken? Takoje, agreed Zlatic with feigned politeness. Indeed, I have handed over in writing my theses on this problem. He added, do you still stand by them? I asked him. Naturally. He replied. Then, excuse me, I said with a politeness which could hardly conceal my inward anger. But you have been hasty in your judgments if you are saying with sincerity those things you have alleged. Please, he said. You are insulting me. I am the emissary of a country and a party which have proved themselves. Precisely because you are their emissary, I am sorry that you are lowering their prestige with such impermissible accusations and about a comrade who is quite young. I saw his expression change. Listen, comrade Zlatic, I continued. Let us take matters more quietly and examine what is hasty, your accusation about our line, or my accusation about your hasty and unfounded judgment. You base your accusation on the fact that the 2 central problems of prices and pay rates were solved by our side not at the end of May but a month or so later, at the beginning of July. Because of 30 days delay you come out with such accusations? Is this reasonable? Even simple formal actions or the examination of a letter are frequently delayed for several days, let alone such important problems which have to do with the economy of the whole country. We are friends. I went on. We have created various links which have been continually extended. We have our obligations for the development and strengthening of these links just as you have your obligations. In practice, however, it occurs that there are some things which our comrades cannot do, and there is also ignorance, procrastination, negligence and lack of understanding. But we find the same phenomena with your comrades, too. Even in your country it has occurred and does occur, for one or the other reason, that a problem or 10 problems are not solved precisely at the time envisaged. If we open the contracts, plenty of such examples can be found. Is that not so? Takoje, repeated Zlatic like a parrot. Well, then, I said, should we accuse your Central Committee of having a second line? Should we accuse you that you say one thing and do another? You would be angry about this, wouldn't you? He lowered his head, noted something down, But his favorite expression "Taco J" did not come from his lips this time. The thing is, Comrade Zlatic, that we should judge matters correctly and with clearer minds. We would not object at all if you were to raise truly worrying problems and arguments, but on the contrary, would thank you. However, these things that you say are not arguments. I saw that he was sitting tense and rigid, waiting another opportunity to object, so I continued, even if we consider the delay of a month a matter of importance, have you thoroughly considered the problem of why this delay has come about? There are various reasons. He said curtly. Agreed. I continued. I shall list mine and, then, you add those that I leave out. In regard to our side, if there has been a certain delay, this has come about because the comrades of the base, and indeed of the center, are only now learning certain things in connection with prices. Have you taken account of the fact that only 2 or 3 years ago the majority of those who are now engaged in the work for the organization of the state in our country could hardly read? Moreover, since this problem has to do with an accord established between our two countries, we have mobilized the best forces we have in the economy in order to carry out this work at the proper time. And merely because they were a month late with it, you accuse us of having a second line. Our view is that from this delay we cannot arrive at the deduction that there is a distortion of line or a second line in this. There might be anything else, but never a second line. This, I told him, is not only my opinion. I put my opinion before the leadership of our party and also presented to them your theses and the arguments which you provide, and all the comrades rejected them as without foundation and out of order. He raised his head from the piece of paper on which he was taking notes and stared at me almost as if to ask me, is it true that all of them agreed with you? However, he drew in his horns again and said nothing. Nevertheless, I went on, the main cause of the delay does not rest with us, or with any ignorance or negligence of ours. The main cause rests with you, with your comrades, beginning from Sergei Krejcir, as the main representative of the Yugoslav side for the development of economic relations with us, and including all his collaborators here and other comrades of yours in Belgrade. How can you say such a thing? The wily Zlatic broke his silence angrily. You are throwing mud on our aid and sacrifices. You, not at all, I interrupted him. And I thus put such general terms aside. Let us refer to the facts. You know that the discussion between our two sides on the problem of the unification of prices and pay rates began at the end of January or the beginning of February of this year. In February we wanted to know how the prices would be equalized between Albania and Yugoslavia. At the beginning of March, Krejcir, through one of his aides, Borovic, presented us with some lists about the equalization of prices, and agreement was reached that we would begin the joint work for building the structure of our prices. However, your comrades delayed this work until the end of March. The specialists whom you sent simply traveled around Albania and did nothing. This was hindering the drafting of our plan and our budget. Krejcir insisted that our prices should be set quickly from Tirana, while we and even Krejcir's aides said that this work had to be done in the terrain. Agreement was reached to go to the terrain, to the enterprises, but your comrades preferred Belgrade to the Albania terrain. They returned to Tirana at the end of April, but now with a new proposal, that a stereotyped unification of prices in the two countries should not be done, but we should proceed on the basis of a common structure of prices. We studied your new proposals, which seemed to us more fair, and in the first days of May gathered all our economists and sent them to the base. Our comrades were instructed to do the work of 4 or 5 months in less than 1 month. At the beginning of June we completed our work as best we could and handed the results to your side to examine. In the middle of June they were returned to us with a number of further criticisms and orientations to discuss, which we will need at least 10 to 15 days. This is the history, Comrade Zlatic, and you know this history very well. Therefore, I have the right to ask you, why did your comrades hold us up for 4 or 5 months on end? And by what right do you blame us for your fault? Now Zlatic could hardly contain himself. Causes and justifications can be sought and found, he said, but I insist that, regardless of your presentation, these problems could have been solved more quickly. We had studied the method of setting prices in Yugoslavia, and there was no reason to go deeply into studies and analyses in the enterprises here. Our prices could be applied in your country, too, and there was no reason to go through all the stages. Excuse me, I said, but as far as I know you are also a specialist in the economy. How can the prices of our products be set the same as those in Yugoslavia when the conditions of production, the raw materials, the qualification of the workers, the productivity, the level of technology, etc., are completely different? However, diplomacy works wonders. Zlatic knew how to seal his lips and not say a word. I continued with similar arguments to prove that on the other questions, too, such as those of the unification of pay rates, the question of the budget, of our plan for 1947, etc. The blame for the delays did not rest on us at all, but on them. Quote, "If you are satisfied with your work, then you are mistaken," unquote, said Zlatic. Quote, "The implementation of the plan carries a great responsibility towards our peoples and all the democratic world. If we do not implement it as we should, Stalin himself will pull our ear. I say that you have not mobilized your cadres as you should have done." Unquote. Quote, "We cannot cheer that we have done everything," unquote, I told him. Quote, "We are conscious that we need more work, mobilization and knowledge. But for the concrete problems which we are discussing, our mobilization has been total. Many things have been demanded from us urgently and insistently from your side, and we have thrown all our people into the work for studies, the lists, observations. But as soon as they manage to make some progress, Krasner comes and produces other variants. Kirogligrov comes and overturns the former orientations and gives new ones. Perovik comes and brings further piles of variants and themes for study. Do you understand what a situation this creates for us? Instead of getting on with the work, our people are engaged in studies and plans which are worthless, and the fault is not ours. And since you mention Stalin, I am convinced that if he has to pull someone's ear over these things that are occurring, it will not be ours." Unquote. Quote, "These are complicated problems," unquote, said Zlatic, retreating instantly, and I noticed a light twitch in his face. Quote, "If the first orientations are changed, this is done in favor of a better, more correct orientation." Unquote. Quote, "I fully agree." Unquote, I said. Quote, "But how long is this going to continue? You accuse us of 2 lines, because, through no fault of ours, we presented the list of prices 30 days after the set date. What are we to say about you who delayed the plan for 1947 till the end of April, and even to this day you have not stated precisely what you are going and what you are not going to give us from the credit which you have accorded us? You know very well that we had decided that our budget should have been approved in the first months of this year. Kirogligrov promised that he would send us a finance specialist in April. To this day the problem of our budget is not being solved because you insist that your specialists should examine it, since the coordination of joint plans requires this. What are we to say to you about these 5 or 6 months of delay and obstruction?" Unquote. The meeting went on for a long time and I did most of the speaking. Zlatic put in some short comments, tried to defend himself and repeated what he had said at the outset. Quote, "I insist that 2 lines are crystallizing." Unquote. When I saw that even after the detailed concrete arguments which I presented to him, he still persisted in his opinion, without presenting any kind of argument to support it and being unable to refute anything of what I presented to him, I said, quote, "One thing is more than clear. On simply economic matters your accusation about 2 lines does not hold water. Are you referring to something else?" Unquote. Quote, "I told you my opinion." Unquote, he replied. Quote, "Besides, matters should not be regarded simply as economic or political questions. Both are connected. You, for example, did not adopt those lists and that methodology which we had worked out and gave you for the setting of your prices. Your technicians and specialists began everything from the start. Why? Did these comrades have no confidence in our lists and methodology? Such a thing completely obstructs the work, because there cannot be coordination between your plan and our plan, if the method of operation in our country is different from that in your country. This seems to me a bad thing. Moreover, this tendency, which is crystallizing, expresses distrust towards Yugoslavia. I have other facts, too, which smell of anti-Yugoslavism." Unquote. Quote, "Now you are making the problem much more serious," unquote, I said. Quote, "And I do not know whether this is only your personal judgment. From what you say, it turns out that the 2 lines is not a problem which has to do simply with us, with the economic policy of our leadership, but a problem which has to do with you. That is, it turns out that amongst us there is allegedly a pro-Yugoslav line and an anti-Yugoslav line. Is this what you want to say?" Unquote. Quote, "I would not put it in that way." Unquote. Zlatic tried to quote soften unquote the accusation, quote, "But there are certain manifestations, certain tendencies leading in that direction." Unquote. Quote, "You make very hasty judgments and arrive at mistaken and harmful conclusions." Unquote, I told him. Quote, "We have 1 line and 1 line only, whether in our internal problems or in our relations with friends, and in this case with you. During the presentation which I have just made I showed with arguments that from our side there has been nothing which has unfairly opposed your opinions, proposals or demands. If we stick to the facts, the opposite has occurred. Don't look for anti-Yugoslavism amongst us. The discussions, objections, or agreements which we have had quite rightly over various problems, whether economic, political, technical or anything else, can never be called anti-Yugoslavism or pro-Yugoslavism. If you have other arguments or facts which lead to that conclusion, then tell us and we shall discuss them." Unquote. Quote, "No, this is not the occasion. I stick to what I said. I want only to add that I do everything for the sake of our friendship. We have special relations, and we must safeguard and strengthen them. It must not happen that a few technicians or specialists disorientate us in the general line with the details and manners of their craft." Unquote. This will never occur from our side, I told him. But since we are ending this meeting, I want to repeat to you, I express my regret that you still persist in a conclusion which you should not even have presented. In the name of the leadership of our party, I tell you that we do not accept it, because it is completely wrong. This brought the meeting to an end, and I was more than ever convinced that matters with the Yugoslav comrades were becoming more acute and complicated. They were accusing us quite unjustly. But why, I asked myself, even after our detailed and well-argued explanations, did they not budge from their positions? What was hidden behind this insistence of Zlatic on his absurd accusation about 2 lines and what impelled him to exert the pressure precisely at this moment? Everything dubious and obscure which remained from the accusations of Zlatic and from the meeting I had with him was very soon to become clear. 2 or 3 days after I ended this meeting with him, we received a very pleasant news. A government delegation of the PR of Albania headed by me would be welcomed in Moscow. We were to leave about the 12th or the 13th of July 1947. I informed Zlatic of this news on the eve of our departure, but the way in which he received the information I gave him made a profound impression on me. His face muscles twisted a little, his eyebrows rose, and I noticed that his smile seemed to cost him a great effort. I am delighted, he said coldly. Perhaps you will have the occasion to meet Stalin, too. This was the moment to add ironically, so that he can pull our ear, but I restrained myself. However, I suspected that he must have known in advance, possibly before we did, the fact that we were going to Moscow. There and then a series of questions came to my mind. Could Zlatic have made all those accusations and exerted that pressure a few days ago because he knew that we were soon to go to Moscow? Could he regard this visit as a sign of anti-Yugoslavism? I had reasons for these doubts, and time proved that my suspicions were well founded. Indeed, they were much milder than the bitter reality. To send a top-level delegation to the Soviet Union was an ardent desire which we had long cherished in our hearts. Like every communist, I personally could hardly await the opportunity to see the homeland of the October Revolution which the great Lenin led, to acquaint myself at first hand with the experience of the Soviets, to learn from them and to hear directly the words, advice or criticisms of the great Stalin. We were his pupils, and would listen with great attention and respect to every word he would say to us. In short, our visit to the Soviet Union was not only a desire, but also a need. On account of the war we had waged, the line which we pursued, the course on which we were struggling to lead Albania, we thought that we deserved the honor of going to the Soviet Union. We had expressed this to the Soviet comrades who were in Albania in the first years, had also sought the aid of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia in this direction, and, later, when the embassies of the Soviet Union in Tirana and ours in Moscow were opened, in one way or the other, we had expressed our desire officially. The replies were all smiles, but the smiles did not say anything. Why was this? Was there some mistake in our course and our work which had become an obstacle? We were not without shortcomings, but we could not find any cause such as to close the way to us. Then, there was something else we did not understand. If we had mistakes, then why didn't they tell us this openly as one communist to another? Long after, we were to learn the truth. The Yugoslavs were the obstacle to our going to Moscow. Tito himself and his associates did everything in their power to keep the road to Stalin closed to us as long as they could, if possible forever. They struggled to create the opinion everywhere that for us the center of everything was Belgrade, that for us Tito was the Stalin who outdid Stalin. Regrettably, this propaganda did not fail to have some effect at that time. Not only had faithful agents of the Titoites, like Kozizaks, Pondi Christo and others, adopted and propagated this idea, but a number of other comrades, too, had the idea implanted in them that it is Tito who can go to Stalin, while we must go only to Tito, that we have no reason to go to Moscow. Tito goes there for Yugoslavia and Albania and raises his problems and ours with Stalin. At that period the slogan the road to Moscow runs through Belgrade had become fashionable in the judgments and opinions, not only of the Yugoslavs and their agents in our ranks, but also of a number of other comrades. After his return from one of his countless trips to Belgrade, Christo Themilko came to me one day and reported they could not have welcomed us better. He began, all exultation. They invited us to a big meeting with the Yugoslav leaders. They were talking about the future of Belgrade, and Tito said that Belgrade would grow and extend and become the center of the Balkans. All the new democracies of Europe will come here to gain experience, he said. It was the time when the Information Bureau had just been formed and, as is known, at first its center was in Belgrade and the theoretical organ of the Information Bureau, for a lasting peace, for a people's democracy. was published there. This assisted Tito and company to present themselves and Belgrade in their propaganda as the center of the Balkans and the center of Central Europe, and even as the "center of the people's democracies." They exploited this fact in our direction, especially, to close the doors to us to relations with the other fraternal countries and to keep us completely bound to Yugoslavia. It was strange. Whenever we put forward the idea of sending a delegation to the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia and elsewhere, the Yugoslavs became so annoyed that they could not hide their feelings at all. And when, in the end, some low-ranking delegation managed to go to one of these countries, then it would be put under the tutelage or the surveillance of the Yugoslav gangsters. The secret aims of Tito towards us and towards others required that in the international arena, even when we spoke through our own mouth, we should say only those things which suited the Yugoslavs and repeat what the Yugoslavs dictated to us from Belgrade. And when we refused to accept this working practice with a prompter, the protests of Tito's men would burst out. This is what occurred with a cultural delegation consisting of Nako Spru, Niksmaj Hoxha and others, which went to the Soviet Union in May 1947. Our delegation had not settled properly into its hotel when the Yugoslav embassy in Moscow was placed in a state of alarm. The Yugoslav ambassador demanded an urgent meeting with our ambassador in Moscow, and later the Yugoslav military attaché sought out the Albanian attaché. The wives of the Yugoslav diplomats stuck like glue to the wives of our diplomats and the Yugoslav students to the Albanian students. Why did your delegation come to Moscow? Whom have they met? Did they meet Molotov yesterday? They say that Mikoyan welcomed them well and an economic agreement was signed, etc., etc. The radiograms which came from our comrades in Moscow were disturbing and worrying. And to cap it all, a few days after the return of the delegation to Albania, the Yugoslav ambassador in Moscow, in a quite brutal manner, lodged a protest with our government about the visit of the Albanian cultural delegation to the Soviet Union. He called this visit a violation of agreements arrived at with Yugoslavia, and ordered that on any other such occasion we must first receive the blessing of Belgrade. In particular, Tito and company did everything in their power to prevent me from making any contact with the sister parties and countries and with the Soviet Union. Above all, as it turned out, they had taken the problem about me to Stalin, completely distorting and turning our whole situation upside down. Kardelj and Djilas personally have testified to this. They write, in their memoirs, that, when Tito went to Moscow in 1946, Stalin had allegedly said to him, I have several requests from Albania to invite an official delegation headed by Enver Hoxha to Moscow, and gone on to tell Tito that up till now we have hesitated because we do not know them well, that the Albanians have disagreements in the leadership, that the comrades there ask us permission to send, together with the General Secretary, Kozizaks, who is the organizational secretary, etc., etc. Whether this conversation really took place and how it developed I do not know, and I would not swear to its truth. In the meetings which I had with Stalin in 1947 and afterwards, he never mentioned this conversation which it is claimed he had with Tito and his collaborators. The fact is that my relations with Stalin became very friendly and intimate, and Stalin was one of those men who did not dodge the truth regardless of how it stood. Therefore, if the name of Kozizaks was mentioned in this meeting as they claim, this was certainly done by Tito, Djilas, and Kardelj. As history proves completely, from the end of the war they did everything possible to ensure that Kozizaks occupied the top positions in the country. Obviously, Tito and Djilas had no reason not to serve up to Stalin their opinion and dreams about their favorite, while deceiving him about the truth. And later, to divert attention from the truth, they shamelessly attribute their plots to Stalin, at a time when Stalin had no idea that such a person as Kozizaks existed in Albania. However, their scheme required that Tito's favorite Kozizaks in July 1947 should enjoy the honor which the Yugoslavs tried to do him. Through their intervention he displaced Nako Spru and came to Moscow as deputy leader of the delegation and even took part in the meetings we had with Stalin. But during the whole time he sat silent like a gawk. He did not say one word, and I remember clearly that Stalin did not display the slightest interest in him. If Stalin had known something about him he would have addressed at least one word to him or asked him a question, even if just to satisfy his curiosity about this person who represented the proletarian conscience of the CPA. I have written in detail in a special book of memoirs about my unforgettable meetings with Stalin. Therefore, here I want to point out something else. The visit of our delegation to Moscow in July 1947 was to serve as a powerful catalyst to bring out more clearly all the filth which the revisionists of Belgrade were hiding in their relations with us. This was noticed as soon as we returned to Tirana. Those days Zlatic was preparing to return to Belgrade under the pretext that he was to carry out studies about our draft 5-year plan. I informed him about the credit which the Soviet Union accorded us, told him especially about our impressions, how the Soviet comrades welcomed us and what great joy we felt when we met comrades Stalin, Molotov and all the other Soviet leaders, etc. He listened to all this with great displeasure and with an icy coldness. I told him also that our minister Tukjakova had been sent especially to Belgrade with a letter to inform Tito about the agreement signed with the Soviet Union. Zlatic went to Belgrade and certainly informed Tito about all these things and, in fact, although Tukjakova 3 times sought an audience from Tito, he was not received by him. These cold stands made us reflect more deeply. We ourselves had returned from the meetings with Stalin with greater confidence and enthusiasm about the correct line we had followed and were following. The fact is that neither Stalin nor the other comrades, such as Molotov, Zhdanov, whom we met, had said anything against Tito or the people around him, but they had not said anything else about them in the positive sense, either. Only when I mentioned to Stalin the violation of our airspace by Yugoslav aircraft, he said to me, quote, "Are your people not satisfied with your relations with Yugoslavia? It is a good thing that you have friendly Yugoslavia on your border." Unquote. Apart from this, no further mention was made either of Yugoslavia or of our relations with it. However, from the problems that we raised and the opinions which Stalin expressed, we automatically sensed the great contradiction between the orientations which the Yugoslavs gave us and the things that Stalin said. Stalin, for example, was in full agreement with our line for the socialist industrialization of Albania and for the mechanization of agriculture and generously promised and gave us the aid which we asked for, advised us to extend our relations with the other countries, especially with those of People's Democracy, etc., etc. Moreover, the manner and tone in which Stalin spoke to us and advised us was completely different from the arrogant, commanding tones of the Yugoslavs. Now we analyzed all these things calmly, made comparisons and arrived at the proper deductions. Among the first measures which we took in this period was the issuing of clearer orientations about the draft 5-year plan which we were preparing. Naturally, it was to be based on our own resources and possibilities at that time. But in regard to aid from abroad we would not confine ourselves only to the quote promises unquote and quote orientations unquote of the Yugoslavs. The credit which Stalin gave us would be included in this draft. Meanwhile, a real campaign of pressure and attacks on us was launched by the Yugoslavs. Both the officials of the Yugoslav legation in Tirana and the Yugoslav specialists in the central government departments and the economic enterprises quite openly expressed their discontent, indeed their quote astonishment unquote, about how we came to sign a trade agreement with the Soviet Union. They described this lawful and, indeed, overdue action of ours as a quote violation of the spirit of the Albanian-Yugoslav agreement unquote, as an act which would lead to our ruin. At a quote working unquote meeting the Yugoslav quote economic plenipotentiary unquote in Tirana Sergei Krejcir said to our comrades quite openly, quote, "Albania is like a clock. It cannot work with all kinds of tools. Some may be better, others may be worse, but whatever they are they must be of the one brand. Not some Yugoslav and some of another production. Since a Yugoslav foundation has been laid in your country, everything that will be built upon it must be Yugoslav alone." Unquote. The Yugoslav legation in Tirana, through its chargé d'affaires Drago Kosmrlj, a great enemy of the Soviet Union, declared officially after our return that, quote, "The policy of the Albanian government towards Yugoslavia has changed since the return of General Hoxha from Moscow." Unquote. We heard all these things with a mixture of concern and regret. The reports which came in from round the country were even more disturbing. Cautiously, with some hesitation, and this was understandable, but openly, the comrades from the base were telling us about damage, no longer accidental, but deliberately planned damage by the Yugoslav specialists. We had decided and long ago reached agreement with the Yugoslav side, for example, that the first phase of the Tirana-Elbasan railway should be inaugurated on November 7, 1947, in the context of the 30th anniversary of the October Revolution. In August and September the Yugoslav side produced quote arguments unquote that this could not be achieved. For our part we fulfilled our obligations to threefold so as to leave no pretext at which they could grasp. After they raised 100 pretexts, and we overcame all of them, they told us, quote, "There are no sleepers." Unquote. We mobilized great forces and took to the forests with axes. The sleepers were delivered, but the Yugoslavs did not accept them. Quote, "Our specialists have not branded them on the spot." Unquote. They told us. We cut others and in the end the sleepers were secured. They raised other excuses. Then our youth, who were thoroughly fed up with them, declared to the Yugoslav quote specialists unquote, quote, "On November 7th the train is going to run. If we are short of rails or sleepers we are ready to lie on the track and let the train pass by over our bodies. But we are not going to break the word we have given the party." Unquote. This wonderful revolutionary spirit of our people filled us with fresh confidence and strength to cope with the massive difficult problems of those years. The time had gone when we could still have doubts or find quote excuses unquote and quote arguments unquote to cover up the faults of our friends. We were becoming more and more convinced that we were not dealing with true communists quote who made mistakes unquote, but but with people who were not friends. Everything from their side turned out to be well calculated and coordinated. The time had come for deep reflection. We had shown ourselves to be excessively generous, excessively patient, excessively sincere in our relations with them. The great gas fires which broke out in Kosovo, the drilling of wells without criteria or studies, the obstructions and delays of every kind on our railway, the losses "on the way" of millions of dinars of credits. We were told, they were sent from Belgrade, but we don't know where they have been held up, the lack of progress on the work at the Salita hydropower station and the worn-out rubbish which we discovered under the fresh paint on the famous factories, etc., etc. We had excused as the mistakes of individuals, specialists, Moreover, initially we considered Zlatic's accusation of "two lines," and anti-Yugoslavism, as a crazy personal opinion. But now everything was becoming clear. It was becoming clear that we were facing anti-Albanian and anti-Marxist sabotage activity planned and guided by the chiefs in Belgrade in order to realize their old ambitions, to hinder the development of our economy and make it completely dependent on theirs, to discredit our party in the eyes of the broad masses of the people as a party incompetent to govern the country independently and guide the people towards their future, to discredit the leadership of the party as incompetent to cope with the situation, and to combat all those leaders who were an obstacle to the realization of their plans. Their other aim was to combat the trust and love which our party had for the Soviet Union and, concretely, to weaken the confidence we had in the Soviet advisors, to discredit these advisors and to compel us to demand their withdrawal. This would bring the isolation of our country and our party from the Soviet Union and the socialist camp, would create illusions and bad opinions among the sister parties and, thus, isolated and disorganized, we would easily fall into the Yugoslav trap. During the summer and autumn of 1947, the efforts of Tito and company to achieve these ambitions became more frenzied than ever. The first accusation which was made of us through Zlatic marked the preparatory stage of this general attack. Our resolute rejection of the accusation, our visit to Moscow and the endless frictions with the Yugoslavs over a whole mass of problems after our return from Moscow led the leadership in Belgrade to the conclusion that they must delay no longer. There was the danger that Albania would slip through their fingers. The next blow, the heaviest and most dangerous up to that time, against our party and country was being urgently prepared.